Nowadays, we say, yo, that's fire. And fire means amazing, awesome, delicious, all these different meanings.
Yep.
But you have to understand that the original Jewish idioms, so when they said something, it might not necessarily mean what the translators of today are making it to believe. You get what I'm saying? That's why there's. Go ahead.
I sorry, just so no, I totally do, because that's how languages get fucked up.
Exactly.
Is because uh, uh, um, young Indian girl with her family could migrate to Australia or New Zealand, know the language, still know it, and then become a translator later in life, and then a Kiwi or Australian girl could learn Hindu, and their meaning of the words or translation can be all fucked up.
Exactly.
They're still saying the same thing,
But it's not the same meaning.
but it can be interpreted a different way.
Exactly. And that's exactly what these scriptures over time have been. And it's no different than, remember, if you know the scriptures, there's a point where Yeshua tells the thief on the cross, he says, surely I tell you today that you will be in paradise with me. But the reality is that he's saying, I'm telling you right now. Not that he's going to be in paradise with him that day, but he's saying, I'm telling you right now. So this is a misconstrued belief, which is why people believe a certain way, but that's all up for interpretation, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm at the end of the day, this is what I'm saying, that in scriptures it tells you what is and what isn't, but there is a lot of misconstruing and this and that. But if you really dig deep into it, there are fundamental, you know, balances and principles and foundations that will tell you, like, for instance, the book of Job. And once you read the book of Job, well, guess what? Jump to the book of Enoch. And the book of Enoch is going to tell you something that it's so perfectly aligned with God's creation that it you have to question what we've been taught in elementary and junior high and high school, because it totally goes against it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I want to throw out there. It doesn't line up. It does not line up at all, because
No,
we have a simplistic understanding of modern day science that we've been indoctrinated with and we believe. But if you're a man of the cloth or a believer, you're going to realize that it doesn't match up if you read your scriptures, because there's some fake Christians out there. I don't want to say fake, my bad. I want to say there's some Christians that haven't done their work. They haven't done their due diligence to
no.
On that.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
Go on, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. Were you saying something?
Oh, I'm just saying I agree. Most Christians are fake ass Christians who put no work in.
Yeah, I agree, because they are, but here's the thing though. Here's the ironic thing, is that no different than a fake Christian is no different than anybody who's been through academia, and they also believe the nonsense of science that they've been taught as fact. For instance, they'll tell you Mars is this many miles away, yet they'd never measured it with a measuring stick. And I know that sounds stupid to so many
That
people.
sounds
It,
stupid,
it,
yeah.
it does sound dumb as fuck.
I know, I get it. But you know what though?
Yeah,
We had
that's
a carpet
dumb.
measured, and the man
It's like
just walked around
it's like
the room
saying,
clicking a thing. He didn't have a measuring stick or a tape. He just clicked the
yeah,
little button walking around the room.
Yeah, I get
yeah.
it. Right?
It's
It
like
makes sense,
saying
right?
we can never know how high in the sky planes are unless we have a measuring stick between us and the plane. Like,
Well, no, but hold on though. But no, not true. That's a false discussion because
that's what
we
you
do
said.
know how high planes are because
How?
they have a meter on them that
I
does
I know
calculate
what
that.
they have, an altimeter, but we can't. You, in your train of thought, you can't verify that that's accurate because you
Exactly.
can't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
use a measuring tape.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Even if a plane tells you it's 30,000 feet in the air, you are saying we can't trust that unless we pull out a measuring stick.
Which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard of.
Well, no, because you're taking away from at least we can take a measuring device to give us that measurement. But when
Measure
was a
what?
plane? But
What
when was a
measuring device?
plane by Mars? But when was a plane at the sun? When was this measuring device accurately? Get what I'm
You-
saying?
Hang on,
You've
Apocryphon.
just
The only
gone.
difference
You've just
between
gone right off your kitchen table there, bro.
yeah, the only
I'll
difference
give it to
between
you.
Mars and a plane is that Mars is way further away from Earth's surface than a plane is.
But again, the plane is physical measurement. Our
No.
plane
What
has a
physical
device on it.
We never. Uh huh.
Our
Let me just
plane
give it
has
to
a
you.
device on it that can give us a measurement. But you have a sun. No one's flown next to the sun with a device on a plane.
No,
Get what I'm saying?
Apocryphon. We believe that they worked out the distance to Mars through
Math and all
measuring
that.
the Earth,
Exactly.
then measuring the Moon, then guessing about sizes and distance,
I
pre-assuming,
get that.
then carrying on doing calculations for
I
hundreds
get
of years,
that. I
and
get
then
that.
deciding, I think this is roughly how far Mars is. And
And you know,
because we trust the system, we
you know
believe in
the
it.
prop.
We don't have
and-
to measure it.
And
trust me.
Don, no, hold on though, Don. You know what I find interesting? I love to look back at history because once upon a time, the sun was only 3 million miles away in history. Take away.
Dude, just very quickly, it was
Okay.
once 3 million miles away. That's 2,000 years ago when they had an excuse to think that. Today, you do not have an excuse to think that.
Okay. So here's my argument.
You don't have one.
Hold on. In 2,000 years from now, what do you think the distance from the sun will be? If we've grown from 3 million to 93 million, what do you think that measurement? See, here's what's funny.
96 million.
Here's what's funny. We in today's world, we know everything in our mind. We're all smart and we know the answers. We know the answer to the test. But guess what, buddy? But guess what? Who wrote the test? A man. A man told you it's 93 million miles. Get it right. You get the answer right. You answer B because answer A was 40 million and answer B was 93 million and answer C was 10 million. And when the child answers answer B 93 million, he's correct. But guess what? In 500 years from now, it won't be 93 million miles away because we would have advanced so specifically and prolifically, and we will be so much smarter. And everybody from 2023 was stupid because they didn't have the right instruments and they had the right technology. But here's what I'm trying to tell you guys right now. Everybody that's a baller. First of all, I love you guys. Second of all, everything you know is nothing compared to the creator of this universe that you call a universe. And I wouldn't say the universe is 93 trillion billion miles away in light years, whatever. I would say that it is exactly what he said it is in the book of Isaiah and the book of Psalms and the book of Jeremiah and the book of Job. That's all I'm saying. The
Okay,
scriptures. Okay,
You
go ahead.
just- Sorry, you just said it right there. It would have been way easier for a creator to make the universe it's like rolling up snowballs to write hundreds and thousands of pages in 3 books.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Think about that. Just check yourself.
Yeah, no,
Think
no, I
about
hear
that.
you. I hear you. So think about this. Okay, do you know the book of Revelations?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I know
in the
of
book
it.
of Revelations, if you're a believer, if you're not a believer, then I guess I'm just talking to a brick wall. But if you're a believer, it speaks about in Revelations that he rolls up the stars like a scroll. Now, if in your world of a heliocentric model exists,
Which is far more simple than a flat Earth, but carry on.
then you cannot roll up the stars as a scroll because let's think about it logically. What is a scroll? A
Well,
scroll rolled
think-
out is a flat piece of paper, a papar, as it says. Like
no,
so,
it would be a multiple banana shaped thing, but if the creator was to roll up the stars above the flat Earth, it would turn into a cone.
well, okay. So
thought about
guess
that,
what?
have
So guess what? In a ball Earth explanation, the stars. Okay. I'm gonna be a baller for a second. Okay.
No, I
The
doubt it.
stars at the north of my basketball Earth are gonna be one straight path scroll paper, but to Australia, to the South Pole, that's another flat, plain, straight. And guess what? To the left side and the right side of my ball Earth, we now have so many different scrolls going on because
Yeah.
it's no longer a scroll. Because guess what? In the
I'm in
scriptures,
New
he
Zealand,
says,
bro. It's not that hard to understand.
It's just a
okay,
metaphor, right? The scroll, anyways. Whatever shape the stars are, you could just roll it up and somehow magic it into a scroll.
Here's what I'm pointing out, guys. Here's what I'm pointing out, fellas. That when he says that I roll up the heavens like a scroll, the heavens being the stars, which he placed in the firmament, going back to Genesis, he placed them in the firmament. Now, guess what? If you have a ball Earth, there's no rolling up of stars like a firmament because the bottom side of the Earth is a whole nother scroll, right? Like, wake up.
Scroll, you just have to cut it down the middle first.
Oh, come on, man. Now you're just being blasphemous.
It's in the AE map, right? It's a projection of a globe on a.
I don't like, honestly. Okay, let me say this right now.
I'm not trying to hang on you like you believe it. I'm just saying you've seen it before.
Let me tell you right now.
Yeah,
Let me tell you right now.
On
Let me tell you right now.
flat surface, and you could roll an AE map up into a scroll easily. So you
Okay,
could do
hold
that
on.
with a celestial sphere.
Okay, hold up, though.
I
It'd be
reckon
like a wrap, like
hang
a
on.
McDonald's wrap.
Let me say this.
I reckon you've watched the 200 proofs, which there's only none, and you've gone, holy fuck, that blows my mind. And then now, for some reason, you believed it, and now you're off on one, and you can't believe anything that contradicts it. Carry on.
Are you saying? Hold on. I'm sorry. Are you saying that I've watched something called 200 Proofs?
I bet you $100,000 that you have.
False. That is
Cool.
not what brings me to this pulse. I'm sorry. That's not what brings me to this point.
Of course, you can't prove that, but
I'm going to say this. If I'm a believer, and that's my premise.
Yeah.
I look to the book of Job. I look up to the book of Job. I look up to the book of Isaiah. I look up to the book of Jeremiah, and alike, and so many other scriptures. If you click on my name, you'll see a list of scriptures That is why I believe what I believe. But with that being said, there is no way, shape, or form in my mind. And again, I will respectfully say this is my mind. I don't expect anybody to believe it in one way or another. But this is a world that cannot be measured in the depths and the lengths and the widths. And once you try to be a man and say, you're agreeing to what another man told you, because let's be honest with ourselves, you only believe what you've been told and taught. So once another man told you this,
That was the straw man from the hour ago.
Just
that I
said it.
debunked.
okay,
We
so
think about stuff after being told it, whereas you just read it in a book and believe.
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I honestly agree with Don. I agree with you. Guess what? I will 1000% agree with you. Guess what? I've been told by the scriptures of our Father, our Creator, but an atheist will come around and be like, hey, those are wrong, right? And I'll say, like, well, no, you're wrong. And now I'm like a baller, right? I'm now saying you're a liar and I'm right. No different than a baller saying you're a fucking flat earther and I'm right. It's a ball.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree to that. I will put my cards on the table and say, you got me. But I stand on a spiritual, a doctrination that says, according to scriptures, that this is clearly an immovable plane.
And that's exactly what you just said, is that you are right. You've never said that you can't be wrong about any of it. You have to be right. What you believe is right.
Absolutely. And I know that you guys stand in the same you stand in that same
Yes.
footprint across
No.
me. We are
No,
like
completely different.
we are like two Loraxes on the Dr. Seuss book. We're not gonna go from north to south or east to west.
Dude.
We're just standing in front of each other. I agree to that.
Dude, no, dude. You've never said once that you could be wrong. I've said from April the 15th, 2015, that if the Earth's flat and you provide the evidence, I'll be a flat earther.
Okay.
Hasn't happened.
Okay.
17
So okay, with that being
7
said,
years.
okay, with that being said, I'm not telling you that it's flat, by the way. I will.
No. But what you're saying is what you believe is right, and you can't be wrong.
You said it's a bowl base.
Because it's a belief. I agree to that. But here's the thing, though. I'm not. This is where a lot of ballers get me wrong. I'm not saying it's flat.
You are. A bowl basin has level top to it. If you get rid of the mountains and fill it with water, isn't it?
Here's my point. Here's my point.
That's a
My point is this.
with flat on the top.
My point is this, and I want you to hear me loud. That we don't know. We don't know, and we will never know the shape of the earth that we stand upon, that we live upon. And I'll tell you where I get that from. Because in the scriptures,
it could be a globe, you're saying.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Go ahead.
You're on the fence.
Stop saying ball. Stop saying ballers. Ballers has to do with making money. Just say Glover. Okay, you got that wrong.
Got Street 5 Glover.
Yeah, Globers. You're right. Globers. So
sorry to offend you.
With what I just said, what I mean by that is that we don't know and we will never know, because guess what? The day that we know the true shape of the earth, in the scriptures that I wholeheartedly believe in, that we will not be here. Because he says that I will take man from Israel if they can come to these equations of the depths and the lengths and the widths and the heights. He says it specifically in scripture.
Holy fuck. I can't believe that.
Don't believe it. If you want to, that's
Let
fine.
me respond
But
to that.
it
I'm
is
just taking a
scriptural.
piss.
Let me respond to that. It does say in the Bible that you can't measure the earth. It does say that in Job. Who can measure the earth? Who can measure the lines of the earth? Nobody. So,
we've
what he's
done
saying
that,
is,
Godric. It's 69 miles per degree of latitude. We've done it.
No, that's all. That's
Been
all,
done.
man. That's man. That's man. That's man. That's
Been
man
done.
telling you.
let me respond to
Hang
that.
on,
Let me
hang on,
respond
hang
to
on,
that.
hang
Let me
on.
respond to that.
Do we want God to do that? How is God
Let me-
gonna magically
No, God's
fucking
listen,
measuring tape?
God's telling you can't do that. And what you're describing is called the appeal to authority fallacy because you can't confirm that yourself. You're trusting white lab coats to tell you what's what, and you don't know. That's
Okay,
what I'm saying.
Godric. Okay, Godric. What you're doing now is bringing out, because you can't measure it yourself, the very fact that you think that you should measure the Earth with a fucking measuring tape. That's a dumb fuck fallacy.
No, it's not. No, hold on. It's
Totally
not
is.
about.
Totally is. Sorry,
Hold on.
Gio. Sorry,
Hold on.
Gio.
Let me finish.
Totally
Let me
is.
finish. Let me finish. It's not about measuring with the measuring tape. It's about specifically talking about how man will never know the depths of the earth. And guess what? There is a point in man history that we dug 8 miles deep and they stopped.
It was
So
12 miles.
okay. We'll go with that. Hey,
Big
let's
borehole.
go with that. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with that. I don't know no better. Call me ignorant on that fact. Let's say 12 miles. But the point of that story is that man stopped at a certain position and they dug no further and they couldn't. So it goes back to the scriptures. He says, you will never know the depths
No,
or the heights
it
or the
doesn't.
width. Go ahead.
What a solipsist. Fuck that God.
Oh, well, hey, you could do you go that way too. That's fine. If you want to just
Tell me
say
I
that,
can't do
then so
stuff.
be it.
I will not worship someone like that. I can do stuff. Thank you very much.
That's fine. That's fair.
I
That you know
can
what?
measure the earth. I can
Hey,
measure whatever I want, whenever I want.
exactly. You're right. I could imagine anything too, bro. Look at
Let me
the
respond to
funny thing
Don.
about it.
I
Don,
said
let me respond
measure,
to
not
Don.
imagine.
Don,
I can
And
measure the
hang
earth
on.
if I want.
you're
Ju-
welcome to Don. You're welcome to measure stuff, but look what happened. Look what
hang
happens when men measure stuff. 3 million, 12 million, 13 million, 93 million, 103 million. You see what happens when
Godric.
man does shit?
And then we're
So you're
happy
welcome
at
to do
93
it, but
for
you're
the
never going to
moment.
be
We're
right.
happy.
Same thing Apocryphon said, you'll never be right when man does it. Okay, go.
Measuring the cosmos is a tricky business. Sometimes you have to correct yourself, obviously.
Okay,
Dawn,
so the reality
can
is
I
this.
quickly ask Godric a quick question, and whoever else is talking? So what I'm wondering is the flat Earth? Do you guys actually believe the Earth's flat, or are you just ignorant, paranoid assholes and narcissistic that you've come up with a argument that you can't be wrong and have to be right? Hence the narcissism.
I do believe myself, but I will admit that I could be wrong. It's a man could be wrong. Similar to what you said.
And let me answer now. I would say this again. I'm not saying that we know what the earth is, and we don't know the widths and the depths and the heights. We don't know it.
Do you know?
But
there's a radius.
hold on. Let me finish. But you want to say that we know the heights and the depths and the circumference and all this other stuff. You proclaim that. I don't say that.
We're just trying to save you time because 69 nautical 69 miles.
You're demonic.
per degree
You're demonic.
It's been measured. You don't have to go out and waste your time.
You're demonic.
Apocryphon, do you believe the surface of the oceans is mostly level, flat?
Absolutely, because water
There you go.
always finds
So you
flat.
do know flat.
Listen, no. Hold on. Don't try to get me in that corner. I'm saying this. I'm saying this. I'm saying this. I'm saying this. Listen, buddy.
You put yourself in that corner, big guy.
Listen, buddy. I'm saying this. A swimming pool is going to have a set water from one side to the other. according to the depths of its foundation underneath. But I don't claim that the earth is a specific depth or length or width.
I get that.
And maybe that's the
sure about-
misunderstanding.
No, I get that. You're sure that the surface is flat, though, the water.
Absolutely, because that is the
Just
physics
That's
of
enough
water.
for me to know you're a flat earther.
No. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not though. I'm not.
afraid you are.
Because guess what? Hold on. Let me throw this curveball to you. What if the Earth is a billion mile circumference? Okay, let's say that. Then what?
Yeah, it could be a huge,
Then
huge
what?
ball, so it's mostly level and flat because of that reason.
That's what I'm saying. But we don't know. But we don't fucking know. You don't know. I don't know. It's only what you've been taught. It's only what you've been said to believe in. But guess what, though? But guess what? My Father in heaven has told me you will never know. You will never know.
That's
the depths.
Solipsism.
That's fair. That's fine. But you know what? It comes down to a personal relationship, and you're either going to seek that or you're not. You're either going to believe what man. Do you remember in the scriptures where he says, "Don't take what man's commandments are for God's command, for the Father's commandments."
I don't remember any of the scriptures on purpose.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you right now in the scriptures, because guess what? Once upon a time, when Yeshua was walking the earth, our Savior, the Son of Man, the ransom sacrifice, the Lamb, was walking the earth, and the Pharisees and the Sadducees were questioning him. Now they told him certain things that this is what we do. This is how we live. This is what we're abiding by. And he said, don't take commandments of man as commandments of God, because the men were trying to force an ideology upon the people, even though God didn't instruct that. But man was forcing it in. No different than today. Man is trying to force this pseudoscience, this heliocentrism, this crazy, this imagination.
Why are you calling our cosmology crazy?
Because it is, bro. Because it is. It doesn't line up with the scriptures, bro.
But I think that about yours.
That's fine. That's fair. Hey, guess what? At the end of the day, Don. At the end of the day, Don. Guess what? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because you're gonna believe what you want to believe. It doesn't matter, because guess what? Because God has made those for the day of wrath and the day of righteousness. Those who are seeking truth and those who are fault. He says there are those who fall to the folly, to these ideologies that are they take you off the course of the straight path, and they're going to take you away from what God has created. Guess what? Go read the book of Job and come back at me. Maybe, hopefully, if you read it entirely, I pray to God that the Spirit gives you that knowledge and wisdom and understanding of what he's trying to say in those scriptures, that you may be possibly, adherent.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, I've already spoke to them and realized what they meant by the scriptures.
All right. Well, I hope for everybody listening, I hope all you guys listen, that there is something so much more deeper. And guess what? We're living in a time right now to where a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man, and men can have babies, and we are living in the days of fucking Sodom and Gomorrah.
It's crazy, especially in a day and age where a book can be a book written by a man.
Yeah, but guess what? The book that you're talking about was inspired by the creator. So guess what? Imagine if I made Earth and all that is. I'm the creator. and then I gave my wisdom.
Hang on.
Very wise.
Go ahead.
I bet you if the Creator made Earth, he didn't have time to write a book.
No, hold on. Wait, hold on. You are taken away from the prophets that he put on earth to even prophesize about the coming of the Son of Man. Do you not agree with that?
See here, big dog. I don't agree with. I don't necessarily with your Creator, but I do agree with a Creator. I've had to ask him for help a couple of times,
and I'm sure he has, because he never
and he's pulled through because I'm still fucking here.
Question.
There you go.
Yeah, I want to ask Jazza.
My Creator never had time to write a book.
Jazza.
Well, guess what?
What do you mean, Jazza? What are you talking about?
Let me ask Jazza something. Jazza, I appreciate you saying that. So tell me, why would you think there'd be a creator? Do you have some kind of information to tell us about that? That's maybe not so scientific, maybe a personal experience or something.
Well, speaking of scientific, I think that the Big Bang theory is the most likely thing, and that is the most likely thing. Hang on. The Big Bang is the most likely thing that a creator would make, because the
absolutely
Earth.
not.
Hang on.
You have to let me answer my question.
Hang on, because what I hear from, I won't say you, the flat earthers, is it doesn't make sense. The sun's 93 million miles away. It doesn't make sense. Stars are 75 million light years away. It doesn't make sense. Just because it doesn't make sense doesn't mean it's not correct. Right?
False.
That's true.
Is that
true?
Wait.
No, that's false.
Wait.
It does make sense. Doesn't mean it's correct.
Hang on. Nothing in the world has to make sense. Everything in the world, if it had to make sense to you, you would get nothing done.
But then how do we decide what's reality? Surely it's based on every man and woman's experiences on Earth. Otherwise, you're into the realms of fantasy, Jazza.
And you just answered that, Pete. If you go, oh my God, I'm walking past a shop and there's a sewing machine working. Do I know how that works? And then you've got to stop and analyze how that sewing machine works. But it doesn't work the way I think it would work.
How do you know the Earth is moving? That's a good starting point. How do you know the Earth's surface is moving? And every testimony of every man will say it isn't. And what information are you going to take which will show you and humanity the Earth is moving? Is it
I
more
see
opposed?
Hang on a second, guys. Hang on. Jazza was gonna tell us why he can believe in a creator. So don't let him get off track. Finish the question, please, Jazza.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying that from what you guys, you flat earthers, which are very far and few, you always say it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
But this is why you believe in a creator?
Just because no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying just because something doesn't make sense doesn't make it not true. And what I'm saying is, if everything in the fucking world had to make sense for the world to be true to you, you're going to get nowhere.
Or Jazzy, you're not saying anything. Can you answer the question?
There is a point in time from a young age where you have to, obviously you guys don't.
Solve problem.
But you have to be able to trust people that have done the shit for you.
Yes. The ball earthers wouldn't lie to us. The scientists, they wouldn't lie to us. Okay, it's all about trust. Yeah, fair enough.
Exactly.
And you build up how to trust. Who wouldn't?
And you just said,
do you trust yourself? Hang on, please. Do you trust yourself? Have you ever felt the Earth's surface to move? Because if you haven't, then you're a flat earther.
Pete, you just said trust. I said there's a point where you have to trust people, and you said, how can you trust people? So the main point I would say that in every flat earther is that you're fucking paranoid as
How do
fuck.
you listen, bud? 1 second, Jazza. You keep on saying the same thing like Dawn for years on end. I feel
No,
it's
it's
But let me
true.
say this. Let me say this. We all grow up in life, and we all. 1 second, please. We all grow up in life, and lots of the people we've learned that we should trust, we come later on to feel that we don't trust. So my question to you is, how do we know
You
who we
just
should
said
trust
it.
then?
Pete,
How do you know
Pete,
who we should trust in this controversial arena?
But how do you not know how to know who to trust? How do you not know that as an adult already? How have you not worked out who's good to trust and who isn't
speaking
already?
over me where I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, Pete?
Now, and I get muted, right, Dawn? Because you're incapable of fucking thinking. That's my fault, isn't it?
Calmly, I'm sorry. How have you not worked out already who to trust and who not to trust when you're an adult?
So we don't trust the scientists. We don't trust NASA. We don't trust officialdom. We don't trust governments.
Okay, well, let's see if we can help you then.
Yeah, corporations. Yeah, you with me?
Jazza, do you trust the scriptures, or you're not a believer in scriptures?
I've never read them, but I'm not a non-believer.
Okay, so maybe if you have a belief, because you adhere to science and academia, and maybe if you turn to a scripturally side of things and explanations, maybe you might change your view of what is our reality and what is the creation around us and the explanations of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just saying.
Scientists have told him. The scientists have told him there's no intervention as God. This is what ball earthers are. This is what ball earthers are coming along saying more and more now. Is that I accept the idea of the creator, at least in potential, but it's the creator that created the Big Bang and left everything then to its own devices after creating the initial laws. It's hilarious.
Welcome to Jesuit.
Sorry, go Dawn.
I'm saying, Pete, yes, things change. Most people believe in God and a globe now. I'm sorry that's happened, but it's real.
Yeah, it's a true fact.
But here's what I want to point out though, is that it's interesting because in I think it's 1511, the Bible itself, or maybe 1611, because we're in 2023. In 1611 or maybe 1511, I don't remember the dates, but
so
they
4,000 years ago.
But they changed King James, yeah.
But they changed the Bible. Everywhere it said round, they changed it to sphere, and it was agenda, and they pushed it, and they were trying to make the people believe no different than today's society.
No.
I'm sorry, what?
No. Do you not see in reality? We see the sun go down. We see the sun rise. They don't change angular size. That would give us indication that the sun's spinning. That the Earth's spinning. Sorry.
I was gonna say, okay, yeah.
And can I just point out, the date is interesting.
Go ahead, Pete. Fuck's sake.
Because you're saying nothing, Jazz, as usual, but the date is interesting. 1611, the last work of Shakespeare was written then, The Tempest, and of course Shakespeare had the Globe Theatre. He's talking about the King James translation of the Bible. Jazza, you can get in, say nothing, off you go. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
Pete, I didn't say anything about the date.
But hear me out though. Hear me out. You're saying that the sun setting and the moon setting and all these optical, phenomenons that we see, that makes you believe what you've been taught.
Well, no, they're not really phenomenons if they happen consistently every day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know, but it's still an optical thing, though. It's still an optical thing. So here's what I'm saying.
Phenomenons happen every now and again.
Okay. So here's what I'm trying to point out. Hear me out. I'm trying to point this out.
Go for it.
When you have this particular sun and moon when you look through it through like a solar flare, right? I'm sorry, not solar, a solar lens, and you see the
I know what
sun,
you're going for.
and you see it really really small, as opposed to it being really really big when it's in the sky, because the what they call atmospheric lensing, because it amplifies the light, right? And it looks really really big, but yet but once you put that filter on, it's really small. So when you have these things going off in the distance, it does represent a shape that is getting smaller in the distance. If you look through it here's what's funny. About 4 years ago.
This is going to be funny. Carry on.
Yeah, about 4 years ago, Zanuck, you know Zanuck, right? Everybody knows Zanuck. About 4 years ago, Zanuck brought up the argument that the sun is really, really big in Africa. Okay, humongous. It's really big.
I beat you. The sun was on the horizon.
Yeah. You're right. And he said it's really, really big. But the reality is,
why would it look big on the horizon? I don't know.
Well, here's the reality of it: is that the sky, as we look through it, is no different than like a magnification, because you have to realize that there's water in the atmos, and it amplifies an object. It makes it look way bigger than what actually is. That's why if you use a solar lens, it makes it really small. It will reduce the size.
The sun stays the same size. Yeah. Okay.
So the sun, when you look at the sun through an optical lens or a solar lens, it's actually the same size as the moon.
Same size all day.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So hold on though. Hold on. Let me finish.
Shut up, Dawn.
Let me finish.
Monologuing.
No. I'm not monologuing. Just let me finish. I'm like 1 sentence away from me ending. Just hear me out. So the sun, when you look through it through a solar lens, it is the exact same size as the moon. Now, to those that believe in God and believe in scriptures, and let's go back to the book of Enoch, he said that the sun and the moon are typically the same size. So once you kind of grasp that reality, you'll see that the sun in a distance is no different than the moon in a distance. They're the same size, regardless of however you want to spin it.
The only two things in our sky that are the same size. Maybe one is a reflection of the other. Who knows? Weird stuff is possible.
Pete, can I propose an idea? Because you said you're not sure how. You asked who can we trust, so that makes me think you're not sure how we know who to trust or who could be good.
I was talking about Jazz's statement. We learned early on in life to learn to trust people. We have to do that. Jazz is telling us we have to trust the scientists, the people who are telling us.
I'm following up your response and saying maybe as a group we can discuss how to know who's worth trying to trust. Right?
Well, if there's potentially untrustworthy members within the group, I don't think that much success might come from it.
Is that Don talking?
If you start with the assumption everyone's a liar, Pete, you're never going to be able to trust anyone ever again, are you?
Who's talking right now? Is that Don?
It's amazing how little you fucking add to conversations, Don.
Who's talking right now?
It's me. I'm trying to start a new conversation.
Are you Don? Are you Don?
Trust people. Yes.
Okay, Don. Don. Hold on, Don. It's not about trusting people. It's about trusting God. Like, wake up.
Oh, holy fuck.
God doesn't describe what Earth is meaningfully for Pete. Pete needs to be able to trust some men.
You know what? Here's the problem.
Some ideas.
Here's the problem. We are trusting men. Guess what? We trusted Fauci. Okay. And we all know now.
Maybe me and 2 years can help you.
2 years later. Hold on. Hear me out. 2 years later, we found out that Fauci is full of shit. So do you still want to trust man? Do you still want to trust man?
Well, the
rabbis to write a book 2,000 years ago, don't you, dude? So you have a form of trust for men.
Alistair Crowley, Dawn,
no, but
right?
but hold on though. But the book was inspired by the Spirit. The book of Fauci was not inspired by the Spirit. Hold on, no. I gotta stop you there, bro. I gotta shut you up because that's fucking bullshit. The book of Fauci was the book of man. The book of the Bible was the book of the Spirit. Come on, bro. Don't play me like that, bro. Come on. The spiritual aspect of the Bible is always been true and null and void. If you want to believe otherwise, then you're not a true believer.
No, it hasn't. I believe in a higher power. Why do people get killed on the road every day?
Because that is what is.
How is God intercepting that?
Because he uses it for his glory. Do you not know when they asked him in the scriptures, and he said that man was made for the day of wrath, and man was made for the day of righteousness, isn't it? For his glory.
It's pretty shit scriptures.
Hey, I didn't write them. But I also agree with you.
I know,
but you know what? I question it too. I question it too.
If you were God, would you save everyone?
I question it too.
Your questions are stupid, man.
I've got another question for you, Pete.
Will you let Apocryphon just get his point out? What's wrong with all these antagonists coming in, chopping and changing and fucking denying?
We were talking here before you about different stuff, Pete. We're not antagonizing you, are we?
Why don't you deal with what Apocryphon has to say rather than continually changing topic?
Anyway, I'm out, Pete. I'm out doing more kitchen.
Okay, have a good night. God bless you, by the way.
Guys. See you tomorrow.
Pete, if you can't trust anyone, maybe you could help me understand how you are going to know things.
Trust yourself. Follow a fucking truthful path, and God, and trust God.
You're asking a lot.
To lead you in the right direction. Ultimately, Dawn, you're a ball earther consistently for 6 years, and you're a liar. You're a liar. Now, the reason why you're a liar is because you show no objection. Stop talking, man, with your fucking nasal voice.
Fuck off, dude. I'm not going to let you call me a liar and then be all polite.
I'm not going to let you call me nasal either.
Every time you come in and defend it for 6 years, there's no questions whatsoever that you have given to question the ball. That tells me you're a liar. You're playing your part.
Hey Don. Let me say this to you. I'm not okay. He may call you a liar, but I'm not gonna call you a liar. I'm just gonna call you a person that is perpetuating these lies.
It's okay to think I'm a liar. I think you're liars, but if we just sit here calling each other,
I want to hear you, Don. I want to hear you talking.
We still won't have a discussion. We have to get over the fact we think we're lying.
Don, did God create the earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did he put the pillars for the foundations? Yes or no?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so let me educate you. So our Father in heaven, he created the earth and the foundations, and he set it upon his platform. And in the stars and the skies that we know them to be, he stretched them out like a tent above. It's called a firmament. And not only that, but he also made this earth unmovable. And not only that, he also told us that the stars in the sky and the light that in the sky, along with the moon and the sun, are for the seasons and the times, so that which we know them, and everything that revolves around us and on its circuits, right, in a circular movement, so that we may know them and we may understand them, so we may know the days to celebrate from this holiday.
I'm start reading the Satanic Bible if you're not careful.
Okay, so you're saying satanic? So you're saying the Bible's satanic?
I'm going to read my Satanic Bible because you're reading the Bible and monologuing.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear it. Go ahead, please. Read it.
The angel of self-deceit is camped in the souls of the righteous. The eternal flame of power through joy dwelleth within the flesh of the Satanist.
Okay.
Blessed are the mighty-minded, for they shall ride the whirlwinds. Cursed are they who teach lies for truth and truth for lies, for they are an abomination.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
That is oh my God, that is such a great scripture, because you know what that does? That is totally completely what ballers do. You know what that reminds me of? Have you ever read Peter when he says
Loads of times behind my back, cunt.
when he says that they promise you freedom, yet they themselves are enslaved in sin. Understand what you're saying right now, because everything you just spoke is exactly what a baller does day in and day out, because it's going against the creation of our creator.
If you want to know the context, it refers to Christians.
Again,
that's a twist in the tail.
Again, I'm telling you that what
I'll
you
apply
just spoke.
I'll apply it to flat earthers.
I'm just saying what you just spoke. What you just spoke is exactly what happens, because you have to realize this, Don, that you live in a world that's fallen, and the adversary has taken you so far off the track of what our Father has created, that you believe in your whole heart, mind, and soul that we're spinning at a certain speed around the sun, at a certain speed around the Milky Way, that certain speed in a universe at a certain speed, and you wholeheartedly believe that all this is happening in an infinite, vast universe that's expanding. Yet on the sixth day, he said, "It is done."
I've got some more for you. Are you ready? Some evidence of a new satanic age. The 7 deadly sins of the Christian church are greed, pride, envy, anger, gluttony, lust, and sloth. Satanism.
Tell me where I file that.
Hang on, dude. I'm reading. Satanism advocates indulging in each of these sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, or emotional gratification.
I agree.
Oh.
I agree. And you know what? Another thing that they don't talk about is how man in today's world has taken you far away from our Father's word originally. And you can accept that, or you don't accept that. But I pray that you do accept that, because you are a believer.
So
and
are you ready to
hopefully
denounce,
you're convicted.
Will you denounce the 7 deadly sins and call them normal things for humans?
What?
Will you denounce that the 7 deadly sins are bad and agree that they're normal things for humans to do sometimes?
No, I wouldn't denounce that. I would agree to that.
Get it then.
Don't
I
the
would
7
agree
deadly
to it.
sins lead to corruption?
I would 100% agree to that.
But let me
if
you lusted your neighbor's wife, right, and you allowed that, right, and then you allowed something to happen, that would not corrupt you?
But that isn't lust. That's lusting after your neighbor's wife, which is another different thing, isn't it?
That's a sin. That's literally a sin.
No, it's exactly
lust
the same
in itself is a normal human
my neighbor's
emotion.
wife.
So to call that bad is
gorgeous.
All right, Don. Look at.
Let me answer.
Go ahead, Godric. Go ahead.
How is lusting for the neighbor's wife not lust? Go.
It is lust, but it isn't lust. That isn't just what lust is. Lust is still a good thing in general, and a normal thing.
No. Hold on.
Yes, that's how you fall in love.
No. Hold on, Don. You sound like a transgender trying to justify how he's trying to be a woman when he's a man. That's what I'm
Are you a transgender trying to be a woman when you're really a man?
Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad the
just asking. I didn't throw it out there.
Right.
Don, listen to me closely, and I feel like there's this
a female name actually.
Don, listen to me closely, and I feel like there's this spirit ruling inside of me to tell you this, that you are fully convinced in your own mind according to what you've been taught and indoctrinated in your teaching and schooling, as we all have been. And you stand on a platform of truth in your own mind, even though it's not. It's a falsehood. It's a lie. And now you are here in this Discord right now defending a position that does not agree or is in accordance with the Spirit, with God, with the Bible, with the truth, because it is a demonic doctrine. And that's okay, because at least you have grace, you have salvation, you have a foundation that our Father in heaven has sent his only begotten Son to die for those that sin against him. And this disgustingly indoctrination that you stand by for now, maybe it'll change later, but is going against our Father's will and
You ready for
word.
more?
Hopefully you change. Hopefully you change. Go ahead. Let me hear it.
During white magical ceremonies, the practitioners stand within the pentagram to protect themselves from the evil forces which they call upon to help. To the Satanist, it seems a bit two-faced to call on these forces for help while at the same time protecting yourself from the very powers you have asked for assistance. The Satanist realizes that only by putting himself in league with these forces can be fully and hypocritically utilize the powers of darkness to his best advantage.
You know that reminds me of? Everything you just said. Everything you just said is so comical to me, and I'll tell you why. Because there's a scripture.
That's the point. Yeah.
I know, but hear me out. There's a scripture that says, "Woe to he that calls good evil and evil good." So exactly what you just said.
Don, we had a discussion like this a while back. So you believe in magic, right?
Yes.
So you believe in dealing with these quote unquote dark forces, right? Is okay.
You don't have to. That's just one term for them, but yeah.
So you're
Woe
saying
to he.
wait. You're saying there's no good or bad. It's just what it is. It's just
forces. It's generally what I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
well, hang on a second.
I hear what you're saying.
Wait. Question, Don. So, is there not demonic spirits? Is there not possession? Is there not evil?
I believe there is evil spirits and good spirits, but I believe most of it's a generality, and the idea of calling upon some of it, whatever you choose to, just an idea. And you are asking for help. But even though I read that part, I don't believe that. I would still protect myself if I was ever to call it on a demon.
It's like you're on the razor's edge. If you really believe that, you're playing with fire.
It's not. I don't really believe it. It's more like a spiritual role play to help ground myself.
Have you played with the Ouija board? Wait. Don, have you played with the Ouija board?
No, I haven't played with one. We've got a pendulum board, which is like the more original version.
Have you got a result from that?
Yes, I have actually.
So you tapped into the spirits?
It wiggled on my finger and said yes or no.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, that was mine.
I believe it's a literal.
So you doubt. So you've dealt with the spirits, even though the scriptures tell you to not deal with such nonsense.
Yeah,
because
I don't read the scriptures.
Okay. So here's what's funny though. I want to tell you this though, Don. Even though you've done that, there's still a sacrifice that's been made for you for doing so. And you're either going to accept that and want to draw away from that and draw closer to that which was sacrificed for you in doing so, or not. And you know what?
I don't believe a Jew did anything for me.
You don't believe what?
Jew did anything for me.
Who did nothing for you? What? I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood.
Jesus.
Well, his name's not Jesus, but you're saying Yeshua. You're saying he didn't do nothing for you?
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think he did anything for me.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So okay, so you are in a position to where you don't believe that the ransom sacrifice did nothing for you, but maybe I will look at it as that is a demonic, you know, understanding to push you away from God's wholeheartedly attempt to bring you closer to him. And that's fair. That's fine. If you don't want to believe that, that's fine. That's on you. That's okay. Because again, it says in the scriptures that those were made for the day of righteousness, and those were that were made for the day of wrath. I'm not saying that you are one way or another, but that's totally up to you and God. And I have no, power over that because you're gonna be who you're meant to be, regardless. You get what I'm saying? I mean, all I'm saying is that it would probably be better for you if you want to strive to be made for the day of righteousness opposed to the day of wrath, because that is not a pretty picture if you are on that scale, the day of wrath.
I don't
And
believe
I
in
feel like
duality that much either.
what?
I don't believe at the end of time we're all going to be split into good and bad people.
So you've never heard about
There's good and bad in everyone.
So
That's
you
right.
never heard about sifting the wheat from the chaff? You never heard about that?
144,000, the Jews, and then everyone else dies. Yeah, I've heard of that. It's horrible.
No.
Against the Jews,
Hold
What
on.
don't you like about the
Wait, hold on.
Jews?
Hold on. No. I'm not talking about the 144. I'm talking about shifting the wheat from the chaff. You never heard about that?
That's what the Torah says about how they're going to destroy us.
So when you say us, are you already accepting that you are part of the destroyed?
A non-Jew. That's what I mean by us, me and you.
No, but no, hold on, no. It's not about being non-Jew, because remember, when Christ came, we are now grafted in, and now there's no Jew or Gentile.
I'm not being
We are the
adopted by the
same.
Jews, and I think it's embarrassing that you want to be
I want to be what?
adopted by the Jews.
No, embarrassing? Wait, hold on. The scriptures tell me. No, wait. The scriptures tell me that we are now grafted in as stepchildren, as like, what are you
Adoptees to
talking
the
about?
family.
So you're not part of the family, and that's fair. If you don't feel yourself a part of the family, that's fair. I'll accept it, and then we can move forward. That's okay.
My
gonna.
point is, why would you ever want to be part of that family?
A part? What a family? What are you talking about?
The Jewish, Israel, Yahweh family.
Well, the family that's being explained here is those that believe in the Messiah, because he has died for your sins. It has nothing to do with their traditions. It has nothing to do with everything that they have, accepted, because their forefathers are totem and the 614 different, laws that you had to follow. No, Yeshua came and put that all to rest and said, it's not about that. It's about you believing and calling upon him, because that's what's going to save you. So if you want to believe differently, that's fine. That's fair. It's what you want to do. But I'm just saying, why would you not want to be a part of a family that is to be saved because of the ransom sacrifice from the savior of the people? Why? Why wouldn't you want that?
The options. What's the alternatives for Dawn Apocryphon? Can we just sort of bow? Can Dawn live a normal life? Just say try not to harm anyone, just appeal to basic reasonable tendencies, and then make a truce.
Let me tell you this.
Wait. Hang on. He's living a normal life, right? With the Satanist Bible in his hand, right? Considering demonic forces and playing with occultic pendulums. Is that right?
I'm saying, okay, outside of that, just in general, if he was aware of both sides, Godric, right? But can you just live a normal life and try to get involved with any of these? Because it's all open to interpretation as well as a story that's told that we weren't there. But hang on, please. Apocryphon, I was asking, what are the consequences? I don't think you can live like that, right? If you don't accept Jesus as the Savior, then you're burned in the eternal fires or something like that.
Let me tell you this, that as it is written, there will be people that are first, and because they were last, and the last will be first. And the reality is that
you said the same thing twice there, actually.
No, it says that the first will be last and the last will be first. So, and the reality is that it's not about those that are living a beautiful life and they're not murdering and they're not raping and they're not stealing and they're not doing this and this and that and that and that. The reality is that there's going to be people that will be saved and redeemed that you would not think that what they would be. And those that you would think that were, because they're let's say, for instance, I'm a preacher in a church and I'm doing, I'm like, I'm casting out demons in God's name and I'm, bringing people to Christ. But guess what? They're not going to be saved because God knows their heart, because their heart was far from them. They loved God with their lips, but not from their heart. That's why he says, get away from me. You love me with your lips, but not from my heart. He said, I never knew you. So guess what? You're going to have a lot of people that are going to be like, oh, I love you, I believe in you, but they lived a life of sin. And they're never going to be in his
That's not what I'm talking about here. I wasn't talking about extremes. Imagine a man, for instance, accepted the goodness of God into his heart, or the recognition of the difference between good and bad, and lived what you would call a good life, but just never got involved with the religious aspect of things, maybe appreciating that there was a higher power. Then what is the fate for that man? What is the fate for that person?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's going to be people in heaven that you would not expect, because there are some people, believe it or not, that they are more Christian than Christians.
Okay.
They are more Christ-like than people that believe in Christ. And that's the reality.
You saying that even though I played with the pendulum, I could go to heaven anyway?
You could be there. You could be first in line, Dawn.
That's up to God. That's not to me. I'm not a judge. He said, judge not lest you be judged. I'm not trying to tell you, Don, that what you do in your practice, because guess what, Don? You might love God to where you give to the poor. You give to the needy. You sacrifice your own body for somebody that's in need. But guess what?
Skip from loving God into giving stuff to people.
I'm sorry, what?
You skipped from loving God to giving stuff to people, which to me seems like two different things.
No, it's the same thing. Want to know why? Because you giving yourself to somebody is doing God's work.
Because Jews told you.
What?
The Jews at 9/11.
Jews told you to give stuff to everyone.
I'm sorry, what? What'd you say?
You said you want to know why loving God is the same as giving stuff to people, and I'm joking.
Let's clarify.
Jews told you?
Clarify.
No, I'm saying that you doing for another person is doing God's work.
Good
work, yeah, good work.
John's saying that he's not down with helping others, right? Like satanic verses are like not about helping other people, correct?
Yeah, I've got the verse for you. Satanism represents self-indulgence rather than wasted love on ingrates.
You know what that reminds me of? Listen. If you're not doing things out of love, then you're not doing things out of God. from God's perspective. It says that you're like a clanging cymbal if you don't do things from love. Now, guess what? If you're doing things for your own
Oh no,
purposes, well, yeah,
doing
you're
things
right.
from love.
You're not doing it from God. You're
No,
right.
doing things from love. I agree with that. I just don't know about giving stuff to people.
Giving, I'm not telling you to go give everybody your food and and that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying when you can, when you're presented for instance.
Oh, I agree with this then. Yeah, I agree.
For
Hang
instance,
on, wait, let's clarify. Wait, Pocketphone, let's clarify. Don, the story of the Good Samaritan, you're familiar, right?
Not with
The
all
dude,
of it. No.
the dude with the horse walked down the trail. The guy beat the shit on the ground, all fucked up. Samaritan helped him to the town. Do you agree with that, or no?
Yes, I definitely agree. If the opportunity comes up and you can help, it's very good to try.
Okay, good. Continue.
I just wanted to make a distinction between me having a loving relationship with what I think is God and charity, which is like something Christians tell you should do as part of loving God.
all right, but you do realize though that this relationship that you have is going to be hard. It's not necessarily smooth paved and beautiful and accepting.
We don't know what it is. It's hard to have a relationship with it.
Well, I mean, you can be a nice guy but a piece of shit at the same time. So it's all coming down to you accepting that. Don't be a piece of shit. Be a nice guy, and that's it. Like you don't defer to it. You don't try to don't be anything other than that. And once you can be a good person and be a good citizen and be a good friend, brother, son, whatever, uncle, whatever. But at the same time, like if you're gonna go around and spread these falsehoods that are evil and demonic.
What?
And what I mean by that is you're taking away from God's creation, then maybe you got to question yourself.
Well, the same way you think I spread false information like the globe, I think you spread false information like the Bible.
Okay. So the Bible's false information to you, even though you're a believer?
Really bad, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Hey, that's okay. I would rather judge on the error of God being real and the creator than the opposite. So that's okay. I'll take that. I will scrape that plate. No worries. I'm just saying. Like, I would rather teach people the scriptures.
We all think each other has false information, but we still like to talk.
The false information is this, bro. The world is not floating through space at millions of miles per hour in the universe that's infinitely expanding. That's the falsehood. Wake up.
It might be.
What?
Hey, why don't you question it, Dawn? Dawn, I haven't heard you question the globe Earth once in 5 or 6 years that I've known you. So where's your truth in this? Are we all fucking insane here? I'm either insane for continuing to deal with you because you remember, who do we trust? I'm certainly not going to trust someone who has no questions to ask, Dawn, and remains in a stable position throughout their time here. But do you understand my position here, though? Do you understand why I say that?
I'd like to speak on it. Every time you tell me you haven't questioned the globe, I tell you, yes, I did for 4 years, for the whole time.
But I don't hear you questioning it right now. I've never heard you question it from the time I know you. So
I'm
talking, man. Hey, listen, bud. I'm talking, and when I'm talking, I can't hear what you're saying. So let me finish my sentence. I've never heard, whatever you questioned beforehand, you never went through it with me. All I've ever heard from you is just the basic defense of the ball. That's all.
No, what I'm telling you is I have thought about it and rediscovered why I know it's a globe, but I haven't ever taken the position like you and Merle and other flat earthers where I say, well, how do we know this? Why is that? I don't do that with other people. I did that in my head before I decided if I knew it was a globe.
do you know the Earth is moving? Tell us right
How do I
now.
know?
How do you know? How do you know the Earth is
It's a
moving?
really simple answer. I'll tell you how. Because I see the sky moving, and I know the model.
The best you can do, though.
I know the model. I know the model explains why the sky is moving.
That's fair enough, but all models are not correct. All models are not correct, and especially if there's an intent to deceive, Dawn. You're talking about the devil and the devil's realm. If there's an intent to deceive, then surely your wherewithal will tell you, well, I could be lying about these basic considerations. You have to look at the sky now to notice that the Earth is moving. Get the fuck out of here, Dawn.
No, I didn't have to. I decided that was my easiest way to know Earth was moving. By knowing
So Don,
knowing the model,
that's a truther for you. That's a satanic Bible believer truther.
So Don, let me say it this way: if you believed the indoctrination of the Earth is spinning in its infamous, infinite vacuum.
Why did you have to phrase it as indoctrination and then straw man it?
Well, hold on though, just hear me out. If you believe that, that's okay. That's what you believe.
I know.
And let me share this with you right now before I stop speaking. You have been chosen to believe that. And nothing's going to take you away from that belief. But
I told you, if you have evidence that's convincing.
Hold on. No, there's plenty of evidence, Don. There's plenty of evidence
that I find convincing.
Okay. And hold on, Don. Here's the thing. If you were meant to see the truth, you would see the truth. But it's clear to me that you are not meant to see the truth. And here's the hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Because you're not meant to see the truth, that's not up to me to try to convince you otherwise, nor anybody else.
Why have you been there?
It is only up to God to show you the same way he showed everybody else that sees that you are wrong. Now, you can stay in your position
that
of being.
Already happened.
Hold on, though. Hold on. You can stay in your position and your belief, but just know this: that we have all been chosen to see the truth, and you don't see the truth, and that's okay. That's okay, and I'll tell you why it's okay. Because we're nobody.
No,
we are nobody.
You're wrong.
We are nobody to state you being wrong.
You've been lied to by Satan about the Earth.
Hey,
now you've just repeated it to me.
Okay. You can say what you want. You can say that's fine. That's fair. But I'm telling you right now, everything you're saying is against the scriptures that you say you believe in. And that's okay. That's all right. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that that's something that you have to sleep with, that you have to wrestle with. And I pray and I love you. I pray that you come to an understanding that you have been lied to, and that you come to that realization.
You keep repeating it. I don't think I've been lied to. I think I've got the truth. I think you've been lied to.
That's fair. That's fair. Because guess what? Guess what? There's those that are made for the day of wrath, and those that are made for the day of righteousness. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Story.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. And you know what? You're gonna eventually see that end of that story, and that's okay. Hey, bro, that's all right. I'm just saying there is
die of old age and lung cancer, and then I'm going to be reborn as another human struggling on a planet full of Satanists.
Hey, there you go. The Satanists can all enjoy their life together, I guess. I don't know. They can do what they want to do. That's fine. I'm not going to hate you for that, because my father has taught me through his ransom sacrifice, his son, the Son of Man, to love and to pray for those that are lost. And that's okay. I'm not gonna change your mind. No one's gonna change your mind. If it's not meant to be, it's not gonna happen.
Shall we see what we agree on?
What was that?
Shall we see what we agree on instead of just fighting over
okay, that's fair. What do we agree on? Go ahead.
Do you believe? How do you think an actual human was made? You don't think it evolved from monkeys, right?
Absolutely not.
Me neither. So there's got to be another explanation, a more mysterious one.
Well, our Father told us. He took the dust.
He made us out of clay and breathed into us and all that.
Absolutely.
Okay, maybe we agree. It was God, the same Yahweh that built the earth.
Absolutely.
Oh no, we can't agree on human. We can't even agree on human origin.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean we can't agree? I would say we do agree because we both agree on the God's word in Genesis. Do you agree to Genesis or no?
What you think is a fallen angel, I think is humans, creators. You think Yahweh is our creator, so we have completely different idea of what we are.
Well, according to the scriptures, the fallen angels came way after the creation of man.
But I think they came before the Bible stories.
Okay, why? Humans. Why do you believe that?
Ancient aliens.
Wait, so you think that aliens made human beings?
Yeah, some type of other creature.
Okay. So with that being said, I would say that Elohim made human. So are you not accepting that aliens can equal Elohim?
Is Elohim Yahweh? Same thing.
No, it's not actually.
So Yahweh made humans through Elohim, using the Elohim.
Yes, exactly. So Yahweh was the Father, and Elohim is the mighty ones. It's the ones under the Father. But actually, in scriptures, it is one with the Father, with an ideology, with in concept.
Could we agree that the God of the universe used a higher ancient creature to create humans?
Yes, exactly. Now we're getting to Gnosticism. Yes, I agree with that. I do believe that there is because remember he said, let us make man in our image, right? Our meaning plural, meaning us, right? Get me wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Yes or no?
No, I've heard that line. Yeah, they wanted to sort of make something that looked like them. That's what I believe that means.
Okay, so let's fast forward. Now you have human beings. Now you have corruption because human beings fell to the corruption because the corruption was already established in the earth that was created by the creator. So now you have man being manipulated by corruption, and fast forward later, you now have ideologies that takes away from creation, and we have this opportunity within our bodies to be of gods, as it's written in Isaiah. We are all of God, but man has siphoned that. They've taken that away from us, and they made us to believe that you're just a man or a woman or a transgender, whatever the fuck it is. But they
I identify as flat gender.
Yeah, just stop. Okay, just stop.
Hey, let me ask you something though. When you were quoting, you said he created. Let's create it. Would you say in our image? Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if all he's saying is it took him an hour to create that image, right? So when he's saying let's create it in an hour, HOUR image.
No, he said
So it took
hour.
him an hour to
Oh
create that
no,
person.
hour. OUR.
I
Hour image.
understand that. I understand that, but do you see what I'm saying though? How it could be misinterpreted as something else also?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
But even still, though, it doesn't
Are you
take
supposed
away
to say
from the
Horus with a
fact.
hard H?
Yeah, it doesn't. It still doesn't take. It still doesn't take away from the fact that man was made in their image, meaning the creators
Yes.
of all that is, because there is Elohim is plural. It means a multiple entity, if you will. So this is why language is important, the study of it.
Yeah,
And
you're down with
go ahead.
Gnosticism.
What?
Glad you're down with Gnosticism, because then
Absolutely,
absolutely,
brother, absolutely. You want to know why? Because so many people have disregarded it and taken away from it, but they don't get it. And the spirit that is has clearly, like, so like eye opening, no different than the world not being a ball, mind you.
So,
Clearly has
quickly
told
tell
us
you
what is. What
else we can
what'd you
agree
say?
on.
What'd you
After the
say?
Elohim made us, some stuff went wrong, and there was some bad guys involved.
Absolutely.
In the Elohim, and also some of us, what they created. And
well, that's why you have to read. That's why you have to read all the other books.
Their own bloodlines, and that's why.
Yep.
That's why Earth is fallen and it's full of reptilian.
Exactly. That's why you have to read the other books. Hence my name, Apocryphon, because I've read all of them, and that's why I come from a point of view of these unspoken conversations or arguments, because when you really get down to it, the ball earth, to any baller listening right now, the ball earth is a demonic distraction. And if you believe in it, that's fine. I'm not going to judge you, but you're wrong. Hands down, you're wrong. And if you really look at it, there's no evidence to your ball claim other than hold on, let me finish. There's no claim other than certain men telling you this is what is. And you're wrong, because God is superior. God is right. Bottom line.
It is a religion, yeah, but it's not a religion in the same way where the priests just say, this is how it is, and then you say, okay, and go away. It's not on the same level as that. People think, oh, does that make sense? As they go away, they think about it. And they decide to believe it.
Well, here's the reality. If you want to run along the path of heliocentrism, go ahead. Do it. But you're wrong, because that is not what God created. Bottom line. Read the scriptures, and it is what it is. Now, if you're an atheist and you don't believe in God, well then, so be it. I don't care. It is what it is. But that's not going to change the fact that the baller heliocentrism is 1000% not what God created. And if you need help, click on my name, read the scriptures, and then come back to me. We could talk about all those. Every single one of them.
Click on his name.
Yeah, click on my name.
I just want to click on his name. Hey, tell me this, bro. Tell me this. If cleanliness is next to godliness, would it be impossible for me to be beside myself?
Can I tell you this? That scripture is not accurate. It never says anywhere in the book that cleanliness is next to godliness. and I will
no, I
tell
never
you
said
right
that it
now.
did say that. I
No,
never
no,
stated
no,
that
no.
it said
That's
it.
false. False. Go Google it. Come back to me. Go
No,
Google
no,
it
no.
and come back to me.
I didn't state where I got that from. I
Nah,
simply
nah,
put. I was simply putting two different sentences together
that's
in
fair.
one.
That's fair. That's fair. But I'm telling you right now, that is not a scripture. I know scripture,
I
Bubba.
never knew.
Look at
I
my
never
name.
assumed
Look
it
at
to
my
be.
name. Look at my name. Apocryphon.
Okay.
I know the scriptures and the hidden scriptures. I
That's
know all the
cool.
scriptures. Go ahead.
That's
Go look it
wonderful.
up.
Apocryphon. Do you want to
No,
hear? Do you want to hear the extreme Gnosticism idea that
Okay.
your God Yahweh is actually the demiurge,
Yes.
Satan, and Earth is hell. There's no way out, and
Demiurge isn't Satan.
there's no way out, and you need to worship the universe instead of Yahweh to get out of it.
That is no. Hold on. What you're saying right now, that is what the Ballers Foundation is, by the way. The demiurge and the hell is being the earth. You're right. Wanna know why? Because it's a fallen earth. Honestly, it is. And
Yeah,
everything that you believe in, and
agree on
all
that.
your science and revelations of all of it, you're right. It's a fallen earth.
The implication is that your God is then the demiurge that created hell.
No. That's where I will correct you. My Father, not my God, because God in Hebrew is Baal or Lord, and that's a disrespectful name, by the way. No, that's not what I'm saying. My Father,
Baal means Lord.
it's called Abba. My Father, Abba, is the Creator. So no, He is what is and always will be and always has been. Now, if you don't want to jump aboard, that's fine. You do what you want. That's okay. Do what you want, Bubba. Do what you want. But I'm telling you, you can go ahead and run along your
We're gonna fight evil
scripts.
together. You're gonna pray, and I'm gonna do spells, and we'll fight evil together.
There you go. Guess what? What do? You do you do black magic or white magic? Let me ask you.
If I was obsessed and wanted revenge, I might do black magic, but usually never know. I wouldn't.
Well, you do realize that white magic
myself.
is more of a
Selfish white magic.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, like I know black magic and white magic. Matter of fact, my dad is all about white magic, to be honest. But white magic is on the lighter side of black magic. Not to say that he doesn't know black magic, because he does, but it's from a dark place.
Yeah, because it's not straight with God; it's with nature.
You know what? And our Father in heaven warns us against those that do use that magic, either or. So, hey, go ahead. Again, you can do what you want to do, but you would have to answer to the creator. Like, hey, do what you want to do.
It's all good in the end because we're going to be on the same team fighting evil.
Eventually, yeah, you're right. But here's the thing, though. If you're over here telling people that the world is a ball and heliocentrism is a real thing, you know what he says about that? Remember the scripture where he says, if you cause one child of his to fall, what does he say about that? He says, you're better off tying a noose around your neck and casting yourself into a lake. Think about it. Because you're defeating a man and a woman and a child.
I don't go around preaching to normal people that Earth's a globe. I only say it to you guys and my own kids. No one else.
Well, I hope you don't. I hope you don't. I hope you don't folly a man or a woman going further. I'm telling you right now, because there's a very, very specific scripture about leading people down the wrong path. And if you want to stick to that, that's fine. Maybe you're made for the day of, wrath. I don't know. I don't care. It's a God. Maybe I'm made for the day of wrath. I don't know. I'm the chief of sinners. I jack off all the time. Maybe I'm maybe I'm a bad guy. I don't know.
You're fine as long as you keep it under control.
Nah, you need to chill with that, bro.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
why don't you try and practice some
Depends on
sperm
what you do.
retention,
You
bro?
got to chill out and keep under control. Yeah.
I'm just saying. If you want
During experimentation.
to steer a man down the wrong road, then so be it. That's up to you. That's not up to me. That's up to God, bro.
You ever
So if
looked
you
into
want to
sperm
tell a
retention,
man,
bro?
what was that?
You ever looked into sperm retention?
Yeah, right. Like
Real
let me
talk,
pay for
dog.
that.
Real talk.
Turn you into the
Yeah, you're
sperminator,
right.
bro.
Real talk. I gotta
It's
practice
proven
that.
that it'll like help heal you. It'll help.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm not disagreeing with you. You're right. Like real
You
talk.
better not be watching porn, bro. I will find you, bro.
I'm just saying. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. But I'm just saying to somebody that wants to come in onto Discord and spread these continuous demonic ideologies and explanations and teachings and all this stuff that goes against God's creation, you are going to be held accountable. And hey, I'm the chief of sinners, bro. I'm sorry to admit that, but I also at the same time pray for forgiveness for it. But I'm just letting you know, Don, like, hey, I hope you come to see the truth, man. Like everything you're saying right now, everything you said the whole past 2 hours, I hope you wake up. I hope you wake up, bro. Really, 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 really.
I used to be an atheist, mate. So I could be on some type of curve towards Christianity, but I doubt it.
Okay. So now you're closer to a creator?
Closer to God in a tight situation now.
Well, I mean, maybe that's something to look at. Maybe the spirit's tugging at your soul. You know what I mean? Like maybe he's trying to call you because he has a better purpose for you. Because I'm not saying. Here's the thing: a lot of ballers are actually really smart. They're really intelligent, and as we all were, right? We all were ballers at one point, but it's an understanding of what God's creation is and was and what he's trying to get for you. So if you're being called out of that pit, Don, I pray you make it out of it, bro. Like real talk. I pray you make it out of it.
I don't see it as a pit. I just see it as daily life on Earth.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know how else to tell you, man, but there is a doctrine of demons going around, and it's trying to tell you that they know the measurements of earth. But if you read the scriptures, it says that we will never know the depths and the heights and the widths. But if you want to claim that you do know, hey, you got to answer to our Father, Bubba. That's on you, not on me. That's on you. Because I'm not claiming those facts. I'm not by one iota. I'm not at all. But hey, good luck to you though. Good luck to you.
These narratives these people push, man.
Yeah, it's demonic. At this point, it's demonic.
They are demonic, dude. Like he's saying I'm lying. Look, there you go. There's one of the articles I read when I was on tour. Along with orbiting around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. There you go. Business.
666. Wow.
I don't know how he's denying that.
Exactly.
Yeah, they act like they literally run this narrative that I went around and intentionally fudged the 666 numbers to lie to people.
Wow.
It's from a meme, isn't it? The meme does stretch it on some that some divvy people make.
Nah, like what's funny though is like, okay, so the way I found out about 66,000, I had never heard anyone say it. I literally, when I was first becoming a flat earther, I just looked it up. And the first thing that popped up on Google was 66,600.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah, and so now though, when you type it in, it doesn't do that. Like they've literally changed results since I first became a flat earther, right? Like just like the 66.6 degree
tilt.
The latitudes. Look, I'll show you. Yeah, like now they say 66.5.
Yeah, well, because it was 23.4 before, right?
Mandela, because they inserted the devil's number, the number of a man, into their rough estimate, and then later they've changed it back. So that's Mandela.
Mandela. So here's the funny part though, is like, when will you, as a believer, realize that there's some truth to it? Like, real talk. Like, when are you gonna realize that? Wow, this is like crazy. This is weird. This is like, come on.
Now it says 66.5 degrees north and south are the Arctic circles.
When once upon a time was 66.6. I remember that. I remember seeing that. I read it. Yeah.
It's like weird. It's weird. That's what makes it sketchy, right? Like that they would change.
Rounded up and down when actually the Jesuits rounded up and down on a few estimates a few times over the past few hundred years.
I mean, come on though, Don. Like, when are you gonna see it, bro? Like, I pray for you that the veil is lifted upon your eyes, because guess what? You're not stupid. You're not dumb. I hear you. I've spoken to you before. You're not an idiot.
I know they lie about space and the numbers and the math.
Oh, exactly. So why are you still like? I'm so baffled.
I still think it's a globe. They just lie about space travel and space math.
All right. So in other words, you're just not there already. I get it.
No, I've been there and heard it for 4 years, a bit longer than 4 years, and it's never.
I know, but you're still stuck. You're still stuck in the falsehoods. And
I chose what I believed.
Exactly. That's what I said earlier, right? That's exactly what I said earlier. You are now in that category, right? Like, there's no changing your mind. There's no shifting you. You are stuck. You're like concrete settled on a sidewalk. There's no shifting it. That's okay. That's all right. I'm still gonna I'll still help you with the spare tire if you get a flat. You know what I mean?
How long have you been a Christian?
Since 6 years old. How long you been a Christian?
Go. So you're stuck on the curb. There's no way.
Yeah, exactly.
Your mind.
Exactly. Once you're stuck, you're stuck. But guess what though? You have people telling you, such as myself, like, hey, you are indoctrinated, and that goes against God's word. Even though you say yourself you're about God's word. So now you have a choice. Do I choose man or do I choose God? Because the scriptures were inspired by God and man wrote it. So atheists will say, well, it's all man. But in reality, you either believe God's word or man's word. So that's okay. If you want to stay in there, hey, our Father in heaven has chosen you.
It's not one or the other. You believe some man's word on top of the Bible.
No, it is one or the other.
No, you believe some man stuff. Like if you find a story that interests you and you want to pursue it, you'll believe and trust the source for that time.
Well, are you trying to compare my belief to the Bible?
I'm trying to say it's not one or the other. It's not God's scripture or listening to men. It's both.
So let me ask you this, Don. When Jeremiah prayed for the sun to stop and it stopped, does that correlate with your theory of heliocentrism to when we're spinning around the sun? So did we stop spinning, which would have catastrophic, repercussions if we were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and stopped? Or do you realize that the sun was on its circuit as it's written in, the book of Enoch, and the sun stopped, and then Jeremiah won the war? Like, come on, bro. Ask the deeper questions and come to a point for yourself. Honestly, you either believe in our Father or you don't. You get what I'm saying?
Sorry, I took a phone call. Thank God.
What was that?
I was on the phone, but I did hear you preaching in the background.
You did hear me. Okay. So what do you think about what I said?
No, I didn't hear the actual words. I just heard you preaching in the background as I took
Okay.
a phone call.
Do you want me to say it
Pearl
again?
before swine again.
Do you want to put, yeah, right? Do you want to say it again?
No, definitely don't say it again.
No, I think you don't want to say it again. Okay. So listen. So when Jeremiah prayed for the sun to stop to give him more daylight to win the war, did the sun stop or did earth stop? Because the earth stopping would have a cataclysmic event if you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and came to an abrupt stop. Or was it that the sun was spinning above head on its circuit as it is written in the book, in the Bible, as well as Enoch has presented? So where do you stand on that, bro?
It went on for so long. You started with if the earth stopped suddenly, and then I lost track.
Well, that's fine. Maybe our Father in heaven just doesn't have it out for you. I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those things, Bubba.
One second, Don. Hey, Don, that's been very rude now. So you repeated it twice. He's simply asking you if you believe. Do you believe the story of the Bible where the sun was brought to a standstill? If you do, or if you don't, the point was that for that to happen on a ball, there'd be all manner of chaos. It couldn't happen on a ball. Does it make more sense to happen on a ball, or does it more sense to happen on a flat Earth with a local sun source?
Thank you, Pete. I don't believe that story, so I don't know.
Yeah, I thought that was the third option. I guess you had to believe it somewhat.
So
I'm sorry. You don't know the story of Jeremiah?
I don't believe it.
Oh, you don't believe it? Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's not surprising, I guess.
Okay, so you don't believe the stories in the Bible? That's what you're saying. So there's a story.
2 or 3% of it.
Okay. So there's a story that a man was crucified and rose 3 days later.
Stories about men being crucified.
What?
There's many stories about men being crucified.
So, well, there was a story about a man being crucified, but being risen 3 days later. Do you believe that story?
I believe it's an allegory for the sun, sin from earth.
Oh, okay. I hear you. I've seen that before. I hear you. So let me ask you this though: do you believe before the allegory of the sun? Do you believe that a man fed 5,000 with fish?
No fucking way.
Okay. Do you believe that a man gave the eyesight to the blind?
I do believe he's healed some blind men with drugs, yeah. Let me give you, I don't think it's just an allegory. I think they played the whole thing out and pretended that he resurrected during the time that the sun dies, sin from earth. I think they played it all out. So it's an allegory plus real LARPing.
Okay. So with that being said, and no disrespect, do you believe in God?
Yes. I think I told you that like 2 hours ago, maybe.
Okay. Do you believe? You're right. You're right, and I stand corrected. Maybe I should have asked. Do you believe in the Son of God?
What do you mean by that?
Do you believe in Yahushua?
I believe there was a rebellious rabbi around the time. Yeah, I don't believe he was the only son of God. No, I believe all humans are a type of son of God.
That's fair because it does say in Isaiah that are ye sons of God. Okay, do you? Okay, I accept that. So, do you believe in the ransom sacrifice as the prophet John the Baptist explained? Do you believe in that?
I think this rebellious rabbi, decided to sacrifice himself for his own
Okay.
ideals at the end of his life. Yeah.
Okay. So, with that being said, do you believe that when he sacrificed himself, that he spoke to those that were in chains in the underworld?
I think he told everyone they're going to kill me, and this will be a sign. I believe that.
Okay. Okay. Do you believe that he saw the all of his disciples 3 days later?
I've got a few ideas. Maybe they had a duplicate. He had a double, or maybe he never fully died, or maybe they lied.
Okay. So I feel like you are very
Antichrist.
yeah, I feel like you're not fully believing in the fact that he was on, in the Roman aspect of it, he was crucified, and that he was risen again through the tomb after being buried in a rich man's, garden or cemetery, and that he didn't show himself to his disciples where they always met. I believe it was Peter's house. I believe.
I do believe he might have played a fake death trick and
Okay.
and
So
and,
so
and
It's
surprised
got a
everyone. And
victory now,
surprised
Don.
everyone. It's possible.
okay,
And
that's fine. That's
even if
fair. That's fair.
even if God did resurrect him, I would want to give that same power to other men throughout history,
Okay.
and
Okay. So
myself.
okay. Let me ask you this: do you believe that he called Lazarus from the tomb?
I mean, I told you what I believe. It's a type of psyop, religious trick that goes along with
Okay.
astrotheology.
Okay. Okay. No. That's fair. Like everything you say is fair. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just trying to get a an understanding of how you see things, and that's fair. That's fine. I'm not, that's okay. I don't want you to feel like there's a wrong answer, or you're being, I'm gonna challenge you, or start attacking you. I'm just trying to get that, board, that line of which is crossed probably.
You do believe in all these things of apocryphon. Can I ask you how you know? Is there any way you can, outside of faith, you can clarify that these times existed, these characters existed? I'm just asking. We're in the ultimate age of skepticism here, and for the individual, I think we have to be more skeptical now about the things that we've been surrounded by all our lives. You know what I mean? I'm not saying whether anyone is right or wrong. I'm not saying whether anyone knows or can know. I'm just saying surely that has to be the way going forward. So how can you clarify that these times and these characters existed, and even if they did, that your interpretation of the story is the correct one to move forward with?
I would 1000% say that it is a belief. That's it. It is 1000%. It's a belief, and I'm trusting and believing in the stories. And can I be wrong? 1,000% I could be wrong. 1,000%. But I'm holding it true as a belief that this is what happened, and this is something that I will die on that hill. Put a gun to my head if Yahushua Hamashiach was someone that died for my sins. I would take that bullet to my brain. That's fine. I'm okay with that because that is my belief. But let us remember that the same you know vivification, or what's the word I'm looking for, that the same
Vivisection?
what was that?
Vivisection? No.
Maybe I the
Vilification?
word
Is
right
it
now.
vilification that what you're looking for?
Yes, that
Joanna?
same is that is equivalent to somebody that would believe the opposite of and say you are completely wrong. That's a story. It never happened. But with that being said, we could also flip it on them and say, well, dinosaurs never existed, and you can't fully provide that evidence because it's the same exact, story. It's a story. It's the same exact example. Because once you start to try to nitpick me from my belief, then I can nitpick you from your belief. And everything you want to say, the earth is 4.6 billion years or 14.6 billion years or 1014 billion years, all that becomes once again a belief. And everything regarded to it is something that can be argued, debated, measured, blah 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 blah. But when it comes to our Father in heaven, the creator of all that is, as it is written in the scriptures, for even the rocks will cry out because the rocks know. Interestingly enough, they have found out that rocks do have a voice. And that's what's so beautiful about all of it. I'm telling you, man, these people that are atheists, these people that are globers, these people that are, whatever you want to call them, they're so far away from the truth. Maybe they're just made for the day of wrath. And
What
that's
do you
it.
think? What do you think a standard rock's? I know every rock is individual like humans. What do you think a standard rock's voice sounds like? What do you think? Do you think rocks communicate? We do. The rocks have souls.
Well, again, through science, they have figured that rocks and plants and trees and everything communicates and vibrates, and they have all these crazy amazing abilities to communicate one another. It's so beautiful. Honestly, bro, it's so beautiful. It's amazing.
I'll
Honestly.
never look at a little rock in the same way again.
Yeah, honestly, go look at the scripture where he says you want to deny because all the people were saying, Hosanna, 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 and he want and the emperor was like, oh, or I'm sorry, not the emperor. What's his name? I forgot what they called him at that time. He's like, silence, and he said, even if you silence them, the rocks will cry out my name, and unbelievably that.
O rock, once I cast thee away from me, now I gather thee to my bosom.
Exactly. Exactly. They've now learned that even in science that the rocks can communicate because it's matter. Because there's
Isn't it
this
funny, Apocryphon?
rocks
Jesus
communicate.
called himself the cornerstone, which the builders rejected. So there we have this connection. The rock, Peter is said to be the rock upon which the church of Christ is built.
Was built. Yeah.
Very interesting, isn't it? The Mason deals with formulation of sort of rock structures, if you
Absolutely.
want to put it like that.
Absolutely.
Wait, how do rocks communicate again? Could you say that?
Well,
They
because
rock it
because
by rock and
because
roll, of course, by music.
well, because rock is creation, and everything that's been created from the creator communicates. So if you want to like recognize that plants and trees and shrubbery and rocks and ground, everything, they all communicate. It's a very, very beautiful, harmonious rhythm that goes on in real. Everything communicates to each other. Everything. You may not think it, but it does. There's a theory that when you talk to the plants, they grow and flourish, and it's a proven fact. And it's all about creation. When you treat creation with respect and with love, it's built to give and to flourish,
I
and
often,
to
I often talk to my pants, and it grows and flourishes. Or did I hear you incorrectly? Or did you say something? Oh, you said plants. Okay, sorry.
Can I get a mic check real quick? First of all, how y'all doing? My mic should be better today, I hope.
we good.
And
Yeah, we
uh,
hear you.
and second of all, look, I don't want to bust your balls, man, but I want to hear you correctly. And you said you start off by saying it's a theory, and then you're like, it's a proven fact. So did you mean both, or did you mean one? Would you care to elaborate?
What was the theory? I'm sorry.
I believe the plants can be talked to too, but I didn't know what if you're referencing two different things, and you're like, it's a proven fact. But
No, it is a proven fact.
How is it proven?
Because it is literally something that scientists have uh um um experimented on. They have literally experimented on that if you
Talking to
talk to
plants?
plants and things of creation, that it will grow a certain way. It will react. Matter of fact, there's a whole study about how they were talking negative to creation, and it hindered them, as opposed to talking positive to them. So in that study, they realized that words have power, and there's a
Intentions.
positive and a negative of dealing with creation. You never seen that?
And
Yeah, we saw
did they
that.
do this to rocks as well? Did they talk to rocks?
Well, well,
Or how
well.
did
I'm
they
I'm
figure it with rocks?
well. I'm just saying this, that in the scriptures it says that even if you science, silence everybody from saying, Hashishana, that even the rocks would cry out.
Okay,
That's
well,
all I'm saying.
I have a little test here.
Okay.
I have a rock that I've been shouting at. Terrible stuff. I've been saying it for the last year consistently, and it looks the same. I was expecting it to look a little bit sadder or something like that, but I have to say it looks the same. But I'll continue on for the sake of science and
Wow.
religion and the
For
Bible.
the sake of science. For the sake of science. That's funny. That's really funny. No, but in reality though, is that all creation on a level of which man cannot see with our own eyes, um it is all connected, not only through voice, because voice is nothing but vibration, by the way. Everything that has to do with sound is a vibration. So telling something of a certain vibration will will give you a different reaction, in regards to another vibration. So
In
You know,
regards to
they're
the ether as well, don't forget that the ether is all prevailing. But in order to
absolutely.
test it, what you're talking about there ultimately reminded me of the rice experiment, and I know quite a few people have done that. Journalism, one who detailed it, where yes, you project mal or bad intentions at one and good intentions at the other, and at the end of it, for all the world, it seems it has been duplicated, replicated. It seems that the good rice receiving good intentions flourished or was in the same form, if not even better form than it was originally, and while the other one was putrid and rancid and rotted away. Just to test the veracity of it yourself, oneself, you can try, you can do it. Just and you can do it as honestly as you want. But just write down the 10 worst attributes to you and your character. Just write them down in one word, and just write down 10 different characteristics that you don't like about yourself or you hate about yourself, and do the opposite then. 10 words that of things that you love about yourself, etc., that big you up, and just repeat those a few times and see how you feel after it. It definitely has an effect. It's the intent flowing through the medium to the receiver. And can I just say this as well? I think all material things on earth ultimately come from the same thing. Same thing. I won't go further and say what I think that is, but I think it's actually the divided tree of life. So we're all built from the same. We have this interconnection, all material matter, just in different forms according to the conditions.
Pete, that was awesome, but you just did it too. It was like, I won't go any further. All right, I'm gonna
I'm
say.
done
I
now.
won't
I'm
say
done.
what I'm
Okay, I
gonna
just
say.
decided I'd slip it in then.
I think everyone needs to listen
might as well say it.
to this app. Needs to listen to music in 432 hertz. And you guys should
There you
check
go.
out you should check out my boy Conspiracy Music Guru's album he made in 432. You guys should just play it throughout the day.
Oh, is that the country dude?
Yeah, but he made an instrumental CD all in 432, and it's so fire, dude. So fire.
I'll listen. Witsit, I sent you a stupid little diagram or whatever. I know you don't need the diagram to understand this situation I've been trying to solve. Um, do you ever want to nail some Globers down on this and see what they think about it or what they would predict on this situation that I've been trying to bring up for a while, man? Do you,
I don't know what that is.
Well, I'm trying to get them to stop their doublespeak in the fact of light either acts like mass or doesn't act like mass. You know what I mean? And the way that it conserves momentum and stuff like this. I've for years heard inconsistent claims whenever I ask this question. It seems like I don't know who's the most educated, who's the authority, but I hear them giving me both answers, contradictory answers, and I'm trying to suss out which one it is. And you're way ahead of me on a lot of these topics, so I thought maybe you've been on this path. But basically, if you're shooting a laser straight, you know what I mean, while you're strafing it sideways, do those photons conserve that sideways momentum? Is the simple question.
While we're shooting the laser straight. And then what?
I used to try to pin him down on this all the time back in the day about shooting a laser, and then if you move it sideways, yeah, does it go? Forget the scenario. Say it again.
Well, imagine
Remember
you're
that,
like,
Don?
yeah, I mean, imagine you're just like shooting a laser down a big warehouse, but you're also like moving it like down like you're shooting it on the x-axis, but you're moving it on the y-axis, basically. Right. So if we were doing that with like any mass, we know that if the momentum would continue along the y-axis and where you release the cannon or the baseball would not be, where it landed across on the other side of the room. It would
Right.
conserve that momentum. Yeah. So do photons do that or not? Basically, that's the question.
Oh. Well, in reality, light doesn't do that. I guess that's what you're saying. Like, you're saying, yeah, you're asking why the photon wouldn't. They're just gonna say it's so fast that maybe they say it does. I don't know. They claim it's massless, right? So
I'm telling you, man, I ain't got no consistent answer out of them on this, and it's like it's great to be in the quote unquote in the arena with the know-it-alls, and then they don't know.
No,
This is always the
Don,
funny.
what was the scenario that I was using for that? When was I talking about shooting light to the moon or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, we use it. It becomes relevant when you talk about things like that, like, lasers to the moon and back, because, it has to, if, what I'm saying, I've heard some of them say they have to lead it. Some of them say they don't have to lead it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. And you would have to objectively account for how much the Earth would spin underneath it, even if it didn't affect the photon. So then if it does, you'd have to combine the two. Right? You'd have to lead it, but you'd also have to account for where the Earth's going to be by the time the light gets back. Because the Earth's going to
Yeah, there you go. Lead it in both directions. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I think it's very
used
important.
that when they said they were laser ranging the moon or something. I can't remember what scenario I was using that for. I was trying to pin them down on that.
Well, what'd they
and I
say though?
couldn't.
I'm just guessing. I'm guessing they don't
This
know
was
the
a
answer
long time
because
ago.
the thing about specific questions like this, they're not going to answer because Google won't answer it for them. So they can't answer it.
Look, we got Nate in here. I've asked Nate this many of times. Is he gone? Oh shit.
No, he's
Don,
here.
that was
But
so long ago. What was that, back in Gems?
I've brought this up multiple times, and then yeah, I got so much to say about yesterday when I was roboting. I mean, it was just y'all were killing Jason Kosher, bro. Jeremy, you was killing
yesterday. You almost ruined the whole chat, and I had to stop you.
Yeah, it's funny. Funny. Nate, come on. What do you think, man? Like we see in physics.
I've already answered.
All right, I forgot your answer. I'm sorry.
The laser beam will hit the target. What did Jason Kosho say?
Oh shit. Oh, it was about. We get all that. We'll get back to them atomic clocks here in a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We'll get back to that in a little bit. They keep trying to hide it.
Nate probably don't know how clocks work.
Do you know that for the relativity, they need premise number 1, right? Which is you can't tell, there's no experiment that can let you know if you were moving or the other thing was moving. That's their first premise, right? And then they give you this atomic clock thing, which shows the different readings. I'm not going to get into the tick word and the rate word that y'all were doing, but regardless, the atomic clock show different readings. So it's like, it does show you which one was moving. Right? That right there shows you. So your whole foundation, man, I'm so sorry I was roboting yesterday. But we got Nate on record, guys. We heard him. He quickly wants to say it'll hit the target. The laser will hit the target. That's it. You think that's an answer, Nate?
That is an answer to your question.
All right,
your
I'm going to post the thing. You need to predict A or B. I don't know which target you're referencing, so I'm going to post a crude little drawing, and you tell me if the laser is going to hit at A or B. If it's turned off, if it's moving sideways and the laser is turned off at position A, will the last photon hit right there at position A, or will it continue to position B? Hold on. Again, this is crude and ugly and not the fairest drawing, but I hope we all understand the premise.
All right, I see your drawing.
he's asking if you turn the laser off at A while it's moving from the left part of the screen to the right, you turn the laser off at A, is the final photon going to hit at A, or is it going to hit over to the right in the direction of motion towards B?
Well, if it was pointing at A and I turn it off and moved it.
No, you're moving it the whole time, and then you have the laser on, and then you turned it off at A. It never stopped moving. So it was moving to the right as you turned it off, right? So it's going to move past A. The final photon's still going to be coming out of the laser past A. Is that photon going to land at A or towards B?
Or at A. The final photon will come out at A. I don't know if past A was the best.
Well, that's what,
so the final photon is coming out at A. Now the question is, will it hit A or will it miss it? It'll hit A.
Oh, so it won't go into the direction of motion.
Oh, so it doesn't conserve momentum in that way.
You're just not moving it fast enough for it to miss A.
How fast we got to go?
Whoa, now we didn't tell you the size and the scale here, Nate. See, this is not honest, but I appreciate your opinion.
How fast we got to go, man? Darn, I can see you're really working on your approach.
If you're moving the laser, you're moving it with your hand or something, so you ain't moving it.
How fast we got to go? How fast we got to go for it to go to B, man?
For it to, so that the light you have emitted when you turn the flashlight on.
Okay, so it will go to B, you're saying, if we were moving it fast enough.
Hold on, let him answer this time.
Yeah, if we move fast enough, you could get it to hit B.
How
Really?
fast?
Can we get some evidence for this? Because you're
Dude, how
breaking
fast?
all things we know about light.
That's right. If you're
Nate, how
moving at the
fast?
speed of light or faster, you could definitely do it.
How can you go faster than the speed of light, Nate?
That's what I'm saying. If you were, but obviously you're not, so you will
No,
never
I don't
hit
think
A.
that speed is not necessary. You just need a great enough distance. You know that with time and distance, it doesn't. But there's going to be either A or some non-A position. I'm not talking about can you measure it. We're just talking about the theory, the philosophy, Nate. That's all we're talking about. Because
Nate,
Yeah,
let me
and I'm
say
saying
something.
that. Yeah, I'm saying the last photon's going to hit A.
Okay, now Nate, check this. Let me tell you something.
So
You
they
know
missed
what's
the
so
moon.
awesome is I know I have 100 times more accurate understanding of light than your paradigm, and I'm not even claiming to fully understand. So I've never looked into the specifics of a test like this or anything, and I know the answer is that it's going to be at A because light's instant and it's actually the background that's already there. It doesn't. There's
That's
no
what I
physical
said.
photon
It's going to hit
traveling
A.
anywhere. So I know the answer.
It's not what you said, Nate. You said it's
I
almost
said
instant.
it's going to hit A. The
Yeah, but
last
you
photon
did
will
not
hit A.
say what Witsit is saying. He thinks light is instant, totally different than your mainstream paradigm. You do not agree with that. I do not think you want to say that's what you're saying.
No. Witsit and I have the same answer. He just has a different reason for having his answer. That's fine.
Exactly. So it's not what
Yeah,
you
cool.
say.
Well, according to
Yeah,
you,
but we
there is a
both have the same
situation where the
answer.
light would go to B, right? I mean,
I'm saying if you could move at the speed of light or faster than light, it's possible.
why
But
would you have to go
obviously,
that fast? What,
Like to the moon.
can you
if
explain
I'm
that?
moving this pointer along the axis, right, where the purple line is, and right at A, I switch off the laser pointer.
Yeah.
How is it not gonna hit A?
Will be based on
Because the
distance, right?
baseball
So he's
wouldn't hit
talking
A.
about the moon, which is 238,000 miles away. So like that's a long distance, right? So like even if you cut it off right there, even with the speed of light going 238,000 miles, I mean, you're gonna have enough time for the momentum to drag you to the right of
Right. So God bless that y'all have coning and all this other shit going on that's going to be able to give you an excuse of why you get your little moon experiment. But like back to the philosophy of actually light not acting like a baseball. Continue.
Well,
Now
hold
you
on. Let me
lost
read this real quick. It says, unlike a baseball, it loses momentum by lowering its frequency rather than by lowering its speed.
Jeremy, that's in the direction of propagation.
We're not changing
Yeah, I
frequency.
figured.
Though, right? I mean, so
I think.
but we're not changing frequency. Yo, it's funny because I mean you could probably come up with 20 different questions you can ask them about light because they don't understand light.
In my opinion, this experiment is easily doable. Easily.
This is where Nate
On
acts
Earth.
like they fully understand light.
What? And
You know
you
what I'm saying,
do?
bro?
What's
It
you
just
fully
makes me want to
understand
like
light?
find you, bro. Like, what is wrong?
Yeah, but do you
don't understand light.
do you fully understand light?
Nah.
Okay. All right.
Just like eons more than you do.
Really? You
Yeah, because
sure?
you're devoted to the scientism paradigm, man. It's not even like an
Sure,
intellectual
Witsit?
flex or anything like that.
30,000
You
levels above.
understand light way
5
better
minutes
than I
for
do.
Witsit and chirality.
Just because you're
Like
devoted to the
you
scientism paradigm.
like you know what a photon counts and synchrotrons and all these things.
You're just
are.
talking. You just
You
said pseudo.
understand
All you
light
said
way
was
better.
pseudoscience counts. Why? How do you count pseudoscience?
Ooh, pseudoscience. All right, man. If that's what your claim is based on, because you have
Yeah.
this theory, this ether that explains light better than how we explain it, fine.
Yep.
I'm not really gonna argue with you, man.
You can't.
It's
It's all right,
just,
bro. I still love you, man.
We wouldn't blame you, chirality. He has you well handled. It's eons ahead of you.
eons and eons. Yeah.
Light years.
Light years ahead of me. Yeah, man. Cool.
Of course, light years is a
That
stupid
was
term.
easy, Austin. So, okay.
Years denotes time, which
So-
denotes distance, which denotes speed, which denotes travel, which is all pseudoscience.
So Don, like, what are the other answers Globus gave you? Are they Globus that say it won't hit A?
Absolutely.
And their reasons being?
That's Kosto.
That light's a physical particle, man.
Yeah, but
No.
what
They
did
just
Kosto?
say that it conserves momentum. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry to say no to it, but yeah, I mean, everything
it's physical,
is
though.
physical.
That's like
Physical is physical. I mean, if it's in manifest, I mean, we know the
But
business.
wouldn't their little out here be it's massless? The fact alone that you call it a massless particle is hilarious. Like, what is that?
It's a massless particle.
Oh, just say
It's
it
not a
again.
particle, then, is it?
What do you mean? Since when in our
Well, let's go back and define. Let's
since
go
when
back and
in-
define particle.
Since when in but that's exactly what I was going to ask. Since when in our understanding was it ever decided that particle means mass?
I'm just like, what
In
does
the
that even
beginning.
mean, bro? Like, I asked you
In
what
the
it
beginning.
means, and you just said it again. Like, massless particle. What's it a
Yep.
part of?
It's a massless particle.
Yeah. So what's it a part of then?
What is what a part of?
What is
This
particle?
massless particle?
I need to look up
Well,
the
it depends
etymology
which
of particle.
particle you're talking about. If you're talking about a photon, for example, it's part of the photon field.
Oh, what a shocker! My intuition was correct, and the etymology of particle is part, a little part. Okay, so what's it a part of?
That's if that's what you think, man. But you asked, what is a
No, that's
He
particle?
just
the
went to
etymology.
Part
Google.
of the
Why do you do that, Nate? He just
Yeah,
told
wait
you
till
the
you hear about the
etymology, bro.
gluons and the quarks. Wait till you hear about
I'm talking about in physics. In physics, a particle, especially in quantum field theory,
We're
would just
talking about.
be
Hold
an
on, but Nate, I'm
excitation
sorry. But here's the
in
point that
its
I think you're
related
missing,
quantum field.
Nate. There's a greater point here, a human social point. The point is, okay, that we are talking about in English, and it's funny that physics goofs around with English. I think this is the greater point we're trying to make to you.
Well, that's why it's called particle.
Yo,
That's
tell-
literally what it means. That's why it's called that. So
Wait till you guys hear about how a proton's made up of. They got a quark that has no volume, and then they got a gluon that has no volume, and then you put those together, and you get volume.
Yeah.
did you just say so confidently? It's
Zero
almost
plus
incredible.
zero
Very
is
confident. I am 100% confident in saying that. Yeah. What Jeremy said is
zero
100%
volume.
accurate.
I asked you what a massless particle was, and you said massless particle, and then you just said,
Yeah, a
you can have
massless
something
particle
without
is
volume.
a particle void of mass.
Dude, what the? You can't say it over and over. So if you have something without volume and
I
you
don't know
add
how
it to
that's
something
difficult.
else, if you have something without volume,
That's
add it
not
to
a
something else
particle,
without
right?
volume, then you get volume. So they like make a baby. They make a volume baby.
Yes.
We were talking about that last night.
Exactly what they
Yeah,
do.
you make a
Yeah.
volume. So you also believe the
Yeah.
electron is a particle of matter that has no size?
I would say the electron is a particle of mass, not matter. That's why it has no size or volume. Matter has size and volume. Mass does.
We went over this.
I just can't even handle this. You're saying that the electron has mass but no matter?
That's right.
Yes.
We went over this before. You remember?
In order to have matter, you need volume. An electron isn't
Remember
considered.
that night I was flipping because they kept describing mass as the amount of matter, and then they told me an electron had mass with no matter.
So do I need to look this up right now? I mean,
Is the mass of the electron
It
influenced by
said it'll tell
gravity?
you an electron does have matter though if you look it up.
it does say that. Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it.
Really? How does it have matter?
Why you asking me
Jace
about
is
your
backing
pseudoscience?
him up on this. Jace is with Nate on this though, but with this no
Oh,
matter.
I know
thing.
because they have a paradox that an electron is mass, but it has no size. So they have to claim that it's mass but not matter. They don't have to. They don't understand it. They just have to say that.
I wouldn't say it has no size. I would rather say we can't measure its size. We don't have any technique or any instrumentation available to us to measure the size or volume of an electron. And whenever we do see it through scattering effects and other types of interactions, it's always point-like in nature.
Maybe you could use an electron microscope.
And then do what, Pete? Measure its volume or what? No,
Well,
that's
a
not what an
joke. If you want to
electron
look,
microscope does.
okay, forget about it.
Yeah. One way,
NRC.gov says you gotta have
you
matter
could
to have
try and
mass, man.
say,
This is weird.
yeah, I have seen, certain techniques where they use the distribution of charge, how far out the charge is measured from that point into action with electrons to try and come up with a radius for electrons. But yeah, it's not something I would go along.
Can I shoot you with electrons?
Yes,
That's what you said to her last time.
you could.
I can just like load up my electron paintball gun and just light you up.
Light me up, bro.
Light you up. I can also use photons to light you up, but
light me up.
There's no matter involved.
No, you'll just be hitting me with energy.
Dude, I'm just waiting for you guys to come tell me that Dragon Ball Z is real. Like what? Like this is insane to me. That I'm telling you, man, it's almost as bad, bro.
All of us in Underland, everything is inverted with it from our experience. Everything to do with the ball. Everything.
But Dragon Ball Z is real. You know when
I mean,
Goku
dude,
does
it
his
might as well be at this point, dude.
it's the same as me shining a flashlight at you, bro. I'm hitting you with energy.
Yeah, for
Or
sure.
it's the same as the
telling you.
sun shining on you. The sun is drowning you with energy. Like you
There
are
you
being
go, man.
drowned with photons.
There you go, man. Make
Yeah.
it spiritual. Why don't we just call it baptized? Dude, you take
Baptize, whatever you want to call it.
yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
the
the
sun
same.
baptizes you with like whenever you take space and time, they go super Saiyan into space time. It's totally different than space and time. It's space time. They went super Saiyan and now
Yeah.
it can defy physics.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, you know
It's
those
not
little
even
balls
Super
they chase
Saiyan.
around?
It's that thing where when Goku and Vegeta do the fusion dance. It's like that, yeah.
You know whenever
Time
they
and
do
space are
the
fused.
oh, dude, you know when he does like the spirit bomb?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's like when you guys discover a new particle.
Exactly, it is. It changes everything.
Everyone gathers around in awe. They're like worshiping.
Exactly.
Dude.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'd almost have more respect if we could just make this a Dragon Ball Z type of thing, Like we could make like a cartoon, particle physics cartoon or something.
Yeah, but I mean, it's what these cartoons are based on. It's where they get their ideas from. The fact that you can transfer energy. So with these shooting energy projectiles from your hand, you just harnessing, honing, collecting energy, and then shooting it at someone else. Where they go wrong is this idea that you can shoot out this energy and you can decide whether it hurts or heals someone through intent or something. That's where it gets a bit wooey for me.
I don't know. Maybe it's
Like
the
I can
frequencies.
decide.
Maybe there's certain
Maybe,
healing
yeah.
Well, there are for sound, right? So, hey, dude, have you ever considered that like this is all fake?
I have, definitely. That's why I
Word.
decided to study this, so I can understand what's going on.
So just a long time ago, before you took the pseudoscience pill. Now there's no going back.
I might go backwards. If you guys bring out new evidence, that I can subject to experimentation that shows everything else is wrong, I'll definitely give up
right?
all.
Like you're like, yeah, it's accurate because energy transfer, blah, blah. So if energy can't be created or destroyed, it can only be transferred, right? So my question is, where is it transferred from?
From one source to another.
Oh, so if I'm in a vacuum chamber, where's it transferred from?
If you're in a vacuum chamber,
yeah,
and you want to emit energy from one side to the other, you could do it. Fields exist in vacuum chambers. The electromagnetic field, for example, it can transfer energy through a vacuum in the form of waves.
So, like vacuum energy, where does it come from?
Where does vacuum energy come from?
Yeah, because it can
I don't
only
know
be transferred.
where it comes from.
No, well, that's the question. Where's it transferred from?
Where does it come from? I don't know. No one knows. I mean, it's
I
just
know.
always.
I know.
Where does it come from?
The background.
The background. Okay.
Yeah, there's a metaphysical background that sustains electromagnetic energy. You guys call it quantum fields, but don't define it and then just mathematically describe a concept you can't define.
And
this
this
agrees with me, by
background,
the way. I mean,
is this background also where like nuclear energy fields come from? Or
so where all
is
energy
it just
came from.
electromagnetic? Everything comes from there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
man.
cool.
Yeah, bro. Don't even sweat it, bro. It's just on GP. I got you on GP. That's good principle. That you don't gotta pay me nothing, bro. I got you. I didn't want to bury Don's point though. So if we were to shoot the laser at the moon, we don't have to lead it.
What do you mean?
Like, will we have to lead the laser? Because
Like, you mean shoot where we think the moon's gonna be?
well, will we have to account for the Earth's spin?
As long as you can see the moon, you can shoot it with the laser, bro.
Okay.
You just need line of sight.
I thought we were trying to hit a little reflector. I thought we had to be like real exact.
With a giant
Are
fucking.
you trying to retro reflect or just do a Earth Moon Earth bounce?
I can just shoot a laser off the moon, like there's no problem.
Yes.
Yeah, you can just shoot a laser. You can use a radio and just shoot a frequency off the moon and have it come back to you.
Oh, we're back.
But if you want something more precise,
we're not shooting.
Obviously,
they've done it with lasers too.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
You know, NASA said that there's like a 1 in like a freaking billion chance of getting a photon back when they try to hit the orbiting.
It's okay because they've got 10 trillion. They've got trillions of laser particles.
Yeah, you
Moyak,
really
don't do with that though, man. So Moyak has talked with me about this before. Okay, Moyak, were you on the side of position A? Were you listening to us earlier? Did you agree with Nate? Are you?
I can't answer.
I can't remember.
Don,
I thought you were one that told me that light
muted me.
Does conserve the lateral.
I immediately unmuted you. I don't know who muted you, but I unmuted you, and it was your turn to respond, buddy.
Well, do you think it's funny? I mean, you do these little
I'm
mocking comments, and then when somebody mocks you back, you get upset and mute them. I
I
get it.
didn't even mute. Dude, I just now stated.
Honest adult conversation.
Moyak, I just stated that I didn't mute you. I unmuted you. Okay, so calm down.
Oh,
buddy.
okay. Please, somebody over there doesn't hear your mocking little comments, but when somebody else mocks and comments,
Well, I
then
just
it's a
think you're much more egregious, you know. But hey, you want to answer his question?
Okay, I couldn't hear him because I was bitching in the background when he was talking. Go ahead, Don.
I'm sorry. Haven't me and you talked about like conserving the momentum laterally and lateral to the direction of propagation? Like an example, shooting the laser to the moon.
Fuck me, you're breaking up, and I can't hear you right now. I'll come back in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, but you're breaking up.
I'm sure me and have talked about this.
Check out, come back or something, bro.
I know what it was. While I was away,
your photons are lagging.
Oh damn.
Your photons are lagging big time, man.
Yeah.
You need some Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan power or something, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Just pray to the god of scientism, dude. It didn't work.
Boost
the signal or something, Tom.
I bet if you get a booster, then it'll help.
It might.
But get a booster, then you can transfer the energy better.
Yeah.
All right, Don,
transfer the signal.
Donnie boy.
Yeah, man. But you know, if this ether stuff is correct and whatnot, it's just up to you to show it to us. Man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all we're waiting for now.
212.
Keep talking.
I'm asking.
Yeah, we're
no.
Yeah, it's bad, bro.
Go ahead.
You on your
trap?
Jesus.
Are you on your Boost mobile cricket phone or something?
No. I went on wild. I'm an idiot.
Are you bees in the trap?
You were gonna say something with?
Yeah. I'm saying, like, hypothetically, if we're gonna be honest, right? Like, let's say I actually knew. Let's say my opinion was true. Let's just say hypothetically, like I was 100% accurate, and I could even formulate the math and the explanation for it. Dude, I would never get published in peer review. Dude, I know someone that has a PhD, and published a paper or like submitted a paper to peer review about geocentrism and showed all the math. They published it, okay? And then he went and submitted another one. They denied it, even though all the math was equally as valid as the first paper, because they put together he actually was a geocentrist. He wasn't just proposing a theoretical thing, which goes to show you that there's this crazy bias, right? Like, there's no way you truly believe that if I was to propose a paper, it would be, even for a second, given a fair chance. I mean, it absolutely wouldn't. So
I don't know about all that, but do you have this paper? Your friend's paper? I mean, could you get it from him if you ever get in
the
contact with him
geocentric
one day?
paper? Yeah, I could probably
Yes.
get it. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it depends who you go to have your stuff published. You know, definitely because a lot of these institutes are run by physicists with their egos and their human wants and desires. If you came up with an idea that might prove their ideas wrong, yeah, they might throw some resistance your way, but I'm sure they would be an institution somewhere in the world willing to publish you. It's not all of them that would say
Well, let's
no.
say, okay, so a good percentage of the universities only accept papers from alumni or students. And then you're gonna have to deal with this whole bias thing outside of that. And you'd have to send your paper all over the world. Just hope that someone actually accepts it. Then they peer review it.
Definitely.
Best case scenario, they peer review it, and then what happens? Then you bring in the peer reviewed paper to somewhere like here, and they say, "Oh, he's a quack. That guy's a quack."
Yeah, but why do you care what old dudes on Discord say,
Oh,
bro?
dude, I don't. I definitely don't.
Yeah, that's the point I keep making. The Globers here aren't the be all and end all for science. Most of them don't even work within the scientific fields. They don't
Science is
decide what.
consensus.
But I mean, if you ever do draft a paper, send it my way. I'll look at it and I'll try my best to help you get published.
All right, cool.
Churches in the streets.
Your mic's better,
People
Don.
promised me that, by the way. Like Jace has also promised me that. So we'll see, right? I mean, I have other people as well that have mentioned that. We'll see.
If you want to publish a paper, you have to agree to the narrative.
Pretty much. It's very rarely that's not the case. I mean, there are some things that slip through, though. But
Well,
they
the
literally
peer
try to figure out your intention. So, like, it's
You
almost
wanna
like you have to
change
be
them.
deceptive. You have to be like, oh, well, I'm just showing how this could work. So it will help, like, an alternative of how it also is viable. So it will help us build our other theories or something like that. Like, that's how he snuck the geocentrism in. Because they fact checked it, right? And they're like, damn, like, this math is valid. So they didn't even think he was geocentric because he presented it in this way where it's just like, he's just dismissing some of the misnomers of how it's impossible, right? And that was kind of like, so it got snuck in, but then he doubled back down with a more intricate paper after that. And we're like, whoa. What's this dude doing? And then they found out who he was associated with. They found out he was actually geocentrist, and they denied it.
That's fucked up. But what did he do for a living, this friend of yours?
It's a PhD physicist. Just a sec.
A PhD physicist, and then they denied his work? That's interesting. That I find hard to believe. If you have a PhD, I mean, your word is almost law when it comes to these things. No one's even if you had a paper on a quack idea, like everything is 2D, and I have a paper with a mathematical model that can prove this. If you have a PhD, they're gonna publish your paper, even if it's a stupid idea. The whole reality is 2D in nature, something stupid like that. They would publish it. So, I mean, if your friend has a PhD, it's interesting. There must have been something else in this paper. I don't know. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I stopped. I stopped for the longest time. How you doing? Who was that, man? That was my guy. What's his face? Godric. How you doing, Godric?
Doing?
I'm
How
doing
you
okay.
doing? Yeah.
What
How's your
name do I
weekend
call
going?
you?
You can call me by my username if you want.
What's your username?
Chirality.
Chirality?
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean, bro?
It just speaks to the chiral nature of an ion or a molecule. If you
What is
can
a
take it
chiral?
and
What is chiral nature?
so if you took your right hand and through any type of translation or rotation, you try to impose it onto your left hand. If it's an exact mirror image, then we say they are chiral. So if
So
you
you,
if
so
your
you
one
see,
hand fits perfectly onto your other hand,
so you see a
and then there's
chiral
like
in a
sorry,
reverse mirror setting. Did I say it
could
right?
you say that? Could you say that again?
You see a chiral image in a reverse mirror setting.
Yeah, but this is if you don't see that image, like your hands are chiral because they have a handedness to them. If you took your right hand and you try to impose it onto your left hand through any rotation, it would not be a mirror image, and we therefore say it's chiral in nature. But if it was a perfect mirror image, then it's not chiral.
So everything should be chiral then.
No, most things are not chiral, and it's good that they're not chiral. Otherwise, you wouldn't exist. It's a property we
Wait,
find in
hang on, hang
chemistry,
on, hang on. Back in the day,
chirality and
hang on. Back in the day,
helicity.
listen. Back in the day, we
Mhm.
went to photography. We took the actual photo. We used the chemical. We dipped the paper in the chemical, moved it around, dipped it in another chemical, and then the colors came out of the picture on the photo sheet, right? Sometimes what would happen, I'm not sure why, but we would take a picture and it would flip the image to where you look in this room, which you know the room, you go to the right, left. Somehow it's flipped, right? And the left is on the right side, the right should be on the left side. So you know that this room is like wrong, it's like backwards, right? So is that chiral or is that not chiral?
I don't. I don't think that could be I don't think chirality could be applied to that.
Do you even know my example what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's like the photo flipped. Whatever was on
Right.
the left side flipped to the
Listen,
right side. What was on the right side flipped to the left
if
side.
you're in reality and you have your left and right hand the way it is, you look into the
Uh-huh.
flip photo, it's
Uh-huh.
exactly how you are, which is wrong because if you look in a mirror, it's flipped, right? If you look in this
Oh,
photo,
you mean like that? Oh,
yeah,
yeah. So your mirror image in the mirror, that is not chiral because it's an exact mirror image. It's only chiral when they are not exact images. That's why I'm using your hands. If you took one hand and place it on top of the other, you would see that they are not exact. One finger on your right hand might be longer or shorter than the finger on your left hand. Then they are chiral because they are not
but,
exact
but hang on,
copies of each
hang on.
other when
If
some
you look in
sort
the
of
mirror,
rotation or transformation.
wait, we got to be clear on this. If you look in the mirror, right,
Uh-huh.
it's if you look in the mirror, your right hand looks the same, right? But if you take your put yourself on the other side, like if you had two of you, it would not be the same. So the mirror isn't an exact image of you, is it?
It is.
Because it's flipped.
Your reflection in the mirror is an exact image of you.
But it's flipped though. Like the right side
Yeah, it's flipped. It's
is the
flipped,
left
but
side.
it's you still. It's if you lift your left hand up and then you look at yourself in the mirror, your mirror image is lifting up its left hand.
But the image is flipped though.
Yeah, It's flipped. It's flipped through rotational symmetry.
In other
Right?
words,
It's
the
a
right
mirror
hand.
image.
In other words, the right hand in the mirror is your left hand, and the left hand in the mirror is your right hand.
All right, if you want to look at it that way, Godric. If you want to say my left hand is my right hand in the mirror image, it's fine. I won't argue with you. But the point I'm trying to make is because it's the exact same thing, right? The hands are the same. Your mirror reflection is not considered chiral. There's no chirality
The
between
way I'm
you
thinking of it, if you
and
take
your reflection
yourself,
in the mirror.
you look in the mirror, right, and you try to duplicate what's in the mirror, you have to turn yourself around and then back up into the mirror, and it won't be the same. It will be flipped.
Okay.
I don't see how you can think that.
Yeah, just remember this as a standard rule. Your reflection in the mirror is not chiral with you. There's no chirality between you and your reflection in the mirror. But your hands, your right hand and your left hand are chiral, and they have a handedness to them.
Anybody in the room understand what he said? Just check. Maybe I'm crazy. Anybody? Okay, so chiral is the same, or is it they're not the same? Which one is it?
Not the same. Chiral means you're not the same.
Chiral's not the same.
It basically means if you took one hand, you cannot, through any type of rotation or translation, impose it onto the other hand and have an exact copy. So if you took amino acid or a molecule and through some sort of rotation or translation, you changed it. If it looks the same, if it stays the same, it's not chiral. But if it changes, if there's a difference about it, then it is chiral.
Okay, let's say you line two people up against the wall and they both stick their hands out, right? Both have the right arm out, left arm out. Now, if you moved one image over to where you merge the two people, the arms would be in the same place and the hands would be in the same place. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Line up two people against the wall, hands out, and then you merge them into one person. Everything would be the same, which means it's chiral or not chiral.
If their two halves were the same and when put together, it's like, then they're not chiral. There needs to be a difference.
Chirals are different.
No, I'm saying if there is a difference, then they are chiral. If there's no difference, they're not. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you see yourself as you are. Nothing is different. There's no chirality between you and your mirror image.
Yeah, isn't chirality? Sorry.
Except that it's flipped, right? You agree to that?
Yes, because you flipped it through some sort of rotation, and no symmetry has been broken.
Right, the symmetry has been broken, but it's like an opposite.
No symmetry is broken. Remember, if you take one object and through rotation or translation, so rotation or translation means moving it, changing it, either turning it or looking at it in reverse through a mirror image. If there's a difference in the mirror image, then you have chirality. If there's no difference, then you don't have chirality. So looking at your reflection, right, it's you, but there's been a change through rotation, right, through reflection. Sorry, there's no
So you like to
chirality because
consider that things are different, and that therefore you name chirality.
Never mind, man. Never mind, Godric.
Go ahead, Wisit.
From my understanding, like I'm just drawing from like vague memory here, but like the chirality of amino acids is like a death blow to evolution, and yeah, like any proposal void of design. The chirality of amino acids. Yeah, yeah.
I've never heard that before. That it's a
You can
death blow
understand why,
to
though, right?
evolution. No, why? Why is it?
Because it refutes direct replication.
What?
It can't be directly replicated. the lack of symmetry.
Yeah, but chirality has nothing to do with replication. It's to do with rotation and translation.
Yeah, but
If I
as it
can take a
pertains to
molecule
evolution.
and I can recreate the same molecule, that's got nothing to do with chirality.
You've never heard of anything regarding the chirality and evolution?
No. This is new to me. I'm gonna Google it
Chirality
though.
is things are not the same. That's chirality. They're not the
Yeah,
same.
things are not the same when you rotate them or translate them.
Okay, so homochirality meaning like they're saying the same handed, right? Like homochirality meaning like they're like okay, isn't the etymology like about your hands? So like say I don't know, I'm driving so I can't look it up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like really drawing from like this vague thing I read years ago, but like so like chirality, I think the etymology is something to do with your hands, like handedness or something like hands. The idea of looking at both your hands. Yeah. So like you got homochirality, which would be like say you got like the same handedness, like you got two right hands. There's something about homochirality and the chirality of the molecular chirality as it pertains to amino acids and how they claim, well, amino acids are not alive, but they're the building blocks of life, whatever the hell that means. But something about the chirality, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I can't remember right now. And I'm like driving in the rain, so I'm not like gonna read it, like look it up or anything.
No sweat, man. No sweat.
You understand, Cairo, that peer review is not going to accept you, not going to accept your stuff if they think you're a quack, right? Which means they're biased.
I understand what you're trying to say, Godric.
Okay, I can't read this, but I think this might be what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'll read it right now. Okay, creation.com, Creation Ministries. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no worries in the world, man. Just read it. Oh, yikes. This is super long, huh? Well, not super long, but it's pretty long, I think.
Yeah,
My bad.
yeah. Just give me some time to read it. You
No,
guys
you're
can
good.
talk though. I'm gonna just read it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember something about. So what I did at one point, right? I was I like go through these spells. Like when I want to look into something, I go like all out usually. And it was like 2016 because it was the year of the Clinton election. And I was like, I was talking to my friend who's atheist, and like, I feel like I can logically refute atheism like kind of forever. I wasn't religious in any way at this point though, but I just thought atheism was stupid, and I still do. But anyway, so I was trying to like talk to my friend about it, and he was just so like on evolution's male anatomy that I'm just like, my gosh, bro, like, just can you take the Rockefeller like appendage out of your mouth? You know what I'm saying? So then I'm like, okay, let me like try to, because for me, like evolution just stupid. Because I'm like a pattern recognition dude. I'm so like, okay, evolution is needed to try to explain life without a creator. Okay, cool. All right, let's come up with this idea. We'll try to create it, even though Darwin said that you have to have a god to have evolution, and then basically denounced it on his deathbed. And who cares? Whatever. Just the theory is all that matters. So people pretend, oh, evolution doesn't mean there's no creator, but we all know that the true motivation for the theory of evolution is to explain life without a creator. Okay, that's just objectively what it is, and that's how it's utilized. So, okay, well, let's say evolution can happen. Now, you have to grant you two miracles to claim evolution happened without a creator, which is, well, the Big Bang or something akin to that, which is a supernatural miracle. And then you have abiogenesis or something akin to that, which is also a supernatural miracle. So it's on its face logically inadmissible in any attempt to explain life without a designer. But getting past that, you then just say, okay, let's look at evolution. And then you look at, well, if I even rock with you for a second and claim that your bullshit about fossils and stuff is real, which is all bullshit and pseudoscience. So it's like, okay, let's just say it's real. Well, you need billions of years. So then I start looking into it. I'm like, oh, well, when I find all these discrepancies with radiometric dating, I realize, oh, it wasn't that we were just, like we just came across the discovery that the Earth was billions of years old based on non-biased scientific endeavor. It was because we need the Earth to be billions of years old for evolution. And so they basically read into the data the best they could, and they formed an entire narrative of geology and radiometric dating to make it look like it's billions of years. And then I looked into that. I'm like, oh, you can't properly isolate it. You have to assume initial conditions. You have to make up stories about what the layers of the Earth were. You have to make up stories about the parent and daughter isotopes. You have to make up assumptions about consistent decay rates, even though it's been scientifically proven that there is a fluctuation in decay rate. It's only been studied for 100 years, and they make an assumption linear for billions of years. How do you even know that the element they claim shows billions of years was actually there at the beginning? It's a whole pile of pseudoscience. Then they took
and let me respond to what Winston just said. I grew up in the 70s, right? And in the science book, it told us that the Earth was 2.5 billion years old. 2.5. I had to remember it on the test, so I know that that's what it said. So now they have doubled that, and they've doubled it because evolution wasn't working out. You agree with that, Winston?
Oh, yeah, maybe so. I don't know specifically. I just know the whole billions of years thing is bullshit. And then when you look into it and even have remedial pattern recognition, it's very obvious why they did that. It's because, again, yeah, they need it for evolution. I don't know if they needed like another 2 billion for evolution. I don't know about that. But what's funny is I'm sure everyone's heard of it. This is where the NPCs like will jump in and they'll just say their script, like how the whole like pandemic, they had their script, their fact checker script. But like, that they took rocks from a volcanic eruption that were known to be less than 50 years old. They sent them to the most prestigious dating labs in the world. Okay? And they gave them a huge range of numbers with this same material that was actually under 50 years old. They gave them 350,000 years. They gave them like 3 million years. And they gave them 350 million years. And this has been done multiple times with different types of rocks and stuff like that. Like at one point, actually, it shows that when they take the same rock and they do radiometric dating, they find out that they get a prediction of 2.1 billion years, 700 or 910 million years, and like 2 million years, all from the same rock. Okay, and so then you find out, oh, this is just bullshit. So why do people run around pretending it's like definitive science and we've proven the Earth settled? And then, of course, you fall back to, oh, you need it for evolution. That was my long way of saying I didn't actually have to get into the specifics of evolution to know that it's bullshit. You don't even get to first base without billions of years. So until you can actually verify that without your pseudoscience nonsense and your Texas sharpshooter fallacies, then like evolution's dead on arrival. It means nothing. Doesn't even have like an ability to take a breath. But then I researched it just to refute my friend with specificity because that's my friend. I didn't want him to be an atheist nihilist. And so I studied it. I actually took notes and everything. And I remember something about chirality. I literally told that whole story just to explain that I remember chirality does refute evolution in some way. I just don't remember how. I'm sorry, I just talked so long.
No, that was good, Winston. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. If shit starts getting crazy, make a list of people that want to talk. That shit works dumb good, bro. I stopped it from being a shit show like 4 times yesterday.
Nice. Yeah, me and Gio were like brainstorming like a whole bunch of different stuff because I was saying like Jeremy really does do pretty good. I think that the listing people out does good. I think that like people like me not monologuing like I just did would probably help a lot. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about it for like hours trying to figure out the best ways to. Did Gio talk to you at all?
Yeah, a little bit. The listings. Lemon Bird used to do the list before, and that shit always worked good. So I tried it yesterday, and that shit was going good because it was starting to get crazy. And I'm like, yo, all right, who wants to talk? Like 5 people were trying to talk at once. So I just took their names down, and then we just had a list going for like an hour or so. And like Zanuck was like unmute me, but he seen I had the room under total control, and he didn't even try to talk because he knew he wasn't gonna get a shit show off.
No, that's nice, bro. That's nice. A lot of times too with like the list, like something that one person was going to say ends up getting said anyway too. So it just helps like smooth things out. I was saying one thing is like a more debate specific moderation, right? So like say someone makes a point and then the person responding to them keeps on like walking past their point and ignoring the question over and over. Like the moderator can literally be like, wait. Okay, he's asking you this. Would you please answer this to like move the convo along, you know?
Yeah, no, that's dope too. Yeah, hold their feet to the fire right there. Yeah.
But just make sure that you're fair to both sides, you know. I think that's one of the number one things that happens is like it devolves into like this personal back and forth where we're talking past each other, and it's a 5-minute conversation turns into like an hour.
Oh, it takes forever. Yeah, everything takes forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Shit that should have took like 10 seconds takes like you're like 3 hours deep now.
Dude, it's crazy.
We had some dope conversations yesterday. Even last night when I got back on, like I think we got 10 or 11 different definitions of mass within like 10 minutes from these guys. Yeah, the no volume thing. You had something with no volume, 2 things with no volume, and then you get volume. What else? They were saying crazy shit. Oh, the guys was in here saying that Einstein debunked Newton. And I was like, yo, I agree with you. And I was like, actually, not only do I agree with you, like, he goes, Feynman or Shanker, one of them guys agrees with us too. And he started like fighting me on it with me on it. He's like, it's a semantics argument. I'm like, dude, I'm not arguing with you. I agree. It was hilarious. That dude Charlie's different. Hit a massless electron, or sorry, the matterless electron. Remember that shit? I was freaking out one night. I'm like, dude, how have you been telling me for 5 fucking years that mass is an amount of matter, and then you have this thing with mass, and now you have no matter? But yeah, if you look up the electron, it says it has volume. So I don't know if Jason and Nate are wrong. Like, who do we trust? These anti-flat earthers or whatever Google says? Do they just not know?
I don't see why photons don't have mass. I don't see why that would be a thing. If you see it, it must have mass. Doesn't make sense to me.
Zero and zero still equals 1, I hear?
Yeah, that was neat. No, if you have something with no volume, you can't just add it. You have to orbit it. You have to orbit another zero.
Yes, Globe
With
Logic
a
says
wire, there
zero.
has to be a
Another
rope.
zero and
There has to be a rope in between, though. Remember that?
get something orbit it without a rope.
What's the deal? What's the deal where you affect one molecule over here and then the other molecule over there is affected at the same time? What's up with that?
Entanglement.
Entanglement. I guess maybe you have to use the same molecule, but maybe you split the molecule, and then you affect it on this side, and the other side is affected automatically at the same time. Is that entanglement theory?
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking about quantum entanglement.
Also,
Yeah,
zero
SC, you
squared
gotta.
equals 1. Don't forget
You
that one.
can't. You can't just add the two zeros
But
together.
hang
You
on.
have to get a
Listen,
zero.
look. Globe Logic says if there's enough zeros, it will eventually hit 1, just because. Because those zeros, they're not actually zero. It's just close to 0, but there's something there. And eventually they'll equal 1.
Yeah, you can't just start adding shit together, SC. You have to have a zero, orbit another zero with a zero, and then you get more than zero.
Yeah, but there has to be a rope. There has to be a zero tied to a zero while orbiting, and then it becomes 1. Yeah, makes sense.
You're missing one thing: acceleration. Add acceleration, then you get the 1.
No, that guy Charlie was on some other shit. He was
Oh
calling them
man,
dudes
how
out
about
good.
the different definitions of mass? How many did we come up with? 12 or what was it?
It was over 10.
Over 10 for sure. Yeah. That conversation
That's a
should be
fucking record
taped and
right there.
played all over the world, like people listening to their nonsense.
I've never heard more than. I mean, I've heard him give like 2 or 3 usually, but I was like, so after so many, I'm like, fuck it, let's see how many we can get here.
Bro, there was so many. I didn't even bring out the SI unit. I was holding it in my back pocket, but I figure it doesn't. We're having so much fun. I'm not even going to mention what it's based on weight, right? And get them to say that mass is not weight. Maybe we can do that now. Hey, chirality, is mass weight?
Let me help you. It's chirality. Chirality.
Chirality is mass weight. Is he here? Oh, too bad. That would
Probably
have
went
been
off
fun.
and tried to figure out.
He was here. He was here.
He just found out his name debunks evolution, so he's probably looking into that.
Yeah, what's it? Are you here?
Yeah, nice one there. What's it?
I'm just saying.
Look up his name.
I just finished watching the What's It
I'm
debate
really
disco,
I'm
and
really
that guy is like retardedly annoying. I don't know how you went through that entire fucking debate. Guy wouldn't even let you finish one goddamn line. Fucking crazy.
What's with Jaren doing a moderation between Fight the Flat Earth and what's that other guy's name? Hancho?
Why can't Jaren moderate?
No, it was just I found it weird. I go, what? Fight the Pancho Pete, is it? Is that his name? Pancho Pete? Something like that.
Was Jaren a bad moderator?
Well, I didn't see all of it. I just saw like a bit. I go, what? Jaren is moderating? I found that weird.
We need more flat Earth moderators. That all the moderators are biased, are globers. So that's good. I think that he did that.
Yeah, like modern debate, I don't like modern day debates moderators are just sit, do nothing, let the guy interrupt you. and just read the super chats. Like, yeah, there has to be some sort of equal balance moderation.
Yeah, that place is bad. Definitely bad for. There is no moderation.
Nope. Like, I just finished watching like 2 debates, and all I've seen them do when they interrupt is when like the chat says, "Dude, I can't even hear them." They're like yelling and over talking, and like they're like, for instance, I like give it to Jeremy. He'll go and start doing a list like next, next. Like over there, it's like, all right, stop interrupting. As soon as he says stop, the guy just continues to interrupt. I'm like, dude, do your fucking moderation job. Call him out.
Yeah, they really need to work on that for sure. Yeah.
So I'm
So
watching
no
this
baller.
Netflix. I'm watching this Netflix. It's called Omniscient, and in the future, drones are going to watch us 24/7. There is no security. There is no way to not have drones watching 24/7. That's the future, guys. Get ready.
Yeah, they can try that shit. Like maybe in like pussy ass Britain, but the United States, people openly have shot hawks just down drones. You know, let's see what happens. I don't think the American government infrastructure is going to be able to move as smooth as the British government with their Big Brother shit.
Dude, if you so much as try to wipe your asshole, that will be a drone there watching you and submit that to Big Brother, bro.
Bro, I hope that FBI guy is getting paid good money.
Yeah, dude, I got 762, my guy. I got some 762 that says the drone won't be watching me very long. Yo, but when I couldn't talk, but you was talking about the that debate, dude. That debate was so bad that James texted me and like apologized.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It's like, look, the debates that I've seen where like people kind of like try to talk to each other, like they got to start making fucking moderations. Like that fucking loser that just kept interrupting. I got my friend. I got my friend. Well, then I got my friend that told me the world is fucking flat. Ah, you no, that's not your friend's wrong. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Tell that fucker to go play WoW.
I did an after show actually on the moderator's show on his channel, which is called like Atheist Edge or something. And Dell was on there, and then some like I don't remember. I think he said he had a PhD, and he works at Stanford, and he's the grandson of Van de Graaff. Yeah, I debated them on the after show.
Jeez. Everyone wants their 15 seconds of fame.
Yeah. There was like circle jerking about straw mans against flat Earth, and I'm like, dude, I'm about to crash this, dude. You guys are annoying.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that. The more we see how fucking like again like there's a majority of people that are moving away from the left and getting more into conservatism and to the right. And the moment these globies start talking like lefties, it's just like, well, he's clearly wrong because he sounds like a lefty, talks like a lefty, and sure as hell have the attitude and child mannerisms of a lefty. Yeah, I'm not gonna believe him.
Isn't it crazy that they're all like that?
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. It's like, I gotta give you respect to the man child. Okay.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's almost like like I said, I've said this before, but someone reached out to me and told me about this theory that they like put me in place to debate the flat Earth really well, and then they prop up these people like Professor Dave and stuff to debate the globe really bad, so they could breathe life into the psyop that was flat Earth.
Oh,
I'm
control
like, you are
opposition.
coping hard, dude. If you think that.
Oh yeah. You don't understand. The government is trying to give us this false information that they're trying to make us believe that the world's flat. And how would that pay off for the psyop?
Yeah, I guess they said like the vision.
Well,
Yeah.
like Professor Dave's videos are by default propped up, right? People hear his nonsense just looking at the flat Earth, so that part is manipulated. But it's just the other way.
Yeah, but it's just like from my perspective, you sound so crazy when you say stuff like that about me, you know? Because I'm like, dude, you're just so far off, you know? Like you guys got to chill.
You know, it kind of reminds me of the thing where when they found Trump had all these classified documents. It's like, I knew that motherfucker was a traitor. Then Biden, what was it up to now? Like 8 places with classified documents and ongoing. And now I'm hearing, oh, it's kind of coincidence. Either Trump's the luckiest man in the world, or Trump has a team of spies putting these files in Biden's home.
Yikes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
That's
the people that make fun of conspiracy theorists turn into like the most unhinged conspiracy theorists ever.
Deathbringer.
Yeah, what's up?
Look, the Biden documents, right? Don't you think that's like just too fucking good? Like, how fucking stupid could they be? Like, you don't think that's a planned setup?
No, I think they're that dumb. Like you look at the FBI with Hunter Biden shit, right? Like 2 years ago, you think to yourself, yo, this shit's at least less than a year. But with all this stuff going on, you're like, even the FBI that was working under these idiotic directors, like, this shit's gonna get uncovered, unbusted, and all of us are gonna get in trouble, right? Yeah, but it's not gonna be like that. Year later, okay. Yes, we did have it. Yes, we didn't do it. It's like, it's their incompetence, dude. It's like when you work at some of these places, I assure you, like, you wonder how the fuck they fed themselves. They're that fucking dumb.
I
I've
know,
seen
bro.
too many.
I don't think people are that stupid, bro. I think it smells funny to me.
Oh,
I
I
wish
think
that.
people are that stupid. I have no idea what you guys are talking about though, because I don't keep up with any of that shit. But like, yeah, like I actually agree with him for sure that even if they set up psyops, they use the incompetence of the government employees. Like for sure, government employees are incompetent. Like 95% of them.
Yeah, let me give you a good example. Look at a Vegas shooter, right? So the Vegas shooting happens. It says there's one guy who had 5 AR-15 weapons, right? Now, here's the thing. Where did the guys get the AR-15 weapons? Well, state cops went in and took a look into it, found out that the guns, their numbers were registered to FBI locked up weapons. Whoa, how did this guy get FBI weapons? And they also found that he had an LMG 240, which allowed him to shoot the thing for more than a minute. Even there's phone recordings. The FBI kept denying it, but the state cops go like, "I have records. I took pictures. I even filed it with the sergeant." Was like, "No, that's not true. Are you calling me a liar? I literally documented it. I had the guns in my fucking hand. I have took multiple pictures. I even got the serial number." So when people were asking, how did the Vegas shooter get these weapons? Well, the FBI goes, well, we gave him the weapons to see if he actually would do it, and then we lost track of him. That was their response during the investigation.
Well, that's actually the official story.
Don't you realize that kind of shows that the whole thing is completely fabricated?
Yeah, they set that up. Most of these shootings are FBI psyops. But the problem is when they get caught by state cops.
The story's a lie.
Yeah, they get caught.
The story's a lie.
What he's saying is that they're so incompetent they get caught.
Okay, back up. The story's a lie. There was somebody shooting right through the window. Probably not the guy they say. Probably an agent shooting, and they try to pin it on the guy who's dead now, so you can't talk. Probably what happened.
Well, sure, but the FBI also hires patsies. Have you guys ever heard of the story of Cody Snodgrass or something like that? It's Snodgres. He says that he worked for the CIA, and he was hired, or they came to him and tried to hire him to do the Oklahoma City bombing, and they gave him a duffel bag with $500,000, and they said half now, half later. but he said that he knew he was so late in his career that they were trying to use him as a patsy. He said that what they do is they use you as a patsy. Say you slipped up somewhere and they got evidence against you, or enemy country found out you were working for the CIA undercover as a foreign agent, or you're getting old and you know too many secrets. They come and give you a job. You've done like dozens of jobs, but this is just your last one. And then they literally just like blame it all on you or kill you.
Yep.
So
Yeah, think of Operation False Flag. How do you think we end up getting, like, the public gets fully aware of that, right? Like the Cuba Missile Crisis and the Cuba attack. But eventually it got leaked, the stuff got found out, and you know what the FBI's response was? Yeah, we weren't gonna do it. Of course we were gonna do a mock thing. Or my favorite one, the terrorist attack bombing in New York, where they were contacting this kid through PlayStation games. They convinced this kid that to do the bombing and everything. Then they catch him. You know, he didn't blow anything up, but they caught him. And then when people were like, you know, the kid got a lawyer and asked him, "Hey, could you tell him to go and investigate my PS4?" They're like, "No, they can't." But eventually the judge says, "Do it." And they found out the chats were all of them convincing and giving him layouts to the bomb. So he didn't even build the bomb. The FBI gave him a bomb. So again, like I said, FBI is one of the dumbest things. This is why we call them glowies. Look what happened to the Jan 6 guy when he was like saying on January 5th and January 4th, you could hear him in DC says, we need to invade Congress. We need to invade Congress. And everyone else turned around, Fed.
yeah, dude, they even saw pictures of people with like earpieces, and they saw the people like guiding the people in, and yeah, it was so obvious that the feds did that. Dude, I've had feds follow me around, so like I know they're incompetent, bro. So really, no one can convince me otherwise. I know that not only government employees, but like federal agents are super incompetent, and like yeah, actually like cops are super incompetent as well. So like incredibly incompetent, and they keep the street cops around 105 IQ, and I can attest that that's about accurate when I you know engaged with like 50 of them on my tour and had to teach them their job every single time. Then I had federal agents trying to walk around and like follow me, but they couldn't even like hide. And they're so like incompetent, they can't even hide that they're watching you. So I know some people probably think I'm making that up. I don't really give a shit. I mean, I'm just letting you guys know.
Oh no, I know. Seen that shit. I've seen feds do that shit all the time. There's videos. There's people watching and following. You know, I've seen when Alex Jones got followed. I don't even know. Like, there's a lot of times. Like I said, the FBI are dumb. They don't hire like military trained and all that stuff, and you know they get caught in all their chops. Look at ATF with Waco. There was one time there was a story where they were expecting the townspeople to feel bad for one ATF guy. Two ATF guys went to a motorcycle gang, and I think it was Tucson or someplace like that. They tailed them, you know, saying, "Oh, we're ATF," and I guess they watched too much Sons of Anarchy, so they beat them beat the shit out of them, and then they expected the whole town to snitch on them, and it's like, I didn't see nothing. I saw you guys fell and got hit by a car. I don't know where the license is, and they had to walk your asses out of that place, you know. And it's not the first time. I remember there was a guy that shot two cops, and I think he killed one ATF agent. He was crossing the farmer's land, and what they wanted to do was the burning of the crops, because you know there's a certain not military, government contract that the government will buy your crops, but you got to destroy them, right? So this farmer who's been doing that chose not to do it this year, and they went and attempted to burn. So he called the state cops and the county sheriff, and they let him know. They put the signs out there. We'll let the agency know. So what ended up happening? Lily said, well, they said they were FBI, but they had ATF license. Tried to burn his crops. He put two full lead shots in one of them, and I think he maimed the other lady. And of course, they call the cops and everything. It's like, well, you're trespassing, but I'm a federal agent. You can't trespass. And what are you trying to burn his crops for? Like he even says signs. He has a big old sign billboard when you get into his thing. I'm not burning my crops this year. No, I'm not doing it. So it's like, why did you not like listen to the sign? It's like because they're ordered. They're blindly ordered, and then they expected like the farmers not to shoot them.
That's crazy.
Yep. I'm telling you, it's gonna get pretty funny too. Like there's that funny
Hey,
ATF.
why do they burn their crops though? What's the deal with that?
It's
What
to
do you mean?
manipulate the market.
What do you think? Yeah, and the supply, which is the
What?
same thing.
I'm sorry.
The
Say it
food
again.
supply. They manipulate the food supply in the market. They've actually done it way
Wait,
more in the
wait.
last like 2 years.
Okay, I remember supposedly my dad told me way back when they used to when they grew crops they would do it for 7 years or something like that, and they would have to give it a year or two off because it would drain the elements from the soil.
That's what
Is
the
that a thing?
scriptures say. That's what the scriptures say to do that. But the government will send you a letter and say, "We will pay you to destroy your crops," and they oftentimes they pay you more than you would make.
And then what do the farmers think about that?
Let me take a ton of money and a year off. But sometimes they don't pay you more than you'll make. And sometimes they say, look, it's illegal for you to grow food this year. So either you get paid or you still aren't allowed to grow food. They also did this with like when the
So
pandemic
hang on.
popped off.
So it's a manipulation of the supply and demand. Is that what it
Yep.
is?
Yeah.
Think what happened in the last 2
People
years.
are okay with it?
Well, think of what happened to the last 2 years. I don't know if you're familiar with reports, but over 22 or 23, depending which one you want to believe, food processing plants all of a sudden got caught in arson and fire. Just whoop, fire, no investigations. Well, there were 2 federal agents that got caught inside the building, but I wouldn't put that as a conspiracy, would it?
So they were trying to shorten the supply of food during the lockdown.
Yep, manufactured
Yes.
famine.
And they're still doing that.
And now we
that,
have
that's
a
they're gonna
40%
pull that
increase
card.
in food and a 100% increase in gas prices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's gonna get worse. So I mean, like they're just building that up, right? I mean, yeah, like the UN just released a statement saying that the pandemic has caused a food and fuel crisis that has yet to hit, and we need to come together as a one world.
Yeah, that's it.
Can one of you guys send me a link of them, maybe like an article where it shows them manipulating the or maybe burning the factories or something that's because I don't know anything about that. That's just interesting to me.
Yeah, you can probably actually Google that. I've seen mainstream articles about it. Well, there's a lot of like
But
farmer testimony.
do people really sit idle while their farms are being burned and their factories are being burned? And do people that just like news not researchers but people who give a shit about what's happening, they don't write articles about this stuff and or what?
Well, there's plenty of places. Like I get most of my news sources from different places, but when the shit was starting to happen, 4chan was doing it, and 4chan already did their autism of all the list and maps and where all the stuff was being burnt. And then we had other Chan boys from different countries like Canada, Mexico, and Britain also getting caught with more than 2 fires, right? If 1 fire, all right, no big deal. 2 fires, that's a coincidence. 3 sounds like a conspiracy. And then later on, sounds like our food supplies are being attacked. So there's a list of it. I'll look for it. I gotta find that fucking list. I'll Google it. But as far as it goes, yes, they're doing a manufactured famine. I'll give you my spin to it. I think personally, it's a scorch and burn tactic. I think the people that are on top have like completely, used up America and all of its causes. I think something is definitely fighting them, or maybe they're having an in war between the other secret societies, and they're just moving away. They're going to be leaving America to go somewhere else. Maybe they'll still have some groups there, but it looks like a scorch burn. Burn the economy, burn the resources, burn everything, and it'll take us 5 to 6 years or even a decade to rebuild to being like a gold standard. So that's what I think.
Yeah, Deathbringer. Yeah, send me the best article you have on that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Godric.
That'll be $7.77, bro. Yeah, we charge $7.77 per article.
So is that how you get by charging for your article?
Dollar sign Witz gets it.
Here, Tucker Carlson talks about it too. Again, many people are trying to wake God knows how many people, but you know, right now as it is, it's just we're waiting for the shadow on the world to be kind of like done. No one wants any martyrs. Too many like martyrs like Ted Zelinsky and a few others that are just dying in a wayside because nothing really happens.
Dude, I personally think that like we're gonna live in one of the most epic times ever.
Oh yeah, same
And
here.
I'm not even like worried about it.
Nope.
I
I'm
think it's gonna get kind of crazy, but I think it's gonna like end up being like a new age.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. That's what I keep saying. I think you and I and everyone else here are going to experience us losing the shackles that is modern bullshit. You know, the rat race and everything, and this whole bullshit they've told us there's no more need for pioneers because everything's been explored. I think like when that shit hits the fan, where everyone gets to like the new lands are going to be explored, new science without being shackled by government oppression or government conspiracies or pharmaceutical medicines that are going to cure, food that actually tastes like fucking food.
They told us, they showed us that in the Truman Show. It's already been done.
Yeah. I do think it's gonna get crazy though. Like, I think that they're gonna try to roll out like climate lockdowns, and they're gonna like manipulate the weather to make crazy shit pop off with the weather all over the world. Pull out climate lockdowns. Have you guys heard like do like the 15-minute city thing in the major metropolitan areas?
What's it? You hear Klaus Schwab might get removed from the World Economic Forum?
I have not.
Yeah, there's a hit list on him.
I just heard there's something. It's like something about like the internal board members were saying that like he's like a radical or something like that. Let me see if I find.
Oh wow.
Yeah, remember that thing I was saying earlier? Remember I was telling you that these organizations and stuff like that are going to start going after them. You won't see much of Klaus Schwab or George Soros because they had their big old plan to unite all the clans to get this giant thing to work, and it failed. And now they're all pissed. And now they're going after them.
They're all radical though. Like, what about Davos? And I just watched a bunch of clips from the most recent thing, and they're like just straight up saying that they, that the fact that they allowed open debate during the pandemic was the biggest mistake they've ever made, even though they didn't allow that. And they want to have 15-minute cities. How they want to like it just I mean I don't know, every person that spoke there was talking like crazy. I mean, anyone that knows me knows I'm not like a doomer. I'm just saying, like, they're rushing out, or they're rolling out like a test right now, right in Europe, where they're doing climate lockdowns in the sense that they're saying you can only drive so much per day, and the people really aren't even going in Europe, which means they're not ready to go in the U.S. But because they're like knocking down the roadblocks and stuff, and they're trying to roll out these 15-minute cities, which everything that you need, like your bank, your grocery store, your doctor, is all within 15 minutes of walking distance, and that you have to stay in your district or you get fined. Just like the Hunger Games, they're like literally proposing this in legislation there. I mean, like I said, I'm not like a fear porn guy. I'm just saying that this is what they're doing. And then they're another law up for vote in Europe is that if you leave your district, more than 100 times in a year, then you get fined. So that's pretty fun. I mean, I just think they showed the Hunger Games to show you truth in plain sight, which is, you know, the world's much bigger than they tell you, and they tell you to stay locked down in your little playpen, and they're going to divvy you out into districts, and they're going to make you poor, and they're going to control your food supply. And, you know, I think they're going to try that. I'm not really saying that they're going to be successful. I think that they're going to lose, but we're just going to lose some people on the way.
Yep. Totally agree. And they're so goddamn dumb. There's a video. I'll post it up. There's a video where this guy was talking about the psychologist gets called by like a bunch of leading CEOs, world leaders, prime ministers, and he's thinking to himself like, oh, he hit the big league. He's gonna get put up a talking point. And after his speech and lecture of like human psychology, habitation, ideology, they started asking questions. It's like, sure, go ahead. And one of the questions they started asking him, right? What if society collapsed? For some odd reason, electricity, governments, they all shut down, and he wants to control a certain group of people. How well can he trust the cops or the security team, the professional military team? And they started asking how do I prevent them from electing a new leader? Can I put a shock collar? What if I'm the only one that has the key or the key code to get to the food supplies? And then he goes, is it possible I could put like a dead man switch bracelet on them? Will they accept that? And how would I go about explaining to the 19 elite Navy CO units the guy said he had under his command to not try to kill him and take leadership? And then later on they get to the point where it's like, can we do robots? How far is robot technology is? And that's when he realized that these world leaders were dumb as shit, and they really are wanting to find ways to control humanity when shit hits the fan. And it's just humorous because they're that naive and that dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, they were talking about in this most recent World Economic Forum, they're talking about fully mapping out pattern recognition with implantables, and they're just psychos, man. They say that no one should be eating meat because of carbon. So they want to literally control how much meat and coffee you can have, and they're just so deluded. It's kind of crazy.
Yep.
But listen, they do it for your benefit, bro. They're trying to help us.
Yeah, for sure. I want some little cooked chamomile that's just pouring semen out of him every day, to tell me what to do. Let me tell you.
They have the top nutritionists, bro. Trust the science.
Oh yeah, I got some images that of a lot of people in that side that trusted the science, just giving all those shakes and trembles and having a little bag where they pee and shit. The guy that even did the comic book for Dilberts.
That can be explained away by the effects of global warming.
Oh yes, global warming, climate,
and it's Trump's fault.
Oh yeah, Orange Man bad. Definitely. This whole shit would have never happened if Orange Man didn't get in office and ruin things.
Dude, that's not even important. The important thing is all these guns, man, all these mass shootings, dude. We gotta stop it all, man. We have to give up our guns.
Yeah.
Because
if only.
Big Brother's trying to help you, bro. They're trying to, take care of you.
Oh yeah. Dude.
Why would they lie?
Oh yeah, why would they lie? Dude, I've been having such a blast of going to all the users and peoples when I used to have these epic debates and I guess screeching matches with these jabbies and watching post after post, which is pretty morbid, but I'm an edgy boy, so of them saying, I lost feeling in my leg today, I lost feeling in my arm, I can't stop shaking and shitting myself. I'm just that guy that comments, believe in the science, don't question it. Oh, dude.
Oh, speaking of which, that dude who had a heart attack on a national football game, they're all required to get it, right? So do you think that's happening?
They said he like had to be revived or resuscitated like 2 to 3 times. That
Yeah, he
Blackbeard.
was basically dead.
Yeah, they probably
Now,
says he can't
now,
die.
if that's true, right? That would mean that the normal guy that's on the side of the street that's not an NFL football player that doesn't have more than one med at his disposal would have probably died. But this guy had 1,000 medics waiting to help him. All the top, they revived him after 3 times. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Hey, sucky part is there's a lot of hot chicks that took the jabs, and now they're kind of disabled.
Dude, they should be
Can you
forced
send
to
me-
have to tell
can you
people
send me-
like
Can you send me some info on that, Deathbringer?
Say which one?
The last thing you said.
Oh, the hot chicks. I'll give you one, Blondie.
Any
Kind of
chick.
sad.
I
Recently
saw a video of some chick, like, obviously, like, I don't know how to explain it, but she was basically like uncontrollably shaking. Was that legit?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It's almost like they're overdoing it.
Well, like I said, to me, it's scorch burn, and a lot of it's I don't give a shit. You know, like they certain things like that. You would think if it was a 10% of some of these cases, and people would have literally dismiss it. They're like, well, 10% is still a small margin, and people would have pulled up their pants and walk away from this tragedy. But it's way too much. It's way too fucking much. And not to top it off, the immune system is also fucking gone. So even a cold or whatever is just devastating.
You saw Elon Musk saying that he's got vax problems and like his
say jabs.
Oh yeah. What do you call it? His he had an issue, and then I guess his brother or I don't know, one of his family members had a brother-in-law maybe.
Yeah, I personally don't think he got the jabby.
He
I think
said
he's just saying. I know what he's saying, but he's been playing code for a long time. I think he's just saying it.
He said he had to take it to go into one of his own manufacturers in Germany. Is the story?
Yeah.
So when he had to go to visit one of the places, he got the jab.
Should have got more. Dumbass,
Yeah.
you're that rich.
Well,
you can't get an extra passport, bro. You can't. Like, what? A
Even
clown.
Tate was flying around with never jabbed.
Because he had a
never
bunch
got
of
tested.
passports.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
I have a bunch of dudes who traveled all over the world. Dude. There's a couple little tricks. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But like the fact that he's coming out and saying that, let's say he's injured by it. Like, the more and more people come out saying that they're injured by it, like, as much as we could sit there on the sidelines and go like, hey, you fucking trusted the science, go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of also just like, this is interesting to watch because
I feel bad for him, yeah.
Yeah, there's that element too. You saw Rogan too, I guess, came out and like, he actually came out and said, offered forgiveness for the people who were, making up shit about him during the whole thing.
That's cool. They're both definitely controlled ops, but it's fun to watch, I guess.
Well, right, but that's not like right, but it also it affects the society we live in. Therefore, it's
for sure
and necessary to know about, I think. But I don't have a horse in the game other than I would hope that like it's like like let's say like right now there's a clear divide in let's say you've got Donald Trump that represents like Americana. You know what I mean? And then you've got this other.
What you said? You meant to say Israel? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, regardless.
I'm just kidding,
of
man.
whatever,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no. But like, regardless of the underlying, all the other geopolitical fucking concerns one could be worried about. There's like Americanism versus like this socialist totalitarianism theme going on. So it's like I'm rooting, like I would hope anyone else would, for the American side of things because that's the side that brought us freedom of speech. It's what allows us to speak freely to some extent about flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like these are the kind of things in the tenets that allow us to exercise our rights to talk about these controversial ideas. And that's what these, lefty nut jobs don't have any respect for, and that's why they're suckers.
And that's why they got the jab.
all of it. But like, and they eat it all. But like, and that's why I offer. Usually, I found just something to offer them is like, dude, are you not an uneducated North Korean? Potentially. And like, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't look at yourself in that light, then you're never going to learn anything. I think that's how any one of us got to where we got to, is by thinking to yourself, well, if I was under mind control, how would I know I'm under mind control? You know what I mean? That kind of a dialogue internally. And like, these people have never considered that maybe they're wrong at all, because they just accept, that Kim Jong Un's haircut was invented by Kim Jong Un. So,
Yeah, yo, I ran across one of those guys yesterday. I was asking him like everything I could think of. Dude, he defended everything. I'm like, yo, children being hypersexualized and coaxed into irreparable transitions via hormone therapy. Yeah, for sure. They go to therapists all the time. They go to therapists for a long time before they decide to do it, and it's just until they're 18. And dude, everything I could think of, right? I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
you're
Nazi,
gone, my dude. You are gone. You are out of here.
they're Nazi apologists, man. And like, and I love pointing it in their face. It's funny, like this one kid was in here the other day, and I was kind of talking law and like all this stuff and shit, and like, but he kept like, he's like, no, just because Werner von Braun ran NASA, he goes, well, he had a chaperone and a military, like, and then, oh yeah, I said, Nazis created NASA.
Yeah, I'm the dude.
He went so far as to say I was wrong. I check it out. This is why I was wrong. I was wrong because the people who created Operation Paperclip, weren't Nazis. Therefore, it actually didn't originate from Nazis because it was actually Americans. That was his distinction as to
Yeah,
why I
that's
was
exactly
wrong.
what I said.
And I was just like, that's interesting. Like, because the fact that the Nazis, were the founding members of NASA is kind of evident. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to deny that, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, I think but he's definitely coming from like he's looked into World War II like down the rabbit hole, right? I mean,
yep.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like I personally would probably find a moment that I'm gonna part ways with you on that, but yeah, like I'm definitely no Werner von Braun apologist because I've really looked into that dude. But I will say, you one could say like, well, maybe we were kind of spun a narrative about World War II, and then they were taken and told what to do and blah blah blah, and then he kind of let it out on his deathbed by putting it on his gravestone that you can't go to space, and who knows. But yeah, like I think the idea in and of itself, which is that they blatantly said that they were bad, and then they founded the organizations with them as the face, is kind of a tell of their intentions. But
yeah,
I'm not really. I don't fall for the trick. In my opinion, it's a trick to pick good or bad. I think it's like, oh, it was war. We were lied to about the war.
Yeah, exactly. Most people don't know this. Is like I've said, and I've said this many times in chat. I'm not no Nazi apologist, but you got to look at history itself. That's why when you blame a society or a cult, I'm like, well, that's not them. So if you want to get really accurate about it, just say exactly that. Because what ended up happening, the message that you're saying, right? Just because you got that fact wrong, many people in my own circles will just go like, nah, man, the dude's wrong. Now, I already know exactly what the fuck you were saying. I just told you to clear that up, in which Larry did. He came in, he busted ass, he said exactly what you said. He was your translator, and translate that shit, which all of us agreed. It's not me because I was apologizing to Valeno, whatever that guy's name is. But my point is, like, the Nazis didn't found Operation Paperclip. Like, the Americans, Russians, and all these other governments knew that these German scientists were like crack levels ahead of everyone.
Well,
And it was a scoop as much as possible.
Trying to correlate it to like the idea that here you are, like, you don't know that, and this wasn't you I was arguing with. I don't think. It was some other lawyer kid or whatever, and he But my point was, I was saying, like, because I think it was you that brought up the mass graves and all this kind of shit going on in New York, and I was like, I was kind of mulling over the question of like, are you not just like here you are, like, and I think I brought it up. It's like, here you are, like, you apologize for the Nazis that ran NASA. You don't believe in Maxwell Chikumbutsu, right? I don't know if you know who he is, right? And you're totally skeptical against these inventor guys, but have none of that against NASA. You're going to apologize for them, apologize for the whole mandate shit show, apologize for mass graves, and then turn around and call people anti-Semitic.
That's not what you're talking about someone else, not me, right?
No,
Well,
I mean,
clearly,
it
I'm
was
pretty
you,
sure
man.
you
I
didn't
don't know.
call
It wasn't
someone
you.
anti-Semitic. So
I know, yeah. I was like,
Yeah,
wait.
no, not you. I mean, I was calling you a Fed yesterday because you was going in on the fucking the real deal, fucking, you know what I mean, like the
Oh
wrong
yeah.
and like, and I just think that that's not something one should even entertain publicly because it's just too controversial and it's like FedEps, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
yo, you said he was a Fed.
Yeah, he called
well,
me
I
a
said
Fed.
like, yo, I was
That's
like, yo,
tight.
anyone ever told you sound like a Fed?
I like
Because he
Deathbringer,
was like,
bro.
we need to bring fire and brimstone and fucking all this shit
Oh
upon
no,
us.
because he gave like all right.
And
So
you
the
guys
reason
were
why he
saying
called me a Fed.
I'm a pussy because I'm like, no. We haven't exhausted all of our legal
Oh,
recourse.
by the way, Deathbringer, yeah, I'm gonna agree with Issa in the meta here.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Minecraft
Yeah.
level. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
no, we were at that stage, right? Where we're talking about like it's getting to the point where it's gonna get really worse. That even some of the groups that I've talked to that are normies are like, yo, I'm just waiting. I got guns, I'm waiting for the fucking shit to spell out. And I'm like, yeah, I understand. I feel the same way. But Issa says we need to learn to forgive. We need to try new administrative bureaucrat lawyer shit and learn to forgive these assholes and live with them.
Well, I don't think you're gonna win. I
Oh.
think my argument is this: is that look, they are completely prepared for your naive, fucking one gun having motherfucking ass, dude.
That's
Like
true too. Yeah.
they're fucking so ready for you. You know what? They're not ready for you. They're not ready for you to come in with paperwork, the Bible, and the fucking faith that moves mountains and shit. That's where I'm at, dude. Now, granted, if you want to be base with it, like I said earlier, like I'll choke any one of you out on a mat. I swear to God, I would. And
Bro, I
fucking,
leave with a left, bro.
there's no fuck, and I'm willing to come to. You know what I mean? I got gyms we can go to. Like fucking,
I
like I'm
believe
saying,
you. I
dude, like
believe
you know
you.
what I mean? Like where actually, no, I'll come to you. What city are you in? And I will come to your gym and know someone, and we'll fucking find
I
out.
will no, it's what I'm trying to say to
What
you,
I'm,
right?
you know what I mean? Because I'm not on that level, but I love that shit, dude. Like I fucking, you don't understand how much I love fighting, dude. But like my point is that I fucking also know that forgiveness, wisdom, the elders, what they've taught us, black belt shit, bro.
I
Like
would tell
not
both of you to
just
sit your ass down. We're on the same team. But like this is the thing. Okay, somewhere in the middle, right? Where I definitely have like some 7.62, and I'd much rather just be on some acres kicked back, like yo, go fetch the chicken eggs. Society's tripping right now, and I kind of think I'm okay. I wouldn't be one to eagerly go try to save the radical leftists from their inevitable doom.
Nope.
Like, I think that they brought this upon themselves, and when they start convulsing because the wind blew too hard, that's not really my fault. It's not that I don't feel bad for them, but I'm definitely not, like, going to them to see how we should move forward. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of in the middle. Like, I don't think that burn it to the ground is the move. I also don't think that asking those type of people how we go forward is the move.
right, and that's why they're not ready for forgiveness. They're not ready for that. That's the thing. That's their weak point. What I'm saying as a tactician is like, dude, this is the weak point. They're ready for you. You know what I mean? It's like, I think once you once you pose that threat, man, they are so prepared for that. They're hoping and praying some nut job. In fact, they even inspire, the feds try to inspire people to do that shit so they can kick it off.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
So I
no,
think I was kind of telling
so if
Deathbringer
you
that too. Yeah.
so if you know that, it's like I've even said before, it's like if you know that their goal is to divide and rule, then your goal to be antithetical to their goal is to unite the people.
No,
right?
No, trust me, I get what you're saying, bro. And maybe, just maybe, I'll take some consideration and stop being a little less edgy. And the thing is this though, it's like, but normal levels, if the shit hits the fan and it's wartime, if you're not gonna join up and fight with the militia, you can always play the drums or the flute or the guitar and make us write poetry and stuff.
Hey man, I'm the guy who said, yo, how many miles do you run every day, bro?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Where did I miss something here? Like, how many miles a day are you running? Like, I mean, because I don't know. I try to run quite a bit. So I mean, like, I don't know how many miles are you running.
I march with a 40-pound bag.
My point is this: is if you're not running, you're not training, you're not fucking going down and shooting your shit and knowing how to operate your stuff, then you're fucking talking out your ass. And
I'm not talking about ass. But
I agree. I don't think any one of us are. I really don't. I'm just trying to say, like, in a certain sense of like, I at least want people to understand this forgiveness shit before you just condemn it. And
I condemn it.
most people don't understand it before they condemn it. And that's like, to me, I think, and then you're going to go down crazy street with some violence. It's like, dude, you haven't exhausted all your legal recourse. Sorry, bro. I don't
Yeah,
care what
no.
you think about that.
No,
But
no, I
that's the
thought
case.
about it. I'm just 100%. I'm kind of done level. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, the forgiveness thing could have been done in the 60s, 70s, 80s. It's in the 2023, boys. We're at the end games now. And like I said before, I'd rather be dying on my feet than die on my knees begging for forgiveness. Fuck
See, but
that
that
shit.
shit's too. It's romanticism, bro.
It's not romanticism. It's a
It's
reality.
romanticism, my brother.
I want freedom at
no
all costs.
disrespect. I'm a very romantic person, but my point, and I'm so romantic that I've been there and I feel you. But at the same time, like I'm just saying, cultivate your energy in maybe a different way. You know, that's all. Not that that's
Easy. So you really think we need to wait? I'm just saying, like, if some people fall off at this point, like, I'm legit. Tactically speaking, like, I'm not tripping. Like, I don't like. Okay, FTFE jumped in the server. I guess FTFE was supposed to go on to a debate last Monday. He missed it. Text the owner, said, "Yo, can't make it. Had a heart attack." Doctor diagnosed him with
myocarditis,
Mario Kart itis,
Yeah.
and then yeah, he had like an acted up.
I'm telling you, whatever God is weaving this story is he is one hilarious motherfucker.
So he had it acted up last night when he was on the server, and it was sad, bro. So like, this is a dude that like I can't stand, bro. Like, if I was gonna like create an archetype of someone that I don't like, it would be him, right? And I've actually really been trying to like work on myself. I'm like, yo, I like, this is the kind of guy I would fight back in the day. Like, just fight him. Like, just get out of the room, or like, we're gonna. But now it's like I'm like, there's something good in this dude somewhere, and I like try to, level with him, be cool with him, blah blah blah. And I was watching. I went to his stream to watch it. You guys should go watch it. FTFE on YouTube. Go watch the end of the stream. And he has this cough. He can't get the cough out, and his chest starts hurting, and he starts being really short with breath, and you can see his eyes watering up, and you can see the fear in his eyes, and it's not funny. Like, it's really not funny. Like, it's sad. And like, I felt sad, bro. Like, so at the same time, what am I really going to go join forces with FDFE, the same guy that ran around and said that you should have your children taken from you and should be banished from society and you should be strapped down and forced to take it, and your science?
Yeah, didn't that happen with Paul, right?
Like,
Was it Paul? Was it Paul or Saul, right?
Well, Saul tried to persecute people, and then he became Paul. Yeah,
That's fucking right, brother. And that's
yeah,
what
but
the goal is.
yeah.
That's
He
what the
was
goal is,
persecuted.
bro. Islam has the same story with this dude. I think it's Umar, and he was like the best warrior, and he was on the hunt for the prophet. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And when he found him under a tree, and he didn't think he was the prophet, and he was like, "Where's the prophet?" And he started to talk to him and just fucking relayed. Long story short, the dude became a Muslim, one of the biggest warriors for Islam, and fucking, and I have faith in that. This is not our fight. It's like the principalities, bro. Like,
That's what I'm saying. That's
Our,
what I'm saying, though.
our
Like,
duty is this law shit. That's what I'm convinced on, and that's why I'm so rugged about it. Because until we get the code and what the word says and the forgiveness and the blah 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 blah, you're useless on the battlefield because you can't maintain diplomacy because you don't know what you're getting involved in.
yeah. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't think that burning it
Oh
to
yeah,
the
and I'm not
ground. I don't
condemning
think
you.
we can actually one up the current system. Like, I don't think we can write something more elegant than the founding documents we have. In fact, I think that's the whole point, was that they gave us this elegant documentation, and they're like, you mundane sheep are gonna shit on it, and then you get what you deserve. But I don't think we should burn it to the ground. But at the same time, if we're gonna have to rebuild it from the ground, it's not gonna be with FTFEs, bro. It's like, I wish you the best. Maybe you'll have an epiphany. Maybe he'll have his Paul moment. But I'm not his father, and I'm not his. It's like, there's a middle ground here where it's like, yo, I don't want bad things to happen to you, but like, if you just get in the way, you get in the way. Or like, if you get in the way, then I don't know. Like, what do? You like what do you cuck? You cuck to these like soulless NPCs? Of course not, right? You obviously don't. cuck the plan to fit them in it. So
Yep.
it's a middle ground.
No longer show the strong, bend the knee to the weak.
I mean, these people are deluded, my guy. These people think they have the juice.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they actually think. They think they have the juice. It's like, a couple gunshots popped off outside. They know they don't have the juice. They're going to turn to people like us. But like right now, there's not any gunshots popping off. So like they think they got the juice. I don't know. I think it's going to be an interesting time. Personally, what I think, it's like, I just look at it like a real positive thing. I'm like, a lot of people are going to like make babies and get land and grow fruit. And a lot of the trash kind of is going to take itself out in a way. And it is what it is. You might have to clean the streets up a little bit. That's how I look at it. I'm not trying to like go out. I don't really think you're going to have to go out and grab your guns. I don't think that's their plan.
Oh, that's originally what we thought. But then the jab came around and they were so gullible to take that arm out and just kept going for more than just 2 shots and a few boosties.
Lot of kind of like proof you don't really need you, and it makes sense more so that they did it to themselves, and that's going to kind of weed them out because like, they can't. The U.S. military ran logistics. They can't take America over by force.
Yep, 10% population. That's all we need.
Yeah, so like that's not their plan then, right? Like if they know they can't do it, why would they do that? Why would they even if they think they can somehow? It would be super risky. Why not just like use the idiot box to weed out half of them?
Silent weapons.
Yeah, it works perfect.
Mass destruction.
Dude, they're still bragging about it. It didn't just work. They're like lining up for the 4th one bragging. You know what I'm saying? It's like they still haven't caught on. They're actually, what they're doing now, to be real coded, but they're using this same experimental technology, skipping through the testing, right? They're skipping through the testing of this experimental technology, and now they're using it for everything in different parts of the world. Like they're using it for cancer, and they're using it for skin diseases. Like they're about to just use this synthetic technology across the board. That's what they're doing.
Did you see that? I almost don't know if it's fucking really. It's from this Canadian news station where the guy's like, "Oh, he's like, we just found out that there's stroke season."
What?
So stroke season comes after flu season. But the good news is, check this, you're gonna love this. The good news is that the flu shot that you should go get actually stops the heart attacks you might get.
Whoa.
Hang on. I know this. It's global warming. It's directly related to global warming.
Well, they changed it to climate change, man. So you sound like a bigot.
Well,
yeah, you do.
Yeah,
now you gotta go in the corner and resuscitate the 165,000 genders.
Climate change.
And
The
apologize.
globe is not inclusive enough.
Season, bro. Stroke season, dude. You know what I think it is though too? Check this out on my crazy conspiracy potential. Is fucking like, what if like the vaccination thing? Because like, is just to like, it's the secret tribunal's way of like killing off all these fucking. You know what I mean? Like, it's just you're never gonna know though. But it'll just be, oh, he died from fucking,
It's like ingenious.
Right. That's what makes me think, like, I think sometimes I wonder if Trump ain't still the president and this shit ain't just a big military shit show, dude. I fucking, you know what I mean? That's why I'm like, oh, this is fucking, like, I mean, because literally everything that they do to Trump then turns around like 20-fold on Biden. Do you hear
you know what Orwell said?
Do you hear
know what Orwell said? He said that he said to collapse a society, that you you demoralize the society with inept leaders.
Right, and that's why they did Clinton. It started out with the blowjobs and all that rest, and how to disrespect the White House, like the Bernaysian archetype fucking shit. I get it.
It's just at the peak now, right? It's
check
just like
this shit
a
out,
TV
though.
show.
Is so, right, you're watching the movie, bro. So, like, that's why it's welcome to the show. So, fucking Biden just got caught with having classified documents from back when he was a senator, which is clearly illegal, because as a vice president, he could have them, but as a fucking... I mean, actually, he couldn't have him as a vice president either, but as a senator, he had no authority to have the classified documents he was in possession of. So it's about to get really interesting. Like, and then it's just interesting. I don't know. It's interesting to me to watch, like normies and the whole shit show.
See, I only learned from that 2 hours ago. Deathbringer and Godric mentioned that. I don't know anything about it, but
what's
so
that?
basically what you're saying is he had access to classified documents as a senator that he shouldn't have had, and they're just now finding them.
Yeah, because before they were just like poo-pooing it, like, well, he was the vice president, so what? It was fucking just in his garage, and Hunter was paying $50,000 a month for rent. Fucking, but they, that's all right. But the fucking now it's kind of really big problematic because there's no legal, like way to get around this. Is the theory anyway? Like, there's
What's the
nothing.
CIA saying about it? I mean,
I don't know. Christopher Wray, I think, was over at the. Oh no, he's FBI. He was just.
I meant the news. I just meant the
World
news.
Economic
I
Forum
meant
and
the
shit.
mainstream news.
Oh yeah. Oh, those guys. I don't know. I haven't checked for him. I hear this shit.
They're saying that Trump planted him.
Okay, I'm about to Google this. Let's
Oh
see
no shit, are they?
Yeah.
Oh my god, no, seriously.
Yeah, there's even one. They even said it on the View.
Did they have become the complete conspiratard?
I know, as we were talking about,
So
they actually are
fucking cool.
unhinged conspiracy
dude,
theorists.
hey man, me and Kathy used to talk about this years ago, dude. And just like your brother said, like, dude, I used to call these out, like all the globies out here are all like Democrat, World Economic Forum.
Lefties, yep.
Well, I think they're all funded from the Bill Clinton Foundation. There's a thing called Correct the Record. I don't know if you're familiar with that group. And then there's also J-Trig, and there's all this just fucking bullshit that I think we're up against and we just don't care about anymore. I'm just over it. Like, okay, cool. You're Canadian, Australian, British, and United States intelligence. That's great. Whatever. I'm just here for the luxury of flat Earth.
This isn't really making sense already. So it says that. So, dude, when you type Biden classified documents, like bold letters, Joe Biden classified documents incident pops up for Google, which is on its face sketchy. But anyway, in the about, it says from November 2022 to January 2023, about 20 classified government documents were discovered by President Joe Biden's attorneys in his former office. So basically, what they're saying that his attorneys found these and like snitched on him.
There's been multiple fines from these attorneys, right? There's this thing over in like Penn State or whatever the fuck, and it's like that's real.
Listen, how does that make sense unless they really didn't like Joe Biden?
Well, yeah, they're like everyone's saying now. See, but you see how cynical we are, and we just don't accept the potential win of getting this like having some.
Oh yeah, I don't accept it.
Do you know? I mean, I get it. I get why. You know what I mean? I get it. Like, but like the idea, of, like Adam Schiff, I guess,
it's too perfect. Like this, they tried to do Trump. Now they're trying to do Biden. It doesn't make sense.
All I know is Mr. Orange Man has lost my respect. He can suck it. Right. So I'm not buying the whole 3D chess bullshit, but sure, maybe the psyop rolls out. That dude, I don't trust that dude. That dude's sitting in my house. I'm like praying over the house. I don't trust the dude at all. But yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it. I don't know. Like, I don't want to be too negative, but like, yeah.
Well, no, I'm looking at the show, man. I'm just saying, like, Orange Man represents Americanaism, also.
So are they running a cover story for this guy? I'm gonna check it out.
In the grand scheme of things, you have these two philosophies against one another, and that's what.
No, yeah, I hear you on that. I can vibe with you on that.
Like, there's like a clear fucking distinction, but like, there's also like, I mean, some sketchy shit too. I just think it's.
I can vibe with you on that, bro. Like I'm.
Check this out.
In principle, I choose Trump, right? Like,
right, but also look at it like this though too. Is like a really good guru, right? Let's just look at it like that, right? You got the guru for the nation is a big orange man bad, right? So fucking like he's gonna show you the way, right? But then he's got to teach you, hey, no, don't fucking follow me at some point. At some points, asshole, you have to think for yourself. At some point, you know what I mean? It's even like it's like this, like because we're right to say, well, wait a minute, you rolled out the vax, but then the diplomacy side comes in, and you got to say to yourself, but he didn't mandate it. That's the difference. And when it wasn't, I mean, like that's the difference. And so now, you're playing that fine line of diplomacy, and it ain't fun, and it ain't clear cut and dry, and it isn't easy as just fucking punching your neighbor in the face.
So this is like a psyop to me. Okay, so this is what I'm putting together so far. Like, Trump is under investigation for having possession of classified documents. Now they're saying that Biden did it. So basically, it's like this perfect thing where it's like have all the lefties just go crazy.
Yes, man.
About the Trump thing, and now they have to back off and try to defend the same crime.
It makes them look like complete hypocrites, and this is what's waking up more and more people every day.
So there was, dude. Why would they allow this if they have nothing to gain? Like, this would
because
be
first
insane.
off, what you don't understand is the Illuminati is here for your benefit. The thing is, they just follow the stars, and the stars dictate that society needs to go into this grand golden generation or something. So I think what they're doing is they're trying to wake the people up, kill off the ones that ain't, and move into the future, man. I don't fucking know.
Okay, man. Well, no.
And just
Which let me try to explain to you. This Biden thing has a negative effect, and Trump wins 2024. That's what I'm thinking.
No shitty. Like the conservatives don't even like Trump anymore. So I mean, we'll see what happens. So, I mean,
yeah,
it's back and forth, bro. They're playing both sides. It's a classic for the opposition.
Issa's saying that there are good friends outside of the eating the babies part, that we're homies.
I've heard that shit about judges too, and the judges I don't think eat babies. You know,
I think judges are half based, half
you know what I
suck.
mean? It's like right, but it's like but they're like I mean, I wouldn't say that there's not a tradition, but at the same time, I don't think they're like Saturnalian, baby cult people that you know what I mean? I just think there's more at play.
I personally have experience with a federal judge, and she sucked. And I don't think women shouldn't be judges. But hey, I'm just.
Well, you had an attorney, didn't you, bud?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Sure.
But I did kind of play their game, though. We talked about it. I played their game because I wanted to change their law. But anyway, I'm just saying she sucked. She literally basically said, like, yo, you like crushed the government. And she didn't believe I wrote my motion myself. But then she refused to talk about the specifics of my motion and the constitutionality of the law she was enforcing in the courtroom, as if she was saying like I couldn't talk about it.
She was trying to get you to go to trial to do that because that's where you would discuss.
Yeah, I was in trial, dude. I was in trial defending myself in person on my birthday.
You have proper process of service on everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, dude. This is like she ruled on my motion, right? I mean,
I'd have to see what you were asking for because I
was asking to change the law.
Yeah, that's what you were asking for. That's why that was the problem.
I swung for the fence, bro. But
yeah,
dude,
your
I
remedy
won.
was a little extreme, dude.
Yeah, but I won, bro. Issa, I won. Okay,
right.
I did. The government had 4 arguments, and she slammed each one of them down. And she had no choice because they just got 3D chess. I just dominated them. But then she just said, I'm not going to change the law anyway. So, like, yeah, it's kind of annoying. I don't like her, so.
Well, no, you just asked for too much. She couldn't give you what you were asking for.
Well, if she actually cared about the Constitution, she would have.
No, it's not that. She's not in the authority to. That has to go through legislative shit, man.
She is in the authority, but yeah, the reason that she didn't do it is because for some like smaller federal magistrate judge who's not even the top tier in her district to like change a law that affects the entire nation because it's a national park federal law. Yeah,
it's what you were asking.
I know, but I gave her an opportunity to be like a freaking hero.
Yeah, but you also could have asked for $10,000 and change the law. And if you can't change the law, then let the record show that they're willing to pay the $10,000 forthwith. Like, there's ways to work this. I gotta show you the trick.
I mean, it's all good. She should have changed the law.
She can't change the law. It goes through legislation in the state, man. You'd have to write a bill and.
No, it's a federal law, bro. All she has to do is revoke the law because it's facially invalid. But whatever. And they've done it before. They did it 10 years ago.
She could dismiss the case in your instance, but I don't think you're going to get the charge.
Well, no, I was objectively guilty of the unconstitutional law, right? Like intentionally so. I didn't even want to argue that. I didn't want to give them an out. I didn't want them because all I did was get a fine. I didn't want to give them an out to say, oh look, we're going to throw out his case. I wanted them to have to rule on the law, and they did, and they suck. So
no, you just didn't know. You were just doing the wrong. You're playing basketball.
I was just going for the fence, bro. I was swinging for the fence.
Playing basketball, thinking you're playing soccer.
I'm a swing for the fence kind of guy.
Yeah, but you're playing basketball, and that's not part of that game. You know what I mean?
Whatever, man. I hit a home run, and they called it a foul ball, dude.
Right, but you're still on the fucking basketball court talking about you hit a home run. And
I hit a fadeaway home run at the same time, bro.
Get the fuck out of here before you throw it.
All right. No, dude, there's like 20 different things I could have done that would have got the case thrown out, okay? It wasn't my objective. So I knew.
Right, you were asking for the moon and back.
I knew it was the least probable. Because I'm like, yo, you owe
rocket ship like Elon Musk has.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, $200 fine. Oh my god, it's all over. Like I don't care. Like, oh, what's on my record? It says that he freely spoke. Oh my God. First Amendment violation. Like, I'll proudly put that on my record. Like, I don't care. It's whatever. It's sad,
I took
honestly.
my
But
protest charge on the chin. I feel you, bro. There's certain
yeah.
things you stand up for. I get it, man. Like I was telling the stories yesterday or whatever, but yeah, like protesting the fucking the Afghanistan war and Iraq and the rest of it.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, this isn't
Yeah,
like
it's like a sign of fucking it's a sign of good fuck you. You know what I mean? Or whatever.
Well, I
Throughout
just
the annals
genuinely
of
thought it was
public
the right
history.
thing
You
to
know
do.
what I mean? I feel you.
Yeah, well,
But
like, okay, so back in the day, they had these weird psycho lefties protesting
Sit on the
xenophobia, right, and all this stuff. I'm like, no. I was tactically, intentionally ignoring your unconstitutional law in the face of the officers telling me to stop on purpose in front of Mount Rushmore on purpose, right? Like, it was a totally different.
No, bro, we
narrative.
shut down 6th Avenue, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel you, dude. Like, I get it. Like, we shut down fucking Midtown Manhattan like a motherfucker, dude. Like, I feel you.
Nice.
I mean, like, we moved like thousands of people. Do you even know what happened in that? Yeah, you probably have no idea the history of it because they fucking
No.
we shut down the whole justice.
Tells you the impact since no one really knows about it.
Yeah, we shut down the whole justice system. They had to load us into bus depots over in this fucking over in like the west side of New York. There, we were in the bus depots, chained up and shit like that. Really, I was telling yesterday the stories with Jeremy early on in the day because like I was within this. I mean, I had like all this weed on me when they arrested me. They take me down. There's thousands of people being arrested all over the fucking city, right? And fucking just whatever. I wound up 3 days over in this bus depot, and they took us over to the tombs, and we were all through that, and it was just like this lengthy experience. And fucking but at one point I was in a paddy wagon with all these kumbaya motherfuckers. And I'm trying to tell the fucking kumbaya people, I'm like, look, dude, these police could be your best friend. I'm like, yo, bro, I'm like, these guys could let us out right here. They could just fucking. I was like, come on, guys, we're all zip tied in the fucking back of this paddy wagon in a line, waiting to go into the bus depot because there's other paddy wagons filled with motherfuckers, right? So it was crazy, dude. And but yeah, the whole city was fucking effectively like shut the fuck down, dude.
What was the protest about?
The Iraq invasion.
Oh, nice. I
Iraq
can
war.
stand by you on that one.
And so, like, fucking, I was dude, we were in contact with, do you even know, I don't know if you've ever heard of WBAI, the radio station, like, we fucking dropped banners along the Garden State Parkway. We fucking did, no blood for oil, no fucking, blah, 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 all that shit, dude. Fucking, I had a guy pull out a knife on this chick that fucking, another guy people had pulled, like, American,
2003.
Yeah. And like,
February
American
16th, 2003.
Fucking right, dude.
In New York, thousands protest a war against Iraq.
Shutting down New York City in 2003.
Washington Post, son.
My name's even on the list of people in the Village Voice when they fucking put all that shit up there. The fucking like it's and and that's what I learned about class action lawsuits versus private because I knew this chick that went private and got paid, and I was part of the class action, thinking I was some constitutionalist, and fucking that failed. I think they sent me like $25 like 10 years later. I shit you not.
Yo, it says 100,000 people.
Yeah, dude, it's madness, bro.
That is wild.
Dude, I had like literally an ounce of fucking shit Arizona weed in my fucking like military jacket that I was wearing, like, with the big fucking pockets all throughout it. When they took me to fucking booking, they were like, oh shit, this is what I was telling Jeremy yesterday. This is a pretty cool story. So I'm in booking where I got all this weed literally falling out of my pockets because I would just hand it out at the protests. You know what I mean? Like, here, smoke that. Fuck, also smoke weed. Fuck everybody, right? And so fucking, because it was chaos. So you could just smoke everywhere. Fucking, this is before it was legal,
Yeah, before like everyone in New York does it on the street. Yeah.
Right. And so I'm handing out weed to everybody and all that shit. We shut down 6th Avenue. I ended up hip tossing a fucking white shirt lieutenant, bro. And then I fucking just put my hands up in the air with the peace signs and shit. And they fucking tackled me to the ground and shit. Fucking
handing out weed.
Allegedly.
Were you inspired from the Half Baked movie, or what inspired you for that?
Freedom, bro.
How about this? Che Guevara and Bob Marley, bro.
Already. I mean, I've had woods hippie buddies tell me about the medicine
I'm not
man
done with my
who just
story
dropped. All right, my bad. Awesome story.
Hold on, we're not done. We're not done because this is the cool part, right? Because fucking I end up. They don't fucking. They search me down, right? Take me back into the bus depot. What they don't realize is I got a phone on me. I got my phone through fucking.
Oh God, he has a phone.
Which nobody has a phone. Nobody had a phone at the time. Yo, you've never been through. I mean, yo, I'll tell you what. Don't even
Careful,
worry about
boys.
it.
He can
I don't have to
communicate.
continue. What would
Easy,
you like
easy.
to
You're
talk
good.
about?
You're good. Finish the story.
What would you like to talk about?
We want to hear the story, or I'm going to mute
Come
everyone.
on, Grandpa.
What would you like to talk about, youngster?
I want you to finish the story. I'll mute the whole server. Go
Finish the
ahead.
story.
Yeah, so this is what, well, I mean, I told it all yesterday too, so whatever. But the fucking, so you're getting like the sec or whatever. So anyway, right, I get this phone into the fucking thing. Oh yeah, first in the fucking paddy wagon, right? So these fucking dumb hippie fucks who are so naive start literally singing "Kumbaya" in the back of this fucking thing, and I start making fun of them, and laughing with them with the cops, you know, and fucking, I'm like, yo, you know, that's what I'm telling these guys. Like, look, dude, these guys can let us out. There's no reason to be dicks to these guys. Blah, 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 blah. Fucking long story short, the guy gives me a cigarette. You know what I mean? Fucking, I wind up smoking a cigarette in the back of the paddy wagon. It's fucking, it was just so cool, right? So I get taken in. Little do I know, I got my phone on me. I get in there. My phone fucking got used by every motherfucker in that place to like call their parents and do all this crazy shit and like, you know, call radio stations and daily news and fucking all this crazy shit. And fucking, then we ended up, I give it to this girl to call her mom. She's sitting there, and the cops come over. One cop comes over, fucking is like, you know, you can't fucking have a phone. Takes the phone from her. And dude, I walked up on some Jedi shit, and I was like, bro, I was like, can I have my phone back? I was like, it's my phone. I do. It was so wild, and I'm like, can I have my phone back? I'm calling all, you know what I mean? Da-da-da. It's really helping people. Blah 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 blah. And I just left it at that. He looked at me hard. It was just clean cut black dude. He just looked at me hard. Walked over to the fucking whatever. About 5 minutes later, he walked back and slipped me the phone, slick as hell.
Nice.
And then fucking, so I had all access so everyone could continue to call their parents, let them know where the fuck they were, blah, 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 blah. And it was just so, I mean, of course, I was, like I was saying, I thought it was chipped, you know what I mean? Now they fucking are listening to everything, you know, careful, the cops have had it, you know, like, but it was so fucking cool because then everyone got to be able to like call their parents, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, and then, you know, I did 3 days in that bitch, you know what I mean? And it sucked. And I
That's
ended
pretty cool.
I ended up going in front of the judge months later at the court date or whatever like that in a fucking like some fucking Muslim garb, bro. You'd have loved me, dude. So fucking and I come up and like, you know, and I'm giving my constitutional bit, and she fucking was just like, this looks time community service, and I never went and did it, and they never asked me about it. So,
Nice.
So brave, so courageous.
oh, it's fun. I mean, what have you been there? Have you done any protests? Like Austin understands the severity of what I'm talking
Have I
about.
done protest? No.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. No,
Why
I don't do
not?
protests. But good on you, man. Drugs, weed, phone. Damn, sounds like a Hollywood movie in the making.
Again, witty comeback, dude. You sound like a Fed.
You sound like Antifa. Look, he made the marks of an Antifa. Yeah, man, I was selling weed, and guess what? What, I had a phone. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Shut down the whole city, man. It was
I
wonderful.
think it's pretty crazy. I looked it
Great
up, and it's
times.
100,000 people.
Oh, yeah.
It is crazy.
Oh, yeah, that's New York. That's
Are you
Tuesday in
pro
New York.
Iraq war, bro?
Hell fucking no. But
Okay,
sure as
cool.
hell, that protest didn't do nothing. We kept going on war.
Yeah, whatever. He was still like an OG.
I want to just say that I support Putin.
I support
Right.
Putin.
Well, yo, back in the day, that's what it was, dude. Back in the day, that it wasn't until we learned out that it was that, you know, that you know, like any fucking naive person, you come into this all piss and vinegar with what you think you're, you know, with what book you're reading and whatever's in your head, and like, you know, little do you know, there's more to it. I remember having my first discussion with a dude that was a Republican, straight up fucking, you know, capitalist. And I remember laughing at him about his thoughts or whatever like that. And I remember looking back after I'd fucking been learned and thinking, man, that nigga was trying to save me, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And how interesting, you know what I mean? That he was so right and I was so wrong and I thought I was so right. And whoa.
If
And
only
you
you
never
weren't
had
so
that happen
high.
to you. I don't know what to tell you.
Don't say that. I says a right wing Antifa in love with the justice system.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Fucking well written. Well wrote.
Well, do a couple more of those, and you'll live up to one day of my tour, bro.
Back my dates.
Yeah, I can't believe that they're pulling a psyop with Biden on it. I mean, well, what's the plan of action here? Like the POA.
Let's see if I can find this FE video. FE. What's that guy's name that had heart problems on his stream? You said something about FE?
FTFE.
FTE?
FTFE.
TFE.
Yeah, fight the flat Earth.
He had heart problems.
Yeah. Like on the stream at the end. It's sad, honestly. He had a heart attack a week ago.
Oh God! What?
Yeah, I go to the most recent stream, and
he did get very obsessed with flat Earth, didn't he? And devote his life to it. So maybe that's partly to blame.
yeah. I mean, you don't come against the truth that full fledged, you're gonna end up getting popped in the mouth.
Well, you try and defeat a psyop.
There you go. I knew you
Yeah.
couldn't let that one go. I knew you couldn't.
So I guess
You know,
that's it.
honestly, you ridicule a bunch of people for 2.5 years for trying to stand up for freedom against the government, trying to shove poison
Karma.
down everyone's throat. You may have a little bit of karma.
Oh, it's this fucking dweeb. Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah,
no
yeah.
one's gonna miss him. He's good. We're good. I fucking hated him when I heard that debate. Fucking guy. Oh, dude, I have enough hate for everybody.
It's
that
still
one,
sad,
that one
though,
included.
man. It really is sad if you watch it. Like it's kind of sad.
It's
You
sad
can
how
see the fear like in his eyes, man.
Please, do you have a link to that?
Go to FTFE and just watch the most recent video.
Okay,
Go
most
to the
recent
end of
video.
it. Go to the end of it. Go like 5 minutes before the end or so. And you'll hear him like start to lose his breath at one point, and it'll have like a white document pulled up on the screen.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I need to take a few seconds. He's laughing, having a good time. Well, you're about to see Jesus.
I just reported 2 of his videos for abuse and violence, but they were like 2 weeks ago.
You know what's crazy too is like I jumped in there. I was not even wanting to talk to him. He was like, "Gravity's perfect works perfectly in the whole universe." So I'm like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "Gravity's like 99% wrong with the galaxies." And dude, as soon as he heard my voice, that dude went crazy.
Hey, what's it? Made a good point. I heard how is gravity 99% wrong?
Yeah, because they looked in 1933. They discovered that the galaxies only had 1% of the mass it needed for the amount of alleged gravity observed, according to relativity. It was 99% off with its mass prediction of the galaxy. And that's where you got dark matter. 1933. It's almost 100 years ago. They still don't have an answer. Welcome
But
to Clown
is it the orbits? Is it the traction of solar system? What is it that's off exactly?
Just the mass distribution between the galaxy clusters.
That doesn't rely on black holes.
Rely on black hole. It just that.
Wait. Did they have black holes in 1933?
Yeah. Yeah, the idea of a black hole. Yeah, I think so.
They're telling us now that there's a black hole in the center of every galaxy. In the core of every galaxy has to be a black hole. Heard that?
Nah. I think the first time a black hole was proposed a long time ago, like 1700 or something.
Because I don't know what a black hole is really, and because I know that if I believe in galaxies, there should be a big mass in the middle. I can't accept it might be a black hole. I don't know.
It's just pure. It's pure pseudoscience. Actually, relativity can't even math out a black hole because it's a singularity. It's just all bullshit. It's like, oh yeah, no light can escape this. Let's take a picture of it.
Yeah, all you got to do is look up you know, what's the definition of gravity? And just look up the YouTube video, and you'll see every scientist like try to go like, I can't really explain gravity. We don't really know what that is, or how it is, or composed of, or how it works. Like all the top physicists who were saying that shit.
Yeah, but then
Don.
I give my opinion about it, and everyone, all the ballers, want to act like I'm stupid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don, the black hole is based on a concept. It's kind of like having a really bad relationship.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the funny thing is like the
Big mass.
I'm gonna start calling it lefty science. It's like the lefty science, like they like pulling shit out of their asses and go like, well, it's a concept, it's a probable idea, or it's a theory. Then stop arguing as if it's a fact. Like if you don't know if it's a theory, it's a theory. Just move on, you know?
Yeah, for sure. But then whenever I theorize, it's like,
But hang on. It's a scientific fact because it's the most probable, most correct knowledge we have on the subject. So it is a fact.
the religion. It's a religion for low IQ people. So, sorry. I'm in a blunt mood. That's actually what it is.
I
Scientism
read
is
an
a
article the other day saying that in every atom, there's a black hole in the center.
wow.
That's the latest. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Adam, and
bro.
why does he have black holes in him?
You mean the 99.99999% empty atom?
That's the one. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It's just like so it's scientism is a cult religion for low IQ.
Oh yeah.
Big time.
It's the people who don't want to work for the knowledge they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, am I supposed to feel bad for them? Am I supposed to admire them? Am I supposed to entertain them as if that isn't true? Am I supposed to mask the fact that that's what like? Nah, bro. It just is what it is. It's like just go take your jab.
Also, just remember you can always ask these scientists how many genders there are as they fall for that too.
Yeah, they can't even answer like a basic biology question. But please tell me how the world, everything started. Tell me how the universe came into existence, please.
Oh, they asked the director of medicine in the States. I forgot her title. She's in charge of like medicine. They asked her, "What is a woman?" She couldn't answer.
Yeah.
A woman asked the question, "What is a woman?" and she couldn't answer it.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
A woman is amazing, beautiful, and perfect.
Some of them.
Well,
Sometimes,
there's
yes.
two genders physically, but intellectually, there's a lot more different. If you don't feel like you fall into that category, then there's a lot more genders for you waiting for you.
Wait, what was your definition of woman?
The female sex that has a vagina and female parts that can procreate.
What was your definition of a woman?
Well, I forgot it already, but they're beautiful, strong, and perfect.
Oh.
Women.
I was gonna say incubator.
You're gonna say what? Incubator?
Yeah, but to each their own.
Dishwasher.
That's fucked up.
You're gonna have heat coming on you there.
I know. I literally do make the incubator joke a lot.
Fire and brimstone.
Yo, she's a really pretty, beautiful, perfect incubator. There you go.
There's nothing wrong with that, I guess.
Yeah, bro. I love my incubator, man. Back off. No, I make a joke. Like sometimes she's like if Aaliyah's kind of being pussy, she's like, I don't know. I'm like, yeah. You're my incubator. no, backing out now, but
Womb is matrix, isn't it? That's how you know what a woman is if they've got a womb.
wow, yeah, that seems
Yeah,
to be the case. Yes.
Womb man, yeah. Mm-hmm. Womb man.
Oh yeah.
It's the Matrix.
It's the womb man.
Yep, man with a womb.
If any of you want to have fun, go over to Gem server and ask them, "What is a woman?" and just listen.
They'll just say gravity and some stupid shit. They don't even know what they're talking about anymore. They don't know how to answer a normal human question.
Yeah.
Well, they're NPCs, right? So like they got to watch the 88 box, get their updated algorithm, and then go out into the world and pretend they're not a robot. It's probably a pretty hectic life.
You guys, this flat earther today asked me what a woman is. Is that their latest argument for flat Earth? That doesn't sound like it. What do I say?
Yeah, if you can't understand concepts of like logic and science, then how the fuck are you going to get concepts of fucking real levels of science? It's like that's why the two genders is the best way to start off. Like, yo, how many genders there is? 136. All right, I see where this conversation is going to go. Get boosted. I'm out.
Yeah. Like, yo, when I was doing a debate with Jaren just like randomly jumped in and was like, "Can men get pregnant?" Yeah, the dude failed miserably, and we're like, "Oh, okay, makes sense. Makes sense."
Do you have a link to that debate?
Yeah, just like
Can you put it there? By the way, how's your daughter doing?
he's good, bro.
Good job. You feel blessed?
Yeah, I'm super blessed, man. She's already got like a pretty mind blowing visual acuity. It's probably because I didn't assault her with poison. There's the debate. It was pretty unbearable, honestly.
Give her plenty of love and kisses.
Yeah, bro, I kiss her like too much, probably.
She's gonna get spoiled.
Yeah. She's gonna be like 6, like she could go debate the Globers. Like
Should be like
Oh, yeah.
Jesus in the temple.
it's not even like just because she's gonna be taught like how to think instead of like what to think. She's just gonna be able to listen to stuff and be like, whoa, that's illogical. Like it's so funny because like she's gonna
Are you gonna homeschool or you gotta school
yeah,
them?
of course, but yeah, of course. The next generation is gonna have actually a huge advantage. Not really like a sad thing. That's what I was saying earlier. I think it's like kind of like a good thing. It's like the new age. You know what I mean? Like the next generation of legends is gonna be like it's gonna be unfair. You know, it's like not even gonna be like it's gonna be such a drastic division. We lived in like the last generation where you can kind of blend in. We all pretty much got jabbed up, blah blah blah. You know, like it's not gonna be like that. Now it's 108 jabs by the time you're 18. You know what I mean? Like the C19 jab is freaking on the list now. It's like a different world. Now the school tells you like if you or do you identify as a spaceship?
Out of curiosity, with it, what is the jabs that you got before? Yeah,
Whatever was on the list in 92. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. My birth mom was out of pocket, bro.
Hmm.
I think I got a flu vaccine as well. Like sophomore
Why is
through
Witchcraft
freshman in
playing?
college.
Why is Witchcraft playing this weird music?
Yo, someone's phone.
I muted.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really a shame actually that kids are being, poisoned before they can actually, have the cognitive ability to decide for themselves.
It's disgusting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Especially like
glad that
guy sent me a video the other day. It's like this little girl. She's like way ahead of everyone else her age with talking and walking and like memory retention, and goes in for her 2-year-old jabs. Completely regresses. Can't speak. Has panic attacks.
Is there any good vaccines like mumps or polio or nothing?
Nah,
No.
bro. No, I mean, no. Wait, time out. Chill, man. Yeah, they're all great, bro. They're all good. We're on YouTube.
I'm happy that after my big sister and my big brother, they have been both vaccinated in the young. Also, my brother has fallen for the current thing, and got the shot. And my mom, for some reason, they got informed before I was like born, and I didn't get any vaccination.
Wow,
Like,
nice.
Yeah.
You gotta stop
So-
using the word though.
Oh yeah.
Say jabs. Jab, jab, jab.
Yeah. Just say
Jab.
jabs, and then if you want to differentiate between the current thing, just call it the clot shot.
Yeah, never forget. Dab on those jabs.
And the funny thing is, actually, in Germany, it's mandatory to have certain of these things to actually attend school, but no one ever asks.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, same here.
I have been very lucky, I guess.
Well, you can just like send in documentation to and be like, "Nah, I'm good here. I don't know out there, but dude, the new wave is like homeschool. That's why I'm gonna like make a homeschool curriculum, and it's the only way.
If I'm
It's
gonna
the
have
only
a child someday, which I will definitely have, I'm also gonna do homeschooling and so forth.
Yeah, it's the only way.
Bro, I'm excited to build a homeschool curriculum. I would be in your shoes, which it sounds like so much fun.
Yeah, dude, I think it's gonna be cool. I'm just gonna like employ a bunch of truthers to help me do it. No way I can build the whole thing, but yeah, I think it's fire. I also want to like make like a self-sustainable
You gonna put the Bible in
development
there?
outline. Nah, like nah, like I'm not gonna make like I want the homeschool curriculum for everyone to be able to use it. But I will be teaching my my daughter that there's a container over top of us, and I think that it appears that there could be water all around us. But I'm also going to teach her like I don't know, and I'm going to kind of wait for her to ask questions about that. I don't think that the natural progression of people is to be like, "Oh, Earth's an object. What shape is it?" That's just such a weirdo thing to do.
I think
We just don't know.
I think your daughter will be a very, very smart, wonderful child when she grows older. Like,
Thank you.
very much informed. And I've seen a lot of documentaries about children that have been homeschooled, and they're very smart and very much different, than people who have been through the normal education system.
Deathbringer, you gotta up your research, man. That's not
Which
very
one?
good, bro.
With
That meme.
mythology?
Yeah, that meme. Yeah, have you actually read the original text of Horus and Mithras? That's not true.
All right.
Don't make me come at you, bro. Because
Okay, fine.
I'm just saying, it's not true. It's not true.
Then I'll delete this meme from the archive.
Look, when you go read the original
Most of the
documentation, all that.
Most of the details of Jesus' story are from those two stories.
That's what you say.
That's what I found by looking into it for 2 years.
Oh, when you say looking into it, you mean you watched Zeitgeist?
I watched Zeitgeist and then confirmed it to myself. by
So
reading.
Zeitgeist is provably wrong. So
Zeitgeist is correct.
okay, do you want to bet money on it?
Yes.
Okay, Zeitgeist. What do you want to bet on it?
I want to bet.
Because you know what happened to me. Let's say you understand here. Like I watched Zeitgeist, and I'm like,
100
whoa, this is,
metaphorical dollars.
dude. Zeitgeist is provably misinformation, Don. All you have to do is go read the original documents.
There's no documents.
There is documents. There absolutely is documents.
There's
the
no
actual
documents
stories.
on Mithras. It's mythology.
No, it has texts about the
Yeah, there's
mythology.
I wouldn't call it documents.
Okay. Well, the
Right.
texts don't say that shit. Just like they say Mithras was born of a virgin. You know what the texts actually say?
What?
Born from a stone, born from a rock.
Well, that's the same.
Oh, it's the same. A rock and a virgin's the same.
Born from something that didn't include normal human sex.
All right, bro. You'll
Same
get there, man.
story.
This is why you're still a baller, man. You don't do
Born
the
from
research.
God.
All right, bro.
No spunk involved. That's the same
Yeah.
story.
Don.
I
Don,
would
have
have
you?
thought- I would have thought that these people who watch Zeitgeist would have at least made themselves the effort to look at all the debunking videos that are out there.
I did.
That debunks it in an instant.
The debunking, all it says is, look, this isn't exactly the same as this. And I look at it and think, oh, yeah, but it does mean the same thing.
So why did they have to lie?
To further their narrative and wake you up from your Christian slumber.
Oh, so the lying was justified.
All lying's justified.
That's insane.
Done.
Because we want people to see something. So we
That's
create
what I think, right? I think if let me give you an example. If flat Earth is really, really stupid, you don't need the flat Earth society. If the Bible's really, really stupid, you don't need zeitgeist to lie. That's.
If zeitgeist's really, really stupid, you don't need the Christian debunks, do you? But you had them.
No, I didn't watch a Christian debunk. You know what I did? I believed it for a long time.
Me too.
And then I went and read the text myself.
It's the sun hero who dies and comes back to life. That's exactly the same as all the other myths.
Zeitgeist was actually my entrance into
Dies at
New
the end of the
Age
year, then comes
mythical
back.
belief.
He knows nothing about the end of the year. Yeshua was born September 11th.
Who was?
Yeshua.
September 11th.
Yeah.
But you celebrate him dying at the end of the year, right?
I don't think that you're supposed to celebrate him being born or dying.
Well, people do, though.
Yeah, because people are weirdos. People
You
like
think he died in
religions.
Sep-
They
you
like
think he
people to
died
think
in
for them.
September?
What?
You think he died in September?
He was born
Yeah,
right at September 11th,
When
based
did
on
he
the
die?
astrological denotation of the story. Okay, man, you'll get.
When do you think he died? What time of year?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm on the fence with a bunch of different stuff. I don't know. I don't make claims about it.
The Bible says the winter solstice, just when the sun dies.
Really, where does it say that? Where does it say that?
I'll find.
Okay.
Have you ever looked into the very people that have come up with the things that are being mentioned inside, guys, and their backgrounds? That most of them come straight from satanic backgrounds.
Well, nah, but I didn't want to poison the well. I just went and looked at the info, and the info is trash.
Yeah, it is. It's just complete manipulation, and I have fallen for it. I have fallen for it. It was actually the entry point for me, going even deeper into all. I was a new ager. I was this kind of guy who thought like, everything is universal and hugging trees and
Gaia.
using all sorts of drugs to break the matrix and understand.
Well, zeitgeist is fire because like it's fire with the 9/11 stuff, right? You're like, whoa, this is dope, and then
Yeah,
yeah,
the
like
adversary
it
always-
lures you in where you're like, this is legit, and then you watch the second one, and I just believed it. Actually, my atheist friend got me to watch it, and like I actually am an open-minded person, so like. I had no religious bias at all at that point. I watched it, I'm like, whoa, this is super fake, bro. I'm like, this is bad, bro. Like, it makes sense. It makes sense that it's just about the sun. Then I did some research. Oh my goodness.
The adversary will always use something good and put truth within something very deceptive. Because then he can masquerade. It's the same way with our pharmaceutical industry. There is indeed things that will heal you, but it's just a masqueration of the very root of darkness that goes back to and that it hides behind. The devil always uses truth and light and good things to hide the very destructive things that he actually wants to introduce you to. So he first will come with a very sweet pill or nugget, and you will consume it, and it is attached with a string to all the filthiness and disgustingness and lies and deceivableness, and you then hooked onto that chain, and then you
Yeah,
will,
but look, I say it like this. Like, I think that the people that think that are better off. Like, so the people that watch Zeitgeist and stuff like that are better off than the people that believe in the Bible, but never actually challenged it. Right.
Have you looked into the ancient Sumerian stories about a similar story of a Jesus type figure?
Similar, like how?
I posted something on it. It's very interesting, actually. Not saying I believe it or not, but it has a lot of similarities.
Well, actually, Sumerian is very difficult to translate from my understanding, and there's like a huge field of competing translations. But I mean, yeah, I'll look into it. I don't care.
Do you not think that they took some ideas from Mithras and Horus and put it
No.
into Jesus' story?
No.
Then you're in denial.
No, you just got exposed.
No, you're in
You
fully
think
denial.
that's
If
just
you're going to deny the whole first part of Zeitgeist completely while being a woke Christian, then I think you're being stupid.
what? No, I watched it and believed it. What don't you understand about that?
Now you're denying all of it, like none of it's
No,
true.
no, no,
Like
no.
they
There are
made it all
definitely
up.
there's the occasional similarity, right? Where it's
Yeah,
like,
well, that's what we need to talk about, the occasional similarity.
well, that's dumb as hell. That's so
I'm
low
saying
IQ. Oh my god, that's your
use
argument.
symbols copied from one character to another. That's what
Your
I'm
argument is that like there are some ancient stories that seem similar with one or two details at times. Oh my god.
That's
Wow,
what
dude, that's
Zeitgeist is about.
profound.
That's the whole point of it.
Wow, that's the most profound thing I've
You've
ever heard,
copied
dude.
symbology on your favorite character from
So are
other
you saying that
pagan
he didn't
characters.
exist? Are you saying he didn't exist?
No, I'm
Oh,
saying
so it was a real dude that existed,
he's
but it
got
was just a
copied
made up story?
characteristics from Mithras and Horus.
Oh, so a real dude existed, and then after he
Yeah,
died,
exactly.
it then went through all the ancient civilizations, religions, pieced them together, added a few new details, and claimed it was the guy that really existed.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay.
That's what humans do.
Well, I know that's what you think. I get that. You know.
This is literally an hour documentary about it.
Dude,
and
you
can
just
look
said
up
that
if you
it was
want.
the same. That it was no big deal that they claim Mithras was born of a virgin when it was actually that he was born out of a rock.
That's the same thing.
See what I'm
Nature
saying, bro?
made
It just not-
nature made a special child with no need for a dad. That's exactly the same story.
No, it's literally not. One was a man that came. See, the main difference is every other story claims deity, a deified status. They claim half man, half God. They claim 2/3 man or 2/3 God, 1/3 man. You got Nimrod, Osiris, which is actually the same story. Gilgamesh. They're all half man, half
You know
God.
all this. That's why I don't believe you when you're in denial.
Was it? But did the angel impregnate Mary, or was it an immaculate conception? Like just happened?
The angel impregnated her.
I'm asking you.
I just think that she was pregnant. She just became pregnant. But actually, the
So it's
Hebrew
like,
word for
alright.
virgin could also mean that Mary just had never had a child before. That's also the same word is used in Hebrew for that. But I think that she just became pregnant. But to each their own. I know that sounds crazy. I'm not trying to convince anyone here.
Oh, wait.
We
That would
don't
mean
need
Jesus,
the
Jesus
virgin
just
one, do we?
appeared.
We
Hang
can
on.
give that up.
Jesus just appeared
I
after
mean, when
9
you go
months.
into the woods and then you say a prayer and then you open up a 2,000-page book directly to answer the prayer, like maybe you'll agree with me. Maybe not.
I've
I don't
done
think I'm
prayers.
supposed to try to convince you. That's my
I've done
belief.
prayers in the woods, but I don't use the book.
Hey, I'm not even trying to proselytize you, my guy. I'm trying to expose misinformation.
I just want you to admit that some of the characteristics of Jesus were taken from pagan characters.
No, you just saying that they were taken from him doesn't work.
It's not just me saying it. You already know it because you
No,
said
no, no. There
Osiris
are
and
some
Nimrod are the same.
similarities
You already
throughout
know the
all
concept.
history. Yeah, this is
So
what I
you're
actually
trying
think.
to say, I know all the concept, how they
I
copy
think
each
this
other.
may be over
Jesus,
your head,
no
but
way,
we'll
he
try it
wasn't.
anyway. So what I actually think is
Have you heard of
the story. I think you're
Joshua?
a little emotional and you
Joshua.
don't want to hear. You think you already know the answer. So
Have you heard of Joshua?
have I heard of Joshua?
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude? Dude, can
Can
I
you
say
see
my
the
point?
similarities in
Can I
that
say my point,
story
please?
to
Can I say my
Jesus?
point, please? Can I say my point, please? Okay, this is what I actually think. You may not agree with it, and I don't care. Okay, this is what I think. I think that nature was created in such a way that it actually outlines and prophesizes the story of the real guy that came here. From the zodiac signs, telling the story of his birth to his death, to the sun and how it operates and looks like it walks on water and it comes up. I think everything in nature actually tells the story of the guy that ended up being here. And you guys think the story came from nature. Okay? Your opinion isn't original. It isn't innovative. It isn't unheard of. It's not the first time I've heard it, nor is it the first time I've considered it honestly. Okay? I disagree with you. The reason I disagree with you is because I actually did diligent research. It is a very individual story, and that's the most historically accurate figure in the world.
Very individual story.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, now if you want to highlight like rough similarities, and that cuts it for you, then okay, I guess we'll ignore the dozens of intricate prophecies that are nowhere in any of these other stories.
They
We'll
do. They
ignore
all
all
have
the extra
prophecies,
biblical
right?
sources accounting for those prophecy
They've all
fulfillments and
got
all this stuff.
prophecies.
I mean, dude, it's not, dude. I'm not trying to apologize you.
You are.
I'm literally not, bro. Like, I don't think
You're in
I'm not claiming I
denial
have
of
all the answers.
religion copying itself. That's what you're in denial of.
No, I had to correct the meme, and then I corrected your misinformation
I asked you about Joshua, and you just ignored it.
because I was trying to say that point. You go ahead. What about Josh?
He's got the same first letter in his name as Jesus. He was a rabbi. He was a rebel. He came along and did exactly the same thing.
First of all, what are you talking about? The same first
All
letter?
BC. J.
J was dude created in the 1400s. You don't know anything. But yeah, the direct Yahoshua English translation would be Joshua.
Point is, Jesus isn't only copied from Horus and Mithras; it's copied from other rabbis in the same book.
He didn't do the same thing. Joshua didn't do the same thing at all. It's just weird that you have. It's like this is why so many people are flat earthers.
Healed the sick, miracles. Followed the sun round the clock. 12 disciples.
Yeah. Did he fulfill all the messianic prophecies?
He doesn't need to, does he? It's just
actually, that's like kind of the whole point.
Astrotheology, symbology has to match up. That's all we're looking for.
No, the whole point is that the prophecies have to be fulfilled. That's the whole point.
No, prophecies has got nothing to do with zeitgeist.
But that has to do with the entire messianic claim. That's why zeitgeist is like sub 100 IQ. It doesn't even actually address the actual evidence. It actually
totally
blatantly
exposes
lies.
Christianity
Don't you
as
agree that if you have to
pagan.
blatantly lie to make your point, it discredits your point?
Yeah.
So that's actually what happened. Was I fell for zeitgeist, and then when I went and looked into it, I'm like, this is hella sketchy that they would be lying. I didn't think that minute proved it. I'm just like, this is suspect.
I think you should watch it again.
All right, man. The fact you still like staked your flag on zeitgeist is somewhat suspect to me. That's all I'm saying.
Just that film. It's astrotheology in general.
No, I agree. See, I'm openly admitting that there is a correlation between the Messiah's story and nature.
Everything Jordan Maxwell's ever said is my proof.
All right, now what are you doing, dude? You know what a pill to a person is? Like I don't wait, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the evidence. All right, bro, just don't make it weird, bro. You're giving me a headache.
You tried to deny your pagan roots too hard.
Dude, I'm German, bro. I fully embrace that I'm German, and my lineage actually was like was a pretty high up class in Germany. I don't deny my roots.
Are you
Always
are
the
you redhead?
German.
What's up?
Are you a redhead?
I have like strawberry blonde hair with a red beard and blue eyes, and my real birth last name is Landahl, Landahl. But my dad's dad died.
He has Viking blood.
My dad's dad died. No, I don't think I'm strictly German. Yeah, like actually, I refuse to get any DNA tests, and my like my family story is kind of crazy. Like my birth mom was insane, so I don't really know much about that side. So. Anyway,
I have from both sides royal ancestry. Like from both sides, they had very big what is it called? Farms or whatever, like with people working for them and so forth back in the days. I don't know what the English term is called. Höfe. I don't know what there's certain things in English. I think it's not.
Castle.
Yeah, not a castle, but like they had like land and then they were the ones who looked over the community and had people working for them and so forth. like a certain lineage. I can't 100% tell everything about it. My dad knows more about this than I do. But it's kind of interesting, you know. Like I don't think it's a coincidence, you know, that even though my mom was born in Italy, her mother is from a lineage again that is going back to a family that, you know, that is going back to a royal lineage. My dad's parents are purely German, and their lineage also goes back to a similar kind of story. You know, and it's not like as if my dad searched for someone, you know, who had a certain lineage or something. It's just, you know, interesting, you know, interesting coincidence.
Do you guys know your blood types by any chance?
I think B negative.
I don't know my blood type. No, I've never
I
got
know my
any.
blood type, but it was hard for me to get it. My
What
doctor's
was it?
told me, you don't need to know your blood type because if you ever get a transfusion, they have to check it anyways.
Yeah,
But I
I'll
found
tell you
out
mine. It's O
mine was
negative.
type O negative.
Oh,
Oh,
you're O
cool.
negative too? Hey,
You
there
guys
you
are
go.
both negatives.
Yeah.
This is what I looked
literally
like
don't know.
as a kid. So I had blonde hair. Actually, when I was in Florida, my hair turned blonde again. Just
It's
the
funny
other
because
like last year.
your kids will have a similar blood type than you do. So
Actually,
one of
my
my
daughter
daughters
has
is
positive blood.
O negative.
My daughter has positive blood.
Wow.
Yeah,
But
I
is
actually
it
took it
the
from the
same kind
placenta.
though?
Do what? I took
You
it from the
said you were
placenta though, so I don't really know how that works because we didn't want them touching her. So
So did you let the umbilical cord drain until it grayed out?
oh yeah, oh yeah,
Oh, fucking genius.
yeah, bro. I let it go all the way and then cut it myself.
Yeah, how did he react to that fucking knowledge?
They were pretty chill. It was like a natural place, so they were like,
Oh, okay, cool.
What do you hang on? What do you do with the umbilical cord?
we let it drain all the way out.
Drain the blood.
Yeah, well, like okay, so it delivers all kinds of nutrients and oxygen to the baby, and then they try to cut it within like a minute. And we left it on there for hours. You
Oh,
know,
you're saying let that and those nutrients go all the way into the baby and
yeah,
then
yeah,
cut.
yeah. Because they cut it while it's still like pulsating. Like if you cut it, if you wait at least like a minute, you get like 40% more white blood cells and all this. It's so crazy. But we waited like hours because we did a bunch of research. It's like very important for neural development.
So don't cut the cord too soon. Let it drain
Yeah.
to the baby.
Yeah, until it turns that kind of whitish.
Yeah, you'll be able to tell. I mean, we just overkilled it. Yeah, like it'll drastically change size and then it'll start to change color and you can just tell like it's like
Does it drain really slowly?
nah, it goes from like real big and pulsating to like smaller pretty quickly and then it kind of slows down a lot. But we still should wait. We should just wait. Like if we were just passing her around, we had the placenta in the bowl. You know what I mean? It's like super long cord. It's not like a big deal. It's a little inconvenient, but
By the way, Witzit, can you still remember the discussion we had on Friday about 3-in-1?
yeah.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was 100% wrong, and I'm very glad. I'm very happy, and I feel blessed that you guys have corrected me. Yeah, because I was totally wrong.
Dude, I'm super happy to hear that, bro. I thought about you yesterday.
And again, I just want to thank you and appreciate it. I also thanked Blazed and Esserine for the conversation. And if you have, if North is around at some point, you can also give him a big thanks for me. I really appreciate that conversation. It opened my eyes to something I was always like, that I just didn't look into the way I should have. And it was my fault. So I'm sorry for, you know,
You're
the
good,
things that
bro.
I've said.
You're good, brother. And that took some humility to say. So much
Yeah,
love.
man.
I'm
Good on
glad
you,
to hear
man.
it.
That's good character.
Hang on, what was he wrong about?
Oh, well, just and Clay, it's not over yet. You're gonna be like what's it said last night? It was talking about the globe. Like, hey, sometimes I have to ask myself, am I wrong? Like, how could the deception be so it's not over yet. You just have to keep studying and studying and studying and praying and praying. And, you have to start at the beginning, of why Messiah came here. So Godric asked what the topic
Yes.
was. You want to tell him?
Trinity. The Trinity destroys the very knowledge of the relationship between the Son and the Father, because it just makes it like a metaphor or something, and that's
Wait. So the Trinity good or bad?
bad. It's wrong. It doesn't it doesn't really makes you appreciate the relationship that the Son, the only begotten Son, had with his Father. And it just
So
mixes
is there corruption in the Bible or is it in the religion?
The religion always.
So the Bible's not corrupted.
It's
No,
secretly
Bible
like
is
the
clear.
most bulletproof thing to ever be on the face of the earth.
The Bible is so clear that the point where it really clinked for me was actually at the first page of the Bible, when it says, in our image. I always thought, why is it our? If the Trinity says one. And then I was, okay. It just makes sense. And I always overlooked this because I think the Most High always pointed me to that specific word that is like literally on the first page. And I was totally, I mean, I guess there's I at this point I'm always going to say I'm still learning, man. This is I think it's not good if I would ever claim to know everything about the Bible and so forth.
Yeah,
And
that's
I think
beautiful, bro. Yeah, for sure. I'm on the same page with
Okay,
you. on
with
that.
it, if you feel that way about the Bible, why wouldn't you put it in your homeschool?
Oh, I'll be teaching my daughter it, but I may create a section of it where someone can choose to use it or not, right? Like I'm not gonna flood the whole thing with the Bible though. Because I actually pray about this a lot. Like I don't
Yeah, you gotta
think
be like,
my lane is to like beat people over the head.
you gotta be like, if Jesus had 2 apples.
Yeah, like everything.
Two heathens.
If Jesus had 2 apples and you gave him 2 apples, he would have 1,000 apples.
But he told him not to eat the apples.
And Pontius Pilate tried to tax was taxing the apples at 6%.
Okay, back on the Trinity. It says in the Bible there's the Holy Spirit, there's a Son, and there's a Father. So what's the problem?
Okay, dude, it's called the Trinity Oneness Doctrine, where they try to say that the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son are all the same, and that Jesus is God, Jesus is the Father, just in like a human avatar. That Jesus is God. But that isn't true. It kind of undermines the beautiful nature of the entire thing, which is that he came here and was capable of messing up, but he overcame it and didn't mess up. He wasn't just God, where he had a cheat code and couldn't mess up. He was just perfect. He managed to pull it off. That's what's so incredible. Basically, he came here because we were created. If we hadn't messed up, then we would have been good. But then the first
So you're
man messed
saying
up.
God came.
So someone had to come and basically metaphysically balance out the equation on the earth and make it through the life without messing up. And that's where he kind of
So
became.
you're saying God came as a human. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm literally saying that's not what happened. That's what the modern church tries to say.
Okay, so Jesus was or wasn't God?
Was not. He's not the Father. He's the Son. It was the
Okay,
first
so
thing that
God
the
is
Creator
God, and
made.
Jesus is not God. Jesus is the Son of God.
Yes.
But are we all the Son of God?
We are sons.
So we're not special to Jesus.
We're not Yeshua. No, we weren't there at the beginning of creation. No.
and we don't sit to the
Well, how was Yeshua there at the beginning of creation?
Because that was the first. That was the first thing the Creator made.
His Son.
Yes.
So
Psalms
it's like
8.
a spirit.
I think it's Psalms 8:22. What?
But that's like a spirit body because there was no physical body back then.
Okay.
Right?
Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah, you ever read Idris Shah? About the dervishes?
Mm-mm. What is it?
No, you never heard of like the dervishes? It's like the mystic version. It's like, you ever heard of Sufis?
No.
No. It's like
The
it's
dudes
kind of
that
like.
spin around in circles. Yeah, I
Well,
heard of
there
it.
are those. Yeah, there's like the caricature of like the whirling dervish, and like they just do dancing and like with chairs and all this shit, whatever.
Wow,
But
you
they,
really made me want to go look into this, man. Let me tell you. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
well, yeah, check this out. The Sufis are like the mystical sect of Islam.
Okay.
So there's like, I mean, if you've never heard of it or whatever, like, there's a book called by Idris Shah. I actually used to read it on my thing back in the day, and it was like, it's just these little stories of like, short couple page stories of like, like sayings and such. You know what I mean? Like 9 dervishes can sleep under one blanket, but 2 kings can't reside in the same kingdom. Like just sayings.
Okay, that's fire.
Yeah, and it's fucking fire, dude. You should look in. Idris Shah is the author of the one book I used to have. It's like I forget if it's like the author or it's almost like a collection of works. I forget. I think the author may be Idris Shah. It's another author that put these works together because
Maybe you can like type it out or like.
Yeah, you know what? Let me look a PDF up real quick. Hold on.
Hey, man. Yeah. Because I'm saying, I was just thinking, if I
Muslim,
can sit
by the
here and
way.
if I can have the Stephen Hawking book on my desk, I can probably read that. I actually have a pretty fire stack of books on my desk right now. I'm gonna take a picture for you guys. Peep game.
I cannot believe the Christian apologetics I'm reading in context of Zeitgeist. Unbelievable.
You'll get there, man.
We just need to pray for him. I mean, we have been given insight of understanding that that's just deception.
Yeah, I mean, it has some truth mixed in it for sure. As
Yeah, I
does
mean,
all good
all the
deception.
deception. Yeah.
I found, you're right. Mithras being born of a virgin is a bit of a stretch, but I do think it is an allegory for the same idea.
Okay, well, I'm just glad that you were honest. That's all good, bro.
Don, being born of a rock and a virgin is not the same thing. Because remember, we're using Jesus was born from Mary, not from a rock. If Jesus
Wait,
was born
time out,
from a
though.
rock.
Wait, Michelle Thaler,
thing.
dude. Michelle Thaler said we were all complicated rocks, actually. So if we really step back and think about this.
It's straight from God through a woman or a rock.
Yeah, Don missed that part where science says we are from rocks.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Can you
going
miss that
there.
part, Don?
Saying coming from a rock and being of the earth, and coming from a woman's womb of the earth. Yeah, no
Don,
dad. That's the same thing. There's no dad.
You're not gonna make
God's your
no.
dad, and you had a holy mom. That's the point.
Science also says there's one energy source, 1 point energy, the beginning.
Yeah,
Genesis.
Mother Earth.
They just flip it upside down.
Rocks have holes. They have pores. They're porous, so it's a holy rock. What's up?
Whoa, fire. Bars, bro. Dude, you know what's Don, I got a question for you, all right, bro?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, bro, like, would you be open to the idea that maybe you could have been wrong about the scriptures?
Not at this point. Maybe 1%.
Okay, that's a baller answer for sure.
There's
There's
So
some
you're
books.
saying there's
Same
a
with the globe.
chance?
I'm very sure.
There's some of the books you guys should check them out.
He's 99% sure about the globe because he sees lights in the sky at a certain angle.
No.
You ever measured that
Sure,
curved
sure.
water,
That's not
Don?
why I care. That was a straw man.
Hey, can I ask another question, Don?
Yes.
Is it possible that the Earth is actually stationary and geocentric?
Yeah, 1% chance I'm wrong.
What? 1% chance on that? Dude, the relativistic heliocentric model says that they're equally valid.
No, I'm saying I'm 99% sure, but there's a tiny chance I could be just wrong.
About the Earth spinning, tilted, wobbling, flying
Yeah.
through space. Yikes,
Could be
man.
wrong, and it's
So basically,
a flat
you
Earth.
haven't made a decision yet, then, right? You haven't made a decision on what you think.
My
So you're saying there's a
position is I'm
chance.
very sure, but I could be wrong. 99%.
And it's not the angles taken to the lights in the sky. He's 99% sure without using that because he said I straw man him. Let's hear it, Dawn.
No, that's one. That's one thing I use, but it's not. That isn't the only
Then
reason.
how is it a straw man?
Because you're trying to
Thanks.
say just.
No,
You use the
no,
word
you
just.
took it that way. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I said because you see the lights in the sky at certain angles, you think you're 99% sure. Have you measured the curved water yet, Dawn? And you didn't answer. You said I straw manned you. And now you're admitting that it wasn't a straw man because that is one of the reasons you believe it's a sphere.
I think you reducing my epistemology into just believing.
Well, it does kind of reduce itself on its own, man. We're just
It's not what I did anyway, but it does reduce itself to that. That's not what I did. I just mentioned that to be one of the ones you have to use as your 99% because that's all you have. Because I know you haven't
No,
measured
you said it then. That's
curved
all I have.
water
That
because
isn't
it's
all I have.
impossible. And now you're over talking because I know you haven't measured curved water.
You said that's all I have, but that's not true. I have other things too.
Did not say that's all you have. I would never say that because I know
Just
y'all
said
have
it.
a million excuses. Anyway, dude,
Just said
maybe
it.
you're thinking of someone else. I'm fine with you saying what all you have. What's your 99% besides
Can
the
you be
lights in the
honest?
sky?
Can you be honest, Ricky, and admit that Dawn has many good reasons to believe why Earth might be a globe?
I just said you did. I asked you for
fine,
them.
then.
Are you moronic?
You want me to list them?
I just asked you to list them. Are you moronic?
Okay, don't keep calling me that.
I just
I'll
asked you,
I'll
dude.
list
Were you
them.
not listening to me?
I'll list a few. Yeah, nighttime, as in the sun appearing to go behind Earth.
Light extinction. That's easy. Move on.
The moon appearing as a sphere in the sky.
You can't tell it's a sphere because I can show you
can.
things.
I decided it definitely looks like a sphere.
No, I said yeah, but you can't prove that it is a sphere.
I proved
That's what
it
I
to
said.
myself by looking at other balls.
Okay, it looks like a sphere. Great. Move on.
Yeah, so that's one of my evidence. The South Celestial Pole, its opposite rotation.
There is no pole, and that's an optical effect. That's been proven.
What?
Move on.
There's no second pole.
There is no pole at all. What are you laughing at? It's an optical effect.
Everyone in the South sees it.
Sees it.
Every
Optical.
night.
Yes, sees it.
Yeah, so
yeah, go ahead. Move
the
on.
globe being the best way to explain what that is and why is another one of my evidences for Earth
Being
being
on a flat. So you're saying being on a flat plane, that optical effect couldn't happen?
Yes, I'm saying that.
Okay, move on.
It can't be explained on any other Earth.
It's already been done, so move on.
Not for me.
I understand that. You're a zealot. Move on. We're trying to listen to all your excuses.
You're delusional. I'll move on.
I'm not delusional. I know I've seen it with prisms. If the sky is a crystal-like dome, it could be like that. I can do this all day too. I'm a zealot, right?
Astronomy.
Move on.
That's another one.
You just named a word, astronomy, the study of what?
It's not just a word. It's a whole study of the sky. Half of reality.
Yeah, they're claiming they know exactly what the sky is when right now they're debating even what the medium is in the sky. So move on.
Just taking information from astronomers is one of the reasons I think that's the globe.
Yeah, preachers. Move on.
Moving on. Boats over the curve.
They don't go over a curve. Move on.
To me, they appear to go over the curve every
You haven't
single time.
proven that. You just
I
think
did.
it's just
I
zealotry.
proved it to myself with logic.
You
and
cannot
reason.
measure that. You cannot measure that and
I
prove
didn't
it to
have
me.
to measure it. I didn't measure
Right.
it.
It makes you a zealot. You can't prove it to anyone else.
Why are you calling me names?
I'm just saying what that is. If that's what you are,
I'm
I
happy to
call
call
myself
you
a zealot.
names of what I think you are, if you like.
Exactly. I call myself.
That is
Actually,
zealot. That is a bit zealous. So I think that's a good point.
I'm happy to call you
Rakia seems to be
delusional.
more zealous than
Every
Don
other-
I
does
already
here.
said I was. Thank you, Left Lane.
You're a zealot.
Y'all don't listen, man. I just call myself a zealot.
Okay. You apply that to yourself then. Stop applying
Yes, move on. This is about you. This isn't about me. I know boats don't go over a curve. I'm sitting on a boat right now. It's never been over a curve.
I call that
It
zealot.
just appears to be that way.
Well, that's zealot.
Move on. Move on.
Don, you said
Moving
the
on.
Earth
Fight
curves.
time. Go on,
Don, you
Roger.
said the Earth curves in your observation. Does the Earth curve to the 3959 radius measurement?
Yeah, I think the observations of Earth's curve fit the measurements.
except for when they don't because of atmospheric conditions. But we can move on from that.
Wait, can you
Yeah,
hang on? Can you show us where it matches the measurements of a radius 3959? The curve.
No, I
Or you
can't.
are in that.
I don't do measuring.
Okay, because like these curves that I see, they're all like much farther, making the radius needing to be much bigger than stated. That's why I asked you that.
You want to show me one of the curves that you saw?
I don't have it handy, but any boat disappearing, it's happening far beyond the stated horizon.
I'll post one that's much. I'll post one right now that I took myself. That's much closer. I'm on the beach. I'm at the same position. I'm only about 400 yards from where I took this picture right now. This is a boat that appears to be behind curved water or water that's risen up, and the boat appears.
I'll try and make
But
myself
that-
clear. I'm not talking about all boats ever. I'm talking about big, huge boats that you can definitely see obstructed behind the hard horizon on a clear day.
Why wouldn't a small boat go by them?
I don't care about small boats. Small boats.
Why wouldn't I didn't stutter, right? I'll ask it again. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. If the water is curving, why wouldn't small boats go behind it?
I don't care personally about small boats because they don't.
Okay.
They don't show the phenomenon clearly enough.
The phenomena of a large boat having to be further away, where we all know the optical phenomena that happens over distance would be more prevalent. Is that what you're talking about? That's a lame
I'm
statement.
saying because I see big boats disappearing bottom first hard at the horizon, I believe Earth's a globe.
Because big boats would have to go further away, and the further distance does matter, right? When you're viewing through a medium.
It's all nuanced. And
It's the same arguments over and
all
over again. You
nuanced.
have
And there's
nothing,
loads
dude.
of refraction, but I don't care. It's still one of my reasons.
I'm like Whitsett. I'm not trying to change you. I'm just trying to get you to point out all your reasons that you believe and what you believe in, so the audience can hear how or make their own decision if it's ridiculous.
No
or
audience, bro. Don't fool yourself with that.
There's no audience.
No.
I have people listening right now.
Like 5 flat earthers, yeah. If you call that an audience.
These people aren't flat earthers that are listening, that I know are listening.
Who?
It's the only reason I spoke up.
You believe 5 globers are listening?
I know five people that I know right now that are not flat earthers that are listening, that are friends of mine, that people I know. Whatever. Why do you think I spoke up, dude?
Why would globers listen to you talk about flat Earth? Why would they be doing
They're
that?
not globers.
They're
They're
not-
men and women.
They're not globers.
They
or
never
flat
thought about it. No, they never thought about it, and they would never, ever speak like you do.
I don't believe
Never.
there's anyone listening.
No, they're open-minded. I don't care what you
Sorry,
believe.
I don't believe it.
You believe in weird stuff. You believe water curves. Why would I listen to any of your other beliefs?
You
but
also
Rocky,
believe the
yeah,
surface and water curves too, mate. You believe that too.
Not in the way you do. I don't believe it's under my.
Well, if you expanded your belief,
You
in
actually
the
think
surface
that
of water,
the water is revolving.
There's water under
and
my feet right
rotating
now, and then
too.
there's water under my feet in the distance.
He thinks it's rotating too, bro. That's the funny part. That's really the most hysterical thing of it all. How do you get a ball to rotate like that?
Gravity.
Magic. It's pretty easy.
Rotate.
It's not a big
It
deal.
rotates because of gravity. Yeah.
Faster and slower. And it goes faster. It goes faster and slower.
It goes faster and slower. Okay.
I think that's very easy too. Yeah.
Oh, sure. That's great. You're great, dude.
Well, do you need rotation if you have gravity?
How do you get it to rotate though? Answer my question.
Well, if you they don't fucking know, man. If you see an
made it
undisturbed,
rotate because of gravity.
if you see an undisturbed object,
You know what does that
disturb
even
it.
mean? Well, how do you get it to rotate? Real question, real answers, please.
How do you get the Earth to be flat?
No. I'm asking the question.
They don't have an
I'm
answer. man.
asking
They
it now.
literally don't have
I'm
an
asking
answer.
the
How do
There's
you
a
get
very
Earth to be
simple
flat?
answer.
Right now. Tell me
Very
how it
simple
rotates.
answer.
Tell me how
It
you
involves-
did it even.
The show's trying to answer. You're talking over him.
You're a little aggressive. And
Hey,
yeah,
shut your mouth, dude. I'm asking the questions here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but you need to shut up so you can get an answer.
You're asking the question like multiple times.
Hey, did you not hear me? I'm
It's a
asking the
mouthful
question.
question. How do you make a ball spin? What the fuck is that as a question?
Yeah,
It's a good question actually, and the answer is they fucking just made some shit
with
up.
some kind of no gravity kind of crap. You tell me.
No,
I got you,
yeah,
dude.
like if you're conceding gravity, you
Tell
have
me,
to have them
actually
explain
answer
it
the
with
question
gravity.
again. Like this dude said.
Yeah,
you
No,
have
you can't say no gravity if you're talking about a ball. You're already conceding gravity if it's a ball.
So anyway, when the sun.
So if I'm conceding gravity as a ball, how is that an answer to my question?
Oh, let's let
Didn't
Kosho
think
answer.
so. Didn't even think so, dude.
Anyway, when the sun and the Earth, for that matter, formed, you can simulate this. When you collect all that gas together, collect all the rocks together, we'll use the sun first. As it forms, it literally starts spinning.
No, it's not an easy answer.
Just by the nature.
You
of
can't
the way
prove
it's
that.
formed.
Wait, how did you say we could demonstrate
guys,
this?
let him finish answering and then interrupt when he's done.
Bro, what's up?
That wouldn't be
Do you have an answer?
I know, that's why I lied. Go ahead, Kosho.
He was done.
Up there.
Wait, let's let Kosho. Please, let's let Kosho lay out all of his.
Because Kosho doesn't have the
Don't do it
answer.
today,
You don't
what's
have
it?
the answer. I mean,
I was
I don't
ready.
know why.
I knew where I was
Why do you even? Why do you try to
so you can be
answer?
okay
Like you
today,
don't know.
Gosh,
You
I'm
don't
in
know
too
what
good of a
to
mood,
say.
man. You're not gonna drag me down, buddy.
What's it?
Come on, guys.
Yo, witchcraft.
I know.
Rein it in, man.
You can't make it up. Like you can't just make up answers. And that's the funny thing is at this point there's no way you can even try to make up the answer. It's too hard for you at this point.
Well, let's let him try.
You don't understand
Kosho,
it.
so as it starts being
Science
attracted
can't
to the
answer
sun
it.
or what
You
have
can't
you,
answer it.
how does it start rotating? Go ahead, explain.
Well, yeah, it's not just the Earth itself, but the sun. So let's say that the sun obviously is formed first. As the gases are collecting together, as long as there's an uneven distribution, that means that as long as there's like slightly more, or slightly less coming from different directions, you can see that as these things come together, there's by virtue of that collection, there's going to be spinning. So that's how the sun starts spinning. That's how all the objects.
Why would there be an uneven distribution?
Is that what we want up to your? Is that what we want up to the moon so we can answer this question? Like what does the gases have to do? I already like I'm like really puzzled right here. The gases make it spin?
Yeah, you're puzzled. We know that.
Yeah, don't project like that, man.
Let's try.
I am. Dude, I'm glad
So,
you're there
so
now.
Kosho, why would
Finally.
it be uneven distribution
I'm
if
puzzled
the
beyond
gases are
belief.
collecting, gravity
Can we
is
talk
kind of
one at a
pulling
time,
everything in
please?
from
Thank
every
you.
direction?
Rude.
Why would it be uneven distribution? Like you
Well-
would think that even if there's just like one particle on one side that's collected more than the other, it's going to cancel out because unless the next side it's gonna achieve some equilibrium. So why would it be uneven?
Well, in order for that to be a solution to fix that, they would have to be collected at the same time. So even if you had an even distribution, but it came together at slightly different rates. So it's like you have an even number of particles on all around the sphere and all the same distance, but they didn't come and collect at the exact same moment. Just the offset is going to cause a rotation.
I don't think so because the offset is equal everywhere. So why would it cause rotation in a specific direction?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's assuming that there's a even distribution, and it was it was timed perfectly, and also the fact that the more it collects together, the faster it spins because of the mass being closer.
If it's uneven again, but I don't think you've kind of shown why it would be uneven if it's collecting to the center of mass, and it's in any given location. Let's say that right where one particle is kind of collected on one end. Next second, another place is going to have it, and it's going to be it's going to just be like noise that cancels out, and it'll be even distribution.
Can we back up a little bit? Well, when did gravity be created? Like when did it start existing?
No, well, I mean we're just
like where did we get all this gas? Why are we conceding?
Because the question was how did the ball spin? That's why.
Flat Earth start.
And they said gravity.
Yes,
and
makes
they
it
said
spin.
gravity.
They said
So what
gravity
created
and gas
gravity?
makes
What
it
created
spin.
density and buoyancy? You don't know, do you? Silly question.
God.
The intrinsic
created any
electrostatic
natural law?
resonance.
What created any natural law? The supernatural, law that exists.
Uh,
Allah.
the intrinsic
Here to
electric
be
nature.
intellectually honest,
nature
okay?
plan.
Honestly, intellectually, you would say you wouldn't know. But now you're just throwing together a bunch of goofiness. The gas, the gravity. That doesn't make it spin. You can't
I
just
agree with the man.
quit
It does
counting
not make it
upon those
spin.
two
It's goofy.
things until we finally understand. Oh, he's right. That's what makes it spin. No, come on, dude. Give me a real answer. Tell me you don't know. Tell me it makes
That
no
would be a
sense,
lie.
and then I'll
That would
accept
not even.
that.
Real answer is gravity.
But until you come up with something other than what you responded with, or what you're trying to continue with right now, like I'm not going to accept that as an answer. That's not an
Not
answer.
acceptable.
Hey, Coach, you know how, like, what do you tell me what's wrong with this depiction of Venus's phases, by the way?
I
I'm
may
not telling you
not
have to do it right now,
participate.
man. Don't
I
be
may not
such a
I may not
douchebag as soon
participate
as
with
you
you
start.
today, but I'll entertain it for a minute.
I'm just saying, like, I asked you for evidence that what would mean that the Earth couldn't be geocentric, and really all you had was the phases of the planets.
I named several things. Yeah. That is
No,
one of the things I
you
named.
didn't. But
I
anyway,
did. I said I said the position of all the objects in the sky and the way they move. And then I said the phases of Mars, Mercury, and Venus. And then I said the retrograde motion of all the planets.
okay, yeah. But I explained to you that the retrograde, parallax, and stellar aberration is all easily explained, and in fact, within your paradigm, there's 3 popular explanations for stellar aberration. It's not agreed upon which one is correct, where geocentrism has the same explanation for aberration and parallax, and both of them work perfectly, as does retrograde, when retrograde has been mathed out via the Ptolemaic and the Neo-Tychonic systems. Those are in no way difficult, but there's no physical difference whatsoever actually between the 2 models. But the planet one was a new one. I'd never heard the phases of the planets. So anyway, I was just saying, this may actually be showing why it doesn't work. I don't actually know. I'm just showing you the animation. I thought you might want
Hold
to
up.
look at it.
The phases of the planet is explained by the Tychonian system, where it revolves around the sun, which revolves around a geostationary.
Yeah, that's what I think so too. If you click on my animation at 6 minutes after the hour percentage, it's just put start animation, and you'll see what you just
so
said.
there's literally no evidence for heliocentrism.
Nah, like literally, there's no exclusive evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no evidence that's exclusive to heliocentrism. For sure. And that's what makes it so funny because, like, I don't know. I like it's sold to us like it's impossible, but the truth is, it's like actually can't be debunked.
What's the mechanism that allows the massive sun and all the objects that orbit it to orbit the Earth?
So now we need to figure out, first of all, according to relativity could do it.
Okay, so what's the mechanism that allows that? That allows the sun and all the objects orbiting it to orbit the Earth?
You could just use the same thing you believe in, relativity. I just answered that.
Yeah, no. So not a one-word answer, but like I'll give you a full answer for why it doesn't. Because the sun is the massive object, has a much greater influence on all the other planets. So we seem to be orbiting it, which is why we call it a solar system, because the sun is the dominant member in that system.
You really thought that was like a?
No. I'm just giving you an example of a full answer. So I'm asking you, how does that stuff orbit the Earth?
Give me a second. I'm trying to catch my breath. I'm currently drowning in the profundity that you've offered the room. Okay, I thought I made it. I'm back. Okay, so according to relativity, all you need is a location to be the center of mass. Okay, that's it. And the sun could just be bigger than the planets. Wow. And they all move around the Earth, and the planets move around the sun. Now, I don't even believe all this bullshit. The point is that I like to point out that even within your own paradigm, you have to concede that geocentrism is a valid coordinate system. So,
No, I mean that wasn't a valid answer. I said the sun is more massive, so it's the greatest influence. It's the dominant
Only in your
influence of the
model.
solar system.
That's no, that's
So
not what
that's
the
what I'm asking
geocentric
is
model
what
says.
gives the Earth that ability,
What gives the Earth the ability
right, to be the center of the system and the dominant influence
that the
when the
center
sun
of
is
mass of
obviously
the
more
universe
massive.
is where the Earth is?
So what?
The center of mass of the universe would be where the Earth is. And actually, there are many people, after looking at the cosmic microwave background, that explain that if there was like a void right around the Earth, that would explain the CMB combined with geocentrism.
So,
So anyway,
the Earth is the center of mass.
yeah, where the Earth is, yeah.
Okay, well, if the sun is so
I wouldn't
massive,
say that. I mean,
No, that's
wouldn't
that's
say
what the relativistic flip of geocentrism would be. It would be that this all relativity says is that the center of mass would have to be where the Earth has to be within the center of mass. It's not that the Earth's mass. No, it's not that the Earth's mass. It's just the center of mass.
wouldn't that make everything weightless?
What?
Yeah, if you have like the hollow like center of mass.
What hollow center of mass?
Yeah, if the Earth is the center, everything outside the Earth, further away, there would basically be a hollow center. So we'd be at the hollow center of some very massive.
Osho's trying to invoke gravity with it.
No, I'm
we've
explaining
been
that
invoking
within his
gravity.
belief system of gravity, he has to concede geocentrism.
I was saying that in this idea that would make objects like there would be other objects that were like the sun, as massive as the sun, on the other side, right, to make it equally as massive. But regardless, that would render the center of that system to be weightless. Just like if the Earth were hollow, the center of it would be.
what are you talking about, Kosho? Because the sun would be
Yeah,
moving
no,
around.
Kosho's
It would be just
saying
being
that
orbit.
it's a flat Earth was
Yeah,
hollow.
no, but if it's the center of mass, if we're the center of mass, that would make there would have to be other massive objects that were just as
Kosho's
massive
saying
as the
that
sun.
if the flat Earth was hollow,
Otherwise, the sun was
We're
would
not
be
talking
the center
about
of mass.
Why should there be?
Because the sun is very massive and it's on one side. So on
In
any
your
side the
model.
sun is on, if
Wait,
there's
no,
more mass
the
on
geocentric
the
model,
other
the sun is
side,
smaller than the Earth, dude. How the hell do you not know this? I just gave you an animation.
Yeah, just imagine the sun and the moon like basically equivalent and both orbiting.
yeah, but they're not.
Or
Well, that's
the
what you
sun,
believe.
orbiting and the moon
measure
orbiting the
that.
sun, and
Yeah.
the planets orbiting the sun.
Oh, you're saying the sun and the moon aren't the same size, and you measured that?
Yeah,
Why
they
you go
have
measure them
I've
during a
measured that
total
they're
eclipse?
they're
How about
certainly not the same size.
that? Are they ever the same size?
No, they're never the same size.
Wow, they're never the same size.
That's right. One
So
is
NASA's
much
wrong.
bigger than it. No, NASA doesn't say they're the same size either.
They have the same angular size.
Oh, you're saying do they look like they're the same size from our position? Sure.
Dude, what the?
Yeah.
They're not the same size though. You can measure.
You see why you
Sure,
are
sure,
kind of
yeah.
frustrating?
We're just
How
gonna
did you know that?
believe
Did
the
you go up and
coincidence
measure it?
that
Did
they're
you go up
it's
and
4
measure
times the
the
size,
real
but also
size?
conveniently
Hey,
4 times the distance
hey,
to the Earth as
you know,
to the moon as the moon is to
Did
the
he
Earth.
go up and measure the real size of the sun and the moon and then come back down and say, "Oh, it doesn't match the apparent from the ground"? Ah, crazy.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
No, you
Yeah,
don't
he's in
have
a
to
magic
do that.
probe.
If you're a little bit more clever, you realize that you really don't have to travel that far to do this. You just have to observe the moon on the quarter moon phase or the 3/4 moon phase and make a measurement of the angle between them. And
So
you
no,
can
you
take
didn't
a
measure the
simple
sun
Well,
to
trim,
see whether or
trailing
not
assuming
it's
the
the same
size of the
size.
sun that you have.
Oh my
You need to
Say what?
measure it if you're going to talk about the size of it.
I think that this is just pathetic. And anyway,
This is
you-
pathetic. The animation you gave me doesn't show the Earth as being the center of mass. If
hey,
the sun,
buddy,
the sun is
what
that
is the
massive,
animation supposed to be showing?
if that sun is that massive, then there would need to be objects on the other side
Hey,
that would
buddy, what is
equally
the
as
animation supposed to be showing?
that would be equally as massive for the Earth to be the center of mass.
I guess you got to take this up with Ohio University, I guess, huh?
Yeah, take it up with Ohio University and ask them how does this make the Earth the center of mass?
Oh, well, is that what the animation is used to show, or is it used to show one specific
Where's the
thing?
animation?
And why are you being so disingenuous this
Because
morning?
when I asked, I literally just asked you again. I told you that it would have to be as massive, and you brought this animation up again. So, what's the evidence that the Earth is the center of mass?
Wow. Okay. So, what's the evidence that we're flying through space?
I don't know, but it's not the answer to the question I just asked.
Oh, so double standard. So
There
the
is an
evidence
answer to
is
his question.
that all observations show us as the center, and you believe it's an illusion, in that no matter where we were in the universe, it looked like we were the center.
Okay, name one single observation that shows that we're the center of mass.
I'll name you.
Oh.
I'll name you three. I'll name you three. They did the observations, the CMB, the axis of evil. They did it 3 times, Kosho. Have a look, and they found all 3 times that the Earth was at the center of the universe. 3 times.
Okay. So I'm gonna
This
ask
is
the
what
question
Coach just has
again.
a
I'm
double
gonna ask the
standard,
question
right?
once
Like
more,
it's a
and I want to make it perfectly clear the words that I'm
stop
using.
talking down to us when
I'm
you're the one
making the
that's in
words
the low
perfectly
IQ
clear,
cult,
so
please.
please try and follow. I
Stop
want
talking
evidence.
down
I
to
want
us. You're the
evidence
one
that
in the
the Earth.
low
I want
IQ
evidence
cult.
that the Earth is the center of mass.
Okay, now listen here, Kosho. Will you please stop talking down to us when you're the one that's in scientism, which is a low IQ cult? Okay, so can you stop talking down to it? That would be very nice of you to just be a little respectful. Now,
I'm not gonna be
ironically, of course,
respectful of
ironically, of course,
just use the terms low IQ.
that's a muted. Ironically, of course, you don't apply this same standard to your bullshit model. In fact, you can just make up whatever you want to. That's what you can do. You can make up whatever you want to. And I ask you, how do you verify the center of mass of the galaxy? Well, what about that? You don't have to answer, but I need to give you an answer. And what I'm explaining to you is that according to relativity, I don't believe that bullshit, of course. Then you could just flip the coordinate systems over and they're equally valid and everything occurs on the Earth as if the Earth is at rest, according to Einstein himself. And the way that this would be done would be to put the center of mass where the Earth is. Now, if you're asking for evidence of that, that would be all the observations showing us at the center. Now, I could just flip the question back over to you. Can you give me evidence of the center of mass being the center of the Milky Way galaxy?
Okay, very easily. So your short answer was no. You don't have any evidence of that. You're just suggesting it.
No, I have all the evidence.
The center of mass of the solar system in my model being the sun, it does fit observation because you take all the distances from any planet at any given point, and then at some later point, it certainly appears that the objects are orbiting the sun at exactly the rules that follow Kepler's mechanics.
Watch
so
this,
that follows. That perfectly follows. And if you
This
want
is
to use
hilarious. So your evidence
if you want to
is
use the galaxy, then
Yeah,
the
this is
objects
so
orbit
bad.
the objects orbit the center of the galaxy at the same Kepler's mechanics.
Okay, so he said he can definitely show the center of mass of the solar system is the sun by looking at the planets and the sun, and they appear as they should if we were going around the sun. Of course, that same evidence is also the evidence for geocentrism according to relativity.
It's not.
It literally is, though.
You know, yeah. Well, I just told you Kepler's mechanics, the laws of orbital motion, right? That there's nothing in that says that they're all can be orbiting the Earth at all. The distances and periods don't match Kepler's third law. They happen to actually perfectly match the way that we understand the solar system with the planets orbiting it. That's how we first measured all the distances. Once they had the distance to Venus, they were able to get the distance to the sun and able to get the distances of all the other planets.
Okay, so the fact that you brought up a dude that created mechanics for a heliocentric model and then acted like somehow since the geocentric model doesn't explain it with Kepler's laws, it makes it true or some shit. Like, dude, Tycho Brahe was the tutor of Kepler. Okay? And the Neo-Tychonic system explains all observations from the Earth. So I don't need Kepler's laws. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Yo, where can I get? Sorry, real quick question. Where can I get literature on Neo-Tectonic system?
I got you.
Cool.
I'll go find some.
You haven't heard of the experiments, Kosho, that showed that the Earth is at the center? You haven't heard of those?
I know about the axis of evil, but I think you weren't listening because I asked specifically for the center of mass when the axis of evil is evidence that it's the center for a totally different reason.
Dude, your evidence for center of mass was
Hold
just
on,
appearance.
Hold on, Woodson. Having to
It
do
was
with the
garbage. It was complete garbage.
Hold on, dude. Speaking of SE, but yeah, the
Dude
evidence
always thinks he runs the whole room.
Hold on,
It's so funny.
What's it? Listen,
He's
man.
the smartest guy here.
Let's try to
I'm
be
just the guy
respectful.
talking.
I just wonder
That's it,
what
dude.
Kosho
Yeah.
thinks people are
I'm going to
thinking about
respect
what
his
he's
intelligence
listen,
and not
man.
interrupt.
There's not
Kosho,
enough
do you
room in
think
here for
anybody's
Witsit, his
buying what
ego, and everybody else. So
Kosho, do you think anybody's buying what you're saying?
Well,
Yeah,
just how
what the
you
fuck
talk
are y'all
around
doing? Why are y'all talking all over Kosho? What
Well,
the
Why are
fuck?
you
actually, what
always
Kosho's
on the
doing.
Glover side? Why are
Yeah.
you
Because somebody's got to
No, he's
somebody's
right.
got
He's
to
right.
balance it out.
No, he's
There's
not
no
right. He's not right,
over-talking.
percent. You want to know why he's not right, percent?
You probably didn't hear that, right, Left Nine?
What Kosho's doing is he's talking down to multiple people per turn. Okay.
Yeah,
So the way conversation works is you respond to one point or one person, then they respond. You don't talk down to the whole room at the same time like this, really slow and demeaning.
Like
Yeah,
you
left
do.
lane was getting
Like you
left
do.
lane was getting. Now he's turning around on you. Left lane was getting gassed when that happened because he didn't butt
All
in.
right, so how about
Hey,
this?
Left Lane, did
you
you
only
get pissed
reply
off
to
when I
one
asked
person at a time,
Did you get pissed
and
off
if
when I
he
asked
is
your
doing this
cohort?
condescending
Listen, hold on.
like
I
sort of
gotta
thing,
ask Left Lane if he got pissed off
go
when I
ahead,
asked
man.
his cohort if anybody's buying what he's selling. So Left Lane stepped right in when I asked Kosho if he thinks anybody's buying his bullshit. Little damage control there, Left Lane, no problem, buddy. It's still not a globe. Sorry
No,
for you.
that's not what happened.
Go
It
ahead.
was just that Kosho was getting overtalked, but you were the next person that
Kosho
overtalked it,
deserves
so
to
it's-
get overtalked though because he's a glober.
No one
Whoops.
deserves to
No,
get
he doesn't.
No, that's not true.
Nobody
That's not
nobody
true.
deserves
if
to
he's
get
being
overtalked
Definitely
here.
shut up.
just
You're not a mod. You don't
Ponito
even count as a
condescension
moderator.
is just
Sorry,
stupid
that's just
because
my
he's
opinion
wrong.
because he's also a
He
piece of
wasn't
shit.
even really being over talked. Witsit just came in to answer one of the questions, and Kosho had to be righteous and say, "You're not in this conversation. I'm talking to this point." Even though he was responding to the point, he wasn't over talking. Kosho had to be a jerk, and now Left Lane is taking up for him.
Well, that's what
the
Left
whole
Lane. Left
point.
Lane only jumps in to defend the Glover. So what I'm saying is we shouldn't interrupt anyone, including Kosho. But Kosho, you can't just like respond to multiple people at once and no one gets to respond to your points. Okay, like just try and make a point and let the person respond to the point, whatever it is.
we can be delusional today if we'd like to be. But what happened was SE asked me a question directly.
Using a
SE asked me a
tactic
question
saying we're
directly.
delusional.
I responded to SE directly.
And then you
I
said,
only got-
we're not talking.
Witsit was responding to you.
What actually happened was Kosho said, responded to SC, but said, but that's not what we're talking about right now, then went to talk about something else. That's
No,
what
it's not.
actually happened.
Literally, that's not at all what I said. He
So
said
when
that
I play it, you're going to just go on for the rest of the day? Is that right?
Let's just move forward, guys.
Let's just move, yeah.
He asked
Anything
about
but
the
Kosho, just
I'm going
not
to
seeing it.
continue to explain what I was saying to SE then. Because he was
You were
asking
saying,
about-
I
he was
know
asking-
about the
he was
axis of
asking me
evil.
about the evidence of the axis of evil. And I
Yeah,
was
you said, I
trying-
know
was
all about
trying
the
to
axis
tell
of
him-
evil, but that's not
I'm
what we're
trying
talking
to tell him that the axis of evil, the evidence for that, has nothing to do with mass or the center of mass. It has to do with the anisotropy.
Yeah, let me respond to
It
that.
has to
Let
do
me
with the
respond to that.
anisotropy of the CMB and the apparent parallel, the fact that it's parallel with our orbital plane. That's
Okay,
it.
let me respond to that. You agree that the three experiments show it's at the center, right, of the universe? You agree to those experiments?
Well, none of those are evidence that we're at the center. It's just evidence that our plane is parallel with the anisotropy of the CMB.
Well,
It's
they
not
clearly
really-
show Kosho were apparently at the center. So my question to you this: if we're at the center, wouldn't that be also the center of mass of everything? If we're at the center of the universe?
No, that's again two things. The answer to that question is no, but also it doesn't show us at the center. It shows that we have it shows that, or it implies that we have a like a special relationship with the anisotropy, which is basically like the
evenness of everything, the even
No.
distribution of everything. We're at the
No,
center
it's
of
not
it.
about distribution now.
When he says special, what he means is central. And yes, and of course, this is the main point. This is the reason you were getting interrupted, because you keep on falsely touting victory, and then you want to make sure I don't get to call it out. And it's very simple. You asked for evidence that we're at the center of mass. I explained that according to relativity, right? We have the base observations of the stuff in the sky. Either the Earth is at the center and everything moves around the Earth, or you can flip it around. You can make anything else the center. Literally anything else the center. That's what relativity says. Okay. Now, you believe that it's the sun that's the center of the solar system and that it goes around a galaxy and that the galaxy shoots through space. That's what you think, okay? Now, you asked for the evidence that it's at the center of mass. Whatever is at the center is going to be where the center of mass is, okay? So if we're only using apparent observations to deduce what's at the center, okay, then we have the same level of evidence, right? Because that's what you're doing. And when we asked you what the evidence for the center of mass was, you said, oh, well, the planets look like they do what they're supposed to with Kepler's laws based on an apparent movement, okay? So that's why what you're saying is this false illusion as if the heliocentric model has some exclusive advantage, but it doesn't. It's both built upon apparent observation in both scenarios.
Yeah, no, so no, in both scenarios, the only thing that the only evidence that you're claiming is the fact that in relativity, there's a possibility that you can look at it both ways. And that's only one idea. And that's only the idea that it could be looked at both ways. Now, if you decide to use all the other evidence, like Kepler's laws, which are true everywhere else, then that no longer holds because if it doesn't follow with Kepler's laws, it actually invalidates Kepler's laws, which would be weird because everything else in the sky appears to be obeying those simple laws. So
Actually,
those laws show that we're obviously orbiting the sun.
First of all, they were already they were proven wrong in the 19th century, so that's unfortunate for you. And then, of course, you just assuming Kepler's laws and falsely claiming it works everywhere when it doesn't even work locally since the mid 1800s. That's just weird to me. And this is very simple. I'll just read the quote from Einstein. But when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. Okay? You're claiming that it just appears that way. It's an illusion. The other side would be saying, well, it actually is at rest. Einstein himself explains these are equally valid.
I already agree with you about that. So why don't you go ahead and substantiate the evidence you just brought up that in the 19th century, Kepler's laws were invalidated.
Okay, no problem. It's like Leverrier or something. They're not quite elliptical. The orbits of the planets are not quite elliptical as Kepler predicted as being the understudent of Tycho Brahe.
Okay, so what's this evidence?
They're not, the planets' orbits aren't quite elliptical.
What does that mean?
Well, Kepler predicted an elliptical orbit, right?
Yeah, he not only predicted that, like, oh, I bet you they're elliptical. He actually was able to describe exactly how they're going to turn out. So you can perfectly determine where the center of the mat, like if there's two objects orbiting each other.
There's the PDF.
You can determine where the mass is going to be. It's going to be one of the focal points of that ellipse, and the other one is going to be the orbital path is going to be around that ellipse. And you can also determine the relationship between its distance and its period. All these things are in Kepler's laws and the speed.
Yeah. For sure. Kepler's laws work everywhere, quote unquote. Well, there's the PDF right there. Empirical foundations of relativistic gravity. In that PDF, it explains Leverrier in 1859, showing that there was a crucial discrepancy with Kepler's predictions regarding the elliptical orbit or the damn near elliptical orbit of the planet. And of course, you can get into the Mercury, the precession of, or the perihelion of Mercury. Kepler's laws are not perfect, much less do they work perfectly everywhere. So,
are you bringing up Mercury? Because it's a known fact that you need relativity to explain Mercury. That doesn't mean that Kepler's laws don't work.
No. First of all, I didn't say you couldn't make Kepler's laws work by fixing the discrepancies. You claimed that Kepler's laws work perfectly, and the truth, no, they were proven not to work perfectly in the 1850s. But this is the actual point. You've definitely created a paradigm now that you tried to explain that away. But we don't need Kepler's laws. The fact you've come up with a concept to try to, that all that did was say, look, it's possible that it's heliocentric. That's what Kepler did. Before then, it wasn't even like theoretically possible. It wasn't even understood how it could be. That's all Kepler did. Kepler didn't prove it. This isn't exclusive evidence for heliocentrism. And if it was, then you're saying Einstein didn't understand Kepler's laws.
No, he definitely did. So this paper looks like it's just about Mercury, then, right?
No, it's not just about Mercury.
So Mercury, the second part's about relativistic. What does it say? Yeah, precision
I'll
measurements,
find the
foundation
page.
of relativistic gravity. Is
I'll
there
find the
anything else
page
in this?
for you, man. Just a sec. I gotta open it up.
Now that it's calmer, Koshu, do you think anybody in the audience is buying your defense of the globe narrative? Yes or no? Just yes or no.
Sorry, I might need to speak up. I can't hear you. But
You can literally start right at the beginning, right? And sure, that is the that's perihelion anomaly there. We're gonna come down here. Go to page 3. Page 3, the chart shows you anomalous observation. It says hyper focused on Mercury. Go to page 4 as well. With the discovery of Neptune, Newton's theory of gravitation was at its peak. As the orbit determination of Mercury reached 10 to the negative 8, relativistic effect of gravity showed up. In 1859, Leverrier discovered the anomalous perihelion advance in Mercury, which is, of course, showing a discrepancy with Kepler's law. Relativity, this is, of course, where relativity comes in to save the day, right? 1859, Leverrier published a more sophisticated theory of Mercury's motion. So this is why it's the foundation of relativistic, whatever. What's it called? Empirical foundations of relativistic gravity. So,
this chart doesn't show why things are wrong with Kepler's laws. It's just showing different tests for gravity. That's all it's doing.
No, it's showing that it's showing the discrepancy with Kepler's laws that was discovered that then had to be fixed by relativity.
It's not.
It is.
It's not. It literally says it's a roadmap for gravity. That's all it is.
Okay, so you're like, we'll let the room decide. The PDF's right there. Kepler predicted perfectly elliptical orbits of the planets, but we found out actually that wasn't the case. So, sorry about it.
Yeah, the only planet that doesn't follow Newton's and Kepler's law is Mercury. And that's because of the
pretty unique.
Its speed and distance to the sun gives it relativistic. You do relativistic.
Yeah, I know.
Functions on it in order to get it to
functions on it. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's your belief. I know, man.
In order to get to predict its precession accurately. Otherwise, other planets match Kepler's laws, down to a T.
Yeah, I get it. That's what you believe. Yeah.
That's the truth.
No, I get that you believe that what relativity does to explain away the discrepancy with Kepler's law is true. I don't dispute that you think that. I don't dispute that your model came up with a fix for it. No shit. Not the point. Also, the bigger point is that Kepler's laws doesn't somehow provide exclusive evidence for heliocentrism.
And it actually does.
No, it doesn't.
It certainly does. There's no way that Kepler's laws would be true if Earth were the center of the solar system.
Wait, are you saying that? Were you saying that geocentrism can't explain the planets?
No, I'm saying that Kepler's law and geocentrism don't match.
No, duh. It was proposed. Oh my God. Can geocentrism explain the movement of the planets? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't. It can.
Why not?
It can describe the movement of the planets. It can certainly not explain them.
Oh, you can't even explain them. So we can accurately describe the planetary movement in a geocentric model, right?
Yeah, you can describe it from any model you'd like.
Okay, what does Kepler's laws do?
Explained by that model.
Oh, Kepler's laws explains why it happens?
No, you would need Newton's gravity to explain that.
Okay, which of course is thrown away. So
no, it's not thrown away.
Okay, so you guys see how funny this is? So he said that Kepler's laws is exclusive evidence for heliocentrism, which is an ignorant statement because Kepler came up with that to explain heliocentrism. No shit. And then he said that the reason it's exclusive is because it explains the planets. That's what Kepler's laws does. But it actually describes them, right? So it describes the alleged movement of the planets in a heliocentric model. And then you had just conceded that the geocentric model can adequately describe and predict the planetary movement. So then what we've boiled it down to is this is not exclusive for heliocentrism at all. They both just describe planetary movement.
No, the point is that Kepler's laws describe the movement given these laws, meaning that you put these laws out there, these three laws, and you can describe all 8 of the planets plus all the other objects in the sky. So you don't need a previous, like with the retrograde motion of the planets. In order to do that in geocentrism, you have unique rules for each planet for whatever reason. Okay, and Newton's law of gravitation was derived from Kepler's third law, so that does explain how that movement is happening. It doesn't explain what is causing that force, but it does explain what is how Kepler's laws come about. So all that stuff both explains and describes the movement, which geocentrism doesn't do.
Newtonian dynamics, first of all, doesn't accurately explain the heliocentric model, and I don't know why you people say that shit. So you have to stick with the Einsteinian. And when we get all the way over to Einstein, which is where you threw out the absolute frame of reference, right? You have to concede geocentrism as a valid coordinate system. That's the whole point.
Yeah, no, but it's not the whole point.
It is the whole point.
You throw stuff out that you just can't throw stuff out. You just throw it out. Just you can throw out the Newton because it doesn't accurately explain it. Yeah, we just went through Mercury. Okay, there's relativistic effects that you have to take account of in order.
Yeah, and outside the solar system, it completely falls apart.
Mercury.
Outside
However,
the solar system, it completely falls apart.
Kepler's laws perfectly explain everything else in the solar system.
No. Okay, well, what about outside the solar system?
What about it?
Okay, don't you agree that if you claim that the Earth is moving around the sun and the solar system, then you're making claims about the rest of the universe as well?
Yeah, it seems to follow as well. That's right. We seem to be orbiting the center of the galaxy, and we seem to be.
You have to claim the solar system's going around the galaxy, and that our galaxy is in a certain area relative to the rest of the galaxy.
Yeah.
What if we were to boil things down to like a single atom, like an atom representing the Earth? Is there gravity within an atom, Kocho?
Probably not. Who knows?
Okay, and then let's add another atom so that they're like orbiting each other. Now, we know atoms don't touch, right, Kocho?
Depends on what you mean by touch, but let's go ahead and say no.
Okay, so we got two objects that are not touching, but somehow tidally locked, or however you want to describe that, without any gravity being present. So I don't understand, like, why you have to upsize things and add gravity to your model when there's nothing that we can associate gravity with. Like, it's all pertaining to magnetic fields, but somehow you guys associate these fields with something that's not there, i.e. gravity, which doesn't make sense.
It's gravitation, not gravity. Please, for the love of God.
Can you ever prove gravitation or gravity? I mean, you can't, dude. You can't isolate it. There's no particle to associate with it.
Hold on. Gravity exists. Gravitation.
I don't deny the phenomena of things falling, but that's not gravity.
Well, no, I'm just saying that gravity just means weight, but like gravitation, like I want to see a microcosm of gravitation, and there isn't one.
You say gravity is weight?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know
our
what
argument? Our argument is with or my argument, whatever, is against gravitation.
What he's trying to say is that gravity comes from gravitas, which means heavy. Like how heavy that something is heavy. That's where it comes from. He's saying, sure, things are heavy or not heavy. Things have a quote unquote weight. But gravitation is a different claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why it's like a fucking psyop to say gravity doesn't exist, because you immediately you're taking the nuance away from the direct science and the
All right,
language.
check it out. My
How I feel about
understanding of it, you've got gravitation as an attractive quote unquote force, and you've got gravitas as a weight.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. Of course, that's an attractive force. That's not a force, but we can thought of like a force, but we don't really know what it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually agree with him. I think that a huge flat Earth dub is to take back the word gravity. That's why I kind of, I kind of go all out on that. I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I just think it's a huge dub, right? They don't get to have that. They don't get to have that things have weight. No. They don't get to have that because they had to come up with some new fairy tale because they need something to make planets move around each other. You know what I'm saying? Like at immense distances in a vacuum. Like they don't get to just take weight because they had to make something up to say how water bends around the outside of a sphere. You know what I mean? Like that's basically what they
Right.
did.
So gravity, in my understanding, gravity would be weight. Gravitation would be an attractive force. They're trying to mix it all up as one thing, calling it gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's fucking there, or like it's part of how they word game shit. And then you're over there arguing against a complicated, nuanced topic, but the public sees it this way.
Yeah. They just hear gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, and that's where they just immediately not even understanding the nuance. My point is that once you show the parsing of the details, then it's like it intrigues people because they're like, really? And you look, and I look my shit up. You know what I mean? Like, look it up. It's like we're not like any of us are
I could
talking.
be like, yo, gravity is a word, it's a thing, but it's not a force. That's the big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that it's the effect. We don't know the source, and that's the problem with Kosha. This is the thing. Kepler's interesting and all. The problem is you accept it to be the truth. And that is where there's no evidence or any fucking rational basis to take that to be the truth.
Because it goes right back. You're right. I'm sorry. It goes right back to scientific method. If I can't demonstrate it in physical reality with the method that does that specifically, then I can't say gravity exists.
Right, and you can do it with magnetism.
Yeah, that's why my explanation is so fire. You like straight up can do that. Like you can straight up like go outside and you can measure the downward electric current on the earth, and then you can like run a generator with it. Like just hover a drone connected to a wire or a balloon, and it's gonna take that current.
Have you heard of Maxwell Chikumbutsu, bro?
What?
Maxwell Chikumbutsu. I saw something about him. Right, he's got some fucking thing where he's from Zimbabwe, allegedly. You know what I mean? And he's making this. He can run a TV so far, and he's made a helicopter out of getting the radio waves that are everywhere, capturing them in some device to be able to use them in a current. Now, whether or not it's fucking true or not, I don't know. It's kind of funny because all the ballers come in and they rage against Maxwell Chikumbutsu. But then when you turn around and you say NASA's in the same bag, they're like, no. You're like, where's your skepticism, again? But anyway, I was curious if you'd heard of him.
No, I'll have to look into it. But then real fast, so Glad saying, I bet you have heard me say this, so I'm just gonna say it real quick, but science is like you can actually test it, right? It's not just make up stories and drop acid in the morning and let's make up fairy tales. So we can just go make things float. So we can manipulate something electric and make it float, right? Well, it's like, okay, well, if that wasn't there before we made it float, then we didn't really prove what made it go down or up, right? Because we added something that wasn't there. Like I can go blow something off my desk. Like my breath isn't why things go down, right? But of course, everything is already electric. Everything. So when we manipulate that and make things float, well, we've tested the independent variable, right? We've literally manipulated the independent variable. Objects go down or up. They have a direction. That's the observed phenomena. Independent variable, electrostatics. Manipulate that variable to test the cause and effect. And when we manipulate electrostatics, the IV, we make things go up or down faster or change weight. So we've proven it's a cause of the effect. Right, so now we have science. We can put that on the shelf. Like electrostatics makes things go up or down. Everything's electrostatic. We have a downward electric current on the earth. It's very weak, but it's measurable. You can run a generator off of it. Okay, that's on the shelf. That's a real deal. That's empirical. It's not fairy tale. They think there's something else there also called space-time. And they can't do any of that with space-time. It's just an idea that most people don't even understand, and it's debated about and blah, blah, blah.
They deny that current, first of all, and then they add something else that they can't prove as the cause. It's a double whammy.
Yeah, they deny a current that you can literally go outside and run a generator with.
Well, you can feel it also. You can feel the current when a lightning strikes, or you can see the electricity in the air. You know that static is there. You know there's some type of electromagnetism in the atmosphere. So they have to first deny that would be any part of the cause of things going up or down or being constant, being able to float or whatever it may be. Resistance, right? They deny. I mean, they deny electricity basically in the atmosphere. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like even
And
like bumblebees do this, right? Like a bee will go hover over a flower, and they do something called non-contact pollen detachment, where like the pollen will leave the flower and go up, like levitate up to the bee and stick to its body, because the flower is grounded. So it's of course attached to the
The
ground. It's
same
a
thing with
flower.
powder coating. When you powder coat something, you charge it negatively, and then you positively charge the powder, and then
yeah,
you
it makes
put
it
them both
stick.
in the same. Yeah, the powder will literally just float to the object that's charged or negatively charged, and bond to it.
It's attracted to whatever you're creating the charge on. We powder coat things on our boats and stuff because it's resistant to chipping and to like it's actually more resistant to static charge after you powder coat it. So it's better for rusting and or not corroding or not
Yeah, that
creating
makes sense.
static. Yeah, it's
Can't
crazy.
believe I said negatively charged. Sorry, but yeah, it's the same concept.
Yeah, but for intents and purposes, you kind of got to say it, right? Like I was about to say it too. Like, so, yeah, because the flower is, of course, negatively charged, quote unquote, which means it's discharging into the ground. That's why it's called the ground. And then the bee is flying around in the air and it's gaining, quote unquote, positive charge. It's actually just building charge. It's charging. So it goes over that flower and the pollen goes up to it. If I take a cup of pollen and I pour it out, it goes down. Right? So the pollen goes down, then the bumblebee flies over it, the pollen goes up.
Shouldn't we just say it's a state of being uncharged?
No,
No,
I don't think there is uncharged.
yeah, so technically it's like a process instead of a thing. You know what I mean? Like it's just like it's trying to get all it can never get all the charge out because that charge will hold it together, but it's just trying to.
I got it.
Yeah.
And it's always flowing. Like I don't think it ever. I think it's always trying to reach equilibrium, even in electricity, even in charge. It's flowing backwards and forwards, meeting resistance. Meeting less and more resistance, more charge on one end than the other, whatever it may be. But it's always trying to reach equilibrium, and whatever effects that produces, that's what we're getting.
That should be the one natural law that should be the first one, right? Like everything seeks equilibrium and really via pressure mediation.
Just remember that that equilibrium, by definition, is a pure inertial state of rest, which is by definition counter space, and it segues over to mass attracting mass. Mass attracts mass at the lowest null pressure point, which is this counter spatial realm, which would be that state of equilibrium or homeostasis, where things are just at a state of rest. So yeah, everything seeks that.
Yeah, and basically, if you wanted to put that in like really crude layman terms, it would be like everything in the material world is not in equilibrium, right? And that's why Bob actually brought this up to me, and I found it to be pretty profound after I gave my speech at Flattoberfest. He called me and he was like, "Yeah, dude, there's just one thing I think you should think about." Because I really hyper focused on how everything is seeking equilibrium. It's really trying to get back to the background, right? And that downward current actually kind of like offsets the material world, right? It puts it in a state where it's not in equilibrium. See what I'm saying? Like it's like that downward current is kind of keeping it here. Like in fact, if it wasn't here, arguably the material world couldn't be here, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, anyway, that's maybe a little out there. But like, so everything seeks equilibrium. I just wanted to say, so like it's sad that we weren't taught like this, in my opinion. So we know that like heat goes to cold. Like if I make a cup of coffee and set it on the counter, it's going to cool off because the heat's going to go to the cooler area around it, right? It's very simple. Well, high pressure goes to low pressure, right? We know this with gas pressure, right? High pressure goes to low pressure, heat goes to cold. Electricity follows this same law of equilibrium, we'll call it, or pressure mediation. So what they call negative charge is discharging because it's trying to seek equilibrium, right? because it has too much charge. So in order to get to equilibrium, it's going to have to discharge. When something
I got
has
a question.
positive charge, it's trying to get more charge.
So we observed that it's trying to find this thing called equilibrium. Does it find equilibrium ever?
I
Anything
don't
ever
think so.
find that? Really?
No.
Okay.
Constantly moving and meeting resistance and being stored like a capacitor stores energy, and then you have things that resist the flow, the current, the constant flow of trying to reach equilibrium. You have resistance and you have capacitance, which you have in nature. Some things store the current better, store the power, the energy better, and some resist or don't resist certain
So it's
levels.
like
So you,
electromagnetic utopia that's never going to be found.
Pretty much, yeah.
it's the cycle, right? It's the way it's made. It's to create what we have. The current, the flow, the downward. I think the downward flow, the downward current, the downward bias, and then some things are less resistance, or you add certain currents to them, and they'll rise.
Yeah, and it's not really like
That equilibrium. Sorry, real quick. It's a metaphor for life, right? You always want what you can't have. The equilibrium, you're never going to get it.
Well, yeah, you're always trying to. It's like because like say you may sit this book on this desk and you're like, oh well, this is at rest, right? But really, like what's holding the book together is electrostatic resonance, and it's like constantly trying to like equal out. It's like I can set the balloon on the desk and it'll gain and lose charge throughout the day based on what goes on in the room. You know what I'm saying? So it's like just always trying to figure it out. But I'm just saying, so like I think it makes more sense, right? Like we know how the heat goes to cold. Well, it's like, how they say positive attracts negative, right? Like positive goes negative or vice versa. Well, really, it's like, say you have a system with low pressure and you have a system with high pressure. Well, the high pressure goes to low pressure. Well, the extra charge goes to the system that's lacking charge, right? It's just the charge is trying to equal out. The charge that is charging and building charge migrates to the system that's losing charge. One has too much, one doesn't have enough, so they start to equal out. That's why they quote unquote attract, right? I mean,
and the thing is, I don't think the energy goes away. I think the energy that we have, you don't, like it's always being transformed. Transformed, is that the word? It's always being transferred. Like, if you lose energy in one thing, another thing is gaining that energy.
Yeah. If energy can't be created nor destroyed, then where's it's transferred from where?
So that transfer, you're going to create movement with that in the air, thermal input, whatever it is. It's energy, right? It's movement.
Well, I think what's so important about this is like, it's not like we're like, oh, we need to replace their fairy tale or anything like. Nah, it's just like something that we know exists, right? Like we have to acknowledge what we know. Just like that's what flat Earth is, right? Like flat Earth, we acknowledge like, water finds its level, right? Fluid statics and fluid dynamics. Like it's just a thing that we must acknowledge if we're going to understand the world. We have to acknowledge what's on the world. Like that's all this is. It's just like, oh, well, everything is electric and there is like a downward current on the earth. And even in like a vacuum chamber or whatever you have, like you're going to have electric like environment always going to have like an electric and magnetic constant. So it's inescapable. To accurately figure out what's going on, we have to like acknowledge it, in my opinion. Not really that it's needed to debate the globe or anything like that. It's just like, who cares about the globers? Like they're like circle jerking in pseudoscience land. You know what I'm saying? It's like, just like, I mean, who cares what they say? Just my opinion, though.
And this is just scratching the surface of electricity and electromagnetism and all this stuff. What Tesla was into is like beyond imagination, man. Beyond the fathom of like, yeah.
I think you can. I think you can have people like Tesla that reach a higher level, right, of understanding and try and share it with people who get a grasp of certain portions of it. But I don't even think Tesla was like 10%. You know, I think he might have found 10% of what can be known.
Dude, he'd be the
You
first one to
understand?
tell you that.
Oh
He'd be the
yeah,
first one to tell you
definitely.
that.
It is way beyond the human way of comprehending things, I believe. I think it's way above us.
I agree. I think light
Like,
shows us
this
that
is
so in
God's
your face.
territory for sure. Yeah.
But I don't think that God wants us to not try to figure stuff out, like figure it out. It's just like he made it so that you never fully can. You know what I'm saying? Like he made it to where like no matter how wise man thinks they are, they're always going to hit this wall where they have to concede like, "Oh, this is way out of my league" every time.
Yeah,
All
dude,
those
that's not cool.
questions.
I'm just gonna tell you straight up, man. That's not cool.
Yeah.
It's not cool, but in a way it's kind of cool, right?
Take it out with him.
In a
I'm
way he like
saying, dude, give me a sit down. Give me a sit down. I got a couple
But
bones to pick. You guys want to get some notes going? I'll go talk to him about it. Shit.
he'll sit down with you. Get you a quiet place. He'll sit down and talk to you about it, but he'll also tell you, be humble, right? Don't be prideful.
No. I need to
Don't
be
let it be a
talked with.
distraction. Let it give glory, and all that. So I think
I need to
that's
talk
one of the.
with
I mean,
God.
when you look up and you have so many questions, wouldn't it point towards a creator or an unknown, right?
That's why I think
Source.
it's like that, right? I think that's why it's like that. Like, there's
Exactly.
no way you
Exactly.
could not end up figuring out there's a creator. It's like,
There
what
has to be someone
it say?
above
It
us.
says, go count all the stars and come holler at me, basically.
Yeah. Listen, I just have a few suggestions. That's all. I don't, for the next creation. That's all.
Well, he said
Well, just
he said go count all the stars and come back and holler at me. That's what he said.
get back, holla at me. Just think about Tesla, right? Like, put yourself, below Tesla in the aspect of what he knew about what he knew, right? And then there has to be someone above Tesla, right? How far above would the creator, if creator, which I believe in, how far above someone like Tesla? So you can even, take the smartest man that you know.
Unimaginable.
Yes, he
Unimaginable.
can't comprehend it.
Yeah, it's crazy. And just
Y'all are cool with that, though? Y'all are just like, nah, I'm all set. That's fine. I don't want to know
I
anything.
can't wait to meet that person. I live my life striving to be more like him, and
No, I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying you're cool with their shit that you're not physically capable of knowing because someone doesn't want you to know it.
no, I think he wants us to know it at the time that we're capable.
Well, then we'd be able to know it.
No. Not saying we would know it in our lifetime. Maybe it takes, standing in his presence to be able to, admit.
I'll tell you what, that would help quite a lot.
There you go. Well,
Hey,
I hope you're
Sensei,
living your life to get there.
Glad Flope, do you know as a kid when you have been waiting for like your birthday or Christmas, or let's say you have been waiting for something that you have wished for a very long time, like a gift or present, and that feeling that you have before that, because you're like in the unknown of when or how it's going to be when you have it, and there's all these things that you make up in your mind to have this joy of waiting, and then you actually get your present, and like after 1, 2, 3 days of having it, it's gone, right? That feeling, that wonderful
gone.
feeling of
Oh,
joy
yeah.
is gone.
Yeah.
That's how I think
Yeah.
is the precious thing about life, that there's just certain things that maybe at a certain point you will be revealed to understand, but for now it's the the secrecy of it that is so pleasing and nice, so like I think life is about these magical things, so to say, that there is just certain things we can't wrap our mind around, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I know that. I agree. We can't wrap our minds around it. I'm just saying that's bullshit. We should be able to. I think that we're made lesser for
But
no
then
reason.
life would be very boring, right?
How do you know that?
Because
Well,
I
if you
can
knew
see,
everything or
because
had
I
everything.
gave you an example in real life, right? As a kid, I mean, maybe it's just for me, but I have heard other people, agreeing with this. As a kid, when you're waiting for something very special, and then you finally got it, you remember that feeling. That actually the feeling before you got it was greater than than receiving it. You know what I mean?
Yep, I do.
Yeah. So
I
that's
know that
how I
feeling,
kind of
brother.
look at it.
I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. I love you guys here. I just got to work. I'll talk to you here in a bit.
All right, man.
So who do we believe? Einstein, who gave us a speed limit, or Tesla, who says he achieved speeds a few times faster than the speed of light?
Well, I would say Tesla sounds logical.
Hell yeah.
Einstein's already said um, space and time are things that can be bent when we've already showed that they're non-physical, not even things of themselves, just concepts of more than anything else.
Oh yeah, to be generous. Yeah, we can give him a concept at best.
So Einstein
stupid.
lost. What's up? What's it?
I just saying it's really stupid. Just a really stupid belief.
Yeah, I mean, it was genius what they did, but at the same time, not that it wasn't pitiful and upsetting, but in today's world, with all the information we have readily available at our fingertips, unlike any other past civilization, to accept this as reality just seems like to me it just seems dishonest, like outright. Like when you hear both sides of the story and you still choose the one side that's logical, like it's very telling, like what we're up against.
Well, what we're up against is a religious cult, a low IQ cult of scientism. So we're, when you're like, oh man, the illogical nature, like it's like, yeah, the people that defend it, they're not actually, they don't have confidence in their own ability to deduce things logically. And I'm not trying to like gaslight or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm just saying this is my opinion, right? There's just a fundamental difference. Some of us are not content just blindly trusting the quote unquote experts have it all figured out for us. And some people are content thinking that they have it all figured out.
I feel that they deep down inside realize how insane their system of thought is. I think it's intentional, though. I think they're intentionally deceiving. This isn't something that they're just low IQ or unaware. Like they're smart enough to realize they're wrong, but they're still choosing the wrong, and it's intentional, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree. How can you study science, right? Have went to school, have spent all kinds of money taking all these subjects, and not come out believing in a creator? I find that really strange.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean,
Like any field, medicine, anything, mechanics, right? If you see a machine as a whole, how can you believe in evolution, right? How can you not believe that something created somebody, call them whatever you want, choose your deity, right? It's illogical to me.
Just think about the very fact that when you put your hand on your breast and you feel your heart beating, okay? Or you try to make it feel, you try to feel it, sometimes it's hard to feel, depends on, But anyways, what I'm trying to say is, when you do that and you recognize the inability for your own ability of deciding if that thing is going to keep beating or not, and your dependence on there being no self-control over it, just shows you the miracle that this only thing that you're dependent on, it's the very reason why you can still breathe, talk, eat, and live, is this one organ that is beating. And the more you think about it, the more you realize how fragile you actually are, and how the same way how precious and wonderful this very body is that you have been gifted to use in the moment of the time being that you live in this carnal flesh, and it's just that's what I always try to point out to the people who believe in evolution or that stuff. Just think about your heartbeat, okay?
What's required to get that heartbeat going again if it stops?
Electricity.
Yeah, an electromagnetic pulse, right?
Yes.
I mean,
But it doesn't work.
not gravity.
It doesn't work always, right? It's not. That there's people who get a heart attack and they already instantly die. There's two different types of heart attacks. You know that, right?
Oh, I know. No, I know.
Okay.
I was just saying that like there's this divine connection between our life and that one organ and what we discuss here pertaining to reality of what we're discerning
Mm-hmm.
to
And
be
it's just
it as, and what that one requirement of all phenomena, like there's one thing that is accounted within every phenomena, and they just want to hand wave that whenever it's convenient.
Yo, can I read this from Tesla? So he said, during the succeeding 2 years of intense concentration, I was fortunate enough to make two far-reaching discoveries. The first was a dynamic theory of gravity, which I have worked out in all details and hope to give to the world very soon. It explains the causes of this force and the motions of heavenly bodies under its influence so satisfactorily that it will put an end to idle speculations and false conceptions as that of curved space. According to the relativists, space has a tendency to curvature owing to an inherent property or presence of celestial bodies. Granting a semblance of reality to this fantastic idea, it is still self-contradictory. Every action is accompanied by an equivalent reaction, and the effects of the latter are directly opposite to those of the former. Supposing that the bodies act upon the surrounding space, causing curvature of the same, it appears to my simple mind that the curved spaces must react on the bodies, and producing the opposite effects, straighten out the curves. Since action and reaction are coexistent, it follows that the supposed curvature of spacetime is entirely impossible. But even if it existed, it would not explain the motions of the bodies as observed. Only the existence of a field of force can account for them, and its assumption dispenses with space curvature. All literature on this subject is futile and destined to oblivion. So are all attempts to explain the workings of the universe without recognizing the existence of the ether and the indispensable function it plays in the phenomena.
Interesting. Interesting that what was this one term he used? In my limited capabilities of thinking.
Occurring to my simple mind.
Occurring to my simple mind. Yeah, that's that's kind of like what I can appreciate, even if someone maybe is, still in that whole heliocentrism. But if he would, be a little bit humble and just admit that he is not all knowing. And I rarely hear this from heliocentristic believers in here that that they admit that most of it is just theoretical and it really has nothing to do with really that much. So that's really refreshing to hear if someone puts that in his takes in my simple mind, right? Still showing that he can be up for error,
Oh yeah.
Or maybe I'm saying things too complicated again. Not
You're
really.
good. Sorry, I'm not going to read a ton, but I just want to read this too. He said, my second discovery was a physical truth of great importance. As I have searched the scientific records in more than half dozen languages for a long time without finding the least anticipation, I consider myself the original discoverer of this truth, which can be expressed by this statement. There is no energy in matter other than that received from the environment. On my 79th birthday, I made a brief reference to it, but its meaning and significance have become clear to me since then. It applies rigorously to the molecules and atoms as well as the largest heavenly bodies and to all matter in the universe in any phase of its existence, from its very formation to its ultimate disintegration.
And that's kind of why I flipped the coin on Kosho, going from macro to micro in the sense of orbital mechanics, and kind of showing how like there's no gravity to be associated on the micro scale, but somehow, when you step things up to the larger scale, they have to invoke it to do away with the electromagnetic field.
Well, he thinks, Tesla, from what I understood, that electricity, the way he called it, is separate from magnetism.
Well, electricity has a magnetic component that's like Tesla. Well, like a lot of these ether guys say that electricity is not a thing of itself; it's a hydra, dependent upon the interaction of these two fields, the dielectric and the magnetic. So anytime you have an electric field, you always simultaneously have a magnetic component due to that fact. So they're inseparable.
Well, not the energy that he found, right? Not the radiant energy.
Well, that's why I was telling you that's pertaining to the other field, which would be that dielectric side. So, like I said, you have these two antagonistic fields that are mutually entangled, that dielectric and the magnetic. Anytime you have electricity, and that other thing you're talking about could be pure electrostatic energy, as you put it, like radiant energy.
Well,
You know
it's
what else he
closer
said?
to that, as a matter of fact. You're onto something, because the way it's produced, right? It's produced of, think of it as cracking electricity. So it's like spikes. It's like spikes of intense radiation, right? He calls it, after you close the circuit. So it's more like a byproduct. It's crazy, man. They call it splitting electricity. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a hydra. Those two fields. So generally, we only things on the magnetic side. So the only thing that would be on the dielectric side, that could be, or would be something like a black hole.
He said that electrostatics was the ether under strain. Basically like deformation of matter under stress.
Yeah.
And
magnetism,
then, yeah,
or torsion.
yeah, in like electricity and magnetism, is the ether in motion? And yeah, specifically like a torsion motion for magnetism. I can't believe that we weren't already taught this. It's just crazy. So he also says here, he says, well, he says a lot. I don't wanna bore you guys. He's spitting some fire over here though.
Well, read a little bit. Give us a little taste test.
Okay, let me find the part of it. Because I know he said the word like atom. Okay, here we go. People get all excited. So he says, before the electron theory was advanced, I had established that radioactive rays consisted of particles of primary matter, not further decomposable, and that the first question to answer was whether the sun is charged to a sufficiently high potential to produce the effects noted. Of course, he says that ether is the primary state of matter, the primary substance. So he's saying that it's just like concentrations within ether, primary matter. So like quote unquote particles, meaning that it's isolated or concentrated area that can be no further decomposed within the primary state. It's crazy because I feel like they just hijacked this dude's stuff and then bastardized it with materialism.
You look at Walter Russell's periodic table. I think it all follows suit with that fundamental particle being hydrogen nucleus, and from there, all the other particles are just comprised of hydrogen consendants.
Yo, this is crazy. I did not know he said that. A few words will be sufficient in support of this contention. The kinetic and potential energy of a body is the result of motion and determined by the product of its mass and the square of velocity. Let the mass be reduced, the energy is diminished in the same proportion. If it be reduced to zero, the energy is likewise zero for any finite velocity. In other words, it is absolutely impossible to convert mass into energy. It would be different if there were forces in nature capable of imparting to a mass infinite velocity, and the product of zero mass with a square of infinite velocity would represent infinite energy, but we know that there are no such forces, and the idea that mass is convertible into energy is rank nonsense. Yo. That's pretty crazy. Then he says,
check out what I post. Oh, you're not done? Okay.
oh, sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna tell you, check out what I just posted. You'll find it interesting.
So what's it? Does that directly refute E equals MC squared?
Well, according to him, yeah.
Yeah, like in his opinion, like what you just read, right? Okay.
Yeah. This is what's pretty crazy here. Like, he starts to get pretty specific about the Atmos, dude. Like, he says, while the origin and character of the rays observed near the Earth's surface are sufficiently well ascertained, the so-called cosmic rays observed at great altitudes presented a riddle for me for more than 26 years, chiefly because it was found that they increased with altitude at a rapid rate. My investigations have brought out the astonishing fact that the effects at high altitudes are of an entirely different nature, having no relation whatever to cosmic rays. These are particles of matter, again, primary matter, right? Projected from celestial bodies at very high temperatures and charged to enormous electrical potentials. The effects at great elevations, on the other hand, are due to waves of extremely small lengths produced by the sun in a certain region in the atmosphere. This is the discovery which I wish to make known. The process involved in the generation of the waves is the following. The sun projects charged particles constituting an electric current which passes through a conducting stratum of the atmosphere approximately 10 kilometers thick, enveloping the Earth. This is a transmission of energy exactly as I illustrated in my experimental lectures, in which one end of a wire is connected to an electrical generator of high potential, its other end being free. Yeah, it's pretty good. In this case, a generator is represented by the sun and the wire by the conducting air. The passage of the solar current involves the transference of electrical charges from particle to particle with the speed of light, thus resulting in the production of extremely short and penetrating waves. Pretty crazy stuff. And then he starts to list the intensity of the so-called cosmic rays must be greatest in the zenith portion of the atmosphere. The intensity should increase more and more rapidly up to an elevation of about 20 kilometers, where the conducting air stratum begins. Pretty interesting. I don't know.
Just posted one of his patents that collects the type of energy you're now talking about. 1901.
When he's talking, oh my bad, go ahead.
No, this is very important to what we're just talking about. There's a patent, there's a machine that he made to collect this energy, of which Woodsit was just talking about, and he figured out how to make it run generators, machines, anything.
When he's talking cosmic rays, is he specifically talking about the sun?
No.
No, he's saying specifically
Both
that
the sun,
all celestial bodies.
Well, just
yes, including the sun. And how he proves it is because he was able to collect this energy at night as well, although it was a little bit less than in the daytime.
Yeah, he actually says the sun is just a very minute portion of the overall energy.
I know he measured the speed of light from Arcturus, whatever that star is. He said he measured it 50 times the speed of light or something, which is kind of crazy.
Well, I do know that he said that the entire conception of everything having the same speed of light was insane. He said for there to be the speed of light, he said as simple as to think that the light from a dimly lit candle is synonymous with the light from the sun is absurd.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially when you bring up that example, That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about 50 times. 'Cause I know he himself had transmissions 1.5 C on the Earth.
It makes sense, man. Like different sources, like should have different speeds of light. I mean, all light is kind of different too, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, and so I mean, I disagree with Tesla and stuff, right? Like, and one of the primary things I disagree with him on, I know some people are like, "Well, you know, who are you?" I guess, but he was kind of having to discover everything on his own. I mean, I don't think that light permeates the ether, right? Like, I don't think it's something that is traversing through or permeating the ether. I think it is the ether. Now, like Tesla did kind of know this, right? Because he said, light can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether.
Yeah, he may
Yeah, it's
just be
just a
speaking
disturbance.
with convention that we already use, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a genius, but he definitely wasn't all knowing.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was on his own. You got to remember that it wasn't like he had, you know, this school of thought of you know, collaboration of people he could, you know, bounce ideas around with. Like
Yeah,
he on
imagine if
his
he could
own.
do what we're doing, or you know, like
You're right.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
dude,
It's crazy.
if we could throw Tesla into flat Earth right now and let
Oh
him
my
go to work,
God.
you know,
Imagine how much like different areas he would advance, you know, even if it was just like thought based at first. He would have so many different ideas. It's crazy.
He'd probably have debate FTFE, right?
And his idea on gravity, what's it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was never released, right? He said he hoped to get it to the people at some point, but I don't think
that was like his last prepared statement too. He like died right after that. Right
Weird.
after he said that, like, I basically got it finished, and I'm gonna release it. It's gonna like definitively dispel the nonsense that is space curvature. Like, he's gone. They went and took his stuff.
Damn, I would love to know what he had in his writings regarding that.
Me too, man. I thought about it a lot.
Didn't like Trump's uncle or grandfather or something apparently get Tesla's writings?
His uncle was the one that worked for the FBI, went in there on behalf of them. So I mean, I don't think he got to personally keep them or anything.
Man, that dude was so good at what he did, Tesla.
Well,
And
we still got Wheeler.
He did it pretty much alone.
Dollar.
You know? Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, we still got a few guys left, but that's the problem. Is I think people are so arrogant to like give credit to a lot of these guys that are still walking and try to dive into what it is they're fucking seeing.
Just imagine if they had his complete works to, you know, use as basis and try to advance.
Well, you got to look at what Tesla had. Tesla had, you know, 3 books, one of which was his favorite, and that was The Theory of Natural Philosophy by Boyskevich. And that's where a lot of his thought processes of how to perceive reality came from.
We know when
It's the book that'll like melt your mind, right?
Yeah, it's hard to.
Yeah, I
it's
want
hard
to buy it, dude. I forgot.
Yeah,
what was
it's like $500 or something. You can get
Oh.
yeah, I got the hardback original copy. Not Tesla's, but just a copy. It's a reprinted edition, but
What's it called again?
I'll post the picture of it, but the English version translates to The Theory of Natural Philosophy by Boyskevich. And I'll post a picture of my copy.
When did Tesla talk about if you want to unravel the secrets of the universe, think in terms of 3, 6, and 9? Did he say that later in life? Like, was that in reference to his idea of gravitation?
No one knows if he said that or not.
Yeah, I think that one's up in the air, man.
I'll tell you what he did say, though.
Wait,
Nice slow listen to this, bro.
I posted it. It's
Nice. I'm about to drop the PDF when it downloads if anyone wants it. It's 34 megabits.
Nice. Let me read this out. Dicelo, check this out, bro, what I was telling you before. Tesla referred to in the 1892 paper did not operate on electromagnetic field induction created by alternating currents. It operated in an entirely new domain of physics based on abrupt discharges of electrostatic potentials and the subsequent release of kinetic radiant energy from the omnipresent ether. So this is a new type of energy.
I see them on there a little cheaper than that. I mean, am I missing something?
Die slow. Nice pick.
Yeah, what if I told you guys that energy does not exist?
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we get it. Just a concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
So it's not a new type of energy, it's a new kind of modulus, I guess. A new mechanic for transfer of pressure.
You haven't heard of radiant energy percentage?
No, I wouldn't call it radiant energy. I would call it light. Electromagnetism.
So you're going against what Tesla said and what I just read.
no, he just likes to point out that energy is a concept.
Yeah, like we came up with the unit of measurement of a joule and a kilojoule and a calorie. We define them, right? What it is just transfer of pressures, right? You have, this electromagnetism that's being absorbed by this object and it's, heating up and it has more pressure as it does that, right? So we just we culminate all of these different pressures, whether it's electromagnetism or electricity or, or physical, like mechanical pressures by lifting something or whatever. Even that is kind of, I guess you could say electrical, because you have electrical impulses in your muscles and what have you, right? But we culminate that in this unified kind of conception of energy, and we define energy, and it's all holistic in that regard. It's just like one kind of system that we have agreed
the
upon
animation
for ease of convenience.
Yeah, I get
just
that,
the
but what
animation
would
of
you
a
say
body,
if I told you that this is cold kind of an energy? You said heat, and I agree with you. The current understanding is that, but what would you say if this was cold energy?
Cold radiation?
Yep. Yes, sir.
I would say that doesn't make much sense.
You never
I'd say
heard of a
maybe it's
cold cathode?
relative to like maybe our radiation that we're used to. Maybe they call it cold, but just
Look into
because cold is just the absence of heat, right?
in a cold cathode.
I'll drop something for you to watch if you want percentage.
Real fast,
I
Die Slow, is that
discovered
the
a new
book?
thing, bro.
Sorry, I just want to buy this book. Like, is that the right one, Die Slow?
Let me see. Did you post a picture?
Yeah. Like, it doesn't look like you're.
Are you sure you posted it in the right place? I don't. All I see is Branch, Dawn, and here you are. Theory of Natural Philosophy. That might be like a copy of it. But the one I have is like the same kind that Tesla had. It was the hardback version. So I don't know. That might
Well,
just be
lucky
like a
you, man.
paperback. Well, yeah, I spent the money, dude. I wanted to have it because it
I
was.
can't even
I
find
just
it.
thought it was
I
important.
can't even find that.
Type in hardback copy and then Theory of Natural Philosophy, Boyskevich. You should find one. I think there was like maybe 2 others that were floating around at the time I looked.
Nah, bro. It's nowhere to be found, my brother.
Fuck.
Wait, that should be what? I mean, a copy of it, right? I mean,
yeah,
Should be
I
in
don't
every freaking high
see
school,
why.
Tesla.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it should at least be discussed, right? Like, these are the only 2 things that have ever been given in the history of humanity as to like what the cosmos is predicated on. Like, there's never ever been another. It's only these 2: the quantum relativity and the ether theory, and they just threw away the ether from the education system after Michelson Morley. And even though they never really looked at what the information was saying.
When I grew up, I thought a guy with a kite and a string and what was it, a key, discovered
Yeah.
electricity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Benjamin Franklin, yeah.
Yeah.
And that kind of brought me to like what Percentage was saying. Um, they discovered long ago that when they electrified dead animals, that their legs would twitch, and I think it happened in a similar fashion. There was like
The frog
a
legs.
lightning
The
storm or
frog
something.
leg started all
Was
this
it
stuff. A
frog
frog leg.
legs?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought
That was the
that
first
was like a dog
detector, bro.
or something.
You're
Yeah.
spot on. The frog leg was the first electromagnetic detector.
Right. So it should show you that there's like this connection between electricity and the animation of the body, in the sense that it's what I don't want to say it's like what gives life, but it's what life is dynamic by. It's like the means by which all phenomena is dynamic, and it should be better understood, like the connection between living things and electricity and the field that we're all within. And that's what ether field talks about. The ether field theory talks about.
Yeah, absolutely. A percentage, I dropped something for you. 28 past the hour. Start with that, bro. Get prepared to blow your mind if you're into this kind of stuff.
Cool.
I'm dropping some pretty fire books.
The ether of space.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read the
See
whole thing.
that.
Pretty good though. Then I
Nice.
just got this in the mail today. It's Michelson-Morley thing. It's a Michelson-Morley, an enigma for physics and the history of science. It's not cheap though, for such a small book.
Yeah, try to find PDFs. And just get like an external hard drive that you can
Oh yeah.
download
Yeah.
things onto.
I have like an
Way to save
insane
money.
amount of PDFs. Like this book you couldn't get in PDF, and I do like to have some actual physical copies. Like there's something like sometimes I just want to get away from the screen,
Yeah.
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 There's also just something nice about having the physical copy. I don't know. Maybe it's the what's the word?
Last longer.
Nah, I always just picture like a big apocalypse. And then I'm like, oh, at least I have my books.
It's true, man. If our grid shuts down, you're not going to be able to access a lot of that type of stuff.
There's something about just like I used to have a pretty dope little, I wouldn't say a library, but like a couple bookshelves just packed. I gave a
love it.
lot of books away. I threw books away when I moved out, but there is something cool about just having it. So now, but I had a bunch of like just okay books, but now I'm just like building up slowly. Like super epic books, And there's just something cool about just having like all badass books physically. I don't know.
Have you been to your local library? Maybe there's also some good books regarding topics you like.
I have not, but I would love if they let me keep them. Yeah.
I got
I mean, you can always make photos of what you want to keep. I mean,
yeah.
or
I
copies.
picked up a few Wilczek books. I got A Beautiful Question just showed up yesterday. Seems pretty good so far. Good recommendations. What's it?
Yeah, I want to put together like a super dope lit book list. I got also got so Frank Wilczek, Nobel Prize winning physicist. He wrote Lightness of Being, Mass Ether and the Unification of Forces. And just interesting, right? Because he's like, yeah, there's going to be a new golden age of physics, and everyone's going to have to acknowledge there's an ether to unify the forces and blah blah blah. He wrote another book which I have only read some of, but it's called Longing for the Harmonies. Themes and variations from modern physics. What I've read about it is pretty fire, so that's also pretty cool.
If you can find
Oh
it,
yeah, I got that one coming too.
if you can find it, there's 2 books that are like just virtually impossible to locate, but they were written by Rawls and Davis, who are 2 guys studying magnetism and the magnetic field with living things, living entities. And a lot of the stuff they discovered kind of like changed how we perceive magnetism. And there's 2 books that they wrote a total of 5, 2 of which, like I said, are hard to come by. But I think there might be some really good stuff in those 2 books that they've tried to hide.
Yeah, anything that's like hard to find or like inordinately expensive, it's probably like fire. Like Ron Hatch, the
Yeah.
guy that like basically just destroyed Einstein.
I have it sitting in my Amazon cart. I'm really half tempted just to buy it and scan it out or scan it up.
The Ron Hatch one?
Yeah, Escape from Einstein.
Yeah, man, it's freaking like couple. It's like steep, like 180 or something. Like
120 on Amazon. This
Okay.
one I found, but yeah, still is pretty
Still not really
insane
cheap.
for a book.
Yeah, I know. Like I paid for this Michelson-Morley experiment book. I paid like 80, and it's 100. It's like 197 pages. It is like a nice like hardback, whatever, but it's all they had. And I'm like, dang, bro, I can't be paying. I'm trying to build up a collection. I can't be dropping $90 on a book. Or even like if you wanted to get Robertson Genesis books, his books are like $350, and I'm like, bro, are you crazy? Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna buy it and I'll share it with y'all.
Oh, nice.
Boy.
What a
Well,
legend.
it's gonna be quite a scanning job.
Is it thick? Like a big book.
It doesn't even. The info about it is so limited on the Amazon page.
It doesn't describe in the description. It doesn't say the amount of pages.
No, I might say in the reviews somewhere.
It'd be cool to do a thing like Jaren did, where he put all the truth or info on a thumb drive.
Yeah.
I always thought that was a really cool idea. Is that legal? Like, I wondered about the legality of that. Like, is that something he can get in trouble for?
I think it depends. Technically, right? So, I mean, technically, you could get in trouble for copyright stuff. Why does this book look like it's old and used? Is it just like how the book?
These were the books I was talking about. Posted them.
Oh, so you have to get a used one for 120.
Yeah,
and the new one's 200. Yikes.
I posted it in the chat to you, Witsit.
Okay, nice.
242 pages according to Google Books.
Nice.
Jeez, oh Pete, that's a lot of scanning.
Dude, I feel like such a nerd. It's like, oh, I know what I want for my birthday. But no. It would be cool to have the physical copy, but if you would scan it, that'd also be cool. Just being able to get access to it.
It seems like a pretty crucial. Like, it's insane to me that it's not available everywhere to everybody. Like, this is probably one of the best accredited disputes to relativity, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, because it's like it can't not be acknowledged because their whole GPS system didn't work with relativity. I mean, from my understanding.
I wouldn't be surprised if the government bought up all the books.
What?
I wouldn't be surprised if the government bought up all these, and that's why they're hard to find.
Yeah, or made it where they're not published anymore, right? I mean,
yeah. You just got the only supply is the used supply that people have had on their bookshelf for years. Hey, what's it in the ether field like idea where you're thinking light is like a perturbation of the background ether? How is magnetism explained again? Something about like the moving ether or something?
Yeah. Yeah. Magnetism, electricity would be like the ether in motion, and then well, you could get like specific about centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence. You know, the donut you draw in and out. You're always going to have like a vortice, so kind of like the motion of the ether under like torsion, and this vortice with like the geometries of like the inside of the donut and the outside of the donut. And of course, it's not that it's completely different than that of light. It is seemingly all different modalities of the ether.
Yeah, that seems right. Like when I think of that, my discernment is telling me that is true. Like there's something there for sure. It's weird, but I don't know. Like the last like 5 years, whenever I've come across like I don't know things like this, like theoretical things, I kind of have like a basis deep down where I can feel. Now I don't know if I'm right, but I can kind of feel, yeah, that's right, or no, that doesn't seem right. You know, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but definitely seems like that's what's going on for sure.
Yeah, to me, in my opinion, it seems like everything has like the same geometric expression. It seems like everything is like my logo, and yeah, like they're looking for the grand unified theory. Well, there it is,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's why it makes sense because, like, you know, almost any physicist will tell you, well, there has to be. We obviously don't have it right yet. There has to be something that'll unify them all together, all these forces. Unification of forces, right? It's like
So it almost has to be something that is the same on every level. You know what I mean? Like what you're talking about.
yeah, it has to be. It has to intrinsically tie together and
Yeah.
and build off of each other. But they can't just say what's obvious, which is like there's a background, because yeah, I mean we all know, right? Michelson Morley. So it's crazy. It's not like it's not like I'm some innovator or something, right? It's just like very obvious in my opinion, and it's like, you know, they just can't. They can't. They're pigeonholed. So
I guess it's obvious if you can get over the fact that like you can't see it. You know, like I feel like a lot of people need to be able to see something in order to even approach thinking about it. You know.
yeah, but then you just wrap your mind around the fact that majority of the light spectrum is not visible.
True. Very true.
Right. So like I mean, you know, you got microwaves, radio waves, like these are all things we know are very real. And everywhere. So
And they claim that all the different types of light are still moving at the same speed. They're just different wavelengths.
yeah, and frequencies. Yeah.
It's so weird, man.
Well, that's what I mean. It just seems so obvious to me, man. Like it's everywhere, right? So light's literally everywhere.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. So how is it some type of stretch for me to say that light's already there? It literally is. The what the
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they don't see that, you know? Like it's so obvious. Like the depths of the ocean, there's still light there, you know? Like
Yeah.
once you explain that to them, I don't know how it doesn't click and they're like, "Oh, yeah. That makes sense."
I think it does kind of click with them at one point, but then they have to double down out of pride. Like that, even Oakley did that, right? Oakley's like just taking his victory lap. He's gonna destroy Witsit, right? You know, so he's like, he brings up the room. He's like, so what happens when I turn the light on in the room, right? I'm like, the light was already there, and they all start laughing and making fun of me, and he's like, I'm like, wait, you think that the light wasn't already there? And
You
he's
set
like,
them up perfect.
yeah, he's like, yeah, but the light wasn't there until we turned it on, you know? And I'm like, Oh, what about the non-visible spectrum of light? It's just freaking crickets, bro. Like it's hilarious.
Dude, they're never going to learn anything. They're never going to advance anything unless it comes from within them, because they don't let anyone talk, man. He shuts everyone down, including flat earthers. It's so weird.
Yeah. I think he kind of shot himself in the foot with that whole thing, to be honest. But should have
Yeah,
just
I
let
don't
it
know.
be, bro. You should have just let me be, man.
Yeah, I unsubbed immediately when that happened, so I haven't seen anything that he's done lately, but I assume it's still all of the same stuff.
Yeah, I haven't either. And it sucks because I mean he had his lane. He definitely had his lane. But what can you do?
He did, but he also ignored certain things that he had wrong. I don't know, like the whole Coriolis, his idea Coriolis. Like he claims the globe Earth says that things are spinning under things and blah blah blah, but it's not really what they claim. And he just the reason I bring that up is because he is so set in his way when you go in there and talk about something a tiny bit different, right? Like he can't even entertain it for a second, but he's so stuck to his own ways, thinking that his positions are ironclad, right? Like no one can approach him on any of his ideas. But then he has some ideas that are just wrong to begin with.
You actually believe that he thinks that they're for sure right? Because I don't know.
What'd you say? Say it again.
I don't know that he actually truly believes it. That I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Right. Maybe he does think he's right for sure. I don't know.
About Coriolis or?
Oh no, I just mean like the whole debacle with me, with all of it, with like.
Yeah, he can't. At this point, he can't. Like, it's just him. He made his bed and he's got to lie in it. Like I think he's got to see it at this point, but who knows?
He doesn't actually have to lie in it, right? Though, like he could just man up and be like,
"Oh, for sure."
He could even come do it right now, right? He could be like, "So I've been thinking," but it's like they went so hard for so long.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
And like against our own side, like I can't imagine anybody from our side. Like the Globers can't come against you with anything at all. I am so shocked that he went so hard at you with this. That's why I say he made his own bed. Like, I don't know that he would ever in a million years come back and be like, look, man, like, I was wrong. I jumped to conclusions. You seem to be doing good work with a really good idea. Like, it just doesn't seem like that would ever happen a million years from his
I think
side.
say I got on like really, really big shows or something, and like kind of if I ever went viral or like started really gaining traction and stuff, like that would be the only thing that would motivate him to like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that will happen. Despite what I said, I do believe that that's going to happen, and he's going to have to change his mind. But I don't think he's going to do it on his own. It's going to have to be forced. His hand's going to have to be forced.
And I'm not going to be particularly interested in anything he has to say at that point. So,
Exactly.
Yeah, and definitely not on some like I'm too cool or something, right? I'll still be like in the trenches chilling with everybody no matter what happens. But, yeah, just the principle,
For sure. It's going to blow up, man. I can't believe your debates haven't made it mainstream yet, but it's definitely going to happen. And from what it sounds like you have planned for 2023, I mean, things are going to happen, man, for sure.
Well, not just with Wits. I mean, Wits, it's one of the hardest workers for sure, and it's paying off. And his work and everybody, I think it's just coming to some kind of head now where it's unavoidable that the Earth isn't a globe, and people are going to start waking up to that in mass, whether or not they admit it, but yeah.
Totally agree, man. Like, have you guys ever like? There's a dude named Sneeko. He's a good example. So he's like 24. He like blew up. Like he's a millionaire at this point from just doing YouTube live streams. He just talks about like he's kind of like on the Andrew Tate wave at this point. He talks about like women. He's on this Fresh and Fit podcast, which is kind of vulgar, but it talks about like men and women being different, whatever. Anyway, and then he got kicked off of YouTube because he was speaking out against the whole pandemic, and people like him are starting to get hit with it. Like it's spilling over into like really big names. So
What's spilling over? Sorry, I missed.
flat Earth.
Yeah, he's a little apprehensive about
Are you
talking
saying his
about it.
current situation?
But he's agreed to talk to, I forgot his name, but
Some Twitch streamer.
he's agreed to talk to someone that's like pro flat Earth, and he's pretty big, and yeah, I mean you can tell he's heard of it. He just he's apprehensive, but it's like
I've heard Sneeko mention that quite a few big prominent YouTubers also know about it, and they just never discuss it.
Yeah. And like I've heard him even say like when someone says about flat Earth, he said something about a firmament. You know what I mean? Like he just made it like a joke about a comment about the firmament. Like it'll happen, man. In my opinion, it'll happen. I was thinking actually about like trying to talk to him. I thought about like ruffling Destiny's feathers.
That would be something.
Oh fuck! I can't handle that Destiny.
That
guy.
might be tough.
Fuck.
Well, yeah, but he's got like over 500,000 subs, and it would be epic, right? So
It's definitely going to come out, man. They're not going to be able to sit there and get more informed on it, and then not want to talk about it. You know,
that's what I'm saying. Like it's gonna, and that's what I'm saying. It's also what it's gonna do. It's gonna make these anti-flat earthers bigger as well, right? Because people are gonna be like, "What the hell, dude? I'm not ready for this," and they're gonna desperately look for someone that does know all the arguments, and they're gonna come across MC Toon. And
I wonder how many of those people though will just shut their eyes again. You know, like what percentage of Globers who end up being fully informed turn anti-flat Earth in nature? Not like YouTube stream. I just mean like the audience of those people, and what percentage actually keep their eyes open and come into a flat Earth Discord, or start looking into flat Earth stuff on their own.
that's a good question. Remains to be seen. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think that if you have a cool base, so like Destiny's base sucks. That's just to be like, whoa. Then people like Sneak and these other people are like, yo, who's this flat earther that sliced Destiny up, right? Because he's kind of known for debating like bigger channels and stuff. But
that would definitely have to be moderated.
The cooler bases will be more open.
That would definitely have to be moderated. Destiny cuts people off like nobody's business, dude.
Yeah. But I could just expose it, be like, yo, are you scared to hear flat Earth, bro? Like I don't know. I think I'm gonna go jump into his Discord server and like ruffle feathers in there by just talking about it, where none of them can debate me, and it'll probably spill over to him, and then we'll go.
Yeah, dude, that would be good. That would be awesome because he can't ignore it. If you're really in there doing it nonstop, like he's gonna have to. Like I don't think he's afraid to debate.
No, he's not. He's like arrogant about flat Earth. So
yeah, I mean he would definitely turn into an anti-flat earther or turn to McToon and them for answers. Dude,
yeah, sure.
McToon's the worst, man. Whenever he hears a flat Earth debate coming up, if it's like some like unknown glober or someone who does other debates but decided to take the globe side in a flat Earth debate, my dude like contacts him ahead of time, like tries to prep him and stuff. It's so obvious, and dude, I swear he sends him direct messages during the debates.
He does.
I think that's why half the time when you make a good point and the other side just doesn't listen at all, and then they just talk about whatever they wanted to, their script, right after. I think it's because McToon's literally shooting a DM to them and they're reading it.
Yeah, like McToon and FTFE and stuff, yeah.
Like when he popped in on that Delco debate right at the end, or Delcos, whatever that guy's name is, it was just like obvious he was lingering.
Yeah, how funny is that, bro? Like, I can't get away from me. Like Brendan, MC Toon, just like following me around, like weird.
Dude, it's so weird, bro.
It's super lame. It's like almost like kind of makes me mad. It's like that annoying to me. It's like,
yeah, I don't know how you do it, bro. Like with the debates, because I could tell, like, you're so good at staying calm, but I could tell, like, when you're frustrated, because how could you not be with all the crap they do? But man, you got to keep going, bro. Like, I know part of you doesn't really like to debate all that much because of that, but dude, it does so much good, man. Once they get out, it's over. I think nobody can
thanks.
watch one of your debates and still feel confident about the globe. Period.
I wouldn't think so, man. I wouldn't like when I came across like just 24/7. I was like, whoa. Just like hearing flat earth debate is very beneficial. Uh, when the flat earther like really kind of can like knows what's up, you know.
Is that how you got into debates? Were you like on Discord first and were debating on there, and then decided to take like your first live debate?
No, like I started debating just like random people on Facebook, which is kind of
Okay.
like the only way I ever even like started making videos. And Bob saw me
When-
like ranting like 5v1 on Facebook, and then asked me to be on the show, and I said no, I don't.
Who was
Then
your
it just kind of
first?
turned into the. I was trying to think like YouTube wise, like
Yeah, like who was your
probably
first anti-flat Earth debate?
do I?
Who was your first debate on flat Earth against the anti-flat Earther?
I couldn't tell you. Random
Really?
people in flat Earth Facebook groups.
Do you remember who your first debate was against on modern day debates?
Mm, nah, man, I don't even know. I forget a lot of them.
Because my first debate I saw of you were so good. I mean, this was years ago. I've known about you for years, but I went back and tried to see like your earlier debates to see if like you were bad at any time, and I couldn't find, like, it seemed like you were always nasty at debate. I was just curious about how that got
No, I
started.
have a bad one. Like my worst debate is the first one against MC Toon.
What? No way.
Yeah, the
I've
first
seen-
one was
dude,
like
I've seen all
really
yours.
early. It was right after I was. It
Yes,
was
okay.
like right at the time that I was just randomly ranting to people or debating people on Facebook, and he reached out to me, and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And yeah, I had like a whole thing set up. Like I had all this stuff I wanted, all this evidences I wanted to bring up, like all typed out. I had borrowed my friend's laptop. I didn't even have a computer, and yeah, it was just
That's the one where you spend a lot of time talking about the apparent and geometric horizon, right?
No.
Okay, 'cause I was gonna say that one I liked as when I was like newly broaching the subject. I was like kind of annoyed with how long it got dragged out, but then like by the end of it, I like really realized like, man, this really is like a silly thing that MC Toon and the globe belief has to like say that you can't see the geometric horizon. Like it's there, but you can't see it. And it
Yeah,
was like I really
I'm shocked.
appreciated the way you like just didn't let it go. I needed it like that because listening to the debate, if it had just been shoved under the rug and moved along, I probably wouldn't have really heard it the way I needed to.
Nice.
I'm
Yeah,
shocked
that was really redundant.
I'm shocked that you say MC Toon was one of your worst ones, because you absolutely eviscerate him every single time.
Yeah, well, so like in the first one, I was just like being like real cool, like I just I had no idea what kind of person that dude was or any of the tactics. I was nowhere in that realm at all, I was just like, yo,
Yeah,
Nikola Tesla, electromagnetism, you know what I'm saying? I was just like on some like, I don't know, I just chill. And then it somehow got into the moon landing. He was telling me I had to replace gravity and stuff, and I was just like being chill. I was just like, I think that there's like this like electromagnetic nature that kind of presses down on us. Like I kind of agree with Tesla, and he's like, you need to replace equations and stuff. I'm like, what? And then it got to the moon landing, and I'm like, I like laughed. I'm like, yo, you think the moon landing's real? Like what? And I started asking some questions about it, and he had like these intricately scripted like apologist responses. And I had never really heard them, and so I was like, "Well, okay, I don't even know. I'll have to look into that, or I don't know about that." And so it ended with me like looking like I'm losing, basically, right? Like it was just like the moon landing, which I had just known since I was 13 was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I wasn't brushed up on all the like zealot arguments about the moon landing. And so I was just being real honest. I'm just like I would concede and stuff. And so he, you know, he had like multiple times where in the moon landing discussion where I was just like, oh, okay. Like he went into explaining the whole like going through the Van Allen radiation belts thing, and he had like this real intricate explanation about that. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess that kind of makes sense. You know, I was like just kind of conceding. And so it looked like in a way, like basically I just lost because the end of the debate was like that. And I actually posted, I was just, you know, naive and way too honest for this dude. But I posted, more than worthy opponent. I must admit, uh, you know, like underestimated a more than worthy opponent, MC Tune. I took a L on that one or something like that. And that dude screenshotted that thing and has posted it like 100 times. You know what I'm saying?
I still post.
Yeah, dude. He comes off as honest when you first meet him, so I could see you like being your honest self with him, and you know, conceding certain things you didn't know. So I mean, I could see what you're saying, but I would like to see the debate. I don't know. I find it hard to believe that you lost.
I haven't even really watched it. I just know it was bad.
Well, that changed quick. How long was it until your next debate with him?
Few weeks, and that was the one that he was talking about with the Parent Horizon.
Gotcha.
I don't even like watching my old debates because I just think it looks so goofy. But yeah, that was the one where it was like the Black Swan was like brand new.
Yeah, you've definitely honed the
Dude,
craft
I can't
since
believe you
then.
don't
But
watch your own debates, man. They're so fire, bro. I was shocked when you said your parents don't even watch them. Like, dude, you're like the GOAT debater, and your parents like don't even know it.
Yeah, like never seen one. Have no idea.
Damn, man, that sucks.
Yeah, is what it is. If I ever debated like a really, really big name or something, obviously I'd like press it. Like you got to watch this. But the debates I'm in are such shit shows. You know, I'm like, I haven't had one that I think was like so good, like where it's like professional, that I'm like really inclined to like be like, yo, you have to watch this. I mean,
You're crazy.
Have you ever thought about like maybe joining one of these astronomical societies, like where they get some of these private speakers to come and talk about their dogmas, and maybe just like to show up on a day where they're gonna have somebody that's like pretty predominant, and try to catch them on the side and just be like, hey, you know, I want to talk with you about a few things.
yeah, that's a good idea. I actually have thought about like just going up to universities and like talking to people, like talking to
Yeah,
professors about that.
like typically that's where they have them. Like I used to be a part of the this grotto, which is like a cave association, cave diving, and they like map out a lot of the caves for the shit, and they get a lot of like pretty high profile people that show up to events and stuff. But they meet every first Tuesday of the month at the Beckman Institute or the Beckman dorm or whatever over at Caltech in Pasadena. And that was a lot of fun because it's like being a college dropout. It's like I don't really have anyone to associate with that would ever put me in that sort of setting. So to be able to find that myself and join it was kind of neat because it's like now I'm surrounded by all these like people that are like bona fide, and not that it ever got me to any debates or anything like that with anybody, but I'm just saying like I think that would be an opening for you if you were to pursue something like along those lines and start going to like these campuses where these people gather and just kind of open the door for yourself.
I have to record them, you know. Like, I mean, I definitely would want to record it because it's very possible after the first conversation, you're never going to have another one. Like, it just kind of depends. I think the people freak out about this stuff. So,
But yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, you're gonna have different I think you're going to have different outcomes depending on who it is you're talking about it with. But I mean, you could easily just throw out a few questions that could, ruffle a few feathers in the right way to where it's like, that's an interesting question and I'd like to discuss it further and exchange emails, whatever it may be, but get to the point where you're having like an open dialogue with this person. And
Actually,
you
I have
never
some
know what
pretty
could
good
come from that.
tactics. I don't want to reveal them publicly because I'm thinking about making like a documentary specifically talking to professors or PhDs, physicists, astronomers, astrophysicists, and I don't want to give too many details away because anti-flat earthers are so lame.
No, I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. But I'm just saying, like, spending endless amounts of hours topics
Here,
in the
yeah, yeah.
co-shows isn't going to amount to anything.
No, I
Like,
get you. I agree.
you need to really, targeted individuals that are like certified within their
Yeah, for sure. Oh, all I'm
specialties.
saying is like I actually do kind of have that in the plans and but like I said, I don't want to I don't know what could they do unless they knew who it was going to be, right? I guess. So, yeah, like geocentrism is like the real in I'm going to use. I'm just going to use geocentrism. Cuz then that's something that you have a much higher probability of them beginning to discuss a challenge to the mainstream model, right? Like yeah, and I got some questions that they're not going to be able to answer and then I could kind of go from there, I think. Because once you're saying the Earth could be geocentric, it changes everything. It makes everything more local. It makes the medium more dense. It makes it closed and finite. Then you got all kinds of stuff. It's like, oh, well, let's look at this whole gas pressure thing. It can't be next to a vacuum, right? Like and then the next thing you know, like we're on a plane that doesn't move. And
The problem with that is like it can never be like empirically tested or validated. Like I think going to more like finite topics like magnetism are things that we can validate and show how they were wrong in their understanding. And if that's the case, then this could explain this and that pertaining to,
yeah, I hear you.
geocentrism.
Basically, what I'm saying is I wanted to do a documentary that's like the Principle 2.0, but just like better, and which is hard to do, and integrate flat Earth into it as well. Basically, like, yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna pull it off though. I've been trying to figure it out. Like, yeah, I don't know why they would agree to sit down with me. All they have to do is look me up, and immediately know that.
Maybe go under a pseudonym. When
That's
you
what I'm saying.
ask them.
Maybe.
Yeah, you'd have to catch them on the fly, like going to one of these events and like really spark some interest within like the direct questions that you're going to ask them within the few minutes of, being able to have that opportunity to even talk with them. And if you can do that, you never know. Like they could be like, hey, you know what? Here's my email and let's, we can discuss that at another time or whatever. It's just a matter of getting that point of contact to where now you can go back and captivate that conversation you were trying to open.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If you
I think what I want to really do is like we go in circles with these psychopaths so much. It's like, okay, let me just go talk to a like really credentialed astronomer, and we're gonna discuss Michelson-Morley and length contraction, and for the edification of the audience, right? It's like this high level conversation about the stuff that the Globers lie about. We don't need the Globers. The Globers aren't real people. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're not like the anti-flat earthers aren't real. Basically, they're not real. Every time I talk to someone with lots of credentials, they intellectually respect me,
Yes.
and that's the difference. Like,
And if you can pull this off, if you can pull off your documentary, and I think it'll be way, way more successful than the principal, because it's coming from somebody who's younger, who people can relate to more, like the upcoming generation. And if they can see that you're like posing these questions that they can't answer, man, like that's gonna do a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think, dude, it's one of the number one things that shatters cognitus. Like, even Matthew learns. I got him to watch Principle. Okay, he came back the next time he talked to me. He's like, "Hey, what's it? I actually watched that documentary." I'm like, "Nice, bro. I'm proud of you. What'd you think?" He's like, "It was pretty eye opening," and I'm like, "Yeah." he's like, yeah, like yeah, it's very clear that these people, they can't entertain the idea of the Earth being at the center because it would mean there's a crater, and that's actually why they don't entertain it. It was very eye opening. He's like, for me, obviously, that's not a problem. You know, he's like, I mean, I think, yeah, it could be the center, and the creator put it there. And I think, if it's not, also, it's not a problem. The creator could do that. So, like, even Matthew learns when he saw these hostile witnesses being honest about some of the convo, it like messed with him. So now imagine like someone pretty new to the subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an interesting person in this whole debate, Matthew, because it almost seems like he's just putting up a fight for the sake of putting up a fight because it's so ingrained in him, like typical stuff, right? But then I almost feel like him, like I feel like he's getting tired of it. Like I feel like maybe we are slowly breaking through his cog dis.
Yeah, I tactically hit him in the soul, dude.
Yeah, I feel like you hacked his brain, dude. Like I don't know.
Oh man, what did I miss?
If he would admit it, I think he would. Like, if we could give him sodium pentothal or whatever the truth serum drug is, I think we'd find some very interesting comments from him.
I got him
I feel like you give these people too much credit as being honest. Like,
Hey, I just want to say something real quick. So Register Slow Bear was saying, what's it? You have the ability to touch a younger generation, right? You come at this with youth where that wasn't necessarily contained in the principle. And I just thought about it, like, as far as titling in order to entice people into, getting into a documentary, should you put one together, some sort of title like a question for the millennial generation, right? I don't know if you're from the millennial generation, but a lot of people have, either agreements or disagreements or some sort of emotional response just to the term millennial or millennial generation, and titling it in some way that doesn't necessarily allude 100% to the topic, but of a bigger overarching question that should be had by a younger generation, I think would be a pretty cool way to approach it. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I think that the title of the project is very important on how it's going to get me in the door. Like, get me in the door and to get other people to see it.
Yeah, sorry, didn't want to disrupt the flow. Just wanted to throw that out there as an idea.
No, you're good.
Does anybody know how film festivals work? Like, if, let's say, a year from now you have the documentary or whatever, I wonder if anybody can enter those film festivals. Because that would be a way to kind of initially get it out there, as opposed to just releasing it on your channel or on YouTube or something. I think the release path is important too.
No. We were like trying to figure out where we're gonna move. And part of me thinks Florida would be super cool because NASA's there. And if I could find a way to like build some personal relationships with like actual NASA employees where I could sit down with them, that would be really epic in my opinion. Like in-depth concessions from NASA employees and stuff like that, right? Like that just
for sure. But then that, I feel like if you do pose the questions that you want and they can't answer them, I feel like that's going to get back to like governmental agencies other than NASA pretty quickly. Like, I don't know what that would do for the future of the documentary.
Did you ever hear when Robert, I think it was Bassano, used to call up NASA employees?
Hell yeah.
No.
Oh, dude. You gotta listen to the one where he calls the Hubble project manager.
Oh yeah, where he's like, basically, can you tell me the difference between Hubble and Sophia? These seem to be the same launches. Like, he's just totally like auditing the launches, and yeah, it's hilarious.
Oh, anyone got a link or anything?
Oh, I got it in 1 second. Here it is. Or no, that's a phone call to Eric Dollard. Shoot, I'll get it.
Yeah, he asked him if he's ever seen real time data. And he's like, no. He's like, how long you been the director? 25 years. So in 25 years, you've never seen actual live data from Hubble? No, I haven't.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty eye opening. It's
I
crazy.
just dropped it.
Thank you. Yo, something else we had talked about a while back, I still think it's a really good idea, is trying to get a challenge trending on social media and it be like flat smacking your professor, but like maybe not called that, but like stump your professor or something. But like hashtag whatever it is. Where yeah, maybe just it's about flat earth because like even the people that don't believe in flat earth, like just the challenge is, do you have the balls to ask this flat earth question to your professor and try and stump them in front of everyone? And like say like, second law of thermodynamics, how do they answer for the whole room or whatever? I don't know if that would ever work, but if you were ever able to get that like a popular thing, because could get popular in theory because like the reaction, right? Meaning everyone would like laugh and be like shocked that you're doing it, and if you could do that, in theory, if that went viral, I think that would be very effective. I just don't know that you would ever be able to pull it off. But if you could ever somehow get people to start doing it, then a lot more people would automatically do it, just for like just trying to get some clout, But I don't know. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, you raise your hand, and you have to ask your professor, like, how can you have gas pressure sitting next to the vacuum, or something? Bad idea. I'm taking from the lack of response. That's a bad idea.
That flat Earth boxer kid, the young light skinned black kid, his channel got deleted right away after he posted the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I shared it with a buddy of mine. I was like, check this one out. He demolishes like 3 professors in a row. And the guy clicked on it the next day, it was already deleted.
Wow.
Wait, I dropped the wrong video. That one's good too, but this is the one that Jin just posted it. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. The one Jin just posted is super good.
Yeah, folks, make sure it's my opinion that if they want to stop the truth from getting out about a lot of this stuff, especially flat earth, is they'll take the internet down or start they'll like remove YouTube or make it a subscription only, or they're just going to put the chains on. So the more you download this information, these items, the quicker the better. Get everything downloaded, everything. It's just me though. That's just my opinion.
How do they censor stuff so quick? Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, if you did get that challenge going and people started doing it, there's no way they'd be able to censor everyone the next day that quick. Like, imagine Caleb from TikTok issuing the challenge. Like, people would definitely do it.
You know how sketchy it would be if they deleted everyone's challenge? Like,
yeah, true. But would anyone know? Like, would they be able to?
I mean, it would definitely make you as a person feel like way more skeptical if you yourself get censored, right?
yeah. But like, if you were able to get it out somewhat before it started getting censored, but I don't know. I mean, if it got really popular, then professors would hear about it and they'd be prepared, and that would actually be hilarious.
They'd all have their
You got
script.
professors
Yeah.
preparing for flat Earth questions.
And if it gets to that point, then it's like mission successful.
Yeah. Because it's just like people that wouldn't be looking into flat Earth. Just this idea of like, some college kid having the balls to step up and like stump the professor. It's kind of like a prank vibe, right? Where it's like people just like to watch pranks. So
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea. Pretty good direction to go with it.
I think
If
the more
anyone's doing
tactical,
like that type of content.
yeah, like the more tactical we get with stuff like that, like ideas like that, it's something's got to hit. You know, the dam's got to break at some point.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's kind of like on the way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go crazy hard in 2023 for real. So we'll see what happens. Whatever I can do.
Well, I think we
You're
all
on.
got your
You're
back, dude.
Hell yeah.
you're onto something though, using some of Sneako's techniques. Like I've studied, you could use some of Andrew Tate's techniques, like not what he says, but the way he gamed the algorithms to get in front of the most amount of eyeballs. The same could be said for Mr. Beast as well. And Sneeko himself, he's like, do I allow the chat to keep putting W Hitler and W faggots? Or he was watching, and because he used to work for Mr. Beast, and he's watching this old 18-year-old Sneeko working for Mr. Beast, and he's like, you see how corny these jokes are? But this guy's worth $1 billion now. And he goes, I'm over here messing around with 16-year-olds putting Hitler in the chat. He goes, maybe Mr. Beast is onto something. So, or maybe there's a happy medium, basically.
Yeah. And now he's on Rumble with a bunch of W Hitlers in the chat. Yeah, I saw that video you're talking about, where Mr. Beast was basically like a fan of him.
Yeah, I was late to the Mr. Beast game. I didn't know. I found out about him through somebody else, studying him as a case study, like how to get your videos in front of more eyeballs, basically. And then I've heard Sneeko discuss the same thing, and that's basically he's hinted as why he doesn't talk about flat Earth, because he's still trying to keep a mainstream presence to be able to support himself for the next 60 years. You know,
Is Sneeko a flat earther?
Probably not at this point, but he I'm sure he could be.
I think
more
he's
educated.
definitely open to flat Earth. He just like, I think he's kind of skeptical to talk about it.
You can tell that like any of these public figures that come out about it get like attacked from every angle as soon as they say a word about it.
I mean, he was afraid to say Michelle Obama's a dude, so like, but he wasn't like, he was like not afraid at first, right? Just being honest about it, and then he's like kind of walked it back. He's like, I'm not saying that I actually think that she's a dude. I'm just saying like, look at those straps, bro. You know. So, I don't know. He was defending Alex Jones and the conspiracies he was saying. So, I think he's just not really. That's not his thing yet. But if someone was able to go like be cool and funny and like get a sense of humor and stuff like that, and
Yeah,
like
he's
kind of
not.
pull the walls down.
He's not a seasoned truther. He's only 24. He admits like he was just trying to be funny on the internet, and people in his chat kept on putting the shit in there, and he finally looked into it. And he's not fully red pilled, I guess is how I would describe it.
I feel like as soon as they say
He admits he's about ready to start doing that though, right? Like in his recent videos, he said that he's ready to start doing that, and he keeps on mentioning some guy's name. I forget him, that he wants to have him on. And he always says it in the context of flat Earth. So it's like some guy. I think that he doesn't focus on flat Earth, just conspiracies in general, but is probably a flat earther. You know, I can't remember his name.
Like they know as
Actually,
soon as they say something, the high priests are gonna like show up at their door. So they have to be like prepared to take on the priesthood.
Yeah, it's just crazy. You know, Alex Jones said in a video like yesterday, he said, he claims that the elite, he knows them, and they tried to buy me off, and he said they told me, you know, they wanted me to be a part of it. He actually starts by saying that if I didn't know that this was like all a test, and that there's a God, I might would join these people. And then he says that he had been approached, and they wanted him to be like basically controlled opposition agent, where you just talk about like basically you can do whatever you want for the most part, talk about whatever you want, but only so far. And kind of goes into detail about that. I'm like, bro, is he like admitting it, or is he actually not controlled? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy, super random. But just let you guys know. It goes into detail about the story that they've approached him to try to get him to be a controlled agent.
Have you? I just posted a Rumble video. It won't populate the thumbnail, but have you seen that video of Sneeko yet?
So, no.
John Zerka is the guy. He had an actual flat earther on a show. So
Is the flat earther good?
no, he's not. He's not in the trenches. No, I mean he understands that the Earth is flat, but no, he's not debating anybody. No.
Oh, I was just is he like convincing and charismatic at least?
Yeah, apparently he has a huge Twitch channel. I don't know what he does. He's on Twitch and he has a bunch of followers. So
Oh, that's Arab.
He's charismatic enough to have a following not talking about flat Earth. So
That's Arab.
John Zerka, that's his name. Arab as a Twitcher.
You talking about the one? There's 3 guys, right? The one did you post that last one video? Levelist, right?
Yeah, the guy in the yellow.
Yeah, okay, the guy in the yellow. Okay, I remember hearing that guy. The one beside him is his name is Arab. That's his YouTube. John Circuit. Yeah, he has a video. I remember seeing him once talking about somebody told him something like, yeah, there is flat. Like trying to, he was trying to make fun of him, but he just, no, dude, what you don't believe there is flat? Hell. Yeah, but yeah, he's not like really deep in. He just understands it.
I mean,
So he's got 193,000 followers, and it says first person to do 500,000 views overnight on Twitch on my first day with 0 followers. That's pretty cool. It's got almost 200,000 followers. I'm bored. I don't want to watch him. But yeah, okay. Because I guess Sneeko got kicked off Twitch too. So.
Oh, that's not hard to do.
Yeah. The pandemic got him, bro. That's what they got him. That in the election. Speaking out against the jab.
I was trying to find the video where Flat Earth Boxer is hemming up the 3 professors, but I can't find it very easily.
I forgot I got globe busters. I think.
Oh, dude, I've met Flat Earth Boxer. I have a really crazy story about that guy. He's how's he doing? Is anyone still watching him?
How are you just gonna leave us on the cliff like that, bro?
Because I want to know what people know about him before I just start. I'll give you a quick gestalt. Through him, my friend met his wife at church. And because of like some interpretation of scripture, Flat Earth Boxer did not approve of the marriage. So he like tried to show up at this dude's church and do like a live stream and like say that his wife was like a harlot and all this crazy stuff. It was pretty wild. It was pretty wild.
Wait, he was trying to say Who's
He was
like his friend's wife?
Yeah, that his friend's wife is like an adulteress because she was in a long-term relationship and never got married to the guy. It was just like some petty argument that just like blew up. Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, okay, I met him in Arizona when, like, in the middle of the pandemic, right before he went to Washington, D.C. and confronted James Alefantis outside of Comet Ping Pong, just to give you an idea of, like, the timeline. And, like, he was convinced that the world was about to end and, like, showed me this, like, star map and, like, explained this, like, you know, his revelations interpretation and was, like, completely wrong, right? It was just, yeah, he went down a pretty crazy rabbit hole, and I don't know if he came out on the other side okay. Because I was definitely rooting for him when he first started posting. His shit was hilarious. He was good at what he did. He had some other crazy. He went into gorilla denialism. Have you heard of this?
No.
Yeah, he believes that all gorillas are CGI and animatronic, and he calls himself a gorilla denier. Yeah, I'm not, dude. I'm not.
Are
even
you
making
trolling
this
me
up.
right now?
Dude, I'm
No.
not even making this up. I promise you, Kyrie Billings. I'm friends with him on Facebook, dude. I'd be happy to screen share some crazy shit, dude. It's real. I still have his phone number. I'll call his ass
Sounds
up
like
right now.
he was trying to engineer some viral videos. Is what it sounds like.
Maybe.
Gorilla denialism.
Yeah. No, he just seemed like real focused, really sharp. When I only met him 2 nights. I went to his house. We smoked some weed, and he gave me some goat milk, some raw goat milk. And then the next day, we met up at like midnight after his church service and went to a bar. And just he like pulled out his laptop and got on this like star map app and was like explaining to me about, you know, how the world's gonna end in like a couple of months. And I was on a road trip across America at that time. Like I drove across America during the pandemic and just kind of took a little vacation. He was just like, I met him because I met up IRL with somebody I met up on Discord in California. Then we drove to Arizona, ran into him because he knew him through a mutual, and then we like hung out for 2 days, and then I never saw him again. But I like stayed in touch with him through social media and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've only seen one video, and it was the one where he went to the professors and hemmed him up pretty good.
No, I'm sure he did. There's one where he used to do mask audits in the beginning of the pandemic where he'd like go to the post office and like with a tape measure and make sure people are standing 6 feet apart. It was hilarious. It was super funny, but
Yeah, so I can tell by his ideas, the way he's creating his videos, he's just trying to get viral. That's what it sounds like.
yeah, but he does believe in some crazy shit and he might act on it. That's all I'm saying. It's a crazy space to try and occupy the flat Earth, like literal biblical literalist flat Earth space. It can be kind of intense. But yeah, I haven't heard about flat Earth boxer in a long time.
I think I've seen his videos. He asked about like gas pressure next to the vacuum. That's what he asked the professor.
Dude.
Yeah. And he was talking about a shoebox. That was the only part that was confusing to me. He went into like a shoebox kind of tirade, and I was.
Oh, that makes sense though. Yeah, I mean, Jaren uses that too, right? You got a shoebox with gas in it. If you open it up, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, that's him.
I will give him props though. Like, I don't know if he's still doing this, but when I met him, it was like 2 or 3 times a week he was going to this spot in Arizona with like signs and posters and diagrams and pamphlets, and he'll just like stand out there and talk flat Earth, argue, inform people. So he definitely was boots on the ground. That's one of the things I liked about him the most.
Well, yeah, I always you get like a little bit of a, I don't know the word, but yeah, like you get a tip of the hat from me if you do that.
Yeah, the first time I ever did it was out there with him, and it was fun. It was cool.
As long as you're not like making us look bad, you know.
Nah, he was being chill. Everybody was being really chill.
That
It
hurts
just,
when people go out there and do goofy shit. Yeah.
well, that's what I'm saying. That's like that crazy story where he like shows up at the church with this little online posse, like to try and like break up a marriage. It was shocking because it was so far from the behavior that I had like first been encountered with him.
That's pretty wild. Of course, I guess some people could definitely say I made us look bad, like like getting arrested.
Dude, I saw that video on Audit the Audit, and like, it wasn't that bad. Like, if you know the truth and you know how fucked up like law enforcement can be and how secretive these agencies can be, and you're watching that and you're like, okay, this guy's trying to get his message out and he's obviously being silenced. It's like they're public fucking servants, dude. They're supposed to fucking work for us. Like, I don't know. I'm sure you feel a certain type of way about that video because you were the fucking subject of it, but that's just my 2 cents.
Well, I think his assessment was trash because he took a Supreme Court ruling and like left the context out. He picked a sentence out, and the very next sentence explaining it literally supports my point. But yeah, and if people get to see the video, I still never released it yet, I guess, where I have the first interaction on camera. It adds a lot of context, right? Where I'm like shaking his hand saying like, yo, thank you for your service. Cause I guess he was overseas and stuff. I'm like, I'm not trying to like, I got nothing with you personally, right? But like, this is my First Amendment right. I'm going to need to see like, what the law is, because I read the law before I came up here. My understanding, it says a certain decibel. And I'm like, so what's up with that? I mean, you have a decibel reader? And he's like, yeah, I do. I'm like, okay, well, it better be calibrated, because I was like such a veteran of how to get out of it at that point. And yeah, he just like refused to show it to me, man. And I'm like, okay, well then, like,
He wouldn't show you the decibel reader?
No, he wouldn't show me the law. He wouldn't tell me what it was or what it said. And I'm like, well, because at that point I had been approached by over 50 cops falsely claiming the law said I couldn't do it, right? So I always would read it before I went out there, and I did. I just didn't realize they had a whole different section, so I missed it, right? And so anyway, I was just like, just show me the law, I'll comply, right? And if it says a decibel, if you read me too low, too high, I'll comply. I was like, I think First Amendment areas are unconstitutional, so I'm not going to be complying to that. I'm like, I don't know what that means. So I'm pretty sure that the United States is the First Amendment area. So
the whole U.S., right? Like
yeah,
everywhere?
yeah, all public places, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, not my house, but yeah, anywhere you can go in public, yeah.
Especially in national park, right? I mean, I know I found a Supreme Court case that says a national park or a public park should be the zenith. It should be where First Amendment rights reach their zenith. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the epitome of where you should be able to do free speech. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
those
auditors. So
I was just looking up.
Go ahead.
My bad. I was just looking up Flat Earth Boxer, trying to find some of the videos. I came across a Harvard article that's titled 10 Things to Tell, or so your student is a flat earther, 10 Things to Tell Science Deniers. Harvard actually has an article about how to handle flat earth students.
Wow.
I just posted it.
Wow.
So weird.
Well, they got to combat this right away, right? You can't just have a whole bunch of young, free-thinking minds running around thinking the Earth is flat. You gotta shut that shit down.
That's why I think doing flat Earth activism on college campuses with a mic is a good idea.
Oh, college campus is banging, yeah. You get
Yeah, because
people like that.
I did that one time, and they're just they're very interactive. Like the college students are going to engage with you, and the ones that don't, they're going to like watch and listen, just because they're just college students. Like, what do they have to lose?
Dude,
A lot
this
of them are like
article,
flirting with Marxism as an ideology. You know what I mean?
yeah, this article doesn't have like a single argument for globe Earth. It's literally just like all fluff. It's just nothing.
Did
It's
it say
nothing.
ships over the horizon or something?
It doesn't have a single argument. It's literally, I'll read it off the bullet points. Teach your students to value science, cultivate a scientific attitude, teach not only what scientists know, but how they know, address misconceptions, acknowledge emotions. Dude, it's I'm not even gonna, the rest is just retarded. It's all the same. It's just like, hold their hand, rub their back gently while you tell them about science. It's dumb.
Make sure you tie them down securely before you MK Ultra them.
You ever
Right,
see
right.
that movie Conspiracy with Mel Gibson? You gotta put the thing in their eyeballs to keep their eyeballs open and make them watch the screen.
Yeah, I'll just fall asleep with my eyes open. That shit won't work on me.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like, dude, the ballers hated my tour so much. Like, they hated that. Sorry, they hated that I could like be there talking to people, and they couldn't be there to like pounce on them. You know?
To yell gravity or refraction or something.
Yeah. Like, they hate not being able to like brainwash them back into the cult, and that's why they hated it so much. And I think they'd be the same way if you started going to professors and students. I think they would get super triggered.
What was the worst place and the best place you went to on your tour?
You mean like activism wise, or just in general?
Just in like as an experience for you, like.
Best place, Napalm's house. Don't lie.
Oh yeah.
Surprisingly, you answered San Diego to that question before.
If we're talking like just purely like the place, yeah, San Diego is pretty dope, honestly. Like out of California is probably my favorite place I went, but because it's pretty clean and stuff. And let's see, I don't know, man. I think Niagara Falls was a cool experience. I don't really like cities, so it's just hard for me to answer this. I think that shutting down like a big portion of Times Square was fire. Actually, I think like activism and overall experience wise, like the NBA Finals and Times Square. The worst place, hands down, for no matter how you ask the question, is Portland. Like, hands down, time close.
What, just like hateful people?
Just like everything. So, like, yeah, there's a bunch of Antifa people that started surrounding me, and they were like all shooting up, and the whole city's falling apart, and it was so bad, dude.
Man, when I went there, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, it was so beautiful. And it was like, I used to love that city. And it's just been sad to watch.
Dude, it is awful. Like, I don't even know how any business possibly makes money downtown. Like, I don't, like, it's so incredibly bad, dude.
Is that one of the cities where you can steal anything under $1,000?
I'm sure, bro. I'm sure.
They have like the best farming conditions there ever. Their farmers market was amazing. Stuff just grows and grows and grows because it just rains like all year.
It's just like anywhere else, though. You get 100 miles away from Portland, and you get back to just normal people.
Yeah, of course. But Portland is, I'm just saying, like, we went a lot of places, man. You know what I mean? And it was like noticeably terrible.
It sucks you didn't have a better teammate rolling with you, though. I mean, Nathan didn't turn out too great.
Well, yeah, Chris was pretty good. He just doesn't want to talk. Chris had my back, though. He was, like, super loyal. But, yeah. But, I mean, sometimes people would come out and it would be cool. I really was disappointed in that. I think that more people should come out. But also, I didn't, like, sometimes I just, like, didn't notify anyone exactly what we were doing. So. No, it was a crazy experience overall for sure. I think Niagara Falls was cool because many people they came to me and thought I worked for Niagara Falls, bro. Because I just stood right in front of the waterfall with like the headset. So that was pretty funny. We thought for sure that Niagara Falls was going to shut us down, and we took over that place for like 8 hours, 2 different days. Maybe it was 6 or something. I can't really remember. It was like insane. I think I did 3 total streams there. Just took over the whole place. And the NBA Finals was pretty cool. I guess the San Francisco Giants playoff game was pretty cool.
What I think would be pretty cool would be to set up a like an interactive camera. So we just do what you do, but have a camera with a Discord connected so that we can interact with the people. So like as they're asking you questions and you're answering, you know, we can be off to the side interacting with other people. You know what I'm saying? Like as you're interacting with the crowd, like we could be interacting with individuals. Like I've seen somebody do it before.
Cool.
It was pretty neat.
You'd have to think of what you said. You've seen someone do it.
Yeah, I forget dude's name, but he basically set up a camera with his church, and he allowed Discord to interact with the public, so we could see them. And I mean, whoever wanted to go live on our end, obviously, could show themselves, but we were just more of a voice to answer questions for people that like while he was interacting and like trying to gain attention as people were passing by, we were kind of answering the individual questions.
Like, how were they talking to you though? Like, was it just open mic? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You let them touch your device. That's what I don't get because, dude, I had like multiple electronic devices broken and stuff.
Yeah, he had basically a phone that he put there. Like his buddy was holding the phone. He was there with a few people that were kind of like protecting him from crazy people. Like he was there with the church, and so his church members were like backing him up because there was people getting crazy. But it was live, dude. It was fucking awesome, and I think there needs to be more shit like that. Like maybe even like with like a whiteboard, like a what do you call it? Like a one of those shades down. It's just white, so you can cast the projection on the screen.
Yeah,
so that
projection screen.
Right.
Yeah, that's how we watch. That's
And then
the
just
way we watch TV.
like a Bluetooth speaker, and you need, dude.
We actually thought about doing that at one point.
I've seen some cool interactive chats like that run through Discord. Somehow you connect YouTube live streaming to the Discord, I guess.
Right, and it kind of the attention off the individual and puts it on Discord patrons. But we're here, obviously, doing this regardless. So it gives us a way to interact with the general public from the safety of our home. Obviously, somebody's gonna have to, be the man to put it all out there in the public.
You gotta have a team, man.
Yeah, all he had was a table.
Yeah, you gotta have a team of people for sure. Like especially with Flat Earth, it's so bad. Like that reminded me though, actually, probably one of my favorite experiences of the whole tour was Venice Beach. because we had like a whole crew of flat earthers out there, and we had like 5 tables and all kinds of demonstrations and all kinds of people there to ask questions and arrange to answer questions. And we probably had, at least 30 plus people gathered directly around at all times, like everyone having their questions answered. Me and Kai were both on the mic. Yeah, that was a good one.
Hey, Whitsett, on the Mount Rushmore one, after you got arrested,
yeah,
the cop asked Chris how long does he work for the government or something. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Did you doubt Chris at all, like
No.
the night or anything?
No, because the context was that I'd already known Chris so well that I knew for a fact that was like the most insane suggestion I've ever heard, that he worked for the government. But anyway, the context was that he had said something. Chris said something to him he's like, I know you don't want to do this, man. And he was like, you're just gonna you just do whatever they tell you to do. Like you don't have a conscience. Like you just do whatever they tell you to do, or whatever you think the rules are. You're just like a robot, basically. And then he got interrupted. He came back over to continue the conversation, and he's like saying, like, how long have you worked for the government, right? Like what would you know about it, basically? That's like the context of the conversation. It sounds terrible though, for sure. I don't remember. Chris was like genuinely confused by the question, yeah, had all kinds of people trying to tell me I'm like, the government provided me a Class A motorhome with a guy that helped pay for stuff when I couldn't afford something that popped up last minute, and had my back like a brother for a year.
Yeah. The way it appeared, it looked like he was like handing him back his ID and stuff, and asked him how long you've been working for the government. Like that was.
Yeah,
I wonder if he did it on purpose like that because he knew we were like insisting on live streaming it.
Maybe, but I honestly think that Chris was like pressing him so hard about like how much his job sucks, and like how he's like a robot, and like he was basically just pressing him about it. And I think he was just basically saying like how long have you worked for? Because he was saying like, I know you don't want to do this, and I know I don't know. He was just trying to like hit him in the feels about like, I don't know. It was just kind of weird. Like Chris was genuinely confused by it, but I just knew for sure that like it was not even close to an option. So
I just want to say real quick, if we were to do that idea that I said, I don't think the best setting would be somewhere like that's super populated, like Hollywood Boulevard, where people are like going to and from clubs and drinking. Like they're not in the mindset for that. I was just thinking like college campuses and shit would probably be the best place, like outside somewhere like that, or just somewhere you have more of like an open mindset.
I think college campuses are the best option.
Yeah, but the cool thing is you don't have to have like a super well understood person on the flat earth. Like where we come in, like all you got to have is just a couple schedules that are down to keep the peace and just to allow it to happen.
Yeah, those Steven Crowder changed my mind tabletops. Those things blew up on YouTube. He got real popular from that.
Yeah, but you'll never get popular with flat Earth. Like, just it won't happen. But yeah, like when we did it a few times. Like me and Kai, we just set up a table, and then we put the answer 3 questions, win $100, like neon sign up, and people would come to you. That because like it's just human nature, Like when someone's on the mic, you're like, "Yo, you're like conversation raping me," but when you're just like sitting back at the table, like people come to you. We were just like, though, we were trying to be efficient. It's like, if I go to New York City, I set up a table, like I'm going to talk to like 2 people are going to come to the table. They're going to want to ask us every question about the universe and want to talk to us for 2 hours. Or I pull a mic out and I talk on it for 2 hours, and 3,000 people hear me, So it's like, yeah, but just like way more efficient,
Has anybody seen that lady I haven't watched her videos in years, but she was somewhere in the Northeast, and she would go around to like festivals and all kinds of stuff, and even had a cart that had signage on it that she would push around at like car shows and all kind of stuff. But she went to college campuses a couple times and basically posted up around like the cafeteria area outside of that, or like the main science area, and she drew huge crowds to where like security wasn't kicking her out for what she was saying, but basically was like, you're kind of agitating here and we need to disperse the crowd kind of thing, because she drew huge crowds just talking about FE by herself.
Yeah, she did.
anybody-
And yeah, I think I remember watching several of her videos, her talking
yeah,
about the
I
Taurus
want to
field.
say
Yeah, several
yeah,
things.
exactly. I want to say older lady just because she's older than me, but yeah, thick New England accent.
Yeah, she was older. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but she drew huge crowds at universities when she went to the university by her.
The key, like if you take Sneako's class, not that I'm in there, but I've kind of been researching the business model. Everything needs to go through TikTok or YouTube Shorts. You entice them with their TikTok brains onto your platform, and then you actually disseminate the information to them.
Yeah, then you have tons of other channels creating shorts for you.
Exactly.
I gotta go to Globebusters, but I'll catch up with you guys.
All right, bro.
All right, bro.
She went to a school board meeting also, didn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
In spirit level, Marilyn spirit level. Yeah, that's right. Marilyn spirit level. Can you hear me? Right, that's right.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. She worked with Zoom Truth, didn't she? Zoom Truth.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I feel like
she
she
did.
always kind of did her own thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just for a
yeah,
little
she
while.
worked.
She had some interaction with him, and I mean, she did some stuff with him,
Yeah.
but not all the time.
They were working together as partners, but Zoom Truth was pissed her off in the end. She got annoyed with him, so she went off on her own. Okay?
Yeah, I believe you're right about that.
Yeah. She's a Christian, very humble. I think her dad passed away recently at that time, and she would have her mother in the back of the car. Her mum's like 90 something. Do you remember?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything from her in a long time, but yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. She did say she was going to pull out for a while, you see, because she'd done her best work anyway. Her work is, like you said, going to the college campuses and that. That was brilliant stuff, man. Brilliant stuff. Real eye-opening cognitive dissonance from the youngsters. Pretty good. She also visited the war veterans as well, you know? War veterans. How can I say? You know, like their Rotary Club, the veterans clubs. And they wouldn't let her in at one point, but she had every right to be there. She was really good. Marilyn, very good indeed. She took on so many assholes. I said, one woman is worth 1,000 men. The way she took them on. She didn't like that comment that I put in her comments. She wanted me to remove it. I said, no, I'm not removing it. Sorry. It stays.
Yeah, she was really good at going like figuring out what was going on within the communities around her, right?
Yeah.
Like craft shows and car shows and all that kind of stuff. Anywhere where the public was going to be gathering, and she would just show up with her stuff, whether it's setting up a tent or pushing around her cart, just getting the word out. Yeah.
The
And she
earth
was
is not a
good.
spinning ball. Her main phrase was, "The earth is not a spinning ball. The earth is not
Yep.
a spinning ball." Do you remember that?
You've been lied to. Sorry,
That's
kid.
it. That's it. That's
Yep.
right. The earth is not a
Well,
spinning ball. You've been lied to. That's right.
yeah, she was good. Super nice,
She was.
but also didn't take no crap from anybody, it seemed like. So
Yeah. The funny thing is, I was going to interject with her name whilst you guys were talking, but then I went upstairs, sorted out some breakfast, and then you've already started talking about it. I thought, oh, look, they got to her in the end. Well done. But you
yeah.
couldn't remember the name. You couldn't remember the name, but I you know?
Yeah, it's been years, man. I haven't watched much of her stuff or much anything flat Earth in the past few years, but yeah.
Yeah, I tend to direct women to her in particular, and young students. Yeah, because her work's pretty good. She even explains the toroid field that's in the sky. She actually explained that as well. It's pretty good. Magnetic toroid field, the magnetic force in the sky. She really did a good job.
Yeah, she spoke a lot about sprites and different things like that.
Yeah. She'd bring like visual aids too. She'd bring a ball. She'd bring like a Taurus type visual aid. Yeah.
Yeah. She was really good. I liked her. She liked the way she did it. She also went into a school board meeting of some kind. 5-minute presentation as to why they should be teaching flat Earth. She did that as well. She was really good, man. She wanted flat Earthers to be more professional in their approach when they're on the streets and when they're online as well. She was really adamant about that. And then Zoom Troop just pissed her off. That's when she stood up with him. Pretty good. She was looking for some good standards from the community. Yeah. She deserves more credit than she got from the community, I felt. She was really good. I think she left round about the time when what's her name? Mark Sargent's other partner, Patricia Steers, left. I think she left shortly after that. Because I think she was disgusted by the way they treated her. Right? Treated Patricia Steers, that she probably thought this community is so divided and not really cohesive, and that she left.
Well, and that sucks, but the truth is the truth. Earth isn't a globe, so it doesn't matter what personalities get thrown under the bus.
Oh yeah, it's not a globe. That's right. That's correct.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people get wrapped up in trying to like put personalities down instead of focus on the information.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, that's Gem Panda's whole server. The whole Gem Panda server is doing that. Nobody's stupid.
That's why I go in there. That's why I go in there.
Nobody's. Yeah, exactly. No, you do great in there, man. I couldn't keep calm. I would. Oh man, there's no way. But you do good work in there.
Appreciate that, man. That's why I go in there, man. To wind them all up, all the insults and everything. It doesn't matter. I'm talking to the listeners on the YouTube. If I catch one person, I've done my job.
Well, and you know how you get all the good stuff from the dirt under the water, right? You got to kick it all up and then pick out the good stuff that comes up.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You know, and there's that other, what do you call it? You know, the water filter, the tube type that you take when you're on hikes. That's what I suck it up, clean out, and bring out the clean water. Leave the shit behind. Yeah.
It's called Life Straw.
That's it.
It's
The
like
Life
a little.
Straw. That's it.
Yeah, it's good for like 10,000 gallons of water or something crazy. Yeah, little straw, bro. It's crazy. Everyone should have one of those.
Yeah, fucking brilliant now.
We used to have the old school version. This was like the 90s, mid 90s, early 90s. We'd go out hiking and we have the big pump versions that you'd buy at like Cabela's. You know, it's this big backpack full of shit that you got to like pump and change the filters. But it was, I mean, it worked. It was great.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you
I
know
have
how,
one of them.
you know how we knew it worked is, sorry.
Canadian filter. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. And we knew it worked because we didn't die of Giardia. So is that to the term Giardia? It's like
Not
one
familiar with that expression
bacteria.
actually.
So like
Yeah.
if an animal poops or dies upstream, then you get Giardia downstream or whatever.
Yep. Dogs can get it from licking like stagnant water puddles and shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the live straw is actually a smaller version of what you just described as the big pump thing.
Yeah.
That is exactly the same thing. Really good though. Really good.
Yeah, you can keep them in like they'll fit in like a pocket now. I don't know. It's pretty small for 10,000 gallons. I think it's 10,000. I'm not sure.
Shit, 1,000 gallons. Get out of here. That's awesome.
Is it 1,000 or 10? I can't remember what the
I'm
number
just
on a
saying
life
if
straw.
it were as low as 1,000, I'd be okay with that.
Oh yeah, that's huge. For something I could fit in your pocket like that, yeah.
Proves that the water really is clean. That water really is clean as long as you filter it. Amazing, isn't it? I remember in the military one time we were on exercise on a massive long hike and came across this stagnant water there. And all I did was remove the top layer of that green stuff and then drank some of that water and I was fine. And the rest of my team all came down sick. Thought that was funny, that. Cast iron stomach, I used to say. I've got a cast iron stomach, man. Remove the top layer of algae. Didn't watch it. You did not watch it. Right. I know who you are, mate. Don't wind me up.
Oh, so quiet in here. What did you say, fool? What'd you say?
I was trying to get in another room. Your girl was whining. What's up?
What about my girl?
Bro, do you have these 4 GPs or what, bro? Listen, playtime's over. Bacon's got all kind. Bacon's working on a second set of
Did I have
coordinates.
a whole series of sets? Okay.
You got sets of sets?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I told you I have a position and relationship for every star in the last 5 years for every second. So
Yeah, but did you make a square though?
Yeah, there's a lot of squares.
Yeah, but do you have one though?
Yes.
I don't know why you were worried the other night. Bacon said his shit proved the globe.
Well, the one that he put forth, the numbers he gave, it didn't seem like it. It seems like it actually.
Because you're doing math, and you ain't got all the numbers. That's what Bacon said. Andy said you suck at math.
Well, what he told me was that he was rounding. That's what he said when I told him.
Bro.
It's fairly simple.
Do you have it? Okay, do you have a square?
Yeah, I do. Let me pull up my laptop. Hold on.
Oh, GM me all the pertinent information, please, with the square. It's totally symmetrical, right? All the GPs are at 90. You got the angles.
There's no
And
degrees.
the times and shit.
Oh, the GPs are at 90. Yeah, the GPs are at 90.
Yeah, you tried to come at me with some crazy 89.9 shit before. I'm like, dude, man, this is why
Yeah,
you be doing weird shit.
I refined it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not important. I'm working on so many things right now. It's not even funny, dude. I have to create this bot.
You know this shit's gonna get picked apart, bro. So I mean, it's got to be on point. Like, it can't be none of your goofy shit you tried to come with in the past.
Fine, let's pretend that you bring in Bacon's work. You have Bacon's 4 GPs, and you're on Nathan's show. I'll be Nathan. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? I'm not gonna do Nathan's voice. I'm not gonna do Nathan's voice, but I'm Nathan. Okay. Hey, man, what's up?
I didn't open Bacon's shit yet. I don't even know. I still got to go over the math for the square.
why are you here
I
on
don't
my
even know the
show?
formula.
Pretend you already have the 4 GPs.
Not ready to go on Nathan's.
What day do you plan to
Not
go on the
ready.
show?
Not telling.
Oh my god. Well, the episode that I
Are you
listened
coming with
to,
me? I'll tell you.
no.
I'll tell you alone if you come with me.
I'm only gonna go with you if I have something to present. I mean, something that I can. I don't think that it's worth presenting GPs of the same 2 stars at different times, and I think Nathan will find any reason in the world to pick apart something like that. And if I go with you, you can't introduce me as kosher. You have to. I don't know. Just give me a different name.
You want me to call you my flat Earth secretary?
No, don't call me that at all. Just say this is my wife's boyfriend.
Oh, come on, bro. This is not playtime. See, this is why we're not doing goofy shit, bro. They know who you are. What do you mean don't introduce me? They're gonna know the second you talk, they're gonna know who you are. I'm surprised they didn't think I was you.
Yeah, well, I'll just say, hey guys, hey, I'm I'll just talk weird. I'm not gonna be kosher though. They're not gonna focus on your presentation if you tell them it's me.
That's a good point. Yeah, you're not. Just send me the square, please, with the angles, the time it was taken. Okay, it's all in the almanac. As long as it's all in the almanac and all the angles check out and shit, we're good.
I mean, if you say that they can be done at any time, right? Then it really is not even.
Bro, if I take a distance, if I'm at one spot on Earth, and I do the celestial navigation thing, and I get a distance to another spot, and then 10 years goes by, that distance didn't change. Of course,
Yeah,
they
that's
can be
true.
done at different times.
That's true. As long as you use the latitude and longitude, that's true.
Is that longitude and latitude? Is that in the almanac?
No, it's not. But the almanac, I don't want to get into it. It's going to involve you having to learn something. But the data in the almanac translates to longitude and latitude. You have to do the conversion. It gives you something called an SHA or a GHA and a declination. The declination is exactly the latitude, and the SHA you got to do some,
Declination of what?
of the star.
From Polaris? From
It's called the declination, but when they say declination, they just basically mean the latitude of the GP. Just funky names they give it.
So if you take the distance between 2 points, then you wait 3 years and do another, another thing, and get the other side of the square. Like that doesn't change the first one you did. Why?
That's true.
Why do you think different times is going to be an issue?
Because as I told you, when I listened to you on the show last week or whatever, they wouldn't even let you get past the point that you were doing elevation angles from a curved surface. So, I agreed with you last week when you said you would have to make it as simple as possible because they're gonna find every excuse to have criticisms about it.
Yeah, that's why we can't do none of the goofy shit usually do.
Which is why my program is looking for that square, the 4 GPs.
Bro, I thought you had it already. What do you mean looking for? I thought I found it.
I have a whole bunch of them the way that you allowed Bacon to do it, but I'm looking for 4 GPs at a single moment.
Why? That's not necessary, dude.
All right.
Why would it have to be in a single moment? You think that's a deal breaker?
I think that, like I've already explained it to you, dude. Nate, I mean, I've been on Nathan's show before. I've presented stuff to him before, and I know what he does. Anything that he can find that he can focus on.
Do it at the same time. Do it at the same time. You're right. I don't know why, but
well, I mean, you have both, so you can present both.
I mean, I hope bacon shit happened all without the court. It sounded like bacon shit was going to happen without the court throughout the course of a year. So that's not even an issue. It's the same almanac, everything. Like what?
I think his was over the course of the same day, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it could have been. Yeah.
I mean, that's how I would have done it. Just wait, just take it at one moment, and then wait a couple of hours until it moves, to the proper place. The only problem is you can't use the same 2 stars if you do that. I don't know if he did that or not. But if you take 2 stars and you move them over and take them again at the same time, it's not going to make a square. So That's why I'm curious about his. I'll have to look at his again. But I
No,
told
you
you,
don't need to look at his. You need to find yours, and then I need to give yours to his and other people to check it.
yeah, I have bigger problems though, dude. I have to make
What,
this.
what's your
bot.
problem?
My girlfriend needs a bot for her job. She doesn't
For
want to work
sex?
there anymore, so I got to make
Oh,
this.
for a job.
Yeah, I got to make this bot that sounds like her and can answer phones and shit. And talk to
Oh,
people.
nothing can go wrong with that.
Yeah, and she doesn't want to do it at all anymore. So I have to.
So you're gonna bot her whole job. You're gonna just bot
Yeah,
it, dude. That ain't gonna. She's taking live calls. You think you can bot that,
yeah, yeah. She has to
bro?
call
Are you
people.
high or something?
Oh, well, I'm almost finished. I just have to train the thing to for her voice, but it should work.
Dude, you can't. That's not something you can automate. You don't think if there was a bot in here right now, we would know within like a minute?
Well, I think that amount of so it's like like talking to somebody. I mean, I was actually planning on working on one that would to test it to see if it would work in here, but
Yo, I
yeah,
remember Gambino. They thought Gambino was a bot within like 1 minute. When first time Gambino went on Oakley's, they thought he was a bot. Q goes, "What's your favorite color?"
he would go on there and say ridiculous shit.
He just spits rhetoric. He would just spit rhetoric.
I taught him the ropes. Not really the real
Yeah.
ropes, but the ropes of
the bondage ropes.
No, like
You guys use one of those swings.
Jeremy.
Was that
How
Don?
effective is the sex swing between you two?
Sex swings, it's going
Yo,
good.
Jeremy. Hey, so I posted something Bacon did. 4 different points. Did you see that?
I have it in DMs from him. I have yet to see it now.
Oh my god.
No, I posted it in the chat. Here, look, I'll even add it to you.
Oh wow.
So why doesn't this work for you?
Hold on, I'm getting it up now. I don't usually look at the chat for anyone.
Oh,
But
you know what? I posted it to Livestream too for some reason, but you can still find it.
Dude, really?
Jeremy,
the numbers on the bottom. Hold on.
it's not just the numbers; it's the picture with the lines on the globe.
I don't understand what all these numbers mean. The degrees. Dude, I don't know, but I'm not going on Oakley's with that. I'll tell you right now.
Oh yeah, Bacon made a calculator.
Is he bugging? Bacon's tripping on that. I can't go on Oakley's with that.
Why aren't those papers flat?
Because he did it on a globe, my man. Obviously, it's not going to be flat.
I know. There you go, dude. And all the calculations match.
There you go. Yeah, if you do that on a ball, well, I mean, what are these numbers? These are the calculations. DE miles. I don't even know what the first column means. What's G? First of all, what are the directions? Left, right, bottom, top? What does that even mean? Left what? Good white. Left what?
As what the picture is.
Yeah, left. So
Right, the
left picture?
right, left line. It's marked on the picture, dude. Left is on the left. Top is on the top. What's the other one? Diagonals says diagonal.
I see it. All right. Okay, I didn't see that. I'm on a cell phone, man. Relax.
Like he did
I
this
don't know.
like 2 months ago, dude, and you're.
It doesn't matter. I got him.
I
got him doing some
haven't even
better
looked
shit.
at it, so.
I
No,
got him
you want him
doing
to
some
do
better
some goofy shit, dude.
No, this ain't goofy shit. Don't try to copy me because I was
You
telling
wanted
Pro Show he
4
Oh,
was doing goofy shit.
GPs. No. We already got you
Yes,
4
yes, yes.
GPs. But I think you want 4 DPs for Kosho's girl. Cut that out already, dude. You got your 4 GPs.
You're so dumb,
Nah, he's right. He's
Hey,
right.
you got your 4 GPs, dude. Hey, Coach Phil laughs, dude. That's cool, man.
Now listen, it's got to be a
I
fucking
don't
square because there's no debating. Once you got this symmetrical object down where the sides are all the same length and the diagonals are both the same, and the GPs are all at 90. Like once you got that, it's only a matter of geometry now.
What I don't understand is what are you going to present on Nathan's show if what you have to present is only evidence for the globe?
How do you know?
Say what?
How do you know it's evidence for the globe?
Well, I'm call me psychic, but I know how this stuff works. So
You said you did Bacon's math and it showed a flat Earth.
yeah, but I was kind of half rooting for something to find in Bacon's shit so I could make fun of it. But his shit's probably not flawed, so I wouldn't.
This Bacon's square. Have you seen Bacon's square?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Does it show that it's a globe or flat?
The numbers he gave to me, he said were. I think he was still working on it at the time. So.
All right. He told me it shows the globe, but.
Well, send me the numbers he sent you because.
No, I'm not opening his DM yet because then it'll get lost in my shit, and I need to be focused on that.
So
I got a whole list of DMs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can open your DMs and it will still be there.
I got like 20. No, but if it ain't in that list, though, I'll forget about it.
Oh my God.
You know, a little circle pops up on the left above the rooms when you get a DM.
Yeah, I always click on it and say mark as read, so they don't show up.
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, I have a lot of them. You're right about that actually, because there's a whole bunch of them I've totally forgot that I haven't looked at yet, and they're probably just lost in there.
Yeah, that's what happens. Sometimes I'll open it on accident and DM people back. I'm like, hey, please DM me back so that you're at the top of my list.
You know, on another note, dude, I was. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Globe Daddy. Yeah. Why did you become a Globe Daddy, by the way? Because you, Flat Daddy, I thought was.
Yeah, dude, I switched sides.
That's what's up, man.
Switched up, dude. Yeah, man. I'm on your team, bro.
Yeah, we need more Canadians.
I can be Canadian, eh? Don't you know?
I thought you were Canadian.
Yeah, well, I have an uncle that's Canadian.
It works. Jeremy's Canadian.
Dude, no, I'm not, bro. I'm not even really that close to Canada. I just stopped. We did used to go there when I was
Dude,
kids.
he's literally like, if you live in northern New York, dude, you live very, very, very close to Canada.
Bro,
like
I live
by
in the
border.
capital. I
Stop
live
lying.
right near the capital of New York State, bro. I can be on the fucking courthouse steps in the Capitol in like very soon. I'm not giving a time. I don't want to dox myself.
Buffalo?
Kosho was waiting for me to say a time so he could try to triangulate my fucking position. So,
Hey, dude, there was a guy, dude, who would like try and he's in Jim Panda server, and he would try to like find your location by like, okay, he'd have you post like an airplane, and he'd fucking like cross-reference the flights and shit. What a weirdo, right?
It is a bit weird.
I think his name was Mr. Green. Yeah, that
Oh yeah, he was funny too.
yeah, dude.
He used
How
to be
fucking
called.
psychotic is that?
hold on, is that the satellite boy?
Yeah, yeah. Ask me about my satellite. Yeah.
Oh God, that guy wasn't.
Yeah, what a loon. Anyway, yeah, back to Buffalo. Buffalo's right on the border, right?
Dude, I'm not near Buffalo. I am near the capital
You're
of
lying.
fucking
Stop
New York
lying,
State.
dude.
What do you mean? Stop lying. I do go out west to
Dude,
get
you
my
don't.
eyeballs.
You ain't got to lie to
There's
kick
a
it.
good prosthetic guy out there, but I don't even go out there, dude. I'm right near the capital of New York State.
You say your prosthetic eye guy is in Canada?
Oh, he's out west. He's near Buffalo.
Hey, it doesn't matter, dude. Point is, I gave you 2 demonstrations from Bacon that clearly show your 4 GPs on a globe. What more do you want, dude?
Where?
Showing
Just the square.
spherical triangles. Okay, so what's wrong with that? You don't like squares on globes?
He wants it to be a perfect square. You know, let's go. Let's see what the difference is. Hold on.
I mean, I don't really care what you can make up in your mind. Can you prove that the Earth itself is a globe?
Good point.
Yes, dude. There's an experiment that's already been done, dude, for you.
Okay,
You
great.
just
Stop.
you don't
Stop
want to
saying that.
understand it. You don't want to look at it.
Listen, you just keep appealing to something else. Like, why do you believe it?
So what else do you need then? Like
I guess
if
he's not
it's
gonna
not
answer the question.
something, what are we going to appeal to?
So you're not going to answer the question? Like, why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Okay, first off, who am I talking to?
Guess he's not. This is Glatflobe, dude.
Glatflobe. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna share a video with you, and I hope you watch it. I doubt you will, but I'll try anyway.
It's a surefire way to get me to watch it. Is to.
Matter of fact, I know you won't. Matter of fact, I know you won't watch it, and you're gonna say "nuh-uh," and that's as far as it's gonna get, and that's the reason why when we give you things, you say "nuh-uh."
Do you know my horoscope too? Can you tell me
You
what's
stay
going
a
to
flat
happen?
earther.
Can you tell me what's going to happen before my next birthday, fortune teller?
Dude, you're a bit stubby and dumb, man. Come on.
Dude, I can't wait. Send me something so that I can further
Okay, here's something.
obviate.
There, I
Okay.
sent it.
Great. Let me watch it. I'll be right back.
Cool, man. Okay, everybody, you don't need to get all quiet now. We can talk about Kosho's girl again.
Oh my god. Okay.
No, hey, no, I can't bag on Kosho no more, right? That's kind of weird.
Because we're on the same team now.
Yo.
I know, dude.
What's going on, Jace?
Yo, Jeremy. Why are you doing that goofy shit?
Because Jeremy is a goofball, just looking for gotchas.
That is all he's looking for.
Yep.
Hey, yo, I was going to ask you something, though, Jace. I don't know what you know about Ron Hatch. And that whole thing. Ron Hatch, the GPS guy?
Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, go ahead. What's going on with him?
Yeah, I was trying to do some research on what he supposedly corrected, and because I know what he believes. He believes some weird shit, and yeah, at least from the people, a lot of the stuff I read, it was just fundamentally wrong. But so apparently, like the claim is that he did something that fixed GPS. I'm just curious if you're familiar with that.
Well, not super, but what I am familiar with is the the process of how things in science get fixed, and it's usually not just one singular guy who like comes to the rescue and fixes something. So I'd always be wary of those kind of claims. Usually it's a string of people either together at the same time or in succession that correct a misunderstanding in science. Now, I don't doubt that maybe he had a contribution to how GPS works, but he wasn't like the heavenly savior of GPS. I could almost guarantee that.
Well, I'm looking at. So I was trying to see if I could find him on Wikipedia, but I found something on GPS.gov. So let me read this real quick.
But yeah, I mean, I have heard these claims from Whitsitt and other people, that it didn't work with relativity or whatever until this one singular guy came to the rescue and fixed things. And I don't know, that's just typically not my experience in scientific fields. So it makes me weary of those claims.
Yeah, it doesn't say. Okay, hold on, I gotta read some more of this because it says that he worked at John Deere, and he basically helped with the the precision of
the tractor.
Yeah,
Tractor company.
Well, you have to remember that I don't know exactly what his contribution is, but I do know that with differential GPS, one of the major applications of it is farming.
Yeah, of course.
So I think he might have had a hand with that, but I'm trying to see exactly what the contributions. Let me see. Okay, yeah, it just looks like he worked. Because I know with the code there's so it says he worked with agencies for the dual frequency carrier phase algorithms, which is again how the differential works. It works on dual frequency. Yeah. So differential GPS type stuff. I don't know what any of this has to do with special relativity.
Yeah, I don't see really the connection either. Like if he was working on algorithms and stuff, that's all fine and dandy, but that has nothing really to do with the kind of mappings and the kind of effects that happen with GPS due to relativity.
Yeah, it just says that on this, at least this GPS thing, he doesn't say anything that he did in reference to the time dilation or relativity in reference to the satellites. But then at the last sentence it says he also authored Escape from Einstein and published multiple papers in which he challenged current relativity theory. So I wonder if those two things are entirely unrelated, because I can't see how he changed anything about the relativistic equations in GPS. But I got to keep looking.
Yeah, and where did he publish these papers? Like, why would I'm not really seeing the link between a guy working at John Deere and publishing scientific papers, at least legitimate ones.
Like I said, when I was looking online for his talks and stuff, a lot of his talks were in under the it was always with the what's it called, a Thunderbolt project, like the Electrical Universe people.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Is he like a physicist or an engineer? Or what is he?
Well, like I said, he worked basically as a consultant for John Deere, and he worked. It says he worked a lot on the. So I would imagine it has something to do with computer science and engineering, because he worked his contributions were in the navigation and differential GPS and that type of stuff. So it sounds like algorithms involved in combining these dual frequency. I don't know if you know much about GPS, but there's like a lot of there's a lot of these subtle codes in the message, and that's used to sort of make it more accurate and shit like that. So I wonder if he had to do if he sort of helped out with that that aspect of it, but it's hard to say.
It's possible. Yeah, if he was a consultant and not an employee for John Deere, that makes a little bit more sense. Because companies, my PI and our group, we've consulted for pharmaceutical companies and stuff before. So the industry companies do that quite often. So that makes more sense. And yeah, sure, he could have had some kind of involvement in working out the algorithms and stuff that make the signals more accurate and precise and whatnot.
Okay, now I'm looking at his research. I do see something about gravitational clocks. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of shit here. I'm not sure which of this applies to the GPS.
So he's written papers on gravitational clocks.
Yeah, yeah, I'll post it.
Where was it published? What journal?
I'm on ResearchGate, so I gotta fucking get past their bullshit. Let me just cite it. Oh, here we go.
Well, ResearchGate is like a similar to the archive. It's like a preprint kind of thing where you can, post your paper and have other people give you suggestions and corrections before you have to deal with the referees and the editors and peer reviewers and stuff.
Okay, I think it says that. I think this is the journal title. It says Physics Essays. Is that familiar?
Okay, yeah. That's a real journal.
Okay, let me see here. I gotta log in ResearchGate. Yeah, I was just curious because people are enamored with him, like Grimm and Whitsitt and some others, but I'm not really clear on what his contribution was.
Yeah, I've also heard the claims, but you gotta dig more into these things to really figure out the truth.
Well, yeah, right now it doesn't look like his contribution has anything to do with relativity. It looks like he was maybe interested in combating relativity, but it's separate from what he was doing.
Well, I mean, what physicist isn't interested in combating relativity? You'd be famous if you could.
Well, he's fixated on the ether and stuff. I was watching one of his conferences, and people were asking him a question about the Casimir effect, and he was basically attributing it to the ether.
Oh my god! So electric universe and ether, and so I'm not surprised that he was claiming that relativity is wrong or whatever.
Let me see. I'll post this link to his patents, but I'm not going to try to sign into ResearchGate.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not super at the moment. I mean, I could do some digging into it later. I'm just not really super what's the word, knowledgeable about what this one guy did.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, this is from everything that he has that's related to GPS has to do with carrier phase measurements. Specific changes, carrier phase measurements. Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about the time dilation like that.
Yeah, because like time dilation it's not like a thing with the code or the software or anything like that. It's an effect due to the velocity and the distance. It's a physical effect.
Yeah, like I said, it's weird because I'm looking at everything that all these patents that have anything to do with GPS are just about let's see, refraction, ionospheric refraction, measurements when data is unavailable. I don't know. This is
What are the specific claims that Whitsitt and Glean make?
well, that basically that he debunked special relativity. It's out the window now. Not needed for GPS and stuff like that. Yeah, so but it seems like the two things are unrelated.
Well, when I was doing my undergrad, I was a dual major in biochem and molecular biology, and also in environmental analytical chemistry. And so I did a thesis on atmospheric chemistry and isotopes, and I used the MODIS satellite to do some measurements along with some instruments on the ground. And me and my PI certainly spent a lot of time making sure the relativistic corrections were there and correct, because GPS involves relativity. It hasn't been debunked.
Hey, this guy that was advocating Ron Hatch, so I was looking him up, watching this guy. He says friends with him. He was talking about him. He was trying to claim that no scientist. He said there's only one scientist, Kip Thorne, that still believes special relativity is working theory, and then he said it's only just a theory. People don't realize that. What? Yeah.
Well, that should tell you all you need to know. Yeah. When a guy claiming to be a scientist doesn't even know what a scientific theory is.
Well, there's no doubt that this Ron Hatch was helpful with.
What's a false scientific theory to you?
Say it again?
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
I said, what's a scientific theory to you?
To me, at least, it's a explanation.
I was asking the other guy, but both of you can answer. You can answer it, Coach. It's fine.
I was saying it's an explanation, or just the description of some. It's an entire model of something, so it's not just like one hypothesis test. It's like a whole collection of hypotheses that were tested, and there's plenty of evidence, facts, and all this type of stuff that's surrounding it. But basically, it's a large model describing something.
So, like the theory of evolution or the Big Bang theory would be considered scientific theories to you?
I think so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Would you agree, other guy?
Yeah, sure. It's the collective of observations and facts and data sets, measurements, and hypotheses that are put into a framework that explains a set of given phenomena or a singular phenomena. That's verifiable, justifiable, and repeatable. The simplified kind of definition. But it's not what Kosho had said that guy said before that it's like just a colloquial theory where it's just some wild idea that you come up with on the spot.
So what separates a normal theory from a scientific theory?
Well, right, if we're just talking in common parlance and it's like, oh yeah, you talk about some idea or some phenomena or some topic, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have a theory about that. What I'm referring to in that sense is I have just some, kind of idea, some random guess I came up with that could possibly, I haven't tested it, there's no data about it or anything like that to explain that could be a possible explanation for whatever you're talking about. Whereas a scientific hypothesis doesn't become a theory until there's data sets and models and many observations, and it's been verified and justified and repeated.
What is the threshold of justification?
What do you mean? What is the threshold of justification?
Well, from what I can understand, a normal theory versus scientific theory, given your explanation, right, that a scientific theory is justified in some sort of special scientific way, whereas a normal theory is not, hence it not being a scientific theory, right? So I'm wondering what exactly is that special justification?
Yeah, by justified, I mean that there's probably a probability of its likeliness. Like it has to do with the topic at hand. It's a potential idea to explain the topic at hand. It's not just some random kind of thing that really has nothing to do with the phenomena in question. There's a basis for the idea. It's justified.
So would you say, given a certain body of evidence, it would be the most likely explanation, basically?
Oh yeah, that's the theory in general, but as far as justification, we're talking about theories and hypotheses, conclusions that are already known. Like right, we're building off of those. So there's a justification for the basis of our new theory that we're proposing, our new hypothesis we're proposing. It's not just some random thing that we came up with in a vacuum.
Yeah, so say I come up with some theory and it involves, say, the ether, right? Hypothetically. I come up with some ether theory to explain a new explanation for what happens on a subatomic level, right? When does my theory pass from just a theory to a scientific theory? Like, where would that defining line be?
Well, yeah, that comes when you have data, observations, measurements, right? And they can be repeated and verified.
Hey, Jace. Hey, hold on, Jace.
And they
Real
rule
quick.
out. Hang on, I'm not
Hey,
done.
can you hear me, Jace?
Yeah, I wasn't done, bro.
They
The last part is they rule out other potential hypotheses or ideas. So they point to just one conclusion, your conclusion.
Hey, do you get what they do to you though? Like they're obviously nonstop grilling Glovers about their model or about their views, but when it comes to their flat Earth science or like anything that debunks the globe, they have nothing. So they're always gonna well, it's think about it, dude. Like you never get any flat
on
Earth
the
science.
philosophy of science. Having a discussion on the philosophy of science with whoever was like walking their dog, or I don't know why you're breathing so heavy, man, but the guy
Yeah,
who
I'm
was
walking
breathing
my
heavy,
dog.
Dude, he's
who am I
walking his
talking?
dog, bro.
Yeah, dog walker. Yeah, so I'm talking to dog walker and Kosho. If you want me to call you something else, you can give me your name or your screen name. But I'm talking to him about the philosophy of science, and then out of nowhere, a
Dude, why
non
are we talking
sequitur
about
about
anything else
flat
but your flat
earthers.
Earth proof, bro?
Yeah, a non sequitur about flat Earth is coming in out of nowhere, kind of off the topic, not really the topic at hand, right? We're talking about
Oh, so
scientific
you don't have
theories
a
in
flat Earth
general.
model?
No, we're talking about scientific theories in general. You're coming in with an off-topic dumpster fire, change the fucking topic of convo because you think it's dumpster fire time. That's what's happening. So anyway, who was I talking
I
to?
just see you flat Earthers come in here
I just
grilling
see you
Glovers about their models, trying to find a
interrupting a
gotcha.
conversation with a non sequitur. Not a part of the combo at all. I'm talking to a guy about the philosophy of science right now. Wrong fucking
I know,
topic, dude.
and I just try
Wrong
to
fucking
remind
topic, dude. Wrong
I
fucking
just try to
topic.
remind Jace that he
Oh,
could
so I'm
take the
talking to
bait if he
Jace.
wants, but he
Okay,
doesn't have
cool.
to.
There's no bait. The only one person baiting is you. Me and him are
You're baiting
I'm
him,
learning.
dude.
I'm not baiting him. I'm
You're
fucking
you're
learning.
not trying to learn nothing.
Yeah. And now you're assuming what I'm doing. When you're the one who's
Dude, you would have
see,
learned
you're
about the
dumpster
globe a
fire.
long
You're
time
causing
ago.
you're causing a dumpster fire now. Good job, bro. We're having a productive conversation and now it's a dumpster fire. Great job, bro.
Right on.
Good
So
job.
you're gonna learn how to be a
Right
Glober
on,
then?
bro.
Is that what you're doing here?
We can't even have a fucking discussion about science or what science is because you want to cause a dumpster fire. Thanks, bro.
That's all you do all the time. You come in here trying to
Bro,
get a
I
gotcha
literally
on this on globe science.
when is the last time I've come in here and tried to get a gotcha on globe science? You're just fucking lying
Every
now.
time we come
You're
in
just
here, you guys,
lying now.
all we're
You're
doing is
just lying.
discussing
You're
globe
just lying. You
science.
don't even know who I am, do you? You're just making up
Yeah,
lies to
you're
cause your
Noah. I
dumpster
know. I've
fire.
known you since day
Your
one, dude.
dumpster fire.
What are you
You're a
talking
dumpster
about?
fire, bro. I'm coming in here asking this guy about the philosophy of science, and you're just fucking hurling insults and non sequiturs in a fucking dumpster fire fashion, bro. What the fuck's wrong with you? Maybe me and Jace can talk about this next.
Hello.
Yo.
Yo. I do think it's an important point, though, that well, I will say I do agree with that guy's sentiment at least, but I do think it's an important point to point out that science isn't hanging in the balance on like my understanding of these definitions and what it is. I could have no clue what a scientific theory is or what a hypothesis or conclusion is, but if the standard that's been consensually agreed upon applies to my idea that I put forward, it's still a scientific theory, a hypothesis, a conclusion, as long as it meets those definitions. It's not really dependent on my understanding, nor anybody else's, really. And we shouldn't lose sight of that.
Hey, I remember that test or that the contraction with the electric wire thing, like in the two frames, like moving with the electric field or magnetic field and moving with the electric current. Is that right? But you said there was a test where this can be observed. Is that right? Like an actual test where we can observe both frames.
I'd have to find those, but I do believe even Feynman put forward some.
And what does this show? Would it show? Like, what would you use to identify a magnetic field in one, or I guess a magnetic field in one case and an electric field in the other case?
Well, you can use something like a Stern-Gerlach device for magnetic fields. Then there's other kind of magnetometer type things, and for electric field, you can use oscilloscopes and other kind of instruments that measure electric fields.
And would this give you? Would you get two different results depending on if you were moving with the magnetic field or not?
Well, I think the two different. No, because the result is the same, right? It's the positive charge in the example, like the videos I gave you, and the one that Feynman's referring to. The positive charge is repelled. Now, it's more of like a kind of thought experiment between switching frames, where in one frame, you have it's an electric force, and in the other frame, it's a magnetic force.
All right, gotcha. It's not really a test then, like not a test you can do that can show you that it's different in either case then.
Sorry, my dog's going crazy. Like I said, I've heard about some tests related to the idea, but I'd have to look more into it to give you exact examples. I do believe in Feynman's lecture about this, he gives some examples. They'd be like chemistry things, right? You'd have to be doing kind of different metals flowing through the wire and stuff, and seeing how the relativistic effects are related to that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like how the orbital contractions happen and stuff in the metals. But I do believe the original thing why Einstein proposed these kind of special relativistic ideas to begin with were because Lorentz and Gauss and Minkowski and all those guys who were doing all the electric stuff beforehand, they already they understood Galilean relativity, right? That's what they were working with. And even in Galilean relativity, they were, we're observing this phenomena from the lab frame, but we can easily use Galilean's transformations to change into the wire, or the charges moving or stationary in the wire. And in that case, the Lorentz force equation is giving you a different result than when you're in the lab frame.
Right.
Right, because in the wire frame, it's contracting, and thus you get a charge density in one part of the wire, and so there's an abundance of, let's say, negative charge.
Yeah.
And that makes the other charge move. Where in the lab frame, the charge outside the wire is moving, and so if you have a moving charge, the Lorentz force equation says there's a magnetic force between the other charges, and you get the movement that way. And so it was like Einstein proposed his paper on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, and that was a big part of it, was because it didn't kind of jive correctly with Galilean relativity, and it seemed to be that electricity and magnetism were kind of just two sides of the same coin, because they used to think they were different things, they were separate things. But what Einstein showed was that electricity can easily be magnetism, just in a different reference frame, and magnetism can be electricity in a different reference frame. And so they combined the two into electromagnetism.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was combined because of back with Maxwell and Faraday, but I guess just using those equations, you still have to do it into depth.
Yeah, the Maxwell's equations they were half the picture, and they did kind of hint that, and some people did already think that electricity and magnetism were kind of the same thing. But then you had Lorentz's force equation, and that was kind of the other half of the story. But they realized, like, if you also include the kind of classical relativity into the mix, that even those two, Maxwell's equations and the Lorentz force law, they weren't quite explaining everything up to par. There was still a hole there in the knowledge that you needed. And so that's where special relativity came into the picture.
Yeah, people try to diminish Einstein's contribution, but he kind of did look at it in a different way, which was what was necessary.
Yeah, and I'm probably doing a poor job at, explaining how exactly all this went down, because it's not my specific area of expertise. But there are, you can read Einstein's paper himself, and there's other people, like I said, Feynman has a great explanation of it in his lectures. And there's videos on YouTube. I've posted some of them before that give more clear and concise of what exactly was the thinking, what was going on, what were the problems, why was this proposed, and how it solves the problems.
Yeah, because I got this book here. It goes over both of Einstein's theories, but I haven't. I skipped toward the one part. I might have skipped the part where it talks about like what he was solving when he was doing special relativity. You said what was originally called
On the electrodynamics of moving bodies was the name of the paper.
That's right. It does talk a lot about Galilean relativity, which is funny because a lot of people we talk to and hear about special general relativity actually have a hard time with even Galilean relativity, which is sort of step one of physics almost.
Yeah, well, because they knew already that you can transform between two different viewpoints and take measurements from those different viewpoints. So that they knew that you also had to be able to do that with electromagnetism as well. You couldn't exclude a part of nature from that framework. But when they tried to do it with Galilean relativity, there's no contraction, there's no time dilation, there's none of those kind of effects that would actually lead to the observed results that you see. Because if there's no length contraction, then you don't get the relativistic result where the charges contract in the wire frame, and you get the electric force that repels the other charge. In Galilean relativity, you don't get that result. It says that you shouldn't be seeing a repulsion of the other charge. But when you do the experiment, you obviously see that the charge is repelled.
Okay, so it's really just it's not like that test shows you both cases in both frames. It just shows you that the same thing happens in both frames. So
yeah, that's the whole idea. Because one of the postulates of special relativity is that the events have to be like the space-time interval that you observe has to be the same, which really means the events you observe they have to happen. They have to happen. Now they can happen differently, and that has to do with what's invariant and what isn't. Like space is not invariant, time is not invariant, but the space-time interval is invariant. So you can, if you're witnessing an event in two different frames, the event has to happen, but it can happen two different ways, right? And that's the whole relativity is simultaneity kind of thing, with the train going into the tunnel, with the guillotines, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it also applies in this electromagnetism case, where now the effect can happen because of two different things, one because of electricity and one because of magnetism. But in both frames, it has to happen, right? You can't have in one frame you're observing a different reality than you are in a different frame.
Right.
And that's one of the key kind of postulates of relativity, is that the reasons why things happen can be different, but they have to happen in all frames.
Yeah, right. You know what I thought would be an interesting test, because even like Ron Hatch, I was listening to some of his stuff earlier, and there's people like Jeremy and others who claim that that time isn't really changing, that it's, you know, the clocks, they're mechanical, and you know there's something like there's something happening to the clocks, and they're obviously different. But I think it would be interesting if there were because I'm fine, I'm satisfied with atomic clocks. I think they're fairly accurate. But if there were maybe multiple precise timekeepers, like something that you couldn't confuse for a mechanical issue, like I said, like multiple things at the same time, like a CD of an exact length and a pendulum and atomic clock. But let's say like the precision of the CD and the pendulum were just as precise as the atomic clock. You know, something like that, where it showed multiple examples of the time within its frame being consistent, but still disagreeing with two other.
Dude, you have to have the clocks did not tick it, despite how you want to phrase it. When you bring the clocks back together, it's clear they did not tick at the same rate. You know, we know if they were ticking at the same rate, there'd be the same amount of ticks. There's not, so it's literally impossible for it to be the same rate. Therefore, you need a physical mechanism which made one clock tick at a different rate than the other clock.
Yeah, that would be true if we were talking in absolute time kind of terms. But of course, that's what the experiment shows isn't going on. There isn't an absolute time in which to take these measurements relative to.
Yeah, but did the clocks tick at a different rate?
We went through this yesterday.
But they take the different amount of times. But they did take. So the clocks tick a different amount of times, but they ticked at the same rate. It's literally impossible.
Yeah, in the sense of an absolute time that they're ticking against.
Oh, in the sense of we know how the clock ticks work, and we know how rates work. I mean, what are you confused on some like fundamental word we're using here, or what?
No, you're just assuming that there's an absolute time that these measurements are relative to, and the experiment is showing that that's clearly not the case.
I'm not assuming. I'm assuming only one thing, that I know how clocks work, and we know that if they're ticking at the same rate, you'll have the same amount of ticks. And we know that if they don't have the same amount of ticks, they definitely couldn't have ticked at the same rate, because if they did, they would have the same amount of ticks.
Ticking at a rate relative to what?
How a clock works.
Ticking at a rate relative to what?
Sorry, what?
Ticking at a rate relative to what? Without it being relative to something that doesn't make sense.
We're talking about the clocks relative to each other. Ticking at the same. When you say tick at the same rate or had a different amount of ticks, we're obviously referencing them to each of the clocks. Duh. What? I thought. Are you trying to get remedial? Are you doing the thing you did the other day?
Before this devolves again, because you guys were back and forth on that. But I just want to ask you, Jeremy, because this way I'm imagining it is if like I was think of hot pockets. Okay, let's say we had a microwave, two microwaves that were perfectly scheduled and we had hot pockets that were frozen only until exactly 2 minutes when they were cooked fully. Okay, and this is a hypothetical, of course. Okay, and we do the same test, the airplane test, and we also have the microwave such that when one hot pocket is done, another one immediately replaces it and starts cooking, so it's perfectly timed, right? If we end up with 10 hot pockets perfectly, like and down to the split second, then we can be sure that in that frame 20 minutes had passed, right? Like there would be no confusion because the hot pocket wouldn't even be hot. So if we have two scenarios like this, one on the airplane, one on the ground, and then we do some experiment and then we bring it back, and one, like the one on the ground had what would it be? It'd be 20. Yeah, the one on the ground would have 20 or 19 hot pockets, and the one in the airplane would have 20 or whatever it is. Wouldn't that tell you that in both cases they were still going at the same
Sure.
rate?
However, listen to me. Okay, fine. However, listen to me. When you're looking at the other person's reference frame, like we got the guy in the rocket, he's however many days old, he goes 5 hours out at near the speed of light. He can see the guy on Earth cooking hot pockets. They can see each other cooking hot pockets. Right now, if time's ticking at the same rate, they're both going to be taking they're both going to have the same amount of hot pockets cooked at any point we're looking at them, right?
No.
No, because it's not ticking at the same rate. I know.
Yeah, but first of all, you just put yourself
guys are being
in the
weird.
God frame. You're in the God frame where that frame is now universal, and you're
No,
looking at two
no.
frames.
We're in the rocket.
Yeah, you can
We're
only
in the
ever
rocket
be
looking back on Earth, not
right.
God frame.
Yeah, if you were in that scenario and you were only traveling away from somebody else, regardless if time is dilating or not, because of the fact that you're moving away from this person and it takes light time to travel, the time of the other person is always going to appear to be moving slower. So that's just always going to be the case. But regardless, when you combine them back together,
No, because when the guy gets out there, it's a physical thing. Because when the guy gets out there, he's only aged 2 minutes or 5 hours or whatever. The other guy aged 30 years. It's not just a thing you're seeing. It actually happened.
I know, but I'm saying
in this paradigm.
I'm saying that in the case of only looking at the other, person and stuff like that, or receiving messages, there's always going to be that delay because of the fact that you're traveling away from them, and it takes light time to travel. But regardless, whenever you come back to them, when you come back to them, though, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that error. You can just worry about comparing the time that elapsed for both of you. And let's say you were using hot pockets to do this. In one case, you would have 20 hot pockets. In the other case, you had 19 hot pockets. And the hot pockets took 2 minutes to cook fully, and they would not have cooked fully unless they ran for 2 minutes perfectly. You know that in both frames, time, took ticked at the same rate. And you also know that it was a different amount of time in both cases.
It's not ticking at the same rate. It can't be ticking at the same rate because the clocks had a different amount of ticks on them. Is it the word rate we're confused on? I'm trying to figure out where the confusion lies.
That's what I'm saying. If it takes 2 minutes to make the hot pocket, and the hot pockets were made in both cases, then time had to have been going at the same rate. Like in their frame, time is going at the regular rate, whatever rate.
Okay, but the clocks, whatever you want to say about the rate, the clocks didn't tick the same amount of time. We know the clocks work. That means there had to be something physically making the clocks tick different.
I think Jay said it best, and he's going to keep saying it again. It is that problem only arises if you have an assumption that that there is some
assumption that clocks
simultaneous things happen.
Assumption of what?
That everyone experiences.
We're talking about clock ticks. Or we're talking about ticks on a clock, rotations or oscillations of a cesium atom, whatever you want to put, however you want to put it. Ticks on a clock, bro. One didn't tick. We know they're fully functioning clocks, and one didn't tick at the same time, same rate. One didn't have the same amount of ticks as the other one. Therefore, Something physically happened to the clock to make it not oscillate at the same rate, or however you want to put it. Something happened. Something must have physically happened and not make that clock have the same amount of ticks.
Yeah, and under the assumption that there's a universal reference we can compare it to, there's an absolute, sure, definitely. But what the experiment is telling you is that assumption's not quite right.
Can you even sync them?
Dude, stop
Exactly to the
doing this
time?
shit where you start every sentence with a fucking straw man. That shit's annoying as fuck, dude. I never said there was an absolute time frame or nothing.
It's implied by
You,
what you're
you literally,
It's
you
implied
literally
by what you're
every
saying,
fucking
though.
time. It's not. I'm not implying nothing about an absolute time frame. I'm saying we get the clocks back together. They had a different amount of ticks. Something physically happened for the clocks to tick to have a different amount of ticks.
As I said, they've gone through the time coordinate different amounts.
Yeah, Jeremy, they're saying the ticks are not the same. That's why he said you're saying it's universal. It's not, in my viewpoint, I mean, maybe you could have seen it as a straw man, but he's just saying that when you're saying ticks, you're using a universal tick. You're calling a tick one thing. They're calling a tick two things, basically. In the different frames, a tick is different. It's not the same because the time is different in their theoretical assumption of what they think is being asserted on this.
I know, but when you bring the clocks back together, you can see they didn't have the same amount of ticks. So something must have physically happened to make the clocks not tick the same.
Remember in the, it's funny that in Back to the Future, they kind of use this idea. Remember when it's the first time where he sends the time machine back in time or whatever, and he puts his dog in it, Doc Brown or whatever puts the dog in it. And remember, he has a stopwatch and he puts the stopwatch around the dog's neck, and then he has the other stopwatch. And then he's saying to Marty, like, when I send the time, it's going to go back in time. And when it comes back, Einstein was the name of the guy's dog, of course. Doc Brown's dog. And when it comes back, the clocks are going to be off, So they actually use that in that movie. It's kind of funny.
I don't remember that part. Was it the very beginning?
Yeah, it's the first time he sends he's like testing the time machine for the very first time. And he puts his dog in it, and he puts a stopwatch around the dog's neck, and then he has the stopwatch himself. And then, the proof that it went back in time and came back is that when he comes back, the stopwatch on the dog's neck, differs from his,
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
I mean, they're just using this whole, paradigm sort of thing, but yeah, so it's Jeremy, do you see what I'm saying? It's like a tick is not the same thing, because in theory, when it's going into their fantasy other time period thing, that the ticks are different in that time range. So then when it comes back to this one, they're off because of that. The ticks were different in the other world that they made up, and then it came back to be different once it comes back into this one.
I mean, they can't even make it. They can't actually sync them at the same time. I mean, they can't really sync them, can't they? Because the oscillation is definitely different. There's no way in the world they could oscillate at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that in a very simplistic way, kind of in a Hollywood way, because that's not quite the same with their claim with the cesium. But I agree with you on those. Yeah, the relativity, like Witsit was pointing this out yesterday, relativity even states that you couldn't even sync them, in two different airplanes. They couldn't even be synced because they're in different time space coordinates.
Yeah, but if you have them side by side when you sync them, then you can ensure they're as in sync as they should be when you bring them back together. Even if, if that is a issue, it's only an issue, with special relativity. And if that's
it's an issue with the precision, right? If I bring two atomic clocks right next to each other, yes, they're not directly, 100% in sync with each other, but they're 99.999999999, a precision that we can't measure out of sync with each other. So essentially, they're in sync for all useful purposes. And then when we bring them back together, like I was saying, the people at my university who just did a similar experiment, when they bring the clocks back together, they are out of sync by an amount that we can measure. It's not inside the error margin, it's outside of it, so it's measurable.
The thing is, though, you guys are making an assumption about why that's the case. For example, there could be a mechanical difference that the altitude or in the airplane causes. There could be any number of things that actually cause the clocks themselves to be different, and it not having to do with any time difference or any.
Well,
that's the thing. It's
yeah,
sort of like
and
the pendulum drifts. Is it because of the Earth rotation, or is it because something else? Well, you guys assume it's Earth rotation and then say, "Hey, that's what's going on," but it's just one explanation of the phenomenon, sort of almost cherry picked or focused into what someone wants it to be to support the narrative. It's kind of the same trick that's done with a lot of these little heliocentric. Well, I guess you guys don't even call them proofs, whatever you call them. Things that you think make the Earth a globe.
well, as I explained yesterday, we can appeal to all the possibilities that we want, and we can measure in other experiments. We can measure the relationship between those kind of variables and the clock, how it changes the rate of the clock ticking, something like temperature or pressure or mechanical issues, and even combinations of those. And then we can incorporate that into our relativistic kind of experimental prediction. And we can see that the experiment isn't indicating these other variables, right? Because the results would reflect that. They would be what those other variables predict the results to be. What we do see, though, as these people I talked to the other day who are going to publish their experiment in the next year or so, they said there was a staggering precision of the relativistic results once you incorporate the errors and stuff, and the relativistic prediction in the experimental measurement that they made. It seems to indicate exactly what relativity is saying, and it's not showing that it's these other variables, because the results would reflect them.
Has anyone ever told you sound like John Malkovich?
Dude, you got these clocks, okay, and you bring them. They're all synced up. How good as you can get them synced. You bring them back. You find out one of them something has happened to the other one to make it not take the same amount of time. Right? We're all straight on that. So something had to physically make the clock not like something in physical reality had to happen to the clock to not make it take the same amount of time. Do you not agree on that? Or is this some woo shit?
I've already explained it, Jeremy, yesterday in much detail about what the postulates of relativity are, and how one clock is traveling through the spatial coordinates, so it experiences more space, while the other travels more through time coordinate, so it experiences more time, and that's why they're off. It's exactly what relativity gives you a prediction for what each clock, the values of those spatial and time measurements, and what the value between the two reference frame when you combine the space plus time measurement is. They're the same between the two reference frames, but they each experience, if one clock experiences 2 spatial units and 8 time units, the other frame experiences 8 spatial units and 2 time units, but they both experience 10 space-time units. And that's what the results show.
Yeah, I know. I heard you say that before. Space-time units or time units or whatever, it's seconds. 6 on a clock. You need something to physically happen to these clocks, though. Out of all that shit you said, I didn't hear where something happened to the clocks, though, physically.
There's nothing happening to the clocks. It's just their path. When you plot out their paths, that say, if you're with the clock, if you plot out your path through space and time according to relativity, you end up with the experimental results. When you don't do that, when you plot it out as an absolute between both frames, then you don't end up with the experimental results. You get a different prediction.
I hear you saying plots and graphs and coordinates. What actually happened in physical reality, though, to the clock?
Yes, Jeremy. Do you know, like, when you're in a car or when you're walking, you can take down your coordinates, right? Your space and time coordinates, and plot those out to recreate your path that you took. So you're going to act like you can't do that. That's kind of silly.
Mic check. You guys.
I heard you.
Oh. Yeah, I hear you. You're moving through a car. You got coordinates and shit. What actually physically happened to the clock to make them take a different amount?
Yeah, as I've said, it's just a difference in the path to get from event A, where they're first together with each other, to event B, where they come back together with each other.
So you don't think you need like a physical mechanism, something to actually happen to the clocks in reality?
Well, I would consider a path as a physical mechanism. It's something happening in the physical world. You're taking a path from one point to another.
Okay, and this path you take interacts with the clock and makes it tick a different amount.
Yes, because as relativity postulates, the amount of time along your path is dependent on your velocity.
So I went through more substance and that slowed the clock down.
You went through more space if you're in the accelerated frame, the clock that's moving. Then that clock has experienced more of the spatial axes than it has the time coordinate or the time axes, whereas the stationary clock has experienced more of the time axis and the time coordinate compared to the space
What's the
coordinates.
relationship between the time axis and the spatial axis then? Surely you have to stress that. Hello, everyone.
Well, we can do transforms between the two, and we do these in real life all the time by just multiplying by the speed of light. We can measure times and distances, and even distances and times, right? If I were to tell you, meet me in San Francisco, and I give you, here on the earth, I could just give you 2 coordinates, but say I wanted to give you 3 Euclidean coordinates. That's all fine and dandy, but if I don't give you the 4th coordinate, the time coordinate, you have no idea when I'm going to be there, and so we'll never be at the same event.
Sure.
You can
Sure,
also,
that's yeah.
I'm walking around my neighborhood right now. A neighbor can come out and ask me, hey, how far away is Dunkin' Donuts? Or how far away is Walmart? And I can say to them, that's about 5 minutes, or it's about 10 minutes, because these are coordinates.
Yeah, from where to where. When you're talking about the space-time axis of greater recognition within our universal system, what is your reference point? What is the relationship between, once again, the space continuum and the time continuum?
Well, as I said, in the most simplistic cases, there are other ways to do these transforms in like quantum mechanics with Wick rotations. But in a simplistic case, the speed of light is the conversion factor between the two, between the space and the time coordinates.
Yeah. Now, the problem is, I would just say, sorry, Jeremy, let me just say this. I would say lots of flat earthers might at least consider the possibility that light has no speed. Of course, everything is different in a stationary and flat earth setting, universal setting, than it is in a spinning in a ball earth setting. But light itself has to be defined as something different. So now you got to go back to how you establish the speed of light, or that light has a speed in the first place, and why did you base your thoughts on light having a speed? Only, I'm guessing, last thing I would say, only I'm guessing because, it's an extension of the spinning ball earth model with the sun being 93 million miles away.
Well, I would say, right, in my experience, the speed of light is a very important thing, and not just in relation to things to do with the earth and whatnot. It's extremely important in methods in spectroscopy and stuff for doing chemistry. And we have instruments in chemistry and spectrometers that measure the speed of light very, very accurately so that we can get proper spectroscopic results. And then we can just apply those measurements that really have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth or any of this other stuff. We can just say, because no one can show that it's different, that on the Earth scale, that the speed of light doesn't change until someone can show that it does, then it's the same as it is in a spectrometer.
Okay, very good. You treat spectroscopic results. You treat the vacuum of space as empty, right? But of course, at the same time, on the other hand, then you will say that no, the vacuum of space between the sun and the Earth is not empty. It's full of magnetic interference or fields or attributes of not just the sun, all of the other stars as well, and these electromagnetic energy waves that we're receiving. So how can you my question is, how can you be so sure of what you're receiving from something that you've decided is so far away, when there is all this possible influence and interference in play?
Well, yeah, we're really getting into other things now, but
Okay, sorry about
right,
that. Go ahead.
you can, with the right kind of equipment, you can look at, say, something like a solar flare or coronal ejection, when you can, start your clock when that happens and measure when the particles from that solar flare, coronal ejection arrive here at your detector on Earth, and you can get an idea of how the interstellar medium between the Earth and the Sun is affecting the travel of electromagnetically coupled particles such as photons and electrons and protons and stuff.
So you're saying whatever substance or field, or however you want to put it, whatever field or substance that this clock is passing through is having a physical, is physically affecting the clock to make it oscillate different or tick different.
No, not in the airplane clock experiment. This is more related to like particles coming from the sun to the Earth. The airplane and the clock experiment is just, there's no electrically charged particles being involved. It's all neutral cesium atoms and atomic clocks. And it's only, as the results show you, it's solely dependent on the paths, as relativity predicts.
Yes, the path through whatever substance or field that it's going through. Because obviously, if you leave a clock on Earth and you have one in a plane, you come back, they're going to be different times. The only thing you changed was you went through more substance of space, whatever that substance or field is, and that had a physical effect on the clock traveling.
Well, it's more just the coordinate. It's not really a substance as most people would consider. It's not made of like atoms and molecules. It's just a coordinate.
A coordinate?
Yes.
What's a coordinate? Maybe I'm fuzzy on what a coordinate is.
It's things like meters, distances, and seconds, times. Those are coordinates.
Yes. So the clock went. You're saying this. I know you're saying the same shit I said. It traveled through more distance and went through more coordinates, and whatever substance or field it went through had a physical effect on the clock. Right? I mean, now what's your other option if that didn't happen?
Well, right, it depends, right, as I said. It's not a substance as most people would consider it, like it's made of atoms and molecules or anything. We're talking strictly about the coordinates. It's not like it's the air or the gas or the liquid
What's it made of?
that it's going through. It's just the distance and the coordinates.
So what did it actually go through to cause that to happen? What was the field or whatever? What happened?
It's just going through the space and time coordinates.
Is that the celestial?
Yeah, what's that? And there has to be some physical thing. There has to be some physical thing that it went through for it to affect the clock physically.
Well, airplanes
field,
travel
a magnetic
through the
field,
air.
something.
Airplanes travel through the air, but we can calculate beforehand what that effect would be if that was the variable at play, and we see that it's not. It's just the relativistic prediction for how much of the time and space coordinates the clock has traveled through.
Yeah, that's distance. That's distance. So it traveled through a distance in space, and there must have been something physically affecting the clock because it traveled that distance, right? It's like pulling fucking teeth.
Yeah, it's the velocity according to relativity. Your velocity affects how much of the spatial and the time coordinates that you travel through along the path from event A to event
You mean
B.
When you say time coordinates, you mean the physical thing that affected the clock in reality, right?
No, the time of two events. So like if I tell you to meet me in San Francisco at 10 p.m. tonight, that's one event with one time coordinate. And then I can tell you, meet me in Oakland at 12 p.m. tonight. That's event 2 with a second time coordinate.
How do you do that in relation
All
to
right.
infinite
What
space?
was the? That's not even relevant.
Yes, it is relevant, Jeremy. They set the bounds of their existence by the celestial sphere. That's what you should be asking them about.
All right, we're on this time dilation thing. What? You just hold on 1 minute. This is hard enough. Jason, the clock traveled a distance. When it traveled that distance, something affected physically the clock. You need like some kind of physical mechanism that happened to the clock because you traveled this distance. You must have traveled through something or something.
No, it's just the velocity along the path from event A to event B influences, right? It gives a very specific rate in relativity of how much time you're going to experience along that path. And the results of the experiment show that it's exactly the amount that the clocks are off from each other is almost exactly the amount relativity says your velocity has affected how much time one of the traveling clock on the airplane has experienced.
Okay, so you're saying nothing.
There's no getting around. I don't know where the disconnect.
Yeah, I know. So you're saying nothing physically happens to the clock to make it tick a different amount than the other clock.
Well, it's taking a physical path, but as I've said, we can plot out its work in coordinates. So it's not like it's just non-physical magic. It's taking a physical path. It's in an airplane.
You're saying time is taking a physical path.
No, the clock is taking a physical path in the airplane.
Jeez. So for a minute, let's just pretend the clock is like a person, or not a person, but you know what I mean, like a thing. Like, so like, I am the clock kind of thing. What is happening to hold on, Pete. What is happening to me or the clock? Just, the actual clock to make it have this variation in your viewpoint?
It's just the total of how much time it's experiencing along that path relative to another person or object or clock along a different path, where the two different paths start at event A together and end at event B together.
Okay, so if I'm the clock, you're telling me time is the thing that's affecting me.
No, it's your velocity is affecting how much time you're traveling on your path.
Right, but it's time ultimately. The velocity is the explanation. I get that, but it's the thing that's happening to me / the clock in this little idea is the time. So it's like if I was looking at the clock and it's ticking 60 seconds in a minute, when that's happening, it's doing 61 or 59 kind of thing.
No, see that's where the confusion is coming in. That's not what is happening. The clocks tick the same. It's the amount total of the time coordinate on each path that is different. So on one path, you're experiencing, let's just say 60.01 seconds, but on another path, you're experiencing 60.009 seconds.
How do you measure that variation then, Bud, in relation to Heisenberg's principle that the more you hone in on the velocity of some object traveling, the less you can hone in on its exact location? How do you measure that, the variation?
these are quantum principles, right? And where we're talking about special relativity at the moment. So there isn't, if you were to try to measure both the uncertainty and the energy and the uncertainty and the time of the atomic clock, the particles in the atomic clock, yes, there would be, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle would come in play there. But just measuring what the values, just looking at what the values of the clock are, the uncertainty principle
Okay.
isn't.
One second then. Do you know that I actually looked into this, Geo? How you doing, by the way? I actually looked into this when I was prompted to it. You know how cesium clocks are calibrated, and do you know the sort of range in which the standards in which they're calculated against? You know the actuality of it. Tolerances, in other words, the tolerances or the standard. There is a standard set down of the average, like the average yard or something international standard of a yard. There is the same thing with the cesium clock, but the problem is in practicality, no matter where you are on Earth, you have a different vibrational decay rate of the cesium atom. So it's just an agreed upon standard. So if you're trying to gauge something about the greater expanses of our reality, ultimately talking into the depths of space, right? How are you going to gauge these different readings you get in return?
Well, right, you're so semi right track there, but there's different kinds of cesium clocks, and there's different ways that they're kept into what you call it calibration, right? Some of them use quartz oscillators with RF frequencies. Some of them just use a natural radio frequency of one of the electrons.
That's the problem with different standards of quartz. It's like different compositions of rock material or something. Yeah, but okay, it's a difficult problem to standard. Remember, once again, we're not just dealing terrestrially here. You are specifically dealing with not just extraterrestrially JAs, but you're also dealing with conceptual notions like planes of space and planes of time, and interactions and considerations between both, which is pretty strange.
Well, we're dealing with the postulates of special relativity and how they compare to experiments that we can do. That's what we're dealing with.
I'll tell you something for nothing. Let me just say this. Sorry about that, Gio. I know lots of people are trying to get in a very interesting conversation. When the plane flies east to west and west to east and you get a different decay rate, this is all put down to a proof of special relativity, whereas an ultimate effect is just going against or with the flow of the ether over a stationary and a flat, enclosed, energized system. This is the alternative explanation. Or if we take it that the phenomena is real.
Well, that's right. That's what some people did think before relativity came into the picture, because came into the picture because those explanations of the ether, kind of absolute reference frames, weren't working out with what was being measured in experiment.
But here's the thing, Jays. Remember now, we are in a flat Earth versus globe Earth arena. You're talking about luminiferous ether, which was, just to remind everyone, it was against a greater spinning ball Earth established backdrop. Whatever the galactic extent was, or celestial sphere, you have the ability to extend it forever, I guess. But the luminiferous ether was the stationary medium, the stationary medium within this context, within which everything traveled in it. When I mention ether, not luminiferous ether, I'm talking about from a stationary central flat Earth position enclosed with a moving ether.
Well, Pete, I've been here, for years. I know what you guys mean when you say ether, right? And you're free, right? That's all well and dandy. You're free to postulate whatever whatever in your mind you can think of. But what it ultimately comes down to is what kind of experiments can you do to show that your idea has any validity to it.
Right. That's what I kind of put in, right? because I can't abide by you keep saying experiment. Like, what kind of experiment? Because I don't think you know what that word means, right? So if you look at what I just posted, right, you're probably going to say something like, this is a very basic, fundamental understanding of what the word experiment is, and I would agree, right? And if you don't get the basic fundamentals correct when you're manipulating the independent variable, which is the cause, to see the effect and establish a cause and effect relationship, if you're not doing that, I don't know why you would call it an experiment. See, what you're doing is you're doing something, and then you're asserting a cause, right? It's a baseless assertion other than, well, it works out mathematically, right? And you guys think that math proves things, right? You're talking about thought experiment, right?
Well,
it's not a real experiment. A thought experiment is like an assault rifle. It doesn't really exist. Thanks.
well, the guys at my university that I was talking to, they did an actual experiment where they had variables. The amount of the time coordinate you experience according to relativity is the dependent variable, dependent on the velocity, which gives a rate of the time dilation that you're going to experience. And they changed the velocities, manipulating the independent variable velocity to see how it affected the dependent variable using the rate. So if you're going to sit here and try to say that that's not an experiment, you're just not living in the real
Hey,
world.
JS, that was a bit vague there.
Wait, let me respond. Yeah, sorry. So, okay, so the rate of flight causes the clock to not keep time correctly. Is that a good interpretation of the experiment?
No, the rate of your your velocity affects the rate of time that you experience, the time dilation rate, according to the Lorentz transforms. And
How do you count
you're
time
saying,
then? Yeah.
hold on, bro. You're saying time dilation rate, right? You're asserting time dilation, but really, all you're proving is that the clock doesn't keep it doesn't keep time as good when there's a change in velocity or a decrease in velocity, right? Which,
no.
that's what flight is.
What
So
they
no? So the
what
flight
they
doesn't cause the clock to lose time?
what they express to me is that relativity gives a very specific rate of change of the amount of time that you'll experience that's dependent on the rate, your velocity, not the rate of your velocity, but it's dependent on your velocity. And what they witnessed in the experiment is that it wasn't these other kind of variables like pressure and temperature and mechanical issues and all sorts of combinations of those variables, but it was the measured results of the experiment were directly what that relativistic kind of linear equation would predict if you were to plot it on a graph, how your time dilation rate was changing.
Okay. Then you got to go to the
You keep
time.
asserting time dilation. Hold on. Time dilation is not the clock not keeping time. That's the assertion. That's the thing that you're assuming, right? What it really means is the clock doesn't keep time accurately when it's setting still as compared to when it's taking a flight. Right? So your clock is faulty. It doesn't have anything to do with time dilation. You're just mathematically describing that and asserting it.
What it asserts is that
what
the
clock are they
amount of
using?
time that you experience lowers as your velocity increases, and that lowering occurs at a very specific rate, and that rate is exactly what relativity predicts. Let's say it's just 2x. So as your velocity increases by 2, so if you have the equation 2x, that means your time, the amount of time coordinate that you experience decreases by 4, and that's exactly what they measured in the experiment. Is what they told me. Say if you increase your velocity by 4, that means your time decreases by 8.
What distances did they perform these experiments over? Remember, we're talking about universal extrapolations here. So, what distances did they perform these experiments over? And what was their timepiece as well? What did they use actually to measure the time or gauge the time? Normally, when Jeremy and Gio were talking about the mechanism of a clock or a timepiece, that's one thing, okay? We have a mechanical mechanism here. But then, in terms of a cesium clock, we have a natural sort of decay rate, which needs counting as well. And if you don't mind, can I just ask JAs to detail to the audience here, whoever's listening, what is the amount or the decay rate of the cesium atom per second in terms of number of atoms to be counted?
Well, right, as I said before, this is dependent on the type of clock you're using. There's some cesium clocks there's some cesium electrons that don't have a decay rate, right? It's just a transition that happens. It's due to the orbital symmetry of that electron, and that doesn't go away. Now, there are the ones that use quartz oscillators and the piezoelectric effect with RF frequencies. Those do it's not that the transition is decaying, it's that the spin state that the device is trying to measure can decay. They can change between each other, and so it uses the piezoelectric effect to ensure that it's changing those transitions, and the device sorts the ones, the state that it's looking for compared to the other spin state.
Thank you, JAs. It's still in terms of billions of cycles per second. Is that correct or not?
Yes.
So who's going to count that? So you have to have a reliable artificial source
The
to count
detector.
that. Right,
There's
but then this ties into my other question then. How far away from Earth have you tested these principles?
Well, I'm talking about experiments here on the Earth. These guys, they put them in planes, they flew them across America into Japan and then Europe and down into South America, back
So
up
to get a
into
variation
America.
when you're going against as opposed to when you're going with the rotation of the Earth. But remember, you're in a flat Earth server here, and none of us believe that the Earth is rotating. So therefore, that has to say something. If the effect is real and measurable, it has to say something about prevailing conditions. And as I said again, for a flat Earther in general, I think it has to be the movement of the ether. And if you're moving against it or moving with it, then you're going to get different decay rates or measured rates.
Right, Pete, that's the great thing about these results and stuff. We can predict, whether you want to call it the ether or the rotation of the Earth, we can predict what those results would be for the experiment. And what the experiment shows is that it's not those results. The measured value is not related to the Earth spinning or the ether spinning. It's independent of that.
What is it related to then?
Okay, how can it be independent? Because if the Earth is spinning at 1,038 miles at the equator, and you're flying with it, and you're flying in excess of 500 miles an hour, then you would have to be going 1,500 miles an hour. But if you go the opposite direction, then you would be increasing up to 500 miles an hour and only be going 500 miles an hour.
So if it's not related to that, what is it related to then, JS? What is this variation related to?
I have to take off in a minute so Kosho or someone can take over. But what it shows, the value, how you get the measured value of the experiment is through the relation and relativity between the velocity that you're traveling and how much of the time coordinate that traveling clock or object, whatever, experiences. That's what it shows. It shows that it's not any of these other variables.
No. Okay, 1 second, please, Hank, if you're trying to get back in. But Jace, I know you're itching to go as well. But let me ask you this: I've been told for the longest of times that when I get on a train and I walk from the back of the train to the front of the train, or the front of the train to the back of the train, when the train is in constant motion, I will not experience any differential, even though I'm moving with or against the flow of the train in the differing scenarios there. I've always disagreed with that and said that, well, according to my personal experience, I find it easier to walk from the front of the train to the back of the train as opposed to the back of the train to the front of the train. Are you telling me now that, are you going against your basic principles here that what, I don't know, cesium atoms or some other form of material sort of structure will experience a deviation, when you're telling me that my own experience should not expect to experience a deviation, depending, not that it's irrelevant to which way I'm traveling on a train in this instance?
So you're saying you don't experience a deviation whether you're going from train or backwards, right?
No, I do. I'm saying I do. In practicality, it's easier to go from the front of the train to the back of the train as the train is moving forward at a continuous velocity than it is to move from the back to the front. But you're the ones that tell me that no, that's just you're wrong. It makes no difference whatsoever. A constant velocity, you will not feel anything inside of that confinement. Will not feel any variation.
Well, yeah, I would have to, disagree with that of your
No,
sentiment.
well, thank you for that then, bud.
I grew up in no, you gotta listen to what I'm saying. I disagree with your sentiment, and I agree with what people have told you, because I grew up in New York City. I grew up in New York City riding subways almost every day of my life, and in my personal experience, I only ever noticed a difficulty, if you want to call it that, of moving around in the train when it was accelerating. But once it got to its constant speed that it was going to travel at, you could freely move around. I didn't notice any kind of forces, making it hard for me to move
It's
ever.
funny how flat earthers alone only notice these forces. Gio, I know I've heard you speaking about that before, or is that Lemon Bird? But other people have, flat earthers, it seems, in general, notice the difference or the distinction between walking from the front to the back as opposed to the back to the front of a train that's moving at constant velocity in a linear direction. That's funny, then.
I would add my agreement to J.A.'s. There is zero difference between walking frontwards and backwards on a constant moving
There
train.
is a difference, man. I have
There
an
is not.
artificial limb, so I know it's difficult to walk, and I'm always aware of how difficult it is to walk in certain situations. I've walked from the fucking front of the train back to the back of the train, and I've walked over the years, and I
I
know
think it's
there's a difference.
psychosomatic. You're just
It's
completely wrong
against or
about
with
this.
the direction of flow of motion. When you're going against it, you get to where you're going faster. When you're going with it from the back to the front, it takes you much more time and much more effort.
It does not.
It does.
The fact that you think that it does illustrates your inability to think critically
Okay, can
and
anyone else
you're
jump in
biased.
and give the same give the testimony of them being on a train and recognizing this phenomena? If not, it's okay.
Sure, I would love to hear from anybody who thinks that that is true, and I would love to
Yeah.
hear, especially from somebody who actually measured it instead of just sort of feeling it.
Measure it is a different matter. Our body is the best tool possible. So you recognize the difference in effort that it takes to move from one position to another in relation to the motion and play. But Gio, was I wrong in saying that you mentioned this before, that you did this and you can testify? I know Morgal talked about this, and Lemon Bird, and a few others as well, and my own testimony. So that is just a practical, measuring it is a different matter. I actually came up with an idea to how to measure it.
Yeah, an accelerometer.
No, it's not an accelerometer. It's a different thing. I have a
So an
different
accelerometer wouldn't be good for measuring acceleration? You have some other idea?
idea. It's a different. I have something else in mind, and it's a great idea as well. But can anyone else just at least on the flat earth side or the ball earth side just at least testify to their memory that it has been easier to walk from the front to the back of a moving train and vice versa?
Or an airplane that's in, cruise
Well, an
altitude.
airplane is too small. An airplane is just like one train carriage and you can't really judge. You know what I mean? We can all go on a train tomorrow and try it out. But I have a great, actually, experimental way of testing this. Does it make a difference? And I already mentioned this to Shoebill or Larry over in Gem Pandas. He
Yeah, and
agreed that this is a
I
great
take back
idea.
the airplane comment. I realize that airplanes sometimes fly in cruise altitude with their slight nose up attitude, so that wouldn't be a fair test.
But fundamentally, my point was, Bud, that if we extend that and you say that we're traveling on a train into the greater universe, doesn't matter what speed we are in this system, there'll be no variation. It doesn't matter which direction you're going, you will be no way of detecting the direction of motion because you won't be able to measure its effect. So here's
Right.
my point about what J.S. was saying. How can you hope to have a variation in the cesium atoms according to the well, he said it wasn't according to the velocity of the Earth or the motion of relative motion or relative direction of travel. I was wondering what he actually I know what he's going to bring back to, which is the space-time continuum, which is very ethereal, very mental in a sense, just a conceptual thing. But in actuality, then, how is, on the one sense, we're dealing with terrestrial considerations that there's no effect to be had by the observer, but are in a greater sense then that there is an effect to be had as measurable in terms of a terrestrial experiment. It seems a bit contradictory. That's all. To me, anyway. Unless you invoke space time. Not space, not time, but space time as a sort of amalgamation, which is weird as fuck. Well, what I was trying to look for, actually, the experiment I suggested to Larry was the isochronous curve. Oh, I'm not sure if anyone. Let me post a video here. On a train, this would prove whether there is an effect or not in play. When you talk about the accelerometer, I don't know what is incorporated within that technology. But let me post you what I'm talking about here. Here you go in chat. I think it'd be a great experiment to perform. Matt, this has to be over. So this gradual curve has to be over the whole course of the length of the train carriage. And then, depending where you're dropping the ball, drop the ball, which side it will not land at a certain fixed point according to the experiments here, but it will land at a more biased or deviated point according to the motion of the train itself. According to the speed of the motion of the train itself. So that's where it will pick up. So that's an accelerometer. That's what I would say in that. Anyway. Isochronic curve. If you haven't heard of that before, just click on the video there. And there's a few other different types of these curves as well. Can I just say as well, I know I do talk a lot, but Jay, is just regarding the restrictions of your statement, there were terrestrial laboratory experiments. How can you possibly make extrapolations then when we have such different conditions in terms of terrestrial living, terrestrial Earth, and whatever might be beyond? Depending on what you describe it to be. Is it empty vacuum space, or is there continuous energy flowing through the space? That's a difficulty, isn't it? How can you extrapolate and say this localized, particular experiment applies universally? I can't see how you can justify it. Okay, sorry about that. I know I talk a lot. But I do smoke a lot as well, Gio, and drink a reasonable amount. So funny enough, Mr. Cronus applies to time and applies to Saturn, the father of time. Yeah. I wonder is there greater code, Geo? I wonder is there greater code written throughout our whole experience here, and it's only waiting for us to come and sort of read the language. You know what I mean? And sort of become one with the language that then we can see through. We can see through the lie and understand that the lie is true in the sense that it's built on the truth. It's built on the truth, so the lie is deliberate, and the truth is all there is. Heli-centric system. Yeah. Actually, that's interesting. Heli, God is He. In the book of Job, which predates, we're told, the rest of the Bible books, but God and the devil are in cahoots in a sense. God is He. Is the devil He as well? I think the devil could be a she. But that's a different thing. Mother Earth and all that. But you know what I mean? If we're in this system of lies, God has deliberated lie. For what? Does God love us or hate us? I say He loves us. She loves us. To bring us back to what? The truth. Because it's a challenge. It's a challenge for us all. What do you reckon? Okay. Don't make to stymie the conversation. I'll go on mute a while.
Test.
What's up, guys?
Hey, not much.
What's up, Matthew? Yeah, I was just away for a few minutes and came back, and it sounds quiet, so I thought I would just say what's up. So, Matthew, if you had an opportunity at some point to be involved in actual tests of the Earth, would you have passion about wanting to do that?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And if you discovered that it is, planar and not curving, would you would go, would you feel excited to discover that, or would you have resistance to it?
I'd have resistance to it, but I would definitely take into account that experiment, and that would be something that I'd need to consider. Sure.
Do you feel like you would be driven by any positive thing, meaning like the truth, that the truth has, positivity and purpose, and that there could be something positive that would come out of it? Because there is kind of the obvious thing on the table. Like, let's say the Earth isn't a globe, etc. And I'm just saying that because I know you think it is. So I'm just kind of giving you the, let's say it's not kind of thing, even though obviously I already don't think it is, etc. But, from your perspective, like if it's not, could you see a way in which whoever the entities or individuals are that are telling us it's a globe would then sort of obviously be implicated in other things like the banking and the money and the big pharma and the big oil? And like, would it make sense in your mind that, okay, there is a group that's lying to us? They are possibly lowering the quality of human life for humans in all these different ways. And that if this truth were to come out, it would actually have a positive effect.
Sure. In fact, I already think that. I already think there are people who don't have our best interests in mind. I don't give them as much credit as you guys do. I think they're mainly motivated by finances. For example.
Yeah.
Like the people who tell us what to eat, dietary guidelines from the U.S. government. I think those are too much influenced by the agriculture and dairy and meat producers. Big pharma influences how doctors prescribe things. There's all kinds of these that you could find. Sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a huge. Yeah, so you're just saying you just don't go as far into the possible complexity of maybe how I might see it in some ways, in terms of how it's all linked together and the coordination.
Right. I generally think that the idea that they are all sort of coordinated, and there's this big group like that has everything under control, and they're like sort of running the world, gives them too much credit. I think it's a little bit more chaotic, and I think that there are different groups trying to do different things and competing powers. So I genuinely think that, for example, the powers in Russia are competing against the powers in the Ukraine for different things. Even if you would both find them both suspect, I don't think it's part of some big plan to do this charade, for example.
Yeah, well, I got you on that. But what about, okay, then how about if the Earth isn't a globe? How does that play into it? Because if it's not, then there is a coordination, right? Like there has to be.
So if Earth is not a globe and all of these entities know it and are intentionally hiding it, then that would mean that they are coordinated to some level, and that they do have like some higher level type of control in mind.
Wouldn't it have to be at that point? Because I guess you have all the space agencies from all these major countries, and the United Nations has the Outer Space Treaty, which they claim. So what, like at that point, I mean, wouldn't there,
you would definitely have to be. You're exactly right. Even as far back as the 60s, when the U.S. was claiming to go to the moon, Russia could have exposed them by showing they had the same access to the radio signals and all this type of stuff. So Russia could have exposed that if they wanted to.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, does just the shape of the Earth itself, in your mind, does that reveal that there is a coordinated, that it isn't just different groups, but that there is something that is sort of, coming from the top down, as it were, like in a sense, like at least some level of a singular group that is all on the same page of keeping that main narrative going, which then kind of reveals that it is all connected.
I agree with you that if the Earth is not a globe, then all of these other agencies must have some kind of coordinating, top-down structure that such that they all say that it's a globe. Now, if it is really a globe, then the only reason they say that is because it's true, not because there's some coordinated effort to deceive. So, from my perspective, they don't have to be coordinating because it actually is a globe.
So then, would that be a deciding factor then in your mind?
I suppose I'd say it minimally would provide some evidence, or I mean, not evidence, just like it would factor in the way I evaluate the data. Yeah. In other words, the fact that I don't think there's this grand conspiracy to hide information from the populace factors into when I'm thinking about whether the Earth is a globe or not.
What's your first reason for believing in terms of the current controversy, flat Earth versus globe controversy? What's the first reason personally for believing that the Earth is a globe, or beyond that, why the Earth is in motion? I mean, have you exercised critical, skeptical thinking in all of this?
Yeah, I guess the biggest thing is that I like things to have explanations and descriptions of how things work, that all fit together. And so I sort of prefer the globe model that seems to have an explanation for sunsets and GPS and seasons and all those kinds of things over another idea, the flat Earth idea, which generally seems to just sort of be a negative idea, like poking holes in the globe theory without providing replacement explanations. So I prefer explanations over skepticism, I guess, is the big answer.
That's a fair answer, Bud. That's a fair answer.
I hear you that maybe others do, have that sentiment, but just for me personally, that's not my viewpoint. I mean, I would say I'm actually more into, for myself, having understandings of how things are working rather than just poking holes in the globe. Like for me, I would say I'm way more on the side of actually wanting to know how things work. Like, I don't know if I had to throw some random, maybe 70-30, 80-20, like I'm like 70 or 80 more into how things are actually working. I think poking the holes in the globe is important in the world today, just considering the whole situation we're in and for the situation and that everyone believing the globe. I think that there does need to be an interface between the two to have understanding. So that's why I have 20-30% interest. I mean, ultimately, I'm really not interested in something that isn't true. So at the end of the day, I really wouldn't be interested in the globe. It's just not true. I would just pass on it. I'd be fine to never talk about it, move on, and just focus on things that are true. But because of the world today and the situation and the fact that these people or entities, I'll say, have convinced everyone it's a globe, then obviously I do need to be more involved in it than I sort of would be otherwise. But I'm just saying, for me, I'm not in that camp necessarily where, only, because I know what you mean. Some people only want to say it's not a globe and they don't really want to say what they don't have further information on explanations for what is going on. And so, yeah, I can understand that from your perspective, you might be like, well, I'd rather go with this one that actually has, at least from what you think, explanations and it's buttoned up and there are at least enough explanations to explain major things without question marks. And then that, is a more, I mean, I don't say this to be critical, but it is kind of a more comfortable or a more kind of acceptable, thing in that sense.
Yeah, so in that sense, we agree. You and I are both looking for the truth. we're both looking for explanations that match observations. So I understand we come to different conclusions, but yeah, the motivating factor seems to be the same.
It's a faith in a sense, but isn't it? It's about a trust as we find ourselves now in this particular time, in this particular moment. For each and every one of us, this is the only thing that's real. It's a matter of trust. As conspiracy-minded individuals, we understand we can't trust the official story in any sense whatsoever. To every flat earther who's out there, it's been shown again and again. In their core, they know that we're not living in a literal representation of what is presented, which is the spinning ball Earth. But is there greater truth to the deviation from the truth, which is the heliocentric system? I say there is. To throw it out is foolish, because then we're just blind. We're swimming blind. Where are you going to aim for? Whereas I think, to understand that we're in a greater system and that the lie is built on the truth, well, then we can come to some sort of fruition. So I think it's just to make my point. Is it Matthew? Is it to make my point? It is about trust, then, about the intentions of man, or mankind, or science orientated mankind's mind over the past.
Yeah, that's well said. Sure.
I can see your angle with that, Pete. I understand kind of where you're coming with that, and yeah, that concept of trust is a big thing, because obviously a lot of people are trusting the mainstream type, system and the governments and the NASA and all that stuff. So I do hear what you're saying. Although on the other hand, I would say that for me, at least, it's not necessarily like when I first started thinking about all this, for me, it was not a question of, oh, do I trust what I'm being told? Or like, it wasn't fully about that. To me, it was more about like, what is the earth? What is nature? What is the geometry of this entire world and the nature of creation? And so I'm just saying, to me, that's not really the top thing of, oh, do I trust these guys or not? But I do know what you mean. That it does seem to be a big part of it for a lot of people.
It must have been part of your course, though, Gio, to come away from, and to whatever degree, officialdom. Question it ultimately to become conspiratorially minded, I guess, is how we designate these terms. But you know what I mean? It has to be a part of it in some way. This gradual wearing away of our trust in what we came to embrace from the past. You know what I mean? I think this is the point. This is actually, let me just put it like this. This is the distinction between conspiracy theorists right now, especially flat earth conspiracy theorists, and all the I came up with a new term, Gio, officialados, the ones who will defend officialdom to death, come hell or high water. So you know what I mean? It's about a continual sort of questioning, as we're encouraged, of what we accepted wholeheartedly to be the truth on the basis of trust in our fellow man's endeavors.
Are you saying like aficionado kind of thing?
Aficionado. All the there's all the
okay, like if someone's an aficionado of something, are you trying to use aficionado and say officialnado? Are you trying to use the word official? Someone's like,
yes,
okay,
official.
That's a clever word. I like that.
Yeah, official.
Yeah, that is.
They swear by the official story, come hell or high water. And this is what I was going to say.
I'm going to put that in the top. Yeah. I'm going to put that in the top 50 Piche word inventions. I like that one.
Yeah, no worries, bud. I have lots of other
I'm giving you props. Top 50. That means you got a lot of good ones.
Nice one, bud. My best word is metaphorsic, so that definitely be above aficionado. But what I was trying to point out was that the ball earthers, almost to the man, are anti-conspiracy theorists. They don't have much to say about any of the rest of the conspiracy. They all almost sing from the same hymn sheet. I call them the Boll or Borg, which almost gives the game away. So now, in terms of controversy and in terms of freedom of information and cooperation and communication across the internet and across the earth, it's like they never had the internet. You know what I mean? They have no ultimate skepticism. They just trust the official story. They give or take, but the official story in its core is sort of a deliverance, and that's why they are aficionados.
Yeah, they're aficionados of the official kind of narrative.
Yeah.
That is interesting. And the other one that Larry came up with is theory tales. I like that one too.
That's great.
Yeah.
Great. I got that.
But
great.
The only thing one thing I would respond on what the kind of sentiment of what you're saying, the whole conspiracy part of everything. In a way, you're kind of laying this out as if it's all just a conspiracy thing, and I do understand that idea, but it doesn't necessarily have to be even approached from that direction. Like, meaning if we just think about Earth as Earth, like Earth is nature, it's creation, it's the actual thing, what it is, and then in today's world, one could say there is a conspiracy, quote unquote, of people telling us that it's not that it's something different, that it's a globe. So that is a conspiracy because there are people conspiring to tell us it's a globe. But to say that the Earth, or thinking about the Earth not as a globe, has to be you have to have a conspiracy mindset. I mean, many do because it's connected because of the fact that they're telling us it's a globe. But I'm just saying it's not like the whole thing is encompassed, that it's all just a conspiracy thing and you have to be conspiracy minded. You know what I'm saying? Like you could talk to someone in a tribe in South America and bring up the Earth, and they're not necessarily would think of a flat Earth as even being involved in conspiracy. They might just say that's just the Earth, and whether there's a conspiracy of people telling us it's a globe, that could be. But anyways, I just was saying, wanted to comment on that because
I think, Gio, that the greater question for all of us, sort of far advanced within this. Sorry, okay, I just took a big hit of a bit of weed there. Sorry about that. So you know the story. Okay, I think the greater question here is, in terms of, is it known what Earth is? I often mention Nathan Oakley, right, who gave up his life. I'm not casting any stones or anything, but he pretty much gave up his life for flat Earth. And when you ask him about the nature of reality now, he says, I don't know anything. I look at the world with two new childlike eyes, which is fair enough if you want to begin again. But here's the question: is it known the nature of this Earth? And if it is, and we've been fed lies all along, well, is there anything to be garnered from the lies that we've been fed as in relation to the truth? And I think this is the key point. Otherwise, where do we find ourselves? From this point on, we're moving into the great unknown, the great beyond. We're venturing into something that's waiting to be explored or discovered. I don't think so, bud. I don't think so. I know so. I know not so. No, not so. You know what I'm saying?
I got a little lost in the end there. What did you mean? I'm not.
The point is that the truth of our
Matthew
reality
got
is
that,
known, Geo, and the lie that's presented to us via the heliocentric spinning ball Earth, blue marble, greater galactic, greater celestial sphere, greater Big Bang model is all metaphor. It's all of the narrative is based on something that's already known, whether it's known by God or the higher power or whatever. It's already detailed. We're not venturing into anything new as we come to flat Earth and beyond. We're not speculating into something that isn't already grasped. That's my hope. I really hold that to be true. I really do. I really hold that to be true. Can't see any other way around it. The only way the lie could be developed to such an extent is because the truth is already known. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's obvious what you say, Gio, about the tribes, and it's obvious that we're on a state. Every person who's ever walked and lived on this earth and can testify will say, I've lived my whole life and the surface has never moved. So that has to be true. But is it possible that the Earth can move and can't move at the same time? I say yes, because here's why, Gio. They have told us now, as we look at the sky, we're looking at an infinite sort of expanse. If we come back to flat Earth and we're in an enclosed system, then the skylights become something different. So is the source of the skylight something to do with Earth? I say yes, in my own thinking, so therefore it can be said that the surface we're on is not moving, but something to do with Earth, given us the moving skylights, is moving. So the Earth, in general terms, can be said to be moving and not moving at the same time in that setting, right?
Well, yeah, if what you mean by that, I've often referred to the idea of where you have a stationary planar Earth surface and, the water, the land coming up out of the water. And if this whole system is surrounded by a toroidal field, a magnetic field, etc., then you would then have a plane in the center of a sphere, potentially. The sphere being, who knows whether that's a plasma, it's a spiritual membrane between the heavens and the earth, whatever that may be. And if that whole thing, like you have a plane Earth, and then there is some kind of ultimate plasma sphere surrounding it. Now, maybe there's still more land. Maybe you can never even get to the edge of it. That's a whole nother set of ideas. But let's just say, like, let's say you were in God mode, as it were, and you were able to zoom out of this entire realm. You know what? And I don't mean you're in outer space. I mean, you're in like consciousness hyperspace. You're in like God space. You're in like etc. But if you were able to zoom out and see it as a thing, this whole world, would it look? You know, one idea is that it'll be a stationary, planar, massive Earth surrounded by a sphere, and you have the dome part on top. You have the spherical underworld, and the whole thing is a toroidal field. And if that thing is spinning, like that is vortexing, even though the Earth is stationary, the water, you know, etc. If that whole thing, that there's a spinning toroidal field sphere around the entire planar Earth, then it is a spinning sphere. It's just not that we're not on the outside of one; we're on the inside of like a crystal ball, in a sense, like a plasma crystal ball thing that is spinning, and we're actually just a stationary plane within that.
That's brilliant, Gio. That's absolutely brilliant. And that's exactly how I see it. If I was to step back in God vision mode, do you know what I see? I'm often saying, I'm not a flat earther. I don't believe the earth is flat. The surface we're on can be said to be flat. But something is in motion, and if everything is part of the same system, remember we're now enclosed, the opposite point of view of the greater expanded spinning ball earth blue marble universe. But then if I was to step back, do you know what I see, Gio? Honest to God, I see an eyeball earth. But what I'm considering most, we live on the iris at the top. Instead of being cut off from below, what I'm considering most is what's beneath us. What's beneath us? And have we been cut off from what's beneath us, which is in motion, and that motion then is transmitted through what we see in the skylights because we've been cut off? Remember, after all, we are in a divided realm. And once again, I will just say this. I don't know why it's in my brain. We're on a tree stump earth. A tree stump earth. You cut a tree, it's fucking flat, but that you can't say that the tree itself is flat or what remains of it. You know, you have to specify and say, well, the surface of the stump of the tree is flat, but the whole thing itself in its entirety is something different. Oh, that's very interesting now. That's very, and I've said that.
Yeah, no, well, absolutely. And there's all the ancient cosmologies with the Great World Tree and all that connection. I mean, let's say you have like the Great Deep, you know, whatever that is, deep, you know, at the base of the oceans. And then you would have the land coming up out of that. But if it is like in the idea of a tree stump, all the land is kind of coming up, you know, in a sense, sort of from the center, you know, in a way like that. It's kind of like if you were to go to the bottom of the ocean and just be standing there, would it look like a massive mountain, you know, and then the North Pole would obviously have the land there. And then there would be the other parts of the tree would then be the land that's coming up out of the water.
Right.
And then perhaps that used to be the Great World Tree at the North Pole that actually went all the way up, which now has been severed and all of that. So yeah, that's very interesting.
But now, Gio, now we imagine a fractal reality. So the one tree is the only tree. So we have the Earth's surface as being a fractal representation of the core tree itself. And this is where I come back to when we look at, as flat earthers, our nearest neighbor, which is the moon. I know it's fucking controversial. Will I stand by it? Fucking hell, I have €100,000 bet to collect from Kosho. I haven't put my mind to it, but he's been pressing me, saying I lost the bet. I did not lose any fucking bet, but I did have €100,000 bet. And the bet was that all craters on the moon are one crater. Prove me wrong. I mentioned it and I put it like that in a specific way. We think we're looking at something disparate. First of all, from our globe Earth setting, so we think the moon is a certain thing, certain spatial time relationship to Earth. But now, as flat earthers, two things stand out to us in terms of our enclosed setting, which we know that the extents are beyond. It's not going to be empty space, right? What's the most obvious replacement? Because we always have to sort of build our models within our own mind. It has to be water's geo. So if we have some sort of a mirror sky, as we now, flat earthers, look up and we see the rest of the panorama in the sky, well, what are the two things that jump out? The sun and the moon, of course. The sun and the moon. And that's why the moon becomes the greatest blueprint or the greatest clue for us to try and piece these things together. So that's why I say about that. I'm not going to say my knowledge, although I will say my knowledge in a sense. All craters, we're looking at a reflection when we're looking at the sky. All of the skylights are flat reflections against a contoured surface. But all of the craters being one crater, Geo, That's an amazing consideration. That's an amazing consideration. So that the reason I mentioned that was in terms of this Axis Mundi and the tree itself at the North Center. But if we're living in this fractally expressed reality, why can't the Earth itself be a tree, an expression of the core itself? I think maybe. Last thing I will say, Gio, when a tree is cut,
it's too much. It's too much at once.
After Christmas.
It's just,
Let me just finish this.
It's
after
too much, man.
Christmas.
You've lost
Okay,
all
ahead,
of them. I'm telling
Go
you.
ahead,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just letting you know that the communication, like once you do that, like you go on to the more levels, the whole thing is like it's kind of
I know
lowering the ability of it's like lowering the ability of your communication to be received.
I know. I do apologize. And let me just say this finally. We're after coming out of Christmas where we celebrate the birth of Christ or the Son with the cut tree, Gio, with the cut tree replaced on an X. Okay, that's all I wanted to say to finish. I appreciate what you're saying, man.
Well, I actually do what you do a little bit too. Sometimes when I'm really on a roll, I'll link too many things together. And I know that I lose people because I can just tell, like I'll be a little excited and I'll go boom, boom. I'll link a bunch of things. And then afterwards it's like dead silence. And I'm like, oh, I can tell that I took the interaction away by just going too long. And so
I'm sorry. I just went, okay, I do appreciate that. But when I did say one more thing, I just wanted to slip that in. It was another 5 seconds. So sorry about that.
How about the idea that if you're saying, if there's all this land here is a huge tree stump, what if then this one tree is in a huge forest of other trees? That is wild, because then it makes me think, okay, well, one tree or is it many trees? So then you get into the outer ponds and, puddle theory and all of that. But like, what if it's you know what I mean? That's even a wilder thought.
It is wild, Gio, and you can't rule it out. I have thought about this for the longest of times. If we replace the emptiness of space with waters, well, if we're just one bubble or broken bubble within the infinite waters, who's to say that alien visitations aren't coming from similar bubbles or whatever, maybe intact bubbles from distant places? Who knows? Remember, after all, we're given clues from NASA. They trained their nautical, stars in water. They train in water in their submersion tanks. Are we given clues? It's a possibility. I'd rather think, Gio, just to tell you where I'm at, that we are greater than the material. This is a construct. We have ventured into this, and especially this time where resolution is at hand, and we have the ability now to piece things together, knowing that, or at least considering that we are greater than the material, and the material world itself, the earth, reflects our divided heart. So we're looking for clues in the external reality because we are eternal, and this is just a game we're fucking playing. Excuse me. I like to think like that, Gio, and that's where the dodo comes into play, as it transcends the ages, in a sense.
Oh, Matthew, are you still with us, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Well, Pete and I have gone into.
Yeah, thank you, Gio. Off you go, Matthew.
I just wanted to kind of get, recognize that you were in the conversation as well.
You wanted to make sure he didn't scare me away.
Well, no, I just wanted to kind of keep the stream of what we were talking about before as well, because Pete and I have gone a little bit into other realms.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's interesting to hear about.
Well, I mean, on that topic, and Matthew, maybe this is because it kind of links into what we were talking about before as well. But what would your mind be like? Because we were talking about before about if you were involved in doing various measurements or tests of the Earth, and then resolving that it is planar in nature, just that alone. And then, like you were saying, the interconnectedness of how this deception would be woven in. And you were saying that there couldn't be a way for you to think of it not being, I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but because you were saying that, that some of us, you probably think that you think that we think it's a more coordinated effort, the whole globe thing and the deception. And you were saying that you think it's less likely that it's this coordinated. And then the string to that was, well, if it is definitely not a globe, then you were saying, then it must be coordinated. And then I guess kind of linking into that, what would your mindset then be for the process of discovery? Like, would you feel like for yourself and for humanity that there's a huge amount to be discovered, or a rediscovery, or like where would things be from there forward if it is being kind of subverted or hidden from us about what the Earth actually is?
Yeah. So what I was saying is that there's a link between if you say that the Earth is flat, then and all the governments say the Earth is spherical, then obviously those who say that the Earth is flat must say that all the governments are, lying to us either intentionally or not intentionally, and that they have some coordinated effort. And then obviously, if the Earth is flat, then there would be other realms to explore. I mean, like, some people say there's nothing beyond the ice wall. Some people say there is an ice wall. Some people say there's not. There's outer ponds, other lands, all that type of stuff. So there would be vast realms to explore potentially. So that I was just trying to make the connection that saying the Earth is flat sort of forces you into saying that all of the governments are lying.
It's a good objection, Bud, because I've been saying for the longest of times flat Earth is a psyop. No fucker has said what Earth is, and here's the point, Matthew. When we think about what you're deliberating about, you have been given a picture, the blue marble, in its entirety. All of the different composition aspects of your reality have been detailed to you within the greater confines of infinite space. I understand the difficulty of that statement, but here's the thing. Is there more to the story? As a flat earther, what have we to draw? What have we to replace this beautifully presented pictorial with? Nothing. Flat earther will just draw in space, draw me flat earth in space. They'll draw a line in the blank page. What else? That's not good enough.
Yeah. So you're correct. Go ahead. I was going to just say that he's correct in saying that the globe Earth does give us lots of answers and lots of details about how things work. But I would still say that there's plenty of mystery in the world. Even I, as a globe Earther, there are lots of things I don't know about and how things work. There's plenty to explore. I actually think that's a good thing. I'm excited that there's lots to learn still. If we knew everything, frankly, the universe would be a little bit boring. I think we will never stop learning. But yes, you are right that there are more explanations about, globe earthers say there's no new land to explore, for example. Globe earthers say there's no new mystery about how the sun and the moon work. We have like descriptions of how they work, so we're not trying to discover anything.
Well, I was going to ask you as well, like what you were saying before, is there any other truth that could be revealed that would reveal that all of these governments are in cahoots other than the shape of the Earth? Like, is it unique in its ability, this, in your mind, potential truth, because I know you don't think it's true currently, is there anything else that could bring that big of a confirmation that there is a group, I guess, just to go ahead and use the term, a massive conspiracy, because that word,
Sure.
even though that word's been kind of overused and kind of, there's all kinds of, the way that word's been used, but that the word is in the dictionary and it does mean a group of individuals, conspiring in some deceptive manner. So,
Right. I guess I would answer it in general by saying anything that is generally accepted as true, and then if I were to discover that it was false, then that would make me question. So, for example, it's generally accepted that aliens aren't on the Earth and that there aren't lizard people running the government. But if there was some convincing evidence that there were, or maybe something more mundane like the monetary system being like tightly controlled by one singular entity. Obviously, the monetary system is attempted to be controlled by all kinds of different governments in different ways. So that's not that big of a stretch. So just off the top of my head, I could kind of like think of a couple things like that would have a similar effect, I suppose.
yeah. The only thing that's kind of wild to think about, though, what if they have that all kind of locked down? I sometimes think of like even the analogy of a Discord server. I know it's just kind of almost like a crude analysis because it's so different. But like the way Discord's set up, whoever has like the owner account for the server, has kind of the ultimate admin abilities. They can ban anyone. They can, so in that same kind of way, if these people, these entities that are in control of this stuff, or, if they kind of have the keys, as it were, they have the Discord owner account, then it's like, who can get to them? You know what I mean? Like if they have the police, the military, the financial system, and they have many layers that they're kind of cloaked within, then I'm just suggesting like what would be the ability for us to expose something like that? Or are we limited? Whereas the Earth is the Earth. We're on it. We're right here. They can't protect themselves from what the Earth is. There's no way. Now they could, they could kill us. They could poison us. I mean, there's other things that maybe they, in that sense, but do you know what I mean? How like the Earth is something like, okay, let's say that there's let's say that there's other lands that they have and that they're running, that they have all these, if they have like protection of that, we can't go there with a boat. They're going to shoot us. They're going to, we can't get into their bank accounts or their server systems to see how their financial system is being run. We can't walk into, their headquarters and hang around when they're, in a dark, smoky room when they're making their decisions. Like we can't do that, but the Earth is something we're on. We can measure it. We can do it. So anyways, I'm just sort of, it's all kind of speculation in that sense, but do you see what I'm saying? That like, what if the Earth is one of the only things that we actually can reveal because they have all those tight knit systems, kind of like there's nothing you can do when someone has a Discord owner account, unless you are Discord, I guess, but you also could expose an owner of a Discord in some sense, or you could, reveal something about them that is actually able to be revealed outside of what they already have in their control.
But Gio, don't go to stage 2 quite yet.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. In general, I suppose I'm less skeptical of they, for example. So I think the world is controlled by people, and we are people. So I've personally known the mayor of La Mirada, the city I live, and he's not part of some grand conspiracy. That doesn't mean that nobody is.
The Mason?
But no, he's not a Mason. In general, if you're wondering who the control of the world are, it's us. Those of us who are Americans who make more than $10,000 a year, we are the top of the world. We are the people who have most of the money.
Kidding, man.
You're part of the 99% that has less wealth than the 1% that has more wealth than you. So no, you're not part of it.
No, I
know what he means.
If there's 1% of population that has more money than the 99% of it, then there's a huge problem.
No, but I know what he means though. He's saying that like whoever okay, because we talked originally like Matthew, if he was able to do tests on the Earth directly to decipher for himself, it for sure is not a globe. He was then saying that he would have to then pretty much think that, yeah, there is some kind of group running things in that sense. And then what you're now saying, Matthew, is that you're then making the possible assumption that they are humans, that it's just a dude. It's an old guy, it's an old lady, it's a young guy, it's a group of 100 of them or 1,000. Is that what you're saying? And that they are just like us, basically? Like if you were sitting in the room with them, but see, how about another wild idea? And I know this you could, speculation. Some people might even consider this science fiction, but what if there's actually another entity entirely? I'm not necessarily saying whether they're aliens or reptiles. I'm not even at the moment. I'm just saying, let's say they're another species, and then they are actually the ones, and then they are then controlling through mind control, through possession, whatever, a group of humans to then do things for them. What about that possibility?
Well, that would be one of the things that I would say would fit in the category you asked earlier about what would change my complete, whole view of the world if there were some other species or something. I suppose my main point is saying that those of us who have enough food and water and live in rich countries and have an income really are at the top of the elite of the entire world population. I mean, I forget how the bottom 50% of the world lives on less than $100 a year or some crazy things like that. I don't remember the exact numbers.
Okay.
No,
But
I
is
hear
it-
you. I
is
hear
it-
you on
is it-
that. But
but is
hold
that
on, hold on.
because
Let me just say one more thing. I'm going to step back because I've been talking about it. But just say one more thing though. Like just real quick with the financial system, somebody has the ability to go into the servers of those banks and do whatever they want with the money. They could go into the servers and go to their bank account and type 99999 and put as much money in their account as possible. So somebody has the admin control of that. You know what I mean? So,
I
anyways,
don't think they do because there's audits in governments.
Right, but let me just say this: Geo is talking a more general.
Hold on. Let Clay get in because I interrupted Clay.
Just before he does,
and then hold on, Pete, and then you're next. And then,
I
and then
just wanted to say, do you think that the people that earn less than 100 euros is because of the normal guy like me who pays tax? Some of the time. Okay, but who just works a normal casual job and let's say gets a normal loan in a Western world, and the other guy just gets 100 euros like in a month or something? Do you think that's because of me as a casual guy, or you, Matthew, who earns money, or is it because there's 1% that has more wealth and more an influence than the 99%? Like, how is it that there's people who have 150 billion as a family? Like, who does what is the essential need for this? Like, you will never be able to use that money anyways to put it out there. So why even have it in the first place? You know. So
Well,
I think there's a big problem of balance regarding wealth and influence and families and
Clay,
so forth.
just like what do you like to do like with most of your time? What's your favorite thing to do?
Talking to people.
Okay, so as you talk to people, you get better at talking to people, right? And as you talk to people, you're gonna have more people to talk to. So it's the same thing with these people who make money. All they do all day for generations, since their fucking dad taught them how to make money, and their dad taught them to make money, and all they've been doing is scraping up money. So that's just how it works, right? If you talk to a lot of
understand
people,
this.
you'll be good at talking to a lot of people. If your family makes money and only focuses on making money for generations, obviously your family's gonna be rich.
Yes, I understand this, and I think I'm not saying that is a bad thing. If someone wants to make money, if that's his idol worship or whatever, if it's that his purpose in life, go on. But I'm saying, what is this? What is so necessary about, or why is it that we have no limit to do so? Like, how can it be that there's people over generations and centuries that just can keep their wealth because they have so much of it in the first place? And then there's people who literally don't even have food on the table most of the time.
Say I go into a field and I plant a bunch of crops and I have plenty and you have none. Is then you owed my crops because I planted them just because you don't have a lot?
I mean, that's an interesting analogy, but it's not really the reality of these people, right? It's not really the reality of these people.
Let me get in here momentarily, please.
What's wrong with having a lot?
Okay, can I get in here momentarily, please? Because it's getting away from Gio's ultimate point to you, Matthew, which is that outside of these financial concerns, the person who's the slave in the field, if he asks the right question and there's a consideration for the nature or shape, which nature is better than shape, but what does matter what the shape is, but of Earth, he can work or she can work their way through in their own mental capacity to a greater stationary, a flat Earth, whatever is beyond truth in relation to a spinning ball Earth reality, no matter what money or no matter what controller power system or societal sort of pressures or norms are in play. And I think this is what we're considering here greater than the physical shackles. It's the free mind that Discord allows and the free communication across Earth. It's wonderful to talk to people from so many different places. The earth is so small in a sense. But I think this is the greater point that Gio was referencing. Outside of any of these shackles, can the mind of man settle on some sort of established, collective, collative, agreed upon reality? And just to finish, I will say to you, Matthew, or ask you this question. Do you agree that that you've only been ever present to, a witness to, and can offer testimony for, that you've only ever experienced life upon a surface that is stationary as a whole, en masse. Is that a testimony of yours? It's my testimony, bud. It's my testimony. Is it your testimony?
Yes, it is, and I'll answer your earlier question too. I do agree with you that education and finding out, freeing of the mind, is the one of the greatest factors of mobility from becoming
Right.
becoming more financially secure in
Liberation.
all
Yeah.
kinds of things. So yeah, liberating yourself, reading more, becoming more educated. Discord could be part of that, I suppose, too.
I
So
say you
yeah,
you just inspired me to remember a quote by Hamlet, the most famous, what's actually one of the most famous plays in English language, and this is one of the most famous quotes from it, but along the same lines. Hamlet said, I could be bounded in a nutshell and consider myself king of infinite space were it not for the bad dreams. Very significant. The same character gave us the to be or not to be speech. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. So our mindset, our mind decides our reality. And what my question to you is specifically, Matthew, my middle name, Peter Matthew Sheehan. My middle name is Matthew. But my question to you then is, what do we or reality? Or well, obviously we know our mind can imagine. I can imagine a rhinoceros on top of a Tyrannosaurus Rex at the North Pole being attacked by a polar bear with donkey legs. I can imagine that, and as I just
You
mentioned
copy
those
that off
words,
me,
the same picture formula. But you know what I
dude.
mean.
You
Where do we
copy
decide
that
then,
off
in
me,
terms of
Pete.
our? Can I finish the question? Where do we decide, Matthew, in terms of our experience of reality, what to ground ourselves upon, what fundamental principles? Thank
yeah,
you.
that's a complicated question. You're basically asking, how do we decide what is true? And there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that attempts to answer that question. Generally, I'd sort of summarize that and say, you know, using logic and reason and observation and those kinds of
Experience.
experience. Yes, sure. All of those things sort of factor into how each individual determines what they believe to be true.
So then, what do you think about the in your viewpoint proposition that the Earth is not a globe? How does that then play into that? Meaning that if yourself and many others were believing that the Earth was a globe and it's not, how does that then restructure your epistemological approach to truth? And how would that then alter it into the future? Meaning that if many came to the conclusion that the Earth was a globe based upon false information, and that was like some foundational truth that a lot of humanity believed, what does that then put into question for how we came to that conclusion, and like what steered people wrong? Now, I'm just saying, from your perspective, if that's the case, what was it that got people to be completely thrown off the path of truth and to be completely swamped by this non-true thing, mixed in with a lot? Because there are things that are true. Of course, there's things even in science that are true. So there's obviously, it's a mixed bag, but like what went wrong, I guess, is kind of what I'm asking. Or how would this have even occurred? And then what's that going to mean moving forward for people?
Yeah, that's a great question. And here's where I'll step back a bit and admit that I do believe in conspiracies, in the biggest conspiracy
Ooh.
of them all, which is I think that there is a conspiracy of the forces of evil to distract and deceive humankind. And so ultimately I'd pin it on the forces of evil, the devil
What?
specifically, anybody who's
From what
anti-God.
though, Matthew?
Now, as an
Yeah.
example, I think, in fact, I do think that in certain other realms. So, for example, most of the Western world population would say God doesn't exist, and they might even say further, science has proven that God doesn't exist. But in my mind, that's a conspiracy successfully foisted upon that portion of the population by the forces of evil to try and convince them that God doesn't exist.
Which God are you talking about, Matthew, if you don't mind?
The creator of the universe. Let's keep it simple.
Okay, so that's already a part of your comprehension of things, that there already are massive deceptions. So for you, the Earth perhaps would not even be that big of a shift for you.
Right. Yeah, I think that's probably secondary importance to the nature of the creator and whether the creator exists or not, those kinds of things. So yes, I'm comfortable with saying that there has been a big deception.
But it would fall into the category of, okay, then that dark force you said just happens to also be lying about the Earth.
Right.
Matthew, have you watched? You have watched the heliosorcery documentary, right?
Yes.
That's a good
Yes.
Heliosorcery.
Oh yeah,
That's good.
So do you think that they were right from what they saying? Because I mean, you can research the sources and stuff.
So I think that they have this interesting history about where all of these ideas came from, but that's just sort of the genetic fallacy if you say that just because something came from evil forces it's false. That's not necessarily true. There can be truths uttered by evil people. So even if you agree with them and dislike the Jesuits and dislike the Catholic Church and all these other entities that they mention, I think it's still possible that they could be telling the truth.
Hey,
Yeah, but I just don't get how you put cosmology, biblical cosmology, together with heliocentrism. They're like the one thing is a complete opposite to the other, and that's what the heliosorcery
I don't think he mentioned the
documentary is
Bible.
showing you,
I
right?
don't think he mentioned the Bible specifically.
One
That's why I
second.
asked him.
Can I please have a conversation with him real quick? Because he believes in the Bible, so he must be also aware of biblical cosmology. And biblical cosmology has a distinctive description, especially also on Wikipedia, which is a narrative website for getting the narrative view on how something is being described. And there's a specific description, even from the very narrative, without using any conspiracy and so forth, that tells us what biblical cosmology is and how it's being described in the Bible. And why make it so difficult for yourself instead of just admitting that just everything that there is in reality, everything that there is within scriptures, and because the very reason you have watched this documentary about heliosorcery, to just admit that that biblical cosmology is truth and that the reality is that we're in a closed system, not on a spinning, tilted, wobbling space ball flying through an ever-expanding universe while hurting around other planets, right? I mean,
dichotomous dilemma you're putting him in. I never heard him mention the Bible, but obviously you know him from Token before. I didn't know you were a Bible literalist, Matthew. So please go ahead and answer.
He's a Christian.
Objection.
Yes, I'm a Christian. I do admit that I interpret some passages differently than the typical flat Earth interpretation of those passages, and I think that the globe Earth is.
Matthew, but it's not flat Earth interpretation, right? I just told you the Wikipedia narrative gives us a distinctive description of what biblical cosmology is. Like there's a distinctive description of biblical cosmology out there in the web. It's not made by flat earthers. It's just what biblical cosmology is. I can't change that. It just describes and depicts the very things we just talking about, coincidentally, right? Because we're wrong, obviously. No, see, but just don't insert that it's my idea or Flat Earth's idea, but it's indeed the very official narrative of what biblical cosmology is, if you look it up.
It's an interpretation, Clay, and that's what he just detailed. His interpretation is different, or his reading is different than your reading.
Right, and it's my belief that the heliocentric model with the sun at the center of the solar system and the Earth rotating around it and revolving, does not contradict the Bible. I don't see that there are contradictions.
Can I come in with a brilliant consideration here? Because you do admit conspiracy. So one of the massive conspiracies is to kill God or relationship with God or the higher power, the creator. These terms are all, we have to use them knowingly and lightly in a sense. We can never know the mind of God. We already appreciate this. But what better way to kill God, I should think, Matthew? Just imagine this is a ploy Gio was talking about, sort of conspiracy conspiratorial get together over the centuries, or just even not even you don't even go beyond human powers alone, whatever their own motivation. But here we go. What better way to kill God than to present a system which involves a massive sort of expanse with a tiny, insignificant playing out of vast swathes of time in terms of the blue marble and our life here. So we have nothing. Now, what do we swear by? Do we go by our faith or trust, or do we go in our greater power, or do we go by the mind of man? And the mind of man is declared, remember, Einstein is the most famous man in history in a sense, lots of other characters put before us, but if we go by them, then we end up where the Big Bang, where no God is necessary until, well, you go beyond, or you go back into the causes of the Big Bang. But otherwise, everything is just infinitesimal. Our lives are especially multiplicities in significance, infinitesimally wise, within this greater background setting of both time and expansive space. Do you know what I mean? So what better way and to kill God than to give us the globe earth, the blue marble? Thank you, bud. I'd love to hear your answer.
Yes, I understand that you're saying and you're attributing motive to people who say that the Earth is a globe, and that one of the things that it might do is convince some people that God doesn't exist. Obviously, from my perspective as a Christian who's a globe earther, I would actually be suspicious of the other way around, that the work of the devil works in many ways. One way he might be working is to convince people that in order to believe the Bible, you must believe that the Bible says, with no exception, that the earth is flat. And then
Yeah.
once you find that the earth is not flat, then you'll throw out the baby with the bathwater. If the Bible is wrong about the shape of the earth, then it's wrong about everything else too. And
It's
then
very
therefore God doesn't
involved.
exist.
Thank you, bud. That's a very involved, it's a very involved question, and I thank you for that answer, because I've been saying for the longest of times, flat Earth is a psyop. When we have the blue marble, what is? I said to mention this earlier on as well, but I've been saying it consistently. What is the opposing picture that's painted within our brain? Explain. Tell your child as you send them to school. Not you, right? Tell your child as you send them to school, and they learn all the intricacies as you learned of the spinning ball Earth. That's not the case. Tell them that you're going to draw them a picture of what Earth really is. Where are you going to start? You know what I mean? So this is the side of flat Earth. There's nowhere to really start. We have to begin with knowing what isn't, or what isn't, especially literally. Then we can get to the metaphoric sort of breakdown of the lie that's delivered to us. Remember, we're dealing with the mind of God. If you want to put it in this way, the mind of our reality is superimposed within the greater reality of the mind of the devil and God, if you want to put it like that. These are the cleverest. You have to be on your tiptoes to work out or to follow along. You know what I mean? All of these greater intricacies. Can I just say this? There's no errors. There's no errors in any NASA space fakery. As New Perspective often talks about, who's to say they didn't insert these sort of things to get the conspiracy crew going? Absolutely. But once we understand that they do this purposefully, is there something greater than? Need we throw out all of that stuff and not delve deeper into it, understanding that in potential, the lie is built on the truth purposefully? So, okay, these are greater considerations. I'll stop there.
I
Matthew,
apologize.
I
I'm going to
want
have to step out of the conversation. I'm meeting some friends shortly. Gio, go ahead. I'll answer one quick question.
Okay, no, I all good. No, I was actually just gonna. I was trying to kind of grok in my mind what you just laid out there. Could you just say that one more time, like how it could be the other way around, that the devil could be doing something to
Sure.
just in terms of the something
Sure.
with the earth. Yeah, just describe that one more time if you could.
Now,
Just
in order to describe this, Gio, you have to imagine that the Earth actually is a globe, and that's the way that God created it. So, if you can bring yourself to imagine that, in order for me to understand my explanation. So, let's say I assume the Earth is a globe, and that's the way God created it. And then when I look around and see people saying that the Bible says that the Earth is flat, and that's the only way to interpret it, I see a danger that people who come to believe that and say there's no other way of reading the Bible, that the Bible must Bible implies that the earth is flat, when they come to discover that the earth is not flat and see all this evidence against flat earth, then the danger is that they will look back and say, wait a minute, if the Bible says the earth is flat and the earth isn't flat, therefore the Bible is wrong, and then they throw out the rest of the Bible too.
Okay, at least I understand what you're saying now.
No, obviously I don't expect you to agree with that. I'm explaining that position, I guess.
Yeah, no, I know. I can see that other. It's like another side of the coin, I guess. Yeah, it's like another angle to see it by.
The same book tells you to be aware of science, so called. Don't just trust men. Go out and test all things for yourself. So if you just take one part of the Bible and don't take the other parts, then you're probably not going to get as far as the people who go out and test and use discernment and all the other things that the Bible says. Wisdom comes with time and test. So you go out. Let's say the sphere, the water has to curve, so you need to go find out how to measure curved water. If you think the Bible tells you that the water, you're on a flat plane and the water doesn't curve, then go out and try and measure that. Testing.
What about the books that are not published in the Bible then, Dave? Are they further reading, advanced consideration, secret, esoteric knowledge, furtherings, Gnostic information? You know what I mean?
Well, let me just ask. Sorry to interrupt, but just Matthew said he was about to leave.
Yeah, I need to go.
Well, I just wanted to, but Matthew, can you just real quick before you go? Can you also see how it could be the other way, though?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I understand what you're saying, and so if the Bible implies the earth is flat and the earth is flat, then the way to get around that, a way to convince people that the Bible is false would be to come up with a fake story about the earth being a globe and convince a bunch of people that the earth is a globe, and then the opposite would happen, right? Then all the people would say, oh, look, but the Bible says the earth is flat, therefore the Bible is false. And so the globe idea would be what is convincing people there isn't a God. In fact, I think neither of those are true. I actually think the Bible is sufficiently ambiguous that both flat earthers and globe earthers can appropriately say the Bible is true. They disagree on certain interpretations, but maybe I'll end with that.
Yeah, very good. And that's why flat earth, that's why I was trying to say, Gio, I guess I'll
talk to you later. Take it easy.
Matthew, very nice to speak to you, bud. And
have a good one, man.
Yeah, likewise.
What I was trying to say, Gio, in my response to Matthew, which was flat earth is a psyop in the sense that we have the complete blue marble picture. Think about it like a child. We have the complete blue marble picture with all the components of earth, and now suddenly we have flat earth with no picture whatsoever. How can something be flat if you haven't said what the thing is itself? And that's why I was saying that's the psyop. In a sense, the way I look at it now, God is representing the flat earth and the devil is representing the globe earth. But the truth maybe is an amalgamation, like the book of Job tells us. 9/11 was an inside Job, but we're also told, according to the official narrative, that the book of Job, the author's unknown, but it predates the book of Genesis. So if we look at it as a clue in flat earth and beyond setting, right? Is that telling us something? Maybe. So maybe the truth lies between the devil and and God, where we're told in the book of Job that the two are on good terms. One is sort of an emissary of the other, doing the work of the other, and let's see how it goes, sort of thing. Cooperation. I actually think that's what's and actually, Gio, here's a better word than the officialado. It's metaphorsics. We live in a metaphysical realm, and the truth is transmitted via metaphor. We have metaphorsics, right? Metaphorsics. So yeah, that's genuinely the way I've come to start to think about things, especially understanding that there's a higher power in play. How can I externalize the higher power? Even if I can't, well, at least we are part of the higher power then. Maybe we're all collectively God, but that's a different matter. Do you know what I mean? But just accepting that there is this higher power in play, it makes all the difference for differing thinking. Good stuff, Matthew. Good stuff, by the way.
I just wanted to point out that there is an official narrative that distinctively, by also using scripture to prove it, right? They make a claim, which is the Hebrew universe, or biblical cosmology to be more specific, and it's even being described with its distinctive features in Wikipedia, and Wikipedia even uses as a proof of what they're claiming the Bible. Like when it says on Wikipedia, for example, the waters for Noah's flood entered when the windows of heaven were opened. Heaven extended down to and was coterminous with the farthest edges of the earth. And then it says here, and it goes to Deuteronomy 4:32. And then it also says, humans looking up from earth saw the floor of heaven, which they saw also as God's throne is made of clear blue lapis lazuli. And then it goes to referring to Exodus 24:9-10, and so forth, right? So the official narrative gives us an exact insight, an exact insight into what biblical cosmology is. So if there's Christians out there, or people who claim to know what biblical scripture says, and they want to go completely against it by argumenting for the globe, then they're going against the official, not only going against the official narrative, but literally going against what scripture is telling us. So it just doesn't make sense.
Ridiculous, man. And I've had this out with people who've been preaching on the street, and I ask them always, what do you think about flat earth? And they just sort of write it out. It's almost as if it isn't important. And I can guess it in a sense. Most of these people have been converted sort of spiritually, you know what I mean? The material world doesn't matter so much. But here's my question to you, Clay, and it's a very interesting question as well. It's almost too convenient, isn't it? I've talked about the number, sorry, not the number, forget about Bible literalists. I'm not making any past remarkable comments, but coming to Flat Earth, the Bible was the book that was waiting to be sold to us at the door, and now it suddenly, as you just clarified, it seems to accord very appropriately, almost exactly what I guess you've come to accept, or what we as flat earthers in general have come to sort of encompass. You know what I mean? It almost seems too convenient. And if there are many different layers to all of this, well, then, once again, there has to be more to the story. You yourself, on your individual search, what are you going to swear by? We're told not to swear, but what are you going to swear by? Has God or the devil set us the most fiendish trap, in a sense, with the hope of reconciliation or achievement, but have we been set the greatest trap? Must we all become like Sherlock Holmes in order to get true to the greater truth? I think so, bud. I have faith in you. I have faith in all of us. I have faith in all of us. Do you know what I mean by that? You know what I mean by that? It's not just okay. Let me put it in this comparative sense. It's when we look at NASA fakery through conspiratorial eyes, then we can see it. It stands out like a fucking sore thumb up your arse. Excuse my language. Do you know what I mean? So just by saying that, I'm going to throw out everything because I realize I'm being fed a load of fucking cartoon bull. Excuse my language again. Cartoon bullshit. Then that's fair enough. Make that determination, but don't throw out what's potentially valuable, what the obvious lie, which has been exposed to us obviously as greater minds, conceals, which is some greater clue leading to a greater story that's been told. And here's my point. If we're in this new realm where everything is almost predetermined by the mind of God, everything becomes significant. So the thing that you learn tomorrow will be, outside of time in a sense. The clues it could contain for you in your greater awakening, maybe they were always determined. I'm done now. I'm done now.
Pete, your mic's doing some weird. Pete, your mic's doing some weird
I don't want
secretization.
to. I don't want to be
Sorry about
racist, but it sounded like someone was using a bagpipe on your shit.
Oh, sorry about that. That's my screen. I fixed that now, and thank you. I'm done anyway.
I'm labeled as a Bible literist, but I would rather be a Bible literist that has from if it is the Word of God, I'd rather be a Bible literist than a world literist, than repeating what man has come up with, their theories, and what seems not to be tested anymore. It's just theorized, and You
Good
know,
choice.
that's just my. Go ahead and label me like you like, but
Don't mean it
that's
like that, Dave. What I mean to say
no, I
is that the
wasn't talking
same.
to you, Pete.
Can I just say that because I mentioned the same ones who gave us the Bible and their version of it in its 66 books, they're the ones who gave us heliocentrism, bud. It's the same powers in play at both
Well,
sides.
if you think the Great Deceiver
That's
isn't
not
going to
true.
infiltrate try and infiltrate and change God's word or the Bible or the written down or extra books or infiltrate the church or have people go out and pretend to be Christians when they're not true to heart, just trying to deceive. Of course, there is. The Bible warns us of that too.
But now we have the internet, Dave, and we understand 66 is if you want to put it, the devil's number like that. So obviously there's more to it. And we now know there's different books that have been left out. I'm just saying in the mind of man, or the mind of the true-hearted man who wants the truth, well then these facilities have been given us to look beyond. That's not to say that the Bible, I hold the Bible as true, absolutely bad. I hold it as the Word of God, but that we've been given the facility now to sort of look beyond. We encompass what it has to say, but is there a beyond? Well, then that's where we got to venture and not be afraid to venture as well. That's what I would say. We get to 88 instead of 66. Gospel of Thomas, Secret Book of James, the Apocalypse of St. Paul. Who decides? The church, you see, decided that these books wouldn't make it in, and they gave us the 66 books. At the same time, then, over generations, they gave us the heliocentric. They gave us all of the great, from Newton to Galileo to Newton to Cavendish to Lemaitre. They gave us all of these different characters and their ideas associated. So they gave us
What if
heliocentrism. Last thing I will say, they have full control over science and religion in terms of the context. Yeah.
what if it's even just much more simple to answer that? What if the
Um,
Most High, the creator of all things, gave us the scriptures?
Absolutely, I agree, but
And he just
absolutely, he
use
also gave us
he
the
just
internet.
he
He also
just
gave us the
uses
internet.
also the ones that might be deceiving in certain areas. He's just also using them as he uses everything in his creation to do whatever he
Sure.
wants to achieve, right? So even though that there is Bible, even though we have the Bible and we know that the Bible is a geocentric book, we still have people that now believe in heliocentrism, which just shows that even though you have it literally written, people still want to misunderstand or interpret their own understanding into it.
They're the people you have to leave behind, Clay. We're told don't cast your pearls before swine. Any religion that at its core is not encompassing and speaking openly about and incorporating within their ideals a stationary and a flat earth surface is, I'm not going to say not worth hearing, but is tainted. That's why we as stationary and flat earthers have to move beyond. That incorporates, I'm just after leaving behind there the vast, vast, vast majority of all religious thinkers. I really am, and I do it purposefully. They'll never know what they're fucking talking about is true or not, because they haven't even got a grounded situation for their own being. Do you know what I mean by that? They don't have it. So now you do have it, and you're understanding. You're reading the Word of God. Do you think the Word of God, if you hold it literally to be true, is not multi-layered? That He is speaking to the greater layers within your awakening mind? Know what I mean? So anyone who does preach the Gospels and does preach the Bible, and no matter what religion they are, if they're not stationary and flat Earth, then I use the term loosely, but stationary definitely, and flat then by extension. But then their information is tainted.